Master Turner's wife. Information. Jennifer Walter was a desperate woman and just a pretty face in her past life. She was swapped at birth and brought up in a rich family, only to eventually die a horrible death. After Jennifer is reborn, she becomes smart, finds herself a lot of powerful backers, advances her career greatly, and leaves the haters in shock. All eyes are peeled to watch her disgrace herself. The true daughter of the rich family believes that if Jennifer were to stay, she could be used as an extra maid. Her ex-fiancé insists to stick to the wedding arrangements their parents had agreed to and marry the rich girl. Everyone in the Walter family believes she's done for in the entertainment industry the moment she left the family. Her anti-fans feel that the only way she can get by was to sleep her way up. Jennifer receives a lot of bad press online after being caught eating with the richest man on earth. Everyone mocks her for using her body to advance herself in the entertainment business. The richest man on earth feels puzzled. What's wrong with eating with my biological little sister? The paparazzi chase Jennifer for 3 days and nights when she checks into a hotel with an international celebrity. The international celebrity comments, "Is there a problem with discussing the script with my biological daughter?" One fine day, Jennifer ends up pinned against the wall by a mysterious global kingpin and is kissed until her cheeks flushes crimson. The paparazzi promptly put away their cameras and ask, "Relatives, haven't you gone overboard with the rehearsal? The mysterious king, do you have problems with me kissing my wife?" Chapter 1. Reborn in his embrace. Pain ripped through Jennifer's body and mind, causing her to hastily open her big eyes in confusion to see a man's gorgeous face in close-up. The flickering light made his face look cold, violent, and decisive. It was Elliot Turner. How could it be Elliot? Did he not already die when he tried to save her? Jennifer Walter only realized how badly her fiancé and friend hurt her at the moment of her death. She finally woke up to the fact that the only person who truly loved her was Elliot, whom she kept running from. She could not help running her hand over his arms. The sensation stabbed her in her heart and made her regain consciousness. The familiar sights flashed through her mind with intense clarity. She was not dreaming. He was still alive. She was still alive. Was she reborn? Was she reborn on the night that he tried to touch her? It was also the fateful night when she broke up with him. Tears trickled down Jennifer's cheeks as she hugged Elliot tightly. Now that God had given her the chance to be reborn, she was not going to be a fool this time. Her warm tears fell on Elliot. His dark eyes instantly looked somewhat annoyed. "Would it really kill you to be with me?" Cold words echoed by Jennifer's ears in the chilly wind. "No, it's not that," Jennifer stammered tearfully. She was reveling in joy after she got reborn, but all Elliot heard was rejection. She rejected him again. She had refused him countless times. He kissed her cheek hard, gritted his teeth, stood up without looking at Jennifer again, and left. Loneliness hovered over his cold, proud silhouette. "Elliot." Jennifer reached her hand out. However, the utterly disappointed man strode out without turning back. A smile appeared on Jennifer's tear-stained face. It was fine now that she was back. She had plenty of time to let Elliot know how much she loved him. "Jennifer, are you okay? How could Elliot do this to you?" Bella opened the door, walked in quickly, and looked at Jennifer worriedly. Jealousy and resentment rose in her eyes when she saw the messy bed sheets and the love bites on Jennifer's neck. Bella Johnson was Jennifer's best friend in her past life. Bella stood by Jennifer's side to support her when the truth came to light that she was not biologically related to the Walter family. The Walter family wanted to drive her away and forced her to break off her engagement with her fiancé, so Bella kept helping her to win her fiancé's heart. However, in reality, she was using Jennifer to get close to Elliot in an attempt to become his wife. Jennifer smiled at the thought. Was she still an innocent little white rabbit? No, the innocent little white rabbit was long dead. All that remained before Bella was a cunning fox out for revenge. "Jennifer, Elliot is too much. How could he keep disregarding your wishes and forcing you? He is even forcing you to marry him today. Give me your ID and documents for safekeeping. If you really become his lawful wife, you will have a hard time divorcing him." Jennifer nodded. She took an envelope and handed it to Bella as she said, "I'm counting on you." Bella felt smug when she got her hands on the envelope and said, "Don't worry. Just leave it to me." Chapter 2 burns her identification card. Moments later, a servant shouted anxiously, "Fire! There's a fire!" Everyone in Repulse Bay Villa came over. Chaotic footsteps could be heard. Elliot heard the commotion as well while he was on his way to his room. He walked over looking cold and annoyed. His assistant, Charlie Foster, replied softly, "Mr. Turner, it's nothing. We have already put out the fire." Elliot's eyes turned dim as he thought about the fire. Before Charlie said a word, the servant shouted, "Miss Walter burned her ID and documents." A chill went down Charlie's spine as he watched Elliot walk over to the fire. "Oh no," he said in his heart before heading over as well. Bella knelt in front of some ash. The still burning documents in her hands were so badly burnt that they were unidentifiable. She choked as she spoke, "I'm sorry for not keeping an eye on Jennifer. She had already started burning it when I discovered what she did." She looked at Elliot guiltily with tears running down her face. "I'm sorry. I didn't think Jennifer would do this so that you couldn't marry her." Elliot looked even more furious as veins popped up on his face. A cold silence filled the atmosphere, engulfing the place like a blaze, and felt like it was going to kill everyone present. Not a peep could be heard, and no one dared to make eye contact with Elliot. Only Bella kept looking at him bravely as she waited for him to be completely disappointed with Jennifer. Elliot and Jennifer were supposed to register their marriage today. By law, the minimum age for consent to marriage was 18 years in Country S. Elliot was waiting to marry Jennifer on the day she made it into university. However, Jennifer entered the entertainment industry for the sake of her fiancé, ignored her studies, and kept getting retained at school. By now, she was already 20 years old but still a high school sophomore. He finally gave up waiting and brought her home and decided to get married today. However, Jennifer ended up setting her identification card and documents on fire. "Elliot," Bella stammered as she spoke. "It's very easy to get replacements. I will talk to Jennifer and tell her to get it done ASAP." She deliberately held her hand up so that he could see the injuries on her palms. Since Jennifer was such a disappointment, Elliot was bound to turn his eyes to her. "What are you talking about?" A lovely silhouette appeared on the stairs and walked down slowly. It was Jennifer. She had taken a shower and changed into a soft blue, long cotton dress and looked slim and lovely. There was a mask on her face, so only her calm, beautiful eyes were visible. She was holding a purse and looked like she was on her way out. Was she going out right after she burned her identification card? Charlie moaned in his heart and broke out in cold sweat when he detected how furious his boss was. Instead, Bella was delighted. Jennifer was indeed foolish. Despite how mad Elliot was, Jennifer kept making it worse. Was she all dressed up to see her fiancé? Bella would be doing herself injustice if she did not jump on the opportunity. "Jennifer, are you going out to see Robert? Please don't go. Elliot is truly in love with you," said Bella before she waited for Jennifer to blow up. Chapter 3 Let's Get Married. Bella was waiting for Elliot to get even angrier. Sure enough, the moment Bella brought up Robert's name, Elliot looked absolutely cold, and dark clouds loomed over Repulse Bay Villa as though there was an impending storm. However, Jennifer did not throw a temper. Instead, her crisp, melodious voice rang. "I know he truly loves me, so I'm not seeing Robert today." Huh. Bella did not see this coming. "Didn't you say you were seeing Robert today?" Bella covered her mouth mid-sentence and acted as though she had unintentionally blurted her intentions. "Are you deaf or dumb? I said I won't see him from now on. Don't you understand?" said Jennifer as she smiled and looked like she was trying to say something. Bella was instantly dumbstruck. From the looks of it, Jennifer must have said that to make Elliot lower his guard, right? That was quite smart of her. However, that was all Jennifer was capable of. The moment she said Robert's name, the villa became even colder. No one dared to say a word. Bella exposed the injuries on her hands in the hope that Elliot would look at her. The tall aloof man did not look at her hands at all. Instead, he turned his back coldly. Get out. Call the doctor. He had said the first sentence to everyone else. The second sentence was directed to Charlie. Bella was delighted and wanted to thank him before Elliot added, get him to examine Jennifer. She was greatly disappointed and had no choice but to leave with everyone else. Charlie sighed in his heart. Despite the things that Jennifer did, Elliot tolerated her. What gave her the right to behave this way? Elliot turned to leave when he finished his sentence. Elliot, are you ready? The girl's sweet voice came. Elliot halted in his steps and turned back. His eyes opened slightly wider and his anger dissipated by half when he heard her talking. He looked perplexed and could not fathom what Jennifer was trying to do. However, he clenched his fists tightly and waited for her to blow up and run. Charlie was stunned. What was Jennifer up to this time? Could she not give them a moment's peace? Was she still going to see the fiancé who had already dumped her? Could she not see how mad Elliot was? Elliot, said Jennifer gently again. Elliot made eye contact with Jennifer quizzically. His eyes looked puzzled. Jennifer no longer looked like she hated him and something glinted in his eyes. She looked mesmerizing. She was charming. And she was adorable. Despite how contradictory everything seemed, she looked gorgeous. However, he did not know what she was up to. Charlie automatically asked, Miss Walter, what are you talking about? I was asking if he is ready to register our marriage. Jennifer walked down the stairs and went up to Elliot, and held his arm. Elliot's back froze. He was tall to begin with, and now he looked even taller and colder. Jennifer hated him to the core, but she had walked up to him on her own accord. Charlie was still reeling in shock. Register your marriage. Whose marriage? Aren't we getting married today? Charlie went into yet another shock and clutched his chest. Didn't your ID and documents get burned? How could they get married without those? Jennifer retrieved her identification card from her purse with a smile on her face. They didn't get burned. Why would I burn my ID? Are you stupid or something? Charlie was dumbfounded. Chapter 4, The Most Romantic Words. Elliot's eyes landed on Jennifer's unblemished identification card before he lowered his eyes and contemplated. Did she not burn them? Jennifer did not give Bella her identification card at all. All she gave her was an expired student identification card. Bella had no clue that Jennifer knew what she was up to, so she did not double-check the envelope. Instead, she set fire to the envelope after she came downstairs in an attempt to drive a wedge between Elliot and Jennifer. In Jennifer's past life, Bella succeeded in driving them apart. Jennifer had a huge fight with the angry Elliot when he came in with the doctor. She ended up running out, and it pushed their relationship even closer to the edge. They naturally did not manage to get married. It drove them further apart and made them completely irreconcilable. Jennifer was not going to be stupid this time by letting the vile woman have her way. Elliot and Charlie were stunned as Jennifer waved her identification card and smiled. Jennifer waved her hand at Elliot. Elliot, where is your ID? The two of them snapped out of their shock. One of them looked at Jennifer in a daze and was at a complete loss as he wondered whether this was a dream. The other man climbed up the stairs at top speed to Elliot's room and retrieved his identification card. Jennifer took the card and placed it in her bag. She stopped holding Elliot by the arm and held his hand instead as she beamed brightly. Let's go get this done. Elliot could sense the girl's slightly cold hand in his palm while his heart felt as though it was set ablaze. Did his girl just hold his hand? That was the first time. It was the first time she clasped his hand with fingers intertwined. An electric current shot into his brain as fireworks exploded in his eyes and mind as she held his hand. Let's go get it done. Those were the most beautiful words that Elliot had heard in his life. It was the most romantic thing he had ever heard. Jennifer held Elliot's hand and got into the car with Charlie hurriedly following them. He was genuinely worried. Jennifer often caused trouble and made all kinds of excuses to go see her fiancé. However, his boss kept getting fooled by her and trusted her no matter what she did. She ended up hurting him completely. Charlie was worried that Jennifer might be up to something again, but he could only keep staring at Jennifer. Even though Charlie's eyes were sore from keeping an eye on Jennifer the entire time, she did nothing. Jennifer continued to hold Elliot's hand tightly as the car drove into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Charlie could sense how happy Elliot was, and even the atmosphere felt good. He had not seen Elliot in such a good mood in a long time. He prayed that things would go without a hitch and that Elliot and Jennifer would get their marriage license. Even though everything seemed absolutely surreal today, it was worth it if it could make Elliot happy. Jennifer felt nervous when the employees at the Civil Affairs Bureau talked to her. She looked sideways at the nonchalant Elliot. He seemed calm and answered all of the questions swiftly before he quickly signed his name on the document. If not for his sweaty palm, Jennifer would have thought that he was completely composed. Chapter 5, A Gentle Kiss. Elliot looked at her sideways. Jennifer felt sad as she recalled how he fell into her arms with his face covered in blood in her past life. She disregarded her urge to cry and hurriedly picked up the pen to sign the document. Jennifer held the 2 red booklets tightly in her hands as they walked out. Charlie rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh as though he were dreaming when he witnessed the sight. He was genuinely not dreaming. His thighs had even become bruised from all the pinching. Elliot sat upright in the car. Even though the coldness on his face had dissipated, an imposing aura continued radiating from him. He was happy to accept Jennifer's unexpected change in attitude, but he was afraid that this was just the calm before the storm. Jennifer was keenly aware of the lies and empty promises she made all these years so that she could run from him. Even with the marriage license, he was worried that she was not in it wholeheartedly. Elliot was deep in thought when he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his hand. He lowered his eyes to see the red booklets. "Elliot, why don't you keep this?" Jennifer sounded relaxed as she smiled candidly. "You can keep the marriage license. I will stay in Repulse Bay Villa from now on." His long fingers instantly froze as he held the marriage license so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He looked fixedly at her face. Jennifer held his hand up somewhat sadly. "Bella said I wanted to run, but it's not true. From now on, you can only believe what I say. Jennifer." Elliot's voice sounded deep and husky as he held her soft hands. However, he continued frowning and seemed as though he was trying to figure out the veracity of her words. Jennifer said softly, "I used to be blind and couldn't tell humans and animals apart. It stops now. Please don't believe anything you hear unless it comes from me, especially Bella." "Okay." Elliot's Adam's apple moved as he promised deeply. "Why can she enter Repulse Bay Villa as she wishes? Why can she get in touch with you?" asked Jennifer. Elliot replied, "I don't know either." Jennifer instantly realized that Bella could have such access because of her and not Elliot. Bella went around pretending to be her best friend. Would anyone deny her entry into Repulse Bay Villa? Would it dawn on Elliot that anything could be amiss with what Bella said? It was all her fault. Jennifer saw Elliot looking worried after she gathered her thoughts. She felt bad, so she turned to kiss the corner of his lips with her mask on. She saw the darkness in his eyes disappear and get replaced by a dazzling light. At Repulse Bay Villa, everyone could sense something different about the mood Elliot was in. He was unusually warm, and his previously stern expression had lifted. A servant was distracted by the change in Elliot and accidentally spilled some water. He was so terrified that he turned pale and felt that he was dead meat. However, Elliot waved his hand and let him leave. It was an unprecedented miracle. Charlie was sitting in the front passenger seat on the way back and did not keep an eye on Jennifer, so he missed the sight of Jennifer kissing Elliot. Hence, he did not know why there was such a huge change in Elliot's mood. Elliot clearly seemed unperturbed when they left the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nevertheless, he hoped that Jennifer would stick to her word this time. Chapter 6, Biological Family. Jennifer went back to her room, took off the mask, and removed her makeup. The top half of her face was exquisite and flawless, but a twisted scar starting from the bottom of the side of her nose ran down through her lips to the bottom of her chin. The scar had already healed, but looked distorted and horrifying. It looked as though heaven had played a prank on her by ruining her flawless features and left an indelible mark on her face. She had the Walter family's biological daughter to thank for it. The biological daughter of the Walter family was previously known as Sandra Smith, but she promptly changed her name to Sandra Walter after the Walter family brought her home. She swiftly won the family over with her poise and elegance. Moreover, she was their biological offspring. Jennifer Walter was 12 years old when it happened. The Smith family was supposed to pick her up, and she was willing to give up everything and return to them, but they did not show up. So Jennifer had no choice but to continue living with the Walter family as a laughingstock. Everyone kept sneering at her. They felt that the Smith family deliberately did not come for her because they were impoverished. The Smith family must have wanted to let her continue living with a rich family instead of going home to lead a hard life with them. Some people even speculated that the Smith family had deliberately swapped Jennifer and Sandra at birth so that their biological daughter could have a better life. She suffered a lot living as the fake daughter of the Walter family. Sandra acted thoughtfully on the surface. However, she kept framing Jennifer and making Jennifer's life difficult when no one was looking. She was the one who gave Jennifer the scar. Her so-called fiancé, Robert Gideon, was her only ray of hope while she suffered at the Walter family, so she clung to him desperately. The Smith family later asked Elliot to pick Jennifer up, but it was too late, and Jennifer was incapable of trusting them. Years later, she would come to know that the Smith family was unable to pick her up due to some accident. In reality, the Smith family was no small fry. They were one of the top 4 elite families in the capital, and they loved her as much as Elliot did. In her past life, owing to some unexpected events, they failed to reunite. "It's okay. This time, I will protect you," said Jennifer softly. She could see the faces of her biological parents and brothers as she looked in the mirror. She retrieved a bottle of medication and applied it carefully to the scar on her face. In her past life, she happened to master an ancient medical technique and created medicine to remove the scar. However, it took some time to take effect, and she could not use makeup during this time. Since she was getting married today, she had to take a photo, so she put on a lot of foundation to do her utmost to hide the scar. Elliot was probably the only person on earth who could remain unwaveringly in love with her despite this horrific scar. Jennifer smiled. The next day, Bella went over to Repulse Bay Villa first thing in the morning. The villa was unexpectedly peaceful, and there were no signs of any fights between Jennifer and Elliot. Was it not enough to make Elliot angry when she burned the identification card? In that case, she had to fan the flames once more. Jennifer. Bella finally found her. Jennifer had already changed. She was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and worn-out jeans. Her slender and fair waist could be inadvertently seen while her legs were long and shapely. Regardless of what Jennifer wore, she looked pretty. Bella's eyes could not help turning red in envy. Chapter 7. Honey. Bella's eyes landed on her mask before she finally smiled. Despite her perfect figure, the scar on Jennifer's face meant that Jennifer would never be a beauty in the looks department. Even if Elliot did not care about it now, it was impossible for him to feel this way forever, and it was impossible for the Turner clan to acknowledge this disfigured woman as his wife. The moment Elliot walked up behind Jennifer, Bella hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "Jennifer, are you okay? I'm so sorry for accidentally spilling that you are seeing Robert today. Now that Elliot has found out about it, we have to go secretly." Jennifer kept smiling, but it did not seem genuine, so Bella could not help feeling nervous when Jennifer looked at her. "Jennifer, what's up? Aren't we going to sign up for Ultimate Singer-Songwriter?" Bella quickly changed the subject. Anyone who knew about the program would know that the most popular instructor on the show was none other than Jennifer's ex-fiancé, the top celebrity in the country, Robert. Jennifer only entered the entertainment industry for Robert's sake and followed him wherever he went. She did her best to act well when Robert was around. However, she was worried that Elliot would not let her go if she was too good. Hence, her performance was so inconsistent that she had more anti-fans than true fans. Sure enough, the moment the man behind her heard what Bella said, his mood changed visibly, and he looked like he was going to throw a temper tantrum. Bella gloated to herself. This time, Jennifer was in trouble. Elliot reached his hand out to hold Jennifer's wrist before she could move a step and pulled her into his arms. Jennifer would have suffered a bad bump if she was unprepared. Now that we are married, if you try anything funny it's considered cheating, okay? Elliot had a particularly pleasant husky voice. However, it sounded like a powerful lion's roar when he got angry and struck fear in her heart as each word struck her eardrums. Jennifer looked up at him and beamed. She said solemnly, I won't betray you or commit adultery. Elliot clearly liked what he heard, so his eyes instantly brightened. However, he was incapable of fully trusting her, so his eyes went dark again. Jennifer sighed to herself. She treated him so badly in the past that it was understandable for him to distrust her. She continued, Elliot, now that we're married, we will be together forever. I know that it's hard for you to trust me now, but I will prove it in time. I'm really just heading out to work now. Elliot held her hand without letting go. Honey, I want to work hard and stand by your side as an equal, said Jennifer solemnly as she gazed at him. The word, honey, sent a ripple through Elliot's heart and stunned him so much that he failed to hear the rest of her sentence. He let go of Jennifer right away. Jennifer knew this meant that she could leave. She had an inkling of how powerful the word was. If Jennifer knew that she could get what she wanted by calling him honey, she would not have had to make all those promises to him. She turned to say to Bella, let's go. Bella was startled. She only saw Elliot holding Jennifer and did not hear their conversation. Chapter 8. See him at night. Was Elliot going to let Jennifer leave so easily? In the past, Elliot always ended up stopping Jennifer regardless of how smart she tried to be. Although she was able to go out in the past, she only managed to go after putting up a huge fight. Jennifer, what did you say to him? Why is he so nice? Asked Bella in surprise. He was always nice to begin with, replied Jennifer with a smile. Didn't you get into a fight yesterday? Jennifer looked at her. Are you hoping that we did? Bella hurriedly shook her head. Of course not. I'm your best friend. I only want the best for you. Jennifer smiled happily. I want the best for you too. Bella felt that Jennifer had changed a lot and was starting to doubt her and seemed to be implying something when she spoke. However, she was incapable of figuring out what was wrong or even whether Jennifer and Elliot got into a fight after she left yesterday. Also, she did not have a clue about Jennifer and Elliot getting married. The two of them soon arrived at the ultimate singer-songwriter filming location. Jennifer removed her mask and put on the mask that the staff gave her. The show had dreams of being a pioneer among talent programs that only cared about looks and not ability. All the participants had to abide by two criteria: 1, they had to use their original songs. 2, they were not allowed to show their faces throughout the program. They wanted to promote truly talented singer-songwriters in the entertainment industry. A few episodes of the program had already been aired, and Jennifer managed to stay on thus far despite her inconsistent performance. Bella had already made quite a name for herself owing to her unique voice. Robert is here. Everyone looked towards Robert when they heard the voice. Robert walked out with a huge retinue and looked very impressive. He was one of the 4 instructors appearing on the show. Robert was the most popular idol singer in Country S, so he came with a huge following and a lot of media attention. The ultimate singer-songwriter managed to receive a healthy viewership when it first aired, mostly thanks to him. Jennifer looked towards the extraordinarily handsome man as well. He was tall and lean and immaculately dressed in a designer suit. His stylish necktie made him look very gentlemanly. And his hair was meticulously done by a stylist and made his face flawless from every angle. He was undoubtedly mesmerizing. Jennifer was obsessed with him for years in her past life. Even though a part of it was due to his good looks, he was also there for her when she felt the most powerless. However, now that she had scrutinized Elliot closely, she shockingly realized that Robert was just a flickering light who could never compare to Elliot's dazzling glory. Bella caught sight of Jennifer looking at Robert infatuatedly, so she pulled Jennifer's hand and said, "Let's go backstage and find him." Robert was Bella's cousin, so they were rather close. However, their relationship was unknown to the public. Jennifer nodded and said, "Forget it. It's too crowded. I'll try again at night." Bella contemplated. Then again, it made sense to meet at night since it made things look clandestine. The filming is about to start. Places please, everyone. Jennifer and Bella entered the set when they heard the film crew calling for them. All the participants were wearing a mask on set, with only their bodies visible. Chapter 9. Throw herself at Robert. After a close fight, we are down to 30 contestants. Each team has now selected 7 contestants. The 2 remaining participants might end up eliminated. Now you have the chance to convince the instructors to change their minds using your talent. Sadly, you will have to leave the show if none of the instructors pick you. The last 2 contestants are Little Stone and Little Dream. Little Dream stood up. His real name was Edmund Perkins. Since the film crew did not want any decisions to be made on the grounds of looks, no one was allowed to share their real name. All the contestants had to come up with a nickname to be used throughout the show. Jennifer only remembered this when she stood on set. She also recalled that none of the instructors wanted the last 2 contestants. Each team already had 7 contestants that could be sent to compete with the other teams. If there were more team members, it was harder for the instructor to come up with a battle plan. Each team member would also have fewer opportunities to compete and perform. In other words, everyone fought it out until the top 3 winners were born. However, each team had to work together to get there, so no one wanted a lousy team member. The last 2 contestants were at the bottom of the 30 left. Sure enough, the instructors needed more time to decide after Edmund finished his performance. "Jennifer, it's your turn." Bella elbowed Jennifer's arm. Jennifer finally recalled she was Little Stone. She almost forgot about the nickname. Bella assumed Jennifer's performance was still as inconsistent as before, so she encouraged her kindly, "Just act cute to Robert when you perform. I'm sure he will pick you if you do it. Didn't you write a love letter for him? Take the chance to give it to him." The moment she did that, Elliot would get angry, and Robert's fans would scold her like crazy. Jennifer recalled she did exactly that in her past life. Even though she could have used her talent, she took the chance to give Robert a love letter in the hope that he would take notice of her and come back to her. Elliot flew into a rage after he learned of her actions. Also, Robert's fans made her public enemy number 1 and would stay with Jennifer for the rest of her life. The camera followed Jennifer when she stood up. Jennifer barely had any airtime during the last few episodes. She had joined the show because of Robert. However, she wanted to rid herself of Elliot, so she often dressed inappropriately. This time, she was dressed minimalistically in her usual style. Her limbs looked long, and her ankles were surprisingly fair and beautiful. The cameraman followed her closely and did not want to let go of any good content. "Little Stone, are you going to sing or submit a song?" Robert sounded exceptionally warm and polite on screen. There were 2 options for the participants. They could either perform or submit their original songs to the instructors to get their votes. Most decent singer-songwriters were good singers, and their voices only varied in tonal quality. Jennifer smiled confidently. "I want to submit a song." Chapter 10. A Love Letter. Jennifer stepped forward and gave out all 4 copies of her work to the instructors. The other 3 instructors were stunned. In the past, Little Stone always submitted her work to Robert and picked his team. Whenever the other instructors showed interest in Jennifer, she disregarded it. It was clear to everyone that she was Robert's fan, so the 3 other instructors had lost hope in her a long time ago. Robert's fans even aptly called her a desperate dog. However, she surprisingly prepared 4 sets of manuscripts this time. After Jennifer handed in her work, she stood by the side calmly. Bella merely thought that she was trying to hoodwink the public by giving all the instructors her song. She was certain that Jennifer had given Robert a love letter and patronized the rest of the instructors by giving them some random song. She hurriedly took a picture, sent it straight to Elliot, and told him about Jennifer's love letter. Elliot's eyes felt chilly as he sat outside the filming studio. Despite how spacious the car was, it felt so claustrophobic due to Elliot's low spirits that Charlie had trouble breathing. Charlie felt that Jennifer was really asking for trouble when he watched the show on Elliot's phone. She claimed that she was just going for filming, but look what happened. Did she not end up throwing herself at Robert? Was the marriage license just decoration to her? Elliot almost warped the phone as he held it in his hand. Meanwhile, on set, the 4 instructors looked surprised when they saw Jennifer's work. After discussing her work softly, 2 of the instructors pressed the light. However, it was accompanied by a cross and 2 sharp beeps, and they did not choose Jennifer. It was as the crowd expected. All the contestants remained quiet. Robert pressed the bell, and a green light lit up to indicate he had passed her. Jennifer was able to stay on the show as Robert had given Jennifer the green light a few times. Since she occasionally performed well, no one had a problem with it. The crowd was disapproving and felt that he was trying to be nice because Jennifer was his fan. From the looks of it, Jennifer could stay on in the show. At this moment, the other instructor, William Ford, pressed the light as well. A tick with a green light appeared. Although William was not a singer, he hailed from a family with a lot of history in music. He graduated from top schools and had a refined and intelligent aura. Even though he was not commercially successful, he was highly professional. His green light was an acknowledgement of Jennifer's ability. According to the program's rules, all 4 teachers could choose a participant, but it was up to the contestant to pick the instructor they wanted. Now that Robert and William both approved Jennifer, it meant that she had to choose between the 2. I'm sure she will pick Robert without hesitation. I'm absolutely sure. The crowd gossiped softly. Even the film crew was certain of it. Little Stone, the choice is in your hands, and I hope you will make the right one, said William warmly. After he saw Jennifer's manuscript, he was awed by her talent. Even though he was a songwriter, only the work he did at the prime of his life could compare with the one that Jennifer had submitted. Robert smiled and looked gorgeous. Don't do anything you will regret. I choose. Jennifer did not finish her sentence. Instead, she walked up to the instructors' seats. Chapter 11. I choose. The camera kept following closely behind Jennifer. It felt as though Jennifer had suddenly become very attractive, and everyone was incapable of veering their eyes from her. Even though she was undramatic and simply stood there calmly, she stood out easily from the other contestants. Everyone looked at Jennifer and was certain that she would pick Robert. She might even take the opportunity to touch him. Jennifer was the only person who was undaunted by Robert's powerful legion of fans. She was a true warrior. Bella secretly took out her phone and planned on taking a picture when Jennifer hugged Robert. Jennifer walked right up and said with a smile, "Robert, I'm sorry. I want to choose Mr. William." The crowd went into a commotion. Bella was stunned. Robert was caught by surprise as well and touched his nose in self-deprecation. Elliot sat in the car outside the set and broke his phone with a snap when Jennifer walked up to Robert, leaving his palm bleeding. Since Charlie was following the program on his phone, he pointed at the screen and stammered, Mr. Turner, Miss Walter picked William." The darkness in Elliot's eyes gradually dissipated when he lowered his eyes. The 2 other instructors started to regret it. Why did Jennifer pick William? They thought that Jennifer was bound to pick Robert, so even though they were awed by Jennifer's original work, they decided not to pick her. If they knew that she was not going to choose Robert, they would have voted for her. Nevertheless, it was too late to regret. Bella was absolutely puzzled, but now was not the time to ask since they were filming. Okay then. Since the outcome of the last 2 contestants has been decided, let's wait to see their live performance. The host announced that they had come to an end of the team selection. Bella ran towards Jennifer once the cameras were off. Jennifer, didn't you give Robert a love letter? Why didn't you pick him? I forgot to bring it. Robert's team is too strong, so it's hard to succeed in it. Also, you are on the team, and I don't want to compete with you. "You are my best friend after all," explained Jennifer as she blinked. Jennifer had bright unsullied eyes and her eyelashes were long, curly, and thick. She looked aloof when she was not talking, but her eyes came alive with color the moment she did. Since her eyes looked absolutely innocent, Bella ended up believing her. She was about to bring Jennifer backstage to see Robert, but heard that he left promptly after the filming due to an endorsement activity, so Bella had to put her plans on hold. In any case, there were plenty of chances in the future. After Jennifer shook off Bella, she hurried back to Repulse Bay Villa. The entire villa was silent, and only Jennifer's footsteps were audible. Charlie walked down the stairs solemnly. Jennifer greeted him, "Mr. Foster." Charlie could not be bothered with Jennifer and rolled his eyes at her. Just as they brushed past each other, Jennifer spoke to him, "Mr. Foster, is Elliot home? What is he doing?" In theory, it was dinner time now. Since everyone was so quiet, Elliot must be throwing a temper again. Charlie spoke with sarcasm, "Do you care about Mr. Turner?" Even though Jennifer did not care about his attitude, she wanted to change her situation in Repulse Bay Villa. Chapter 12. Has he done you any injustice? Jennifer stepped forward and looked Charlie in the eye. "Why not? Mr. Foster, I'm Elliot's legal wife now, so it is my duty to know how he is doing. Aren't you obligated to tell me since you are his assistant?" Charlie looked at Jennifer in surprise. This typically unreasonable woman was shockingly capable of speaking with such confidence. He automatically told Jennifer what happened. "People on the internet are saying that you gave Robert a love letter." Hence, Elliot got agitated. He neither ate lunch nor breakfast and shut himself in his study to work and kept giving off a hostile aura. By the time Jennifer got home, Charlie was already at his wit's end, so he gave her a poor attitude. The content that was filmed today had yet to be edited and aired. However, everyone on the internet was already in a furor and talking about how shameless Little Stone was for throwing herself at Robert and blatantly disregarding the contest. The fans did not know that Little Stone was Jennifer, but Elliot certainly did. It did not take much effort for Jennifer to realize that Bella must have been behind it. Bella had sent pictures to Elliot and even spread them online. Since Jennifer's eyes were lowered, Charlie could not tell how she felt about this, so he spoke even more sarcastically, "Miss Walter, has Mr. Turner done you any injustice?" Jennifer suddenly thought about her past life where he was there for her in her lowest time and smiled. "No, he's perfect." Charlie could detect regret and pity in her eyes, so he could not bring himself to speak harshly to her. "Mr. Foster, I will check with you on how Elliot is doing from now on. I would appreciate your help," said Jennifer. She smiled when she saw how stunned Charlie was. "Otherwise, how am I supposed to make him happy?" Charlie stood where he was even after Jennifer was long gone. Had the sun risen from the west today? Jennifer walked up to Elliot's study and knocked on the door. His husky, arrogant voice came from inside. "Get lost." "Elliot, it's me." Jennifer's voice was unique and versatile. It sounded particularly sweet when she softened her tone. There was a long silence before the door suddenly opened, and Elliot's tall, lean body appeared before Jennifer. A shadow loomed over her. Despite Jennifer's height, she seemed particularly small in front of a man like him. Before she said a word, Elliot pressed her against the wall and held her neck with his right hand as he bit her lips. Jennifer did not panic and run or hate it. She was no longer fearful of his cruelty. All she could think of was his love. She looked at him unperturbed as she held his powerful arms. Elliot stopped kissing her, his cold, distant eyes looking puzzled instead. However, his eyes remained filled with disappointment and anger. "Are you angry?" asked Jennifer bluntly. "Do you not want me to do the things I like? Should I sit back while you fall for someone else?" Elliot held her neck tightly. Jennifer suppressed her anger. "Would you rather trust someone else rather than me? Am I still your baby?" Elliot clearly did not expect Jennifer to say this. Her face swiftly blushed crimson as emotions flooded her eyes. He gradually let go of her. Chapter 13. Swelling in her brain. Elliot could not bring himself to say it, but Jennifer certainly was his baby. Her hair, curly eyelashes, everything about her was as adorable as a baby that it made his heart turn to mush. "Do you think I wrote him a love letter?" Jennifer handed him her phone. "Take a look." It was a video she took before going on the show. All 4 documents were identical song manuscripts. The copy she gave Robert was no different from the other copies. Elliot let her go. The fury surging in his dark eyes calmed down gradually. He even seemed a little guilty. Jennifer knew that he could decide for himself. This bit of evidence was only enough for her to gain a short period of trust. Never mind. Time would prove it all. Now that she was reborn, she had plenty of time. "Shall we eat?" Jennifer knew his habits well. Elliot was unable to eat and sleep peacefully once he was agitated. He would throw himself into work with all the fury in his heart. His habits almost ruined his life. She held Elliot's hand. However, the moment she held it, she discovered it was injured, and he did not bother to disinfect and bandage it. "Elliot, what happened? Does it hurt?" asked Jennifer. Elliot said nothing. He cut his palm with his phone when Jennifer nearly picked Robert. All he felt was fury and defeat, but not the slightest pain. Jennifer was heartbroken. She went to get the first aid box to take care of the wound. Elliot obediently reached his hand out and let Jennifer bandage it. He did not even frown when she sprayed the alcohol on the wound. At that time, butler Addison came over with tea. Despite his dislike for Jennifer, he could not help feeling happy that she could convince Elliot to tend to his wounds. Elliot had been bleeding ever since he came back. Charlie and the butler both tried, but neither of them succeeded in making Elliot stop and tend to his wound. Jennifer recalled that this injury got infected in her past life and took a long time to recover. This injury and his foul mood caused his health to deteriorate. This time, she was not letting it happen. Since he was so cooperative, Jennifer rewarded him with a kiss on his forehead and said, "That's more like it." Elliot suddenly raised his head with a light in his eyes. Butler Addison was stunned. Did she think she was coaxing a cat, dog or kid? Elliot shockingly did not stop her. "Butler Addison, can you prepare dinner? I've famished after working all day," said Jennifer. Was Jennifer staying for dinner? She never once ate with Elliot. Butler Addison patted his face to check if he was dreaming before he left to prepare dinner. Although Jennifer was disfigured, if she could change her ways and make Elliot happy, she was doing good. Fortunately, Elliot had hurt his left hand, so he had no problems eating. Jennifer placed food in his bowl as she watched him eat. She finally realized that even though Elliot ate quickly, he looked elegant and was innately dignified. A part of Robert's image was a product of mass production to fit the public's aesthetic preference, so he was only pretending to be elegant and could not compare to Elliot's aura. She felt that all the water she had drunk in her past life had caused swelling in her brain. Chapter 14. She ended up reluctant. Elliot raised his head and looked at Jennifer with his dark eyes as she went into a daze. Jennifer smiled at him as she picked up her bowl. Her smile was so sweet that it left Elliot stunned. He instantly felt that she was a feast for the eyes. He used to think that the idiom was a sheer fabrication. However, now that he had laid eyes on her, he knew that the people who coined it spoke the truth and people deserving of this description truly existed. Jennifer initially wanted to head to her room after dinner. After she was forced to move into Repulse Bay Villa, she was given her own room, and she did everything to avoid Elliot. Since they only got married last night, Elliot allowed her to use her old room. However, they were now married, so he might get upset if they slept in separate rooms. Jennifer squeezed her shirt, a look of determination emerged on her face, and she entered Elliot's room. Her gestures did not escape Elliot's eyes. His heart tightened when he noticed her dilemma. In the end, she was reluctant to be with him. The fury that had disappeared gathered once more and made the atmosphere several degrees colder. Jennifer had already left and failed to notice Elliot's anger. Even though she liked Elliot, she was afraid to sleep with him for the first time. She might have already lived an entire lifetime before, but this was still new to her, and she could not bring herself to do it yet. She deliberately bathed and lay down in bed before Elliot came back to the room. She wanted to chat with him more, but she was so tired that she fell asleep right away. Elliot went back to the room somewhat angrily to see her lovely little face under the blankets. Her eyes were closed, so her long eyelashes looked like butterflies sitting quietly on her face. She looked calm, peaceful, and indescribably beautiful. He reached his hand out angrily before halting abruptly. She was surprisingly sleeping on his bed. Also, she was sleeping well without the slightest repulsion. Elliot was stunned. He stood up slowly without disturbing the girl on his bed before he quietly headed to the bathroom. Jennifer slept well all night. Elliot was not around when she woke up. However, she could faintly smell his cold pine scent on the blanket. Jennifer was certain that he was there all night. No wonder she could sleep so well. She encountered so much suffering in her past life that she was incapable of sleeping well. So she could only rest with him around. However, she found it odd that Elliot did not touch her. Jennifer did not encounter Elliot when she walked out with her bag. Also, Butler Addison surprisingly did not stop her when she left. It felt as though she could enter and leave the villa as she wished. Jennifer left the door to see a huge van parked at the door and her agent, Arnold, getting down from it. Arnold Moore was the top agent in Supreme Entertainment and had helped groom a lot of top celebrities before, so he was one of the best agents in the industry. He threw away the work he had on hand to groom Jennifer at Elliot's request. Needless to say, he did not welcome the chore. He was wearing sunglasses and looked like he could not be bothered with Jennifer. Even his well-coiffed, slicked-back hair looked like it abhorred Jennifer. Arnold was initially excited to groom someone handpicked by Elliot since Elliot had a keen eye. Chapter 15. If he ever helped her again, he was a dog. No matter how untalented an artist was, he was confident of making them a second-tier celebrity as long as they were human. However, Jennifer was just a dog. Jennifer was an unreasonable dog that kept barking all the time. She refused to take his orders and followed Robert everywhere he went and badly hurt Arnold's feelings. If Arnold ever helped her again, he was a dog. See, she made trouble by giving out a love letter last night. Arnold was relieved that the participants could only sign up anonymously and their faces were concealed, and even their talent agents had to go in through special entrances. All the parties involved were made to sign non-disclosure agreements to never talk about the contestants' names or looks. Hence, his ruin was put on indefinite hold. Arnold. Jennifer slightly nodded before she opened the door and got in. A look of shock flashed across Arnold's eyes from behind his shades. Arnold. She sure sounded affectionate. Did she want him to help clean up the mess she made with the love letter? Arnold glanced at her and snorted. The ugly woman sure liked to fantasize. She entered the shooting location through a specific entrance. The instructors and the other contestants had already arrived. However, no one was surprised to see Jennifer walk in late. Robert was late today, and since Jennifer walked in right behind Robert, it was evident why she was late. None of them wore masks when they were not filming. Even though the main gimmick about the show was that the contestants' identities were anonymous and even the instructors did not know who they were, it was hard to ensure this in reality, so the film crew gave up when they were not filming. However, Jennifer still wore a mask, and only her eyes could be seen. She found a seat and sat down. Her eyes were absolutely stunning, and it was all that could be seen since she wore a mask the entire time. Everyone knew about her beauty from the terrible roles she acted in, but no one knew about the scar on her face. Even if people called her names, no one could doubt her beauty. Some of them lowered their heads and felt glad that no one's face could be seen on the show. Otherwise it would be a great injustice for untalented people like Jennifer to get a head start using her looks. They were about to film the show after the final team selection. Jennifer had submitted a song but had yet to write the lyrics, so that was what she had to do now before she familiarized herself with the final product. She had to perform the song on the next episode. It was the same for everyone else, so they merely glanced at Jennifer before they buried their heads and worked. They asked their instructor for help when they encountered problems. William came over to Jennifer. "Little Stone, have you decided on the lyrics?" "I have come up with a concept." Jennifer had smiley eyes when she was relaxed. But there is a twist that I'd like to talk to you about. William was very intrigued by her work. If this was her usual songwriting standard, she could easily become a second-tier celebrity after the show was through. He seemed concerned, really. Where, unlike other programs, the instructors' pointers were critical. Now that Jennifer was added to William's team, everyone's time with him was watered down. Since William even specially went over to help her, everyone cast them sidelong glances. However, they merely pursed their lips slightly without saying a word. If a top student received advice, she might improve from 95 marks to 96 or 97 marks. Since she was a slacker, no matter how much tuition she received, she would only manage a borderline pass. Chapter 16. Could not be bothered. No one would be envious of a bad student. Bella moved closer to Jennifer and tried to eavesdrop. She wanted to know what lyrics Jennifer would use. Sadly, she did not catch any details even after listening to them for some time. Later that night, the contestants would stay to hone their skills. Only Jennifer was leaving. Since she had just gained Elliot's trust, she did not want to lose it. It was only natural that some of the contestants rolled their eyes sky high at the news. Jennifer strode out nonchalantly. In comparison to what she experienced in her past life, the contempt was chicken feed. Bella hurried over and held her arm. Jennifer, have you finished writing your lyrics? Do you want me to go over it for you? It's all set. Jennifer handed her a copy. I have to head back to practice and so do you. So go back. The moment Jennifer left, Bella hurriedly looked at the lyrics. It was a moving love song that spoke of boundless love and sadness. The part about standing in the darkness waiting for the comet to strike felt exceptionally touching. She must have written it for Robert's ears. Hence, Bella was in no hurry to send it to Elliot or release it online. Since they were lyrics, their power could only be truly sensed when the song was performed live. 3 days passed in peace for Jennifer and Elliot. However, Charlie and the butler felt that this was just the peace before the storm. The event that would finally light the fire would be the first live telecast of Ultimate Singer-Songwriter. Jennifer had already used all kinds of ways to get Robert's attention and express her admiration during the show. This helped to put the show on the map and make Robert even more popular. Hence, Jennifer certainly would not pass up the opportunity to do this on the first live telecast. Charlie and the butler were terribly worried. The closer it got to the live telecast, the more anxious they became. Elliot's fury also kept intensifying as time progressed. A battle was on the brink of breaking out. Jennifer was keenly aware that Elliot was waiting to see her live performance. Her live performance would determine his attitude towards her from now on and how close they would end up. The social media account that the film crew had created for Little Stone was filled with anti-fans. Robert's fans kept cursing Jennifer and called her a stubborn stone from the latrine pit. Even Arnold was incapable of stopping them and could not do anything about it. Even if he could not be bothered. The first live telecast of Ultimate Singer-Songwriter finally aired. All 30 contestants would go on stage one after another to perform their original work and wait for the audience to vote for them. Then, based on the outcome of their votes, they could rise through the ranks and appear on the next episode. Jennifer always had an average performance and so was always on the borderline. On the other hand, Bella had great singing technique, so she always came in second and was rather popular. She always showed restraint when she interacted with Robert and called him Mr. Gideon, so his fans liked her a lot. Jennifer's legion of anti-fans were raring to go. The moment Jennifer tried to seduce Robert on stage, they would vote for some other contestant like Bella so that Jennifer would fall to rock bottom. Chapter 17. Negative scores. This time, their order of appearance was determined by drawing lots. Bella and Jennifer were in luck and were scheduled to be the 11th and 12th performers. They put on their masks and went backstage to wait for their turn. The other contestants went on stage one after another. Meanwhile, backstage, the agent smiled and said to Robert as the stylist did his hair and makeup, "You look so handsome. Someone is going to drool the moment they see you." Robert smiled calmly. She will control herself since we are in public. Even if Jennifer dared to disregard her agreement with the program and did something to Robert, his company and agent were around to help, so he was unafraid that she might cause trouble. He and Jennifer were over, and it was impossible to go back. Moreover, the marriage was decided between the Gideon and Walter families on a whim. In reality, the woman that was promised to him was Sandra, the Walter family's biological daughter. The fake daughter of the Walter family. Robert's lips curved into a deprecating smile. If Jennifer were less disappointing, he would not have lost interest in her so quickly, but there were no buts in the world. At Repulse Bay Villa, inside Elliot's room, the ultimate singer-songwriter was already selected on the high-resolution television screen. The ultimate singer-songwriter was already selected on the high-resolution television screen. Elliot was buried in work, dealing with a mountain of documents on the table. Charlie stood by the side without daring to make a peep. He quietly stood as he glanced at the screen from the corner of his eye. Butler Addison did not even dare to make a sound when he sent tea in. He caught two maids secretly watching the program, so he glared at them and sent them running in shock. Charlie glanced at the screen every now and then. Jennifer had yet to perform. However, her name could be seen everywhere. The viewers kept typing in comments about their doubts towards her and scolded her. "Little stone, who do you think you are? How dare you touch Robert? Aha, you certainly are a stubborn stone from the latrine. Sadly, we can only vote for them and can't reduce their scores. Otherwise, I would make sure Little Stone ends up coming in with a negative score. Little Raindrop is going on stage. Cast all your votes on her." Little Raindrops was Bella. Her votes shot right to the top by stepping on Jennifer and using Robert's popularity. Finally, it was Jennifer's turn to perform. Charlie really wished that he did not have eyes or ears, but there was nothing he could do about that. Elliot raised his head to glance at Charlie, and Charlie increased the volume with the remote control trembling in his hand. Bella gestured okay to Jennifer when she went on stage and encouraged her not to be nervous. Jennifer was certainly not nervous. She picked up the microphone and walked up the stage. The audience could not help purse their lips in disdain. William looked at the stage with great interest. And the other two instructors shrugged and seemed certain that Jennifer would make use of the opportunity to confess her love for Robert with the lyrics of her song. Robert smiled nonchalantly. Despite Jennifer's actions, no one in the company or the program made any objection. They were clearly happy to use this as marketing for the show and help increase Robert's popularity. Little Stone was now genuinely everyone's stepping stone. The music started, and a light lit Jennifer up as she stood center stage. She was dressed in a demure long skirt and seemed as though she was about to sing a ballad. The next second, however, the music started, and a strong beat pulsated in the air. Chapter 18, Get Lost. Two of the instructors were stunned. Why were Jennifer's song and style poles apart? Had she really abandoned herself and wanted to confess her love to Robert on the stage this one final time? Jennifer ripped her skirt off when the music started. She was surprisingly wearing a pair of jeans under her skirt. The jeans accentuated her long slender legs and beautiful waistline. The audience immediately reacted. "Oh God, can you see that perfect figure of hers?" Despite the mask on her face, everyone quickly noticed her perfect figure. Jennifer quickly opened her mouth and caught the attention of both their eyes and ears. The rhythm was great, but as for the song, everyone waited in anticipation for the words to come out of Jennifer's mouth. Get lost. This hypocritical tenderness. Get lost. I keep hanging around. Get lost. This romantic rhetoric. Get lost. Your unfathomable little plots. Memories keep warning me to forget you completely. Leave me alone. This lying poison. Get lost. Get out of my life. It was not a ballad. Instead, it was a fast-paced song that was usually not Jennifer's style. Robert's fans were briefly stunned before someone took the lead to applaud. More people ended up clapping. The instructors started to clap as well, with William standing at their lead. William did not expect Jennifer to have such explosive power. Initially, he was concerned that she was incapable of expressing it in the lyrics. A look of surprise flashed across Robert's face briefly before he suppressed it using the self-control he honed through years of practice. He kept up a smile and looked poised. Charlie knew that he was about to get saved. He knew it from the moment he heard Jennifer's first sentence. Elliot's anger that had been bottling for 3 days gradually dissipated as Jennifer sang. He finally dared to take a close look at the viewers' comments. The comments were flooded with question marks. Everyone assumed that this was going to be a live telecast of Jennifer throwing herself at Robert. However, the more people felt this way, the more shocked they ended up. Why is Little Stone doing this? Is she saying goodbye to Robert? How dare she treat Robert this way? Impossible. How could Little Stone bear to do it considering how nice Robert is? This song doesn't sound half bad. I want to sing it to my ex too. Please send me the link to download the song. Halfway through the show, Jennifer's song instantly hit the top spot on music platforms and became the most searched and downloaded song. She had broken the record for the program. By the end of the show, Jennifer finally escaped the fate of hovering on the passing mark and rose to the 15th position for the first time. That meant she ranked right in the middle out of the 30 contestants. That was only because Robert's fans had cast their votes on other contestants in a bid to suppress Jennifer's scores. Otherwise, she would have come in the top 10 based on her performance. Robert went backstage gruffly with the agent following behind consoling him. "Robert, don't think about it. It's just a song." Bella also said softly, "It's just a song. It can't possibly affect you in any way. Get out." Robert pointed at the door. Robert was keenly aware that it was merely a song and that Jennifer was in his past. Chapter 19. Mr. Turner trashed the TV. More importantly, everyone knew that Jennifer was singing about Robert. The company and program had done a lot of press releases to market the fact that Little Stone had participated because of Robert, so everything she did was interpreted as love for Robert. So it went without saying that Get Lost was targeting Robert and ended up a slap in his face. He could dump Jennifer if he wanted, but how could Jennifer humiliate him? "Why did you embarrass Robert? Don't you love him anymore?" asked Bella disappointedly. Jennifer picked up her teacup and spoke calmly. "I didn't necessarily write the song for him, right? She could have written this as an anthem for her lovely best friend, anti-fans, and those people from the Walter family who insulted her." The battle horn has been sounded. Were they ready? Owing to censorship, William forced her to change the title of the song from Die to Get Lost. Jennifer sighed in her heart. She ended up not getting to sing the song with its full power. Bella automatically thought, "Did you write this for Elliot?" She was instantly relieved. Jennifer was certainly bold to provoke Elliot to this extent. She wondered how mad Elliot would become after hearing the song. Only you would dare to pick a fight against Elliot. Then again, he didn't even give you basic freedom, so you went easy on him since you only told him to get lost. Bella was happy with Jennifer's performance tonight. Jennifer lowered her eyes. After Bella was done sowing discord, she happily urged Jennifer to go home. If she went back late and Elliot stopped feeling angry, they might not end up fighting. Jennifer was happily sitting in the huge van when she received Charlie's text message. Arnold did not watch the competition at all. He went as far as uninstalling his social media so that he would not have to see the news about Jennifer throwing herself at Robert. He sat in the front passenger seat as he rested his eyes and pretended that she was non-existent. The moment Jennifer checked her text messages, she got worried. Charlie's text message was to the point. Mr. Turner threw the television. It was public knowledge that succinct messages were a sign of urgency, especially when Elliot was involved. Did he throw the television? But why did he do it? Did she not just tell Robert to get lost with her song? Hang on, she forgot about that stupid Bella. Elliot must be certain that she wrote the song for him. Sure enough, Bella was great at distorting the truth. She kept trying to burn Jennifer with her lies. Jennifer closed her eyes slightly before they opened wide. It was about time she did some real acting. The moment she got off the huge van, it drove off, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Jennifer prepared herself mentally before walking slowly into Repulse Bay Villa. Charlie was sitting in the living room as he contemplated what Jennifer suggested. If he helped her to lift Elliot's mood, it was considered a good deal. Hence, he sent Jennifer text messages and gave her pointers. He certainly hoped that he made the right decision. The moment he finished thinking about this, Jennifer walked in. Since she was wearing her mask and only her eyes were visible, they looked particularly attractive. If Charlie had not suffered at her hand, he might have gotten sucked into her eyes. Before he even finished the thought, Jennifer picked up the teacup on the coffee table and threw it on the ground. The glass was broken into smithereens. Charlie gaped in shock as Jennifer picked up a pricey porcelain vase and hurled it at an expensive screen. Chapter 20. If she said you did, then you did. Miss Walter. Calm down. Despite everything Charlie had encountered in his life, he was so shocked that his voice trembled. What on earth was going on? Why did she suddenly revert to her old ways? She didn't use to throw things when she was angry in the past. However, Jennifer completely disregarded him and threw another Song Dynasty glaze vase at the television set. Charlie was stunned and deeply regretted. He should not have told Jennifer about Elliot smashing the television set in their room. If Elliot asked about it, that would be the end of his career. After Jennifer was tired of throwing things, she finally spotted Elliot's long slender legs standing at the top of the stairs. She reached her hand out and grabbed Charlie by the sleeve with her eyes red, and a large tear instantly gathered in her eye. Charlie felt indignant. What do you mean? I swear I didn't do anything to you. Jennifer sadly choked as she shook Charlie's neck powerlessly. Who said I wrote, "Get lost," for Elliot? Why would I sing that to my hubby? Why did you tell him that? Boo-hoo, I clearly wrote it to sever ties with Robert. Why won't you believe me? Even Robert's fans knew I was writing about him. Charlie wanted to help support her since she was so emotional that she could not stand straight. However, he did not dare touch Jennifer, so he left her swaying. He swore he never uttered anything to that effect before. Miss Walter, are you mistaken? I didn't. Why did you say that? Boo-hoo, Robert's fans curse me, and even you misunderstand me. Tears trickled down Jennifer's face. Tears trickled down her big bright eyes like pearls and made her look absolutely pitiful. Elliot strode towards Jennifer. He strode over with a dignified aura as Jennifer cried. Jennifer let go of Charlie, lunged into Elliot's arms, and choked without saying a word. Charlie was at a loss. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Turner, I never once said the song was about you. Miss Walter has misunderstood. I said nothing about the song since she got back. If she said you did, then you did. Elliot lowered his eyes slightly. He let go of his tightly clenched fists and placed them on Jennifer's waist. Charlie could tell that Elliot was being overprotective. He knew it was useless to say anything now, so he shut up. What had he done? Jennifer raised her head and looked at Elliot teary-eyed. No one believes me, but you do, don't you? From the moment she lunged over, Elliot had lost all temper. Although she was being unreasonable, he remained patient. I believe you. Who do you think I was singing the song for? Jennifer's eyes misted over with tears brimming in her eyes. Elliot's heart trembled at the sight. He narrowed his eyes to conceal his guilt. He should not have misunderstood Jennifer. Is that what you think of me too? Jennifer pouted and was about to cry. Robert. You sang it for Robert. For the first time, Elliot was not disgusted by his love rival's name. Now that he had said these words, the doubts in his heart disappeared completely. This was the effect she wanted. Nothing was more trustworthy than realizing it on his own and saying the truth out loud. Jennifer. Hands on her waist, she was a genius. Chapter 21. She wasn't mentally prepared. Jennifer sneered at Charlie, hear that? Serves you right for blabbering nonsense. Charlie went speechless. Life was hard, sighed the assistant. Elliot glanced at Charlie, who straightened his back promptly. I won't ever say such things again. The two of you are a perfect couple, even the way you threw things at the TV was exactly the same. You're meant for each other. Elliot's expression gradually became gentle. He did not know how to coax Jennifer, so he hugged her. His actions seemed a little stiff and he seemed worried to hurt her or afraid that she might attempt to run. Jennifer reached her head out to look at Charlie. That's more like it. I'm so sorry. Charlie swallowed his pride. Elliot stared at him sternly. You are going to Africa. Charlie's face paled. He did not want to go to Africa. Jennifer really got him in trouble now. Jennifer hurriedly interrupted Elliot. Elliot, why don't you just punish him to make me 3 cups of juice since he looks sorry as it is? Before Elliot looked over, Charlie hurriedly said, I'm right on it. Be right back. Jennifer glanced at the chaos on the ground and said softly, Elliot, what do we do about this? In hindsight, she sensed a heartache. Even though it did not cross her mind when she was smashing the stuff, it finally dawned on her that these things were worth an astronomical sum. She seemed to have smashed tens of millions worth of antiques. It pricked her heart. It's fine. If you like the throw things, there's more, said Elliot without even breaking a frown. No thanks. It breaks my heart to smash them. The moment Elliot held her hand, Jennifer held it back. His dark eyes seemed calm and bright. Jennifer had to admit how pleased she was with the outcome. The act was certainly worth it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to appease this angry lion. It would not have occurred to him how much Jennifer cared about it. It was too bad that Charlie had to take the fall. Charlie quickly came back with fruit juice. Jennifer passed him a glass. I can't drink that much. Why don't you drink this glass? She spoke quickly in a hushed tone when Charlie took the juice. I'm really sorry. Allow me to offer you this juice as an apology. Don't worry. I will never let you get posted to Africa as long as I am around. Charlie was stunned. He instantly felt emotional when he looked at Jennifer once more. Was his career going to meet with advancement? Jennifer took the juice and went upstairs with Elliot. Elliot lowered his head when they got upstairs to see blood oozing from the back of her foot. He looked angry and swiftly bent to carry her. Hey, Elliot, Jennifer held his shoulder nervously. Was this it? Was this the start of their marital life? She was not mentally prepared yet. They still had to work on their relationship. She went limp and finally felt secure when she sensed the firm bed beneath her. Elliot grabbed her foot and wiped the blood off with cotton buds. Jennifer then realized that she was injured. Jennifer rubbed her face. She was honestly overthinking it. Fortunately, it was just a minor abrasion. Jennifer exclaimed softly as he cleaned it with alcohol. Ow. It seemed as though a storm was brewing in Elliot's eyes, so Jennifer said softly, I won't ever smash things again. It's fine to break stuff, but if I get hurt, both of us will be in pain. Elliot was holding a band-aid but his hands paused. Chapter 22. Elliot clearly knew that Jennifer was reminding him not to do it either, but he was not angry and did not blame her. Instead, he liked it a lot since it meant that his girl knew that he cared about her. Would she care if he got hurt as well? His actions automatically got a little rougher just thinking about it. Would she? Jennifer pulled her foot back from the pain with her eyes smiling. I'm going to bathe. Elliot felt a void in his heart when her foot left his hand. After contemplating for a while, he pulled out his phone and blacklisted Bella. Even though he wanted to know more about her, he should not use this method. After the last live performance, the last 30 contestants were ranked. In the next segment of the competition, the contestants that come in the last 10 would get eliminated based on their combined results for the last 2 rounds. Hence, the upcoming contest was very important. The next round is a team effort. Everyone will be tested for their abilities to collaborate to write music and perform. The host introduced the rules from backstage. Members of every team will draw lots to form a duo to perform and get voted on. Only the top 20 contestants can make it to the next round. For teams with odd numbers, one of the contestants will have the chance to draw the lucky lot and get to collaborate and perform with your instructor. Those with even numbers will just team up with each other based on their lots. If neither contestants are willing to form a team after drawing the same number, they have one chance to change teams. Ivory had the most votes in Jennifer's team. She was displeased when she heard the rules. William's team started with 7 members, so they were 1 man short. Ivory Mayer had the best results in the team and consistently came in 3rd or 4th place. She had a good chance of drawing the lucky lot and working with William. This would help increase her odds of winning vastly. However, Ivory had lost this chance as Jennifer had chosen to join them and made them an 8-man team. She glanced at Jennifer coldly. She said nothing as she sat in her seat to pull out her notebook and start writing a song. The other 6 team members felt the same way. Draw your lots. Everyone quietly drew their lots. The moment Jennifer came over, they pulled their hands back and gestured for her to go first. It seemed as though it would minimize their chances of getting the same lot as her if she went first. Jennifer did not turn down the offer. She reached her hand out to draw a lot and opened it to see 2 written on it. All her team members secretly wished. Not 2. Please don't give me number 2. Jennifer listened to them praying as she stood in the center and could not help finding it hilarious. Most of them did not want to work with Jennifer. She did not turn up on time and had inconsistent performance, so no one wanted to put themselves at risk of elimination by working with her. Also, if she made trouble and confessed to Robert again, her partner would end up ostracized by Robert's fans as well. Only a fool would want to collaborate with her. Even if they ended up with an unsuitable team member, it was far better than working with Jennifer. I got number 4, said someone with relief. This meant that he did not have to team up with Jennifer. Chapter 23, Do I Have a Choice? I got 3. Thank God. I got 3 too. Let's team up. Ha ha. I got 1. Who else drew the same lot? Everyone felt fortunate not to get the same number as Jennifer. All of them sounded relieved and the atmosphere seemed good on screen. Little Flag, what number did you get? Asked someone softly. Ivory closed her eyes as she opened her lot. The instant she saw that it was 2 from the corner of her eye, she looked disappointed. She had strong self-restraint and did not ridicule Jennifer, but she remained upset in her heart. However, she could not force Jennifer to pick another team with the camera rolling. She was in a dilemma. Little Flag, shall we team up? Asked Julian. The guy was relieved that he drew number 4. However, his joy did not last long when he realized that his team member was equally bad as Jennifer. Hence, he promptly refused to team up with the contestant with the same lot. Julian Gibson was a pretty good singer with consistently strong results, so he was far more popular than Jennifer and the contestant he had to team up with. Ivory said, "It's up to Little Stone." Julian glanced at Jennifer. "What say you?" "I don't mind." Jennifer seemed nonchalant and left them to team up. Ivory was clearly relieved and quickly walked away with Julian. She seemed worried that Jennifer might change her mind. Everyone else had formed teams, so only Jennifer and another girl were left. Her name was Willow Connor. Since she had drawn number 4, she was supposed to team up with Julian. However, Julian was insistent, so Willow was forsaken. Willow was very good at songwriting and only that. She got nervous whenever she went on stage. It was understandable that Julian did not want to work with her. Jennifer was aware that Willow was not an incompetent singer. Instead, her vocals were so good that they were recording quality. She simply got anxious the moment she went on stage and had to face the audience. William was powerless about her problem and had allowed her to perform whatever she could and kept his fingers crossed. If masks were not used to shield her from the audience's eyes, she probably would not have even made it past the top 30. Hence, Willow was unconfident in nature. Despite her talent, she was too shy and introverted to speak. In her previous life, she only ranked slightly better than Jennifer. She ended up cultivating a career backstage and struggled for ages before she became a renowned producer and songwriter. Willow did not give up on her even in Jennifer's worst moments in life. Although they barely knew each other through this competition, she even wrote a song for Jennifer. It was not just a song that Jennifer needed at that time. Instead, she was on her last legs. She merely managed to survive a little longer after Willow gave her the song. However, Jennifer felt forever indebted to her. She touched her mask before she walked over to Willow and reached her hand out to say, "It seems we have to work together." Aren't you worried that I would pull your results down?" stammered Willow a little when she raised her head to look at Jennifer. "Do I have a choice?" Jennifer smiled. Even though Jennifer sounded powerless, Willow knew that Jennifer was trying to save her from embarrassment. Chapter 24. Make her lose. The others could not help shaking their heads secretly when they saw Jennifer team up with Willow. One of them kept making trouble non-stop ever since the show started. The other performed well during rehearsals, but became a rookie when she went on stage. They were the perfect match from every angle. "From the looks of it, we won't come in last," said a male contestant confidently. His teammate beside him said, "But it's a real pity if Little Stone gets eliminated." Julian glanced in Jennifer's direction. Jennifer's eyes were honestly beautiful and were filled with potential. Each time she looked at someone, it felt as though she could see right through them. They felt innocent and seductive. Julian was open to the idea of working with Jennifer if no elimination was involved. However, he had to focus on his career. He could not wreck it for the sake of a woman. He told the nosy Parkers, "Let's not waste time gossiping about others." "This isn't gossip. It's the truth," said someone with their back facing the camera. Willow shuddered to listen to this. "Don't be afraid." Jennifer pulled her hand. Willow raised her head to glance at Jennifer meekly. She felt as though she could trust Jennifer with even her heart. Jennifer could not help laughing as she looked at her. Willow was the one who had told Jennifer this in her past life. She was merely saying the same thing to her now. After splitting them into teams, the cameras were removed. Bella ran over to Jennifer. "Jennifer, how's your situation recently?" After she performed Get Lost, Bella exaggeratedly told Elliot about it. Although he did not reply to her, Bella knew that Elliot heard her loud and clear. Repulse Bay Villa must have fallen into chaos. Since Bella was unable to enter Repulse Bay Villa recently and Jennifer did not talk to her, she was unable to find out how things went down. She could only patiently wait till today. She was even more annoyed to find out that all the messages she sent Elliot were marked with a red exclamation mark. Elliot had blacklisted her. Bella felt particularly frustrated. Since there was nothing she could do about it, she could only plan first before she acted. "I'm good," said Jennifer as she adjusted her mask. Even when she did not have to wear a mask for the show, she always wore her own mask to cover her scar. The moment Bella saw Jennifer's actions, she felt relieved. The two of them probably got into a huge argument and Elliot must have hit her. It was only a matter of time before they broke up. She should focus her energies on the competition for now. If she performed dazzlingly, Elliot would pay her more attention and eventually fall for her. Bella said, "Jennifer, I'm glad you're fine. Weren't you going to give me one of your songs? Are you done working on it?" Bella might be a good singer, but she had zero talent as a songwriter. She was only able to do so well during the competition because Jennifer wrote songs for her. Ever since Jennifer was reborn, she wanted to stop writing music for her and make her lose. However, Jennifer did not want to let Bella off easily at the thought that Bella had used her song to accuse her of plagiarism and caused her reputation to be destroyed in her past life. Moreover, Bella would still buy music from someone else even if Jennifer stopped writing for her, so it was impossible to nip the problem at the bud. For now she would let Bella live a little longer. Chapter 25. Little Stone was a stepping stone. It did not matter if Bella enjoyed greater success for now. It would hurt more if she fell from a greater height, right? Jennifer smiled. "Shall I send it to you now?" "Nope. Why don't you print a copy for me tonight? Also, I can take the opportunity to help you ask Robert out," said Bella hurriedly. No matter how Jennifer sent Bella the music, it would leave evidence behind that might prove detrimental to Bella in the future, so she always insisted on Jennifer giving hard copies. "Okay," agreed Jennifer. Bella felt delighted inside when she saw Jennifer's eagerness to see Robert. Jennifer would keep writing songs for her and become her stepping stone as long as she could bait her with Robert. Little Stone was the perfect name. Was she not asking to get stepped on by Bella? At night, at the well-concealed backstage of the program. Robert was here early. Bella had told him that Jennifer was coming over to apologize for shaming him by performing Get Lost. Robert's fans were all angry with Little Stone and scolding her non-stop. Robert's competition picked up on this and kept mocking him, so Robert felt embarrassed. Robert made time from his busy schedule when he learned that Jennifer wanted to apologize to him. Even though he had completely broken up with Jennifer, he could not allow her to trample on his dignity. His agent had already set up a hidden camera to record Jennifer's apology. After they had the recording, they would pose as paparazzi and spill it online to prove that Jennifer was still Robert's diehard fan. It certainly did not dawn on Robert that Jennifer would truly sever ties with him. Ever since Sandra had returned to the Walter family and gradually won Robert's heart, Jennifer never stopped at doing her utmost to win him back. Jennifer was at the Repulse Bay Villa, drinking juice while enjoying the air conditioning and waiting for Elliot to come home. Elliot's tall silhouette finally appeared in the villa. His tall form was dressed in a custom-made suit that fitted his perfect lines flawlessly to accentuate his broad shoulders, thin waist, and straight long legs. The fabric on his legs would tighten slightly to show off the strong muscles under it when he walked. Charlie followed closely behind him. After entering the door, Elliot's body stiffened, and he instantly halted when he caught sight of the couch. Jennifer was dressed in comfy homeware sitting on the couch barefooted with her slippers off as she hugged a pillow. She was smiling with satisfaction after having some delicious juice. The motion from her long legs and her cute pink toes left Elliot's heart racing and sent ripples through his mind. Although there was no expression on his face and his eyes were filled with restraint, his breathing had quickened. He turned to walk out. Charlie was stunned as he followed behind Elliot. Jennifer saw Elliot as well. However, he left without coming over. The juice nearly slipped from her hand. What was going on? Elliot inhaled deeply at the door before he turned to enter. Just as Charlie was about to follow behind him, he stopped Charlie. "You may go. Mr. Turner, didn't you say you had work to do?" "Elliot, the only thing I want to do is Jennifer." Chapter 26, Use his popularity. Not anymore. Elliot stopped Charlie from entering the villa. Charlie did not oppose his orders and turned to leave. Elliot walked over gently and saw that the girl was still on the couch. She had merely adjusted herself to make herself comfier. The moment she saw him, she raised her head and smiled. Her eyes looked bright and starry as she smiled at him. After checking several times, he was finally certain that he was not mistaken. He was not dreaming either. Jennifer genuinely was at home. She was obediently waiting for him to come back. Elliot felt so touched that his heart brimmed with contentment. It felt as though something was scratching it and making it feel tingly. "Elliot, you're back." Jennifer handed the glass of juice to him. "I was waiting for you to come back for dinner. I'm famished. I'll come home earlier in the future." Elliot took the juice and held the cup so tightly that his fingertips turned white before they flushed red. After some time, he put down the glass and reached his hand to Jennifer's ear, and pushed some stray hair behind it. Jennifer smiled as she gazed at him. Elliot could see his reflection in her eyes. In just a minute, he had already decided which kindergarten to send their second child. Robert kept waiting, but Jennifer did not turn up. Since he could not lower himself to contact Jennifer, he told his talent agent to call Bella. Bella was planning on taking the new song from Jennifer today. Initially, she intended to show up after she had apologized to Robert, but she immediately went over when Robert called. "Robert, isn't Jennifer here yet?" Bella found this odd. Considering how much Jennifer liked Robert, how could she be late? Unless Elliot had stopped Jennifer from leaving the villa. "I'll ask her." Bella pulled out her phone. Jennifer neither answered the phone nor replied to her text messages. There was no way Bella could get a hold of Jennifer. Robert was a busy man. After he wasted so much time waiting for Jennifer, she had stood him up. He was instantly pissed. "Feifei, are you sure it was Jennifer's idea to see me?" "It was definitely her idea." Bella detected something from the look in his eyes. "Do you think I wanted to see you so that I could rub off your fame?" Lights flashed and the sound of snapping could be heard the moment she finished her sentence. Bella and Robert both hurriedly raised their hands and covered their faces. "There's paparazzi." Robert's agent instantly realized what was going on, so he rushed over to protect Robert. Bella was shocked too. How could this happen? No one knew about the meeting. Would Robert's agent believe her? She glared at Bella angrily before she helped Robert leave. Bella explained anxiously, "Robert, lie, I really didn't intend on using you." Robert looked angry after he walked out. Robert's talent agent, Teresa Ryder, said hurriedly, "I really didn't expect Bella to resort to this. I will talk to the paparazzi and buy those pictures." Robert looked furious as he put on his mask and shades carefully. It was one thing if Jennifer did not show up, but how could Bella attempt to rub off his popularity? Teresa said, "Robert, you have already helped Bella a lot, so it's no problem for her to work in the music industry. I think you should keep a distance from her now." Bella was just Robert's cousin, so she was unable to help Robert with his popularity, and there was nothing else they could exploit from her. To a certain degree, she was not as useful to Robert as Jennifer was. Chapter 27. No one was allowed to exploit him. Bella had arranged for paparazzi to turn up and take pictures of her private meeting with Robert, so she had genuinely crossed the line with Robert and his talent agency. Robert initially planned on getting Bella to sign with his talent agency after the competition. However, from the looks of it now, it was a bad idea. He could not stand by and let her leech off him and use his fame. Bella was even more upset than Robert. She did not arrange for any paparazzi to come tonight. Also, Jennifer was the one who picked the rendezvous point. She already guessed that Robert and Teresa would arrange for a hidden camera to capture images of Jennifer's apology and confession of love. No matter how it was released to the public, Elliot would definitely see it. Why would she invite the paparazzi since it was redundant? Jennifer. Don't tell me she was behind this. Bella was startled at the possibility. However, Jennifer was ignoring her, so she could not get into Repulse Bay Villa. After Bella went back to the hostel, someone from the production team told her, "Little Raindrop, your performance with Robert has been cancelled. He will do it with Tiffany instead." How is that possible? I drew the lot. Bella was in shock. There was a mistake, so we changed things up. No one cared to listen to her and decided on their own. Bella was only able to get the lucky lot because of Robert so that she could advance more easily. After all, performing with someone with a fanbase like Robert's meant that his fans would vote for her if he cued them. Otherwise, why would it be called a lucky lot? Tiffany Warner had performed well and came in first. Even though she was a good singer-songwriter, she did not have the good fortune of getting the lucky lot to perform with Robert. Instead, Bella was the one who got it. Bella was dead meat now. Robert was not going to help her anymore. It did not matter whether Bella had called the paparazzi. If Robert and his talent agent believed it to be the truth, she was done for. Jennifer was having dinner with Elliot while Bella fumed anxiously. She glanced at the time and knew it was almost time. It was impossible for her to apologize to Robert. She recalled in her past life that paparazzi had secretly entered the program's backstage tonight to take photos of the performers. Since she did not perform, get lost, for Robert at that time, she did not apologize to Robert either. Instead, someone secretly took photos of her confessing to Robert. That was the reason she told Bella to meet Robert. It was down to luck for them to get filmed by the paparazzi. She smiled as she contemplated. The man sitting across him was eating when his chopsticks hovered in the air as he looked at her profoundly with his dark eyes. Jennifer smiled and said, "Elliot, why don't we come home to have dinner whenever we are free?" A look of surprise swept across the man's eyes before it surged wildly until he finally said, Jennifer smiled as she lowered her head to dig in. Elliot had a severe case of bipolar disorder, also known as manic depressive illness. In a word, he was both bipolar and depressed. This illness made him highly temperamental. He would swing between depression and rage in a split second. Even the doctors were clueless about when he would relapse or predict its outcome. Chapter 28. Since when were you worried? Elliot was already unwell, but he led a hectic life running a large company like the Turner Corporation, and Jennifer often did things to agitate him, so he failed to eat punctually. Judging from the timeline, he ought to have already started to suffer from serious gastritis. Sufferers of gastritis had to eat regularly, so Jennifer made time to come home and made sure he did not skip his meals. Jennifer was not going to stand by and wait for tragedy to unfold like she did in her past life. The combined singing competition was about to commence in a few days when Jennifer received a call from the Walter family who told her to head to the hospital. She called her talent agent to help her take time off from the program. Arnold spoke lazily. "Since when were you worried about the production team missing you?" Jennifer went speechless. Never mind. The production team was probably accustomed to her sudden absence. She kept thinking about her grandfather, so she packed a few things and went to the hospital. After she reconciled with Elliot, she had a lot more freedom. Elliot would let her leave the villa as long as she was not meeting Robert. Jennifer still had ties with the Walter family. Other than her vendetta with them, she still cared about old Master Walter a lot. Jennifer was born during the time when her parents were busy with their careers and did not have the time to take care of her. Since Jennifer was brought up by her grandfather, she was not very close to her parents. Despite being a decisive family head all his life, old Master Walter ended up becoming increasingly genial in his old age, so he treated Jennifer well. That was the reason her parents often got disappointed with Jennifer and quickly became close to Sandra after reuniting with her. After he lost his sight and was unable to support Jennifer, life at the Walter residence became tough for her. Benevolent Hospital was one of the best hospitals in the capital. Old Master Walter was here recuperating. Brittany Ford and Sandra Walter routinely visited Old Master Walter about 2 to 3 times a month. Old Master Walter's condition was unstable today. Since he was unable to see, he was in a bad mood and kept throwing a temper, so Brittany and Sandra only stayed in the room briefly. Brittany asked, "Why isn't Jennifer back yet?" Someone replied softly, "I already called her. She's probably on her way. She is always in a hurry to get somewhere, but so slow when it comes to visiting her grandfather. To think he doted on her so much." Brittany was still upset after old Master Walter scolded her out of the blue, so she naturally took it out on Jennifer. "Mom, Jennifer is appearing on Robert's show now, so she probably doesn't have much free time." "Don't blame her," said Sandra gently. Sandra's delicate nose and mouth made her features look graceful and she strongly resembled Brittany when she was young. She looked free of desire and had no care for material things, so she sounded particularly convincing when she spoke. The moment she spoke, it sounded absolutely impartial. Brittany could not help saying, "Don't you know why Jennifer is taking part in this show? You have to keep an eye on Robert and ensure that she doesn't get her way. I trust that Robert won't betray me." She implicitly admitted that Jennifer's actions were inappropriate, but she did not view her as a competitor. Brittany nodded happily. Although her biological daughter grew up in a tiny town with the Smith family, she was always refined. Chapter 29, Haven't We Broken Up? Sandra had access to good education since she grew up in the Smith family. She was cultured and had a lot of achievements. Brittany was delighted with her daughter. Sure enough, her biological daughter was a cut above the rest. After the Walter family hired experts to teach Sandra, she improved in leaps and bounds to win high praise from the elite circles. Everyone agreed that how far someone could go in life certainly hinged on DNA and not other external factors. Otherwise, why would Jennifer end up useless even after being brought up by the Walter family for years? In comparison, Sandra was highly talented. Both of them were wrapped in thought when they saw a silhouette moving as Jennifer headed towards them. Jennifer was dressed in a simple white shirt with one end tucked casually into her jeans and looked particularly laid back. She had beautiful long hair and striking eyes. People could not help turning to look at her. However, she wore a mask so that no one could see her face. This triggered their sense of curiosity even more. Sandra smiled as she said, "Hi." Since she knew what Jennifer looked like, she did not feel threatened by her stunning eyes. Jennifer glanced at her before she walked past Sandra and Brittany and headed straight for the hospital ward. Brittany was furious. That rude girl. I should have driven her out of the family ages ago. She should not have gotten soft-hearted and allowed Jennifer to stay and ended up keeping a troublemaker around. Old Master Walter was throwing a temper when Jennifer went in and refused to take medicine. The nurses were doing their utmost to persuade him. "Leave it to me," said Jennifer genially. The nurse went into a daze briefly when she saw her stunning eyes. She hurriedly gave Jennifer the medicine in relief. "Jennifer." Old Master Walter's voice finally sounded warm. "Hi, Grandpa." Jennifer sat down beside him. Old Master Walter sneered, "Have you finally come to see me? You have no conscience." Instead, Jennifer smiled and said softly, "Yes, I have no conscience." "Come on, take your meds." Old Master Walter's condition was unstable because he did not take medicine regularly. He had lost his sight due to illness. It started with blurred vision before he went blind completely. He needed help with everything down to using the bathroom. How could a proud man stand living like that? Also, time went by particularly slowly for patients who had lost their sight. Since he could not do anything on his own, his temperament changed and he became short-tempered and had mood swings. The highly paid nurses all tolerated his short fuse. However, the rest of the Walter family naturally did not visit often. Old Master Walter took his medicine with Jennifer's help. "How are things doing between you and Robert?" Since Old Master Walter was blind and people kept hiding things from him, he knew very little about things. "Didn't we break up ages ago?" said Jennifer nonchalantly. Old Master Walter's ears had become particularly sharp now, so he could tell she was speaking the truth. "Good. Don't waste your time on the wrong guy." Jennifer chatted with Old Master Walter a little more before she applied some eye drops for him. If anyone else came with new medicine, Old Master Walter would keep asking about every detail from its ingredients, company, expiry date, and side effects before he agreed to use it. He even had to open it personally. Chapter 30, Where is the song you were going to give me? Old Master Walter did not ask when Jennifer wanted to apply eye drops for him. Instead, he raised his head and let her do it. Jennifer could not help feeling sad when she saw his lifeless eyes. However, everything would work out soon, very soon. She handed the eye drops to the nurse and instructed her to apply them for Old Master Walter regularly and told her not to use any other eye drops except hers. The nurse acknowledged right away. In any case, no eye drops were prescribed to Old Master Walter, so it would not hurt for him to apply them. Brittany and Sandra were still around when Jennifer walked out of the room. Sandra asked with concern, "Jennifer, I heard you are on the same show as Robert. Are you going to wrap things up soon?" She had already heard that the competition had high standards, so Jennifer would probably get kicked out soon. Jennifer glanced at her calmly. Brittany was displeased with the way she was looking at her daughter. She interrupted, "It's fine if you want to keep living with us. In any case, the Walter family can afford to feed another mouth. However, it's an embarrassment that you haven't even graduated from middle school. Since you are still a she, you can't disgrace us. The moment the program is over, you are going back to school." Jennifer thought about the Smith family after she left the hospital. She had already investigated them. Her biological parents were overseas and unable to return for the time being. Her father was sick, so they were trying to get him treated. If she had more time to concoct her father's medicine, there would be a greater chance of success, so she was in no hurry to reunite with them. Since she had lived at Walter residence for so long, she was not opposed to staying a little longer for the sake of Old Master Walter. After she left the hospital, Bella finally managed to find her. She grabbed Jennifer. "Where have you gone? Why haven't you replied to any of my messages? You know I don't have that much freedom at Repulse Bay Villa." Bella could not suppress her anger. "You should have at least told me that you couldn't meet Robert. Also, why did the paparazzi turn up during the meeting? You were the one who picked the meeting place." "What paparazzi? I don't know anything about them. I had such a hard time coming out today." Jennifer's eyes seemed particularly innocent. In any case, she could push all the blame on Elliot. Considering Elliot's distant personality, she did not have to worry about him giving Bella any explanation. Bella ended up believing it was pure coincidence. Elliot was an uncontrollable factor and Jennifer truly did not have complete freedom. Did the paparazzi take pictures of you and Robert? Will this affect you? Jennifer sounded particularly concerned and her eyes looked genuinely worried. Since Bella wanted to bait Jennifer, she had to offer some half-truths, so she told her about her lucky lot getting revoked. Jennifer comforted her a little. Where is the song you were going to give me? Now that she had lost the chance to perform with Robert, an amazing song was even more important to her. Here you go. Jennifer handed the song to her. It's all set. As for Jennifer's score with Bella, she would settle it one by one when the time was ripe. Bella's mood finally lifted as she said, "Come on. You have to go to a meeting with me. I have found you a good company with great talent agents. They are very keen on seeing you too." Chapter 31, Jarring to the Eye. In the past, the first thing Jennifer had to do before she could leave Elliot was to quit the company he signed her to, Supreme Entertainment. Bella was Robert's cousin, so she knew a lot about the entertainment industry. Hence, Jennifer trusted Bella with helping her find a new entertainment company for her. Bella did her best to help Jennifer and finally found her a new talent agency. After the talent agency saw Jennifer's photo, they promptly asked to see Jennifer. After they arrived at the company, the receptionist led them to a meeting room. Bella and Jennifer sat inside as she whispered to Jennifer, "After you have found a new company, you can sever ties with Supreme Entertainment." Jennifer would be a step closer to leaving Elliot. Jennifer nodded. Okay. In her past life, she trusted Bella and signed with Golden Domain Entertainment, and asked to terminate her contract with Arnold. Although this was a rather successful company and genuinely helped her a lot at the beginning, they only offered her a contract due to her good looks. The manager, Mr. Woods, signed her so quickly purely because he wanted her as one of his lovers. Jennifer had her scar to thank just thinking about the incident. Back in the day, Mr. Woods made her drunk, threw her onto the bed, and pulled off her mask. However, he ended up leaving, cursing and swearing when he saw the scar. That was the first time the scar ever helped Jennifer. However, the company proceeded to suppress and bury her. Jennifer, don't be afraid. I will always be on your side to help you run away from Elliot. Comforted Bella softly. Jennifer stood up and said, "I'm going to get more water." Even though it was a meeting room, it was specially constructed. From the outside, it looked like it was covered with 4 walls. In reality, one of the walls gave the manager visual access so that he could pick his girls. The manager picked only those with astounding beauty and figures since he had seen plenty of beautiful women in his time. Although Jennifer was wearing a mask, she had beautiful eyes and a tall slender form, so she had a lot of potential. She was perfect for the entertainment industry and the manager's harem. Mr. Woods was standing outside scrutinizing Jennifer lasciviously. Jennifer walked towards Mr. Woods and took off her mask as she poured water so that he could see her scar. Mr. Woods was admiring Jennifer's fine waist when he suddenly saw the shocking scar on Jennifer's face. He covered his mouth and instantly wanted to vomit. In comparison, Bella was far cuter than Jennifer. Jennifer put her mask back on and went back to Bella. Moments later, Mr. Woods entered the meeting room with a talent agent. Jennifer instantly looked at Mr. Woods desperately. She was clearly begging to be signed. Even though her eyes were beautiful, Mr. Woods lost all interest the moment he recalled her scar. He found her scar so jarring that he would not even want her around as the janitor. Bella was far better looking than Jennifer. Chapter 32, Better Looking Than Jennifer. "Miss Johnson, we have only one opening left, so I hope you can join us." Mr. Woods promptly expressed his interest to groom Bella. "Me," said Bella nervously. "Mr. Woods, you're mistaken. My friend is the one who needs a talent agency." I'm the one looking for an agency," Jennifer chimed in. Mr. Woods smiled as he said, "I think you suit the company more. If you join my agency, I promise to ensure that you get all the resources agreed in the contract." He pushed a document in front of Bella. Jennifer picked it up for a look before she said softly, "These are good resources. In the next 5 years, you will be guaranteed 2 TV dramas, 1 movie, and at least 3 endorsement deals." Her voice was filled with envy and anticipation. She kept looking at Mr. Woods imploringly for an opportunity. However, Mr. Woods pretended she was non-existent and only had eyes for Bella. Bella was very tempted by the offer. Bella only learned of this agency after spending a long time squeezing the information out of Teresa. Teresa even had to help convince them before Mr. Woods and this talent agent agreed to meet. Initially, she intended on using this opportunity to drive a wedge between Jennifer and Elliot, but Mr. Woods ended up offering her a deal. She had heard many stories about celebrities who ended up getting signed by talent agencies when they merely accompanied their friends for the audition. Those stories were absolutely legendary and made the offer tempting. She had not found herself a talent agency yet. She was the only person without a talent agent on this show thanks to Robert's recommendation and support. Robert had planned on getting her to join his talent agency. He could get her a much better deal after she performed well at Ultimate Singer-Songwriter. However, Robert was so angry with her that he even revoked her lucky lot. Would he still help to get her signed to his talent agency? She felt that her career was at a standstill. Hence, Mr. Woods's appreciation undoubtedly gave her hope. Jennifer watched coldly and waited for Bella to make a decision. "I need to give it some thought," said Bella. "Mr. Woods, please give me some time to consider." "I can give you 3 days," said Mr. Woods. "Don't keep me waiting." Jennifer and Bella walked out. She spoke disappointedly, "What should I do now? I finally managed to get an interview with a good company that offers such great resources, but they didn't want me." Sigh. "Don't worry. I will talk to them again," comforted Bella while she reveled in the joy of winning a contract. In the past, everyone was drawn to Jennifer. Every time someone met them, it seemed as though Jennifer was some magnet and everyone would get attracted to her like they were nails. Bella often ended up relegated as pure decoration. However, someone finally appreciated her beauty this time. Bella contemplated, "Sure enough, people in the entertainment industry have keen eyes. I must be much better looking than Jennifer." Judging from the way Bella looked, Jennifer was certain that she was tempted to sign with the agency. Golden Domain Entertainment was big business and had celebrities aplenty. Even though it could not compare to Supreme Entertainment, it seemed like the best option Bella could have. Chapter 33, The Only Bottle of Eye Drops. Jennifer said softly, "Fei, since they insisted on signing you, don't worry about my feelings. I will find some other way to leave Supreme Entertainment." Bella could not help finding the sight of Jennifer telling her to take the deal with Golden Domain Entertainment silly. In any case, she was tempted to take their deal. At 2 a.m. in the morning, the lights at Benevolent Hospital remained brightly lit as usual. Old Master Walter's room was usually dark at this hour, but the lights were still on. Since he had lost his sight, he no longer needed light and it was only used by the medical staff. Almost everyone in the family had hurried over after he suddenly suffered a relapse. The light at the operating theater was on and the doctors were performing a procedure on old Master Walter. Brittany anxiously looked at her husband Bruce Walter. Wasn't he fine in the afternoon? What happened? Bruce did not know either. A nurse explained, old Master Walter said he had regained his sight. He told us to continue applying his eye drops but we couldn't find them, so he became so mad that he passed out. What eye drops? Can't we get more from the pharmacy? Asked Bruce. It was not like the Walter family could not afford to buy some eye drops. Jennifer gave him the eye drops and the hospital doesn't have the same one, explained the nurse hurriedly. Bruce immediately disregarded the eye drops and felt his father was overreacting. Old Master Walter doted on Jennifer a lot, so he cared about the things she gave him. However, it was sheer nonsense to say that his eyes had recovered because of Jennifer's eye drops. Old Master Walter had gradually lost his sight over a decade ago, so even the gods could not save it. Old Master Walter finally came out of the operating theater at dawn. His face was pasty and his lifeless eyes looked murky. "Dad." Bruce stepped forward. "My eye drops. Get me my," said old Master Walter as he waved his hand. Bruce immediately said, "I will buy them right away. I will buy you 10 bottles even. I will buy you any kind of eye drops you want. I only want that one. Old Master Walter was so weak that it seemed as though he was going to pass out any moment. Bruce felt powerless. Even though he was aware that the eye drops were a mere placebo for Old Master Walter and useless in reality, everyone had to try looking for it considering his condition. Brittany said hesitantly after they came out of the hospital ward, I tossed it into the trash yesterday. Why did you throw it? Bruce was furious. Ever since Jennifer gave him those dubious eye drops, Dad refuses to take any other medicine. How can his body take it if this persists? Also, you know full well that Jennifer's medicine is useless. Dad has been blind for over a decade. How could she give him fake medicine? Whose fault is it if his condition aggravates from not taking medicine? Brittany looked angry. Sandra hurriedly said, Mom was just worried about Grandpa. Bruce had no choice but to get people to search for it. Countless patients came to Benevolent Hospital daily, so they generated a lot of trash. According to hospital policy, trash was cleared 3 times a day. The trash was sorted into medical waste and common refuse before they were disinfected and sent to the refuse collection point in the city. How could they find the eye drops? He had to call Jennifer. Jennifer was having breakfast with Elliot when she received the call. She frowned as she said, That's the only bottle I have. Chapter 34, Such a Troublemaker. Jennifer had quickly made the eye drops after she was reborn. Since the ingredients were rare, she was unable to produce another bottle at such short notice. After hanging up the phone, Bruce asked the nurse what the eye drops looked like and got one in the same packaging and brought it over to Old Master Walter. Old Master Walter was ecstatic when he brought it over. He took it from Bruce and applied them himself. The moment he applied the eye drops, he detected something amiss and threw them away. Where are my eye drops? The bottle of eye drops struck Bruce with great accuracy. Jennifer had to leave without even eating breakfast. Elliot furrowed his brows. Elliot, are you coming home for dinner? Jennifer smiled brightly. Elliot stopped frowning. Me too. See you at night. Jennifer smiled and continued, I'm heading out. Elliot looked at her deeply as she took her bag and left through the door. However, he was particularly calm. The entire hospital backyard was littered with garbage when Jennifer got there. Old Master Walter had already developed a very bad temper ever since he lost his sight, and it was even more explosive today. However, he had single-handedly built the Walter clan's success and was still the majority stockholder, so no one dared to oppose him. All the trash was sent back from the refuse collection point. The nurses in charge of Old Master Walter along with dozens of janitors were combing through the trash for a bottle of eye drops barely 20 milliliters in volume. Bruce was furious with Brittany, but she was unrepentant. Instead, she threw her temper at Jennifer. Why did she have to give him those stupid eye drops? She is such a troublemaker. The moment she saw Jennifer, she looked angry. Sandra stayed with her mother while her father supervised the search. Fortunately, they finally managed to find the eye drops after many people were sent to join the search. Bruce cleaned it up and bumped into Jennifer at the room door when he hurried back. Bruce held the tiny bottle of eye drops in his hands begrudgingly. He had already postponed 2 meetings today because of this incident. Jennifer, it doesn't matter if you want to get your grandfather stuff, but stop bringing this useless medication to fool him. He needs real medicine, said Bruce lukewarmly. Brittany and Sandra walked past Jennifer and followed behind Bruce as they entered the hospital ward. Old Master Walter felt much better after applying the eye drops, so he sighed in relief. He energetically put the eye drops away personally and was afraid to leave them in someone else's hands. He raised his head to say, You're here, Jennifer. Get over here. Everyone was shocked. How did he know Jennifer was here when she was standing right at the back? You've grown taller, sighed Old Master Walter as he looked at Jennifer. Jennifer smiled as she looked at Old Master Walter. She felt delighted when she saw the light in his eyes. Grandpa, I'm glad you're well now. Old Master Walter glanced at Bruce once more and said, Why do you look so haggard? Are you having trouble with the company? Bruce had not slept last night and was busy searching for the eye drops, so he naturally seemed a little more tired than usual. I only just found the medicine for you and haven't gotten any rest." His words abruptly stopped and his voice was filled with shock. "Dad, are you able to see me?" Chapter 35, Isn't It a Pity Not to Marry Him? It finally dawned on Bruce that old Master Walter managed to take the eye drops from him twice with great accuracy earlier on. Even though Jennifer did not say a word when she came in, old Master Walter was able to spot her right away. How could this be? He had lost his sight for over a decade. Even though he sought treatment from renowned doctors, his condition only aggravated, and showed no signs of recovery. Had he really regained his sight now? "I can see, but not clearly," said old Master Walter. "I need to keep using the eye drops." Initially, his sight was blurry, but he woke up last night to realize it was gone after he stopped using the eye drops, so he flew into a rage and passed out from anxiety. He was keenly aware that most of his health problems derived from his bad temper. However, he never got used to the helplessness of losing his sight and relying on everyone for help. After he regained his sight partially, it ended up taken away from him, so he felt exceptionally powerless. Bruce gaped slightly. How is this possible? Brittany secretly wondered if it was just a flash of lucidity before his demise. Sandra did not buy it at all. Since her grandfather doted on Jennifer, he always found ways to prove that it was the right choice to let her remain in the family. However, regardless of what he did, no one liked Jennifer. This time, what he said was simply hilarious. "Why don't you reach your face over and find out whether it is true?" said old Master Walter in Bruce's direction. Bruce found it unbelievable, but he had to accept it. Old Master Walter's murky eyes now looked brighter. His eyes could undoubtedly focus when he looked at them. They looked completely different from when they were blind. He instinctively looked at Jennifer. Jennifer was wearing a mask. She did not like to make eye contact with others and only looked warm when she looked at old Master Walter. Old Master Walter reached his hand out to touch Jennifer's hair. "Why are you still so skinny now that you're all grown up?" Judging from his unhesitant and accurate actions, he did not seem blind. Brittany and Bruce had to accept the truth, but how did Jennifer get the eye drops? The three of them left the room first. Everyone found it unbelievable that Jennifer was capable of obtaining such medicine. The good-for-nothing was a disgrace to the family. She was completely useless and kept failing at school and kept repeating her second year in middle school. Also, she kept chasing after Robert. When had she ever done something impressive? Sandra contemplated before she said, "Maybe young Master Turner helped to get the medicine." Brittany and Bruce found that it made complete sense. No wonder. Elliot was initially engaged to Sandra. She had already learned that he was a prodigy when she was still a part of the Smith family. However, after Sandra and Jennifer's identities were reverted, so did their fiancés. Brittany could not help asking, "Isn't it a pity not to marry him if he is that capable?" Sandra smiled and said, "Robert is the one I like. Also, he is my legitimate fiancé." Brittany smiled warmly. Her daughter was just like her. She was kind, poised, and confident. Sandra could not help smiling. In reality, she was too young to know anything about the Smith family's standing. Chapter 36, Ugly Old Man. Sandra only later learned that the Turner family was pretty well-to-do. The Smith family accidentally got to know the Turner family and arranged the marriage. Elliot showed no interest in the Smith family at all, so Sandra knew that she would have low standing in the family if they got married. Also, she happened to meet Elliot's mother once. She was in her 60s and was an ugly woman, so Sandra got a shock. Considering how old she was, young Master Turner ought to be in his 40s and was probably an ugly old man. Hence, she could not wait to call off the engagement after she returned to the Walter family. Robert was dashing, talented, and came from a prominent family, so she was delighted with this match made in heaven. The two of them quickly fell for each other. She was happy for Jennifer and Elliot to be together. Sandra could not wait for them to get married and be together forever so that Jennifer would never come after her fiancé. Since old Master Walter's health had taken a good turn and was able to see, Jennifer spent a little more time with him. By the time she went back to Repulse Bay Villa, it was already afternoon. The butler had recently changed his opinion of her, but looked absolutely disappointed when he saw her. "Where is Elliot?" asked Jennifer. The butler sneered, "Miss Walter, when are you going to stop hurting young master?" Jennifer was perplexed. Butler Addison was furious when she wanted to deny it, so he threw a temper at her. Young Master Turner passed out from a stomach ache after lunch and got sent to the hospital. Since Jennifer had a history of drugging Elliot, the butler naturally thought Jennifer was behind it when Elliot fell sick this time. He really felt sorry for young Master Turner. However, young Master Turner kept falling for Jennifer's ploys, so even if it was poison, he would take it without batting an eye. Jennifer ran out the moment she heard about it. Butler Addison stomped his feet. God, that heartless woman. Why didn't she visit young Master Turner? After Jennifer found out which hospital Elliot was in, she hurried to his hospital ward with some soup from a restaurant. Jennifer told the nurse she was his wife and the nurse let her into the ward. Jennifer lowered her head and looked at Elliot. His face was pale and made him look even more cold and distant. However, he looked surprisingly vulnerable while he was asleep. Jennifer knew his condition well. Since his stomach was already ruined from taking the wrong medicine and irregular eating, he was either suffering from a stomach ulcer or acute gastric bleeding. A look of sadness swept across her eyes as she walked softly to the visitors' area outside the ward to open the soup and retrieved a pack of medicine. After adding the medicine to the soup, she stirred it with a spoon. Just as she was about to pour out the soup, a woman's high-pitched voice could be heard. "Jennifer, what do you think you're doing? Haven't you done enough damage? Are you going to drug him again?" Jennifer raised her head to see Ashley walking over furiously. Her mature-looking face was filled with fury. Ashley Turner was Elliot's older sister. Despite her feminine name, she had an explosive temper. She was emotional and outspoken. Her voice could already be heard from a distance. Since she brought up Elliot, she was very close to Elliot. Even though she was a good woman, Jennifer had already fallen out with her because of Elliot. The moment Ashley charged over, Jennifer greeted her, "Hi, big sis." "I am no sister of yours," sneered Ashley coldly. "Don't ever call me that again." Chapter 37. I promised her, so I'm going to do it. Then what about Miss Turner? Is this the time to worry about how you should greet me? What did you put in Elliot's soup? Jennifer had put gastritis medicine into the soup. In reality, she had started to occasionally place it in Elliot's food now when they ate together. However, gastritis needed a long time to recover, so the effects of the medicine remained subtle for the time being. Jennifer said, "It's gastritis medicine. Everything that you say is bullshit. Why would I believe this nonsense?" said Ashley furiously. "Take it away. I don't need this hypocrisy." "Big sis, Miss Turner, I won't hurt him." Ashley looked at her in contempt. "Then drink some of that soup first." Jennifer unhurriedly poured out a bowl of soup and finished it all. Ashley was caught by surprise. However, she was incapable of leaving Elliot in Jennifer's care. She waved her hand. Leave this instant. I don't want to see you." Jennifer got shoved out along with the soup, and had no choice but to leave first. She did not blame Ashley for her attitude. After Elliot first brought Jennifer home, Ashley welcomed her with open arms because her little brother finally fell for someone. She eagerly gave Jennifer a lot of gifts in the hope that they could be friends. Jennifer did not appreciate her efforts. Instead, she damaged her beloved piano and the jade bracelet that her husband gave her on the day they were married. Ashley finally could no longer tolerate Jennifer and became enemies with her. In her past life, Ashley came running after Jennifer and Elliot after they got into a fight, but ended up getting into a traffic accident and broke her hand. Ashley was an internationally renowned pianist. Ever since she got into the accident, she was unable to play piano. Thankfully, even though Jennifer had already damaged her piano and broke her bracelet, Ashley had yet to get into an accident. Jennifer could not help looking particularly relieved when she looked at her long slender fingers. Since Jennifer felt guilty towards Ashley and wanted to make amends, she did not take it to heart when Ashley spoke harshly to her. Ashley went inside Elliot's hospital ward. Even though she treaded gently, Elliot opened his eyes slowly. After he woke up, he looked sideways and ripped the IV from his arm without hesitation. "Elliot, what are you doing?" Ashley hurriedly covered the blood oozing from his arm. "Going home to have dinner with Jennifer." Elliot pursed his lips and wanted to leave. Ashley pulled him hard. "What dinner? It's only 5 p.m. Also, you already passed out. How could you think of Jennifer at a time like this?" "I promised her, so I'm going to do it." Elliot was unmoved. Ashley was terribly annoyed with him, but Elliot had a stubborn nature and no one could change his mind once he was set on it. Ashley happened to be equally stubborn and refused to see eye to eye with him. "Elliot, Ashley, Mr. Foster, can you get Jennifer to come back?" "Oh God. She will be back in no time. Can you at least sit down?" Elliot was slightly stunned. Had Jennifer already come? Even though Jennifer promised to leave, she did not go far. By the time Charlie came chasing after her, she was still in the corridor. "Miss Walter, young master has regained consciousness. He wants to see you." Charlie was furious with her, but he could only speak courteously. Chapter 38, An Evil Woman. Jennifer smiled. "Okay." She returned to the hospital ward with the soup. Ashley was angry and rolled her eyes hard. Elliot instantly went into a good mood when Jennifer came and finally sat down on the bed. Jennifer looked at Elliot and said briskly, "I brought you some soup." "Okay." Elliot's voice sounded somewhat hoarse as he spoke in a slightly higher pitch. "Let's go for dinner after I finish the soup." Jennifer hurriedly pressed him down. "The doctor says you need to recuperate and can only eat light food, so there's no need to go out for dinner tonight. But don't worry about it. You fell sick. I know you didn't mean for it to happen." Jennifer picked up the bowl of soup with a smile in her eyes. "I will keep you company." Elliot kept staring at Jennifer fixedly. Ashley could not help feeling angry when she saw how obedient he was. She was dying to throw Jennifer out. Ashley secretly contemplated what a vixen Jennifer was. Jennifer was already great at manipulating Elliot, but she had become better at it and even learned how to talk nicely to him. She had genuinely improved in leaps and bounds. Ashley reached her hand out to take the soup bowl as she said, "I'll do it." Since Jennifer drank some of this soup right in front of her, she was no longer suspicious of its contents. She held a spoonful of soup by Elliot's mouth. Elliot said, "I don't want to drink it." "Why not?" Ashley spoke angrily. "Does it taste like poison if I'm the one feeding you?" Elliot looked cold as he pursed his lips and refused to drink the soup. Ashley was so infuriated that she wanted to slap his head. He had been doing this since young. He would refuse to speak and pursed his lips in retort when he was angry. He was welcome to do it until his lips bled. Despite Ashley's fury, she handed the soup to Jennifer. Jennifer smiled and said, "Thanks, Miss Turner." Ashley felt even angrier, so she glared at her viciously. Jennifer ignored it. She removed her mask and held the bowl of soup as she carefully cooled it before feeding Elliot. Elliot opened his mouth to drink it right away. Jennifer's lips inadvertently touched the edge of the spoon as she cooled the soup, so she ended up testing its temperature with her lips. Elliot was looking at her without restraint. His heart started racing the moment he saw her soft pink lips, and a series of X-rated images emerged in his head. She was just feeding Elliot some soup, but the sight ended up so lovey-dovey. Everyone felt that Jennifer was the epitome of an evil temptress. Ashley's upright and confident face instantly sulked like a pufferfish. Charlie stood by the side and felt deeply impressed by Jennifer. She was always capable of giving the people around her heart attacks, but she acted like nothing happened. Moments later, a knocking could be heard on the door. Ashley immediately walked over to open the door. A doctor and nurse came in. "Hi, Miss Turner. Did you press the alarm?" My little brother's IV accidentally got pulled out, so there is some backflow of blood. Can you take care of it?" The doctor walked over right away. Now that Elliot was almost done drinking soup, he replaced Elliot's IV. "You can't pull it off anymore. You need fluids and nutrition. Otherwise, you might pass out again," urged the doctor. "Is my brother's test report out? Did he get poisoned?" asked Ashley as she looked at Jennifer confrontationally. Ashley and Charlie both stared at Jennifer. She was dead meat if she dared to poison Elliot. Chapter 39, Are You Really Elliot? The doctor said, young Master Turner didn't get poisoned. He fell ill after consuming expired food. He suffered a serious case of gastrospasm from eating it. This led to stomach bleeding and fainting. Expired food. Ashley gritted her teeth. Butler Addison was dead meat. Did you drink some expired fruit juice? Asked the doctor. Since Elliot was unconscious, he could only determine his condition based on examining the contents of his stomach and could not verify it with the patient. Now he could finally check with Elliot. Elliot nodded. I did. Ashley was furious. Elliot, why did you drink it when you knew it had expired? She was seriously doubtful of Elliot's intelligence. Hang on. He had an IQ of 240. He had one of the highest IQs out there. Even though the doctor found this strange, he only said, you have a weak stomach, so you have to be careful. Fortunately, there isn't much left. Just a few mouthfuls, said Elliot nonchalantly. A few more mouthfuls. Elliot, don't tell me you want to drink more. Doctor, can you check his brain while you're at it? Said Ashley in shock. The doctor looked at Elliot bafflingly. He knew that Elliot was at the helm of the largest company in the country. He had become one of the richest people in the world at a young age. No one could compare to his decisiveness. Was this man really Elliot? Jennifer finally realized why Elliot had insisted on drinking the juice. She raised her eyes to look at him seriously. Don't drink the rest. If you want juice, I can make you more. Get Butler O'Brien to throw out the expired juice in the fridge, said Elliot to Charlie. Ashley opened her mouth wide. Did he drink expired juice because Jennifer prepared it for him? Was that it? Was that it? Jennifer recalled offering Elliot fruit juice a few days ago. She had made too much juice and could not finish it, so she gave it to him without much thought. She did not expect him to save the juice and slowly drink it. Fruit juice expired very quickly. She choked just thinking about this and felt bad as she said, if you want juice, just tell me. Stop drinking expired juice. Elliot looked at Jennifer fixedly for a few seconds before he nodded. Color gradually returned to his pale face. Oh yes, Miss Turner, we found medicine in young Master Turner's system. Sure enough, she drugged him. Ashley instantly cast a knowing look on Jennifer. The meds are very good for gastritis. I checked its ingredients and found that it contains rare Chinese herbs and is not readily available on the market, so it's fine if he wants to keep taking them. They are very good for his gastritis long term. The doctor seemed impressed by the medicine. He assumed that the Turner family had attained the medicine from overseas. Although he really wanted to know what it was, he knew that he was incapable of getting it even if he knew what it was. He could not help sighing in his heart. The Turner family was certainly powerful enough to get their hands on such medicine. The doctor left after telling them about the medicine. Ashley recalled Jennifer saying that she had given Elliot medicine for his gastritis. She looked at her somewhat disbelievingly and could not believe that she was Jennifer. Chapter 40, Desperate Dog. Ashley kept looking at Jennifer and her brother. Neither of them realized she was looking at them while they kept gazing at each other. Instead, she had to watch on while they stared into each other's eyes. Ashley said angrily, I'm leaving. Charlie followed behind her and saw her out. Mr. Foster, am I missing something here? Was that really Jennifer? Charlie told Ashley about Jennifer's recent behavior and left Ashley in deep thought. On the other end, Golden Domain Entertainment showed great interest in Bella and kept getting in touch with her. However, Bella had yet to make a decision. Jennifer contacted Mr. Woods and talked about signing with his talent agency, but he was disinterested. She casually brought up Bella's astounding songwriting skills and brilliant stage performance as she tried to convince him to give herself a deal. Sure enough, it piqued his interest, so he searched for Bella's music online and was stunned by her talent. Although he ran a talent agency and signed celebrities, he was doing it both for the sake of his company and harem. However, if he could get someone as talented as Bella, it would certainly help to boost the company's performance a lot. Mr. Woods was determined to get Bella to sign with his talent agency. Bella had surprisingly turned up to filming late when Jennifer got back to the filming location. Jennifer was certain that she must have taken up Mr. Woods's offer. It was time for them to perform as duos. The episode about the team division had already gotten aired. Tiffany, Bella and Ivory were the most popular contestants. Tiffany was collaborating with Robert, so she had the highest chances of winning. Also, she consistently came in first, so her odds of winning became even better. Bella consistently came in top 3 and was a highly talented songwriter, so she was also a hot favorite. However, no one knew that her songs were Jennifer's work. The least popular group was Jennifer and Willow. As a fan said, one of them is a desperate dog while the other one has rookie vocals. Do they think that their negative plus negative combo will end up positive? Robert's fans really wanted Little Stone to get eliminated. They could not stand the sight of this irritating woman. The live stream commenced. Everyone went up the stage one after another. Willow was checking her social media account. The more she looked at it, the more powerless she felt. Jennifer walked up beside her and said gently, "Can you practice with me?" Willow immediately nodded. Sure. She was trying to distract herself from the anxiety. Jennifer and Willow rehearsed twice backstage. Willow had great vocals and coordinated flawlessly with Jennifer. However, there was no one around to see them now. Bella was about to go on stage with a male fellow contestant named Andy Wright. Andy was very impressed by Bella's songwriting skills and agreed to use her song without hesitation. The two of them had great odds at winning. Andy glanced at Bella. His ranking was bound to soar after collaborating with her. Bella was one of the rare few contestants with the chops to compete with Tiffany for top position. Chapter 41, Completely Ruined. Bella and Andy quickly got onto the stage. Bella started singing and Andy sang backup. Everything was in perfect harmony. Lots of fans posted thumbs up in the comments. Little Raindrop is incredible. I heard she wrote the entire song. She is a rare singer-songwriter talent. I played her previous songs on a loop. I'm sure she will win this time. She has a real chance at taking over Little Lily's position. Little Lily is collaborating with Robert, so she is a hot favorite. If Little Raindrop wants to snatch Little Lily's title, she still has some way to go. Just as everyone talked about Bella's performance excitedly, something went wrong with one of her transitions. Although the audience was not professionals, their ears did not lie and they could plainly judge for themselves. In the first half of the song, Bella and Andy performed astoundingly. However, the rest of the song lost its power after they made a mistake on a transition. Since both halves of the song sounded poles apart and ended up sounding terrible, everyone looked at each other quizzically. The teachers noticed something amiss as well. William said softly to Robert, "The transition Little Raindrop made was tricky. If she managed to succeed, the second half of the song would have been even more impressive." Robert also detected the problem. "I already warned her about it. Perhaps she didn't practice enough." He felt annoyed to see Bella perform so badly. She wrote the song herself. How could she not know where the tricky parts were? Bella and Andy both looked upset when they came off the stage. The entire second half of the song was ruined, but Andy was not in the position to judge Bella since they did pretty well during rehearsals. Some of the employees were Bella's fans, so they sighed. Little Raindrop must have been too tired. Her singing and songwriting skills have always been good. Willow felt even more anxious when she heard this while Jennifer remained unmoved. Jennifer had seen this coming. Bella was not a good songwriter to begin with. She only made it this far into the program thanks to Jennifer's songs and Robert's support. Even though Jennifer had given her an amazing song, it was not an easy song to master. If Bella wanted total control of her performance, she had to practice a lot before she went on stage. There was barely enough time for the contestants to practice as it was. Bella even got held up by Mr. Woods dealing with her contract. Hence, she did not practice enough. So it was completely normal for her to botch the transition. If she was capable of performing the transition well, then it was pure luck. It was almost Jennifer and Willow's turn to go on stage. She held Willow's hand briefly and felt her damp palms. They got changed and waited for their turn. An employee suddenly ran over and said, "Little Stone, Little Peanut, something went wrong with the recording of the accompaniment. Can you sing the other song? Didn't you submit 2 songs for the show?" It was true that Jennifer and Willow had submitted 2 songs along with the accompaniment. All the other teams did the same, but most teams would focus on one song and practice harder for it while they saved the extra song as a backup. Up till now, none of the contestants ever had to use the backup song. "Why is there a problem?" asked Jennifer. They had chosen to perform Jennifer's song, so they had practiced it repeatedly. Chapter 42. This was a live telecast. Jennifer did not have a problem performing either song since she had practiced both, but not Willow. She was anxious by nature, so it was already very hard for her to go on stage. If the song suddenly got changed, she was bound to go insane. Sure enough, Willow had started to tremble and broke into a cold sweat. "Everybody makes mistakes, right?" The employee sounded arrogant. "Isn't this completely normal?" Some of the film crew were biased. They could not be bothered with people like Jennifer and Willow who had no chance of winning. This employee previously caught sight of the ghastly scar on Jennifer's mouth when she removed her mask and was utterly disgusted. Since then, he became careless and lazy about Jennifer's matters and kept procrastinating whenever he could. Even though he was in charge, he had not checked the recording, so he had not noticed any problems with the accompaniment. Since they had no hope of winning, what difference would it make when they got kicked out? "Do you want to change the song?" "It is almost time," rushed the employee rudely. Willow shook Jennifer's hand. "Why don't we change it? You can sing more parts and I will do less." Although the backup song was hers, she had not completely mastered it. "That's more like it. It's not like there isn't a backup," said the employee. "Isn't this precisely what backups are for?" The film crew supervisor, Asher Johnson, heard the commotion and strode over. The moment he learned what happened, he said, "This is no big deal. Little Stone, Little Peanut, stop making trouble and go on stage now. The backup song is an additional option for the contestants and not an excuse for the employees to mess up." Jennifer looked angry. "Why should we be held accountable for your mistakes?" Even though Asher was at fault, he did not really care about Jennifer. Okay, I will tell the staff to watch out. If you don't get onto the stage, it is going to be too late." This was a live telecast. Jennifer picked up a guitar from the side and handed it to Willow. "I recall you can play the guitar, right?" "Yes, I do," acknowledged Willow right away. "We don't need the accompaniment or to change the song. We will play it on our own." During a live telecast like this, vocals and accompaniment were incredibly important. Since good accompaniment would be a boon to their performance, they would be at a disadvantage to play the guitar. Asher did not attempt to talk them out of it since they decided to dig their own graves. William could not help rubbing his temples when he saw them going on stage with the guitars. He recalled they did not use guitars during rehearsals. Were they trying to be creative? A lot of mockery appeared in the comments. "I didn't think that Desperate Dog and Rookie are capable of playing guitars." To be honest, the guitar is the easiest instrument to master, so it is no surprise for songwriters to know it. "That's right. I can play too. It's really no big deal." Everyone was unimpressed. "I am waiting to see what stunts Little Stone will pull on Robert tonight." Most of the time, guitars are used when performing love songs, so she must be singing the song for Robert. Although Jennifer's "Get Lost" was remarkable, Robert's talent agent paid for some online marketing to say that she was singing it to get Robert's attention and the lyrics weren't intended for him. Robert's fans were readily brainwashed and quickly believed Jennifer was trying to get his attention. Chapter 43, jarring to the ears. Everyone wanted to see what she would do this time. More importantly, they were hoping she would give them an excuse to scold her. After the interlude, the guitar strummed intensely like a heartbeat. Jennifer opened her mouth after the interlude. "It's my stage tonight. I'm going to have the time of my life. Like shooting stars in the sky. Like race cars at the speed of light. Burn, burn, burn. Like fireworks. It was shockingly not a saccharine love song like they expected. Instead, it was so fast-paced and passionate that it made the audience want to raise their hands as they sang. The moment Jennifer finished her line, Willow started singing. Even though the lyrics were the same, their styles were completely different yet in complete harmony and complemented each other. Willow unprecedentedly did not end up having stage fright. Willow was unable to even look people in their eyes, and sadly, she had to look at the audience when she performed. Jennifer already knew about her problem. She knew that if she made Willow focus on something else, it would help alleviate her anxiety. Since they were performing with guitars, and there was something for her to focus her eyes on, with Jennifer by her side she was naturally doing well. The audience could not help singing along with them in front of the stage and televisions as they watched. Burn, burn, burn. Like fireworks. It was not a love song intended for Robert. Instead, they were performing a phenomenal anthem on stage. What's gotten into Little Stone? Is this some new way to get Robert's attention? Just because she did not pull some stunt this time, doesn't mean she will never do it again. Who knows whether she is talking about her burning desire for Robert? Jennifer and Willow's voices melded at the end of the song. Jennifer had an ethereal melodious voice while Willow had powerful vocals. It's my stage tonight. I'm going to have the time of my life. I will not live in vain. Shooting stars will appear tonight. Like race cars at the speed of light. Burn, burn, burn. And light up the sky. The entire audience was lit by the passionate performance. Applause could be heard from every corner as they surged towards them. Inside a huge van in the parking lot, Arnold was waiting for Jennifer to finish filming. "Lee, go get Jennifer later," said Arnold. Every time he came here, he stayed in the car unless he really had to come out and did his utmost to avoid Jennifer. It was an embarrassment for people to find out that a highly sought-after talent agent like him would have to be the useless Jennifer's agent. He had no choice since he owed Elliot a favor. However, he was in a pretty good mood today. A few days ago, he had just received something. It was a termination letter from Jennifer. The moment they signed the termination agreement in front of Elliot, they could go on their paths and never have to see each other again. Little Smith drove celebrities around and had always worked for Arnold, so he knew Arnold's personality well. He asked about work. "Aren't you going to see Jennifer's performance?" "Nope. It is too jarring for my ears," replied Arnold. Little Smith smiled as he said, "You're right. She will probably get eliminated today. At best, she might have one more round to go before she gets kicked out of the competition. This time, the last 8 contestants out of 30 would get kicked out of the competition. These contestants would have a chance to get back into the competition during the next episode. Arnold reckoned it was unlikely for Jennifer to have a second chance to come back into the competition after she gets eliminated this time. This torture was about to be over for him. Little Smith saw Jennifer and Willow getting off the stage when he arrived backstage. From a distance, thunderous applause reverberated from the audience. Chapter 44, A Waste of Talent. Willow was particularly excited. It was the first time she was so immersed in her performance, so she was still high from it. She held Jennifer's arm with her fingers intertwined. "I did it. I really did it this time." Jennifer did not remind Willow that she owed her success to the guitar. She hoped that Willow could overcome her fears, even without using a guitar in the future. Most artists were better at certain styles of performing, but sometimes it was hard to see from their own perspectives. It was easier for a bystander to point it out to them. Singers who did not find the right way to perform might end up remaining unknown for years before they finally made a name for themselves. The same went for actors. Even if they had decent acting skills, they were unable to have any iconic work in their portfolio until they met the right director. They needed the right director to help figure out and develop the best way to perform. Little Smith went over and said softly, "Jennifer, the car is waiting for you outside." "Is Arnold here?" asked Jennifer. "Yes, he is." Little Smith was surprised by her question but quickly answered. Jennifer said, "Can you ask him to come over? I need his help. If you need any help, just let me know. He is kind of held up." Please get him to come over. It's better for him to do it. Jennifer's eyes looked smiley. In the past, she would have coldly said he was not capable of handling things. She was such an expert at offending people. Even though Little Smith was a chauffeur, she had now learned to show him respect and smiled as she spoke to him politely. Little Smith was stunned by her behavior once more before he quickly ran over to Arnold. Arnold looked a little impatient. He had no choice but to put on a mask and cover half his face before he went over. He genuinely could not afford the embarrassment. After he came over, Jennifer said, "Arnold, can you please inform the crew that I don't want to work with people who will affect my performance?" She explained what happened to their accompaniment recording. Arnold contemplated. Was the accompaniment recording enough to save her performance? Since he was still Jennifer's talent agent, it was his job to communicate with their production crew, so Arnold sighed, "I will talk to Mark." "Sure. Thank you," said Jennifer. She did not want this employee to handle her matters from now on. Since Arnold agreed to help talk to Mark, she went to the car first. The moment Mark spotted Arnold, he went stunned for a few seconds. Was Jennifer's agent Arnold, the top talent agent from Supreme Entertainment? He was aware Jennifer made it into the program due to her connections. Otherwise, she would have gotten eliminated ages ago. However, it did not cross his mind that she would have such a famous talent agent. It was a sheer waste of talent for Arnold to work with her. Hang on. Perhaps this implied the talent agency had high hope for her. "I will take care of it right away and make sure everything goes smoothly for Little Stone." Mark's attitude was exceptionally good. After all, Arnold had trained a lot of top-tier celebrities, so he was highly revered in the industry. "Okay." Arnold nodded calmly. "Will you be coming with Jennifer again the next time?" Mark was certainly not going to pass up on the opportunity to rub shoulders with Arnold. Arnold was frustrated with Jennifer, so he said impatiently, "I won't be taking her to the filming from now on." "I see." Mark wiped the sweat from his brow. For a moment, he thought he had offended someone important, but Jennifer turned out to be a nobody. Arnold might have just happened to swing by to help Jennifer out. Chapter 45. Were they going to get unlinked? Mark did Arnold the favor nonetheless. He promptly fired the employee when he was done talking to Arnold. "What's going on? Why did I get fired?" asked the employee perplexedly in shock. "You botched up the accompaniment recording. Do you know who Jennifer is?" The man shook his head in shock. In reality, Mark did not know either. However, anyone who could get Arnold to speak up for her was bound to be well connected. In comparison to a common employee, Mark would much rather not offend Jennifer. Go on and find yourself some other job. Since the competition was not over, the final ranking was not ready. However, Jennifer and Willow's song had become a hit. After all, a lot of the fans chose to trust what they heard since not all the viewers were Robert's fans. Little Stone is a very good songwriter too. Little Peanut also put on the best performance she ever did on the program. It was incredible. Why do I have a feeling that Little Stone is going to get unlinked from Robert for good? Robert's fans were infuriated. How could she ditch Robert after using his popularity? Is someone like Little Stone ever going to cut ties with Robert? Dream on. Jennifer left with Arnold after the competition ended. She told him to send her straight to the hospital to pick up Elliot. After resting for 2 days, Elliot clearly looked a lot better. Jennifer opened the hospital ward door gently to see him sitting on the couch taking care of work. His laptop was on and its screen was covered with red and green intersecting lines. Even though he was just dressed in a light-colored, shapeless striped patient gown, he made it look like it was designer wear. With good looks like his, he would give the pretty boys in the entertainment industry a run for their money. Jennifer could not help sighing. How blind was she in the past to choose Robert over him? Jennifer did not interrupt him. She placed the soup on the table and opened its lid before she placed the medicine inside. Just as she was going about her task carefully, she sensed someone walking up behind her. It felt familiar and she could tell it was Elliot without even turning to look. She quickly turned and saw it was him. She smiled naturally right away. It's time for you to have some soup. Am I interrupting you? Nope. Elliot did not even stop to look at the pile of work. After you are done drinking the soup, we can go home. I asked the doctor and he said it was fine for you to recuperate at home. Acknowledged Elliot, just like he did when she insisted on keeping him under observation at the hospital for a couple of days. Jennifer had absolute confidence in her medicine, but he had suffered from acute gastric bleeding, so she felt it would be safer to place him in the care of professionals. After Jennifer left the hospital with Elliot, she realized the huge van she came in was still parked there. Arnold never liked her, so he did not talk to her outside of work. Why would he suddenly have the patience to wait for her today? Was he here to send Elliot home? Jennifer and Elliot held hands as they got onto the van. Mr. Turner, Arnold greeted him right away. His eyes gradually landed on their intertwined hands and he raised his brows and seemed somewhat surprised. Elliot nodded in acknowledgement. He had already gotten changed and was dressed in a well-fitted white shirt with his buttons completely done up, matched with a designer black suit jacket. His tie was done up snugly at his neck, and he gave off a cold, stern air and a dignified aura. Chapter 46. It doesn't matter now. No one ever thought Elliot was capable of falling for a woman before Jennifer showed up, including Arnold. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be interested in guys. Yet now, Elliot was sitting with Jennifer in a possessive and domineering manner and using his powerful aura to mark his territory and claim Jennifer as his own. Arnold could not help averting his gaze from Jennifer. Jennifer spoke to Elliot gently with a light in her eyes. Arnold sneered in his heart and secretly prayed that Elliot would agree to her demands. After they arrived at Repulse Bay Villa, Arnold followed behind Elliot and Jennifer and got out of the car. Elliot detected Arnold's presence with his keen senses right away. Yes? Asked Elliot. Arnold sighed before he took out the termination contract and said, Mr. Turner, I agree to Miss Walter's request to terminate our contract. Jennifer sat on the couch as she took the juice from the butler. She took a sip and sighed in satisfaction. What termination contract? Who wants to leave the talent agency? A threatening glow radiated from the man's eyes as he narrowed them predatorily. An intense atmosphere promptly hovered over the entire villa. Arnold knew he had to grit his teeth and go on, so he replied, Miss Walter gave me a termination letter recently and requested to leave Supreme Entertainment and cut all ties with us. I have considered her request and tried to talk her out of it, but I was unable to change her mind since she has already gotten in touch with Golden Domain Entertainment several times. Arnold had certainly considered giving in to Elliot's request and begging Jennifer to stay. However, he felt there was no sense in forcing Jennifer if she was not keen on working with him when he learned that she had spoken to Golden Domain Entertainment. He felt it would be best to come clean with Elliot. After the contract was terminated, Jennifer could do as she pleased. The moment he finished his sentence, Elliot was annoyed and gave off a threatening aura. Elliot stood motionlessly. Anyone who knew him better could already sense his powerful aura flooding the atmosphere like a tempestuous storm flooding the earth. He clenched his fists tightly with his eyes bloodshot and looked at Jennifer mechanically with absolute accuracy. All these days, she had been taking good care of him and saying nice things to him. Had she been doing it for this? Jennifer did not avoid his stare and looked at him straight in the eye. She was keenly aware of the thoughts running through his head now. Before she was reborn, it was true she had prepared the termination contract and handed it to Bella so that she could help send it to Arnold. The damage was done. However, Elliot ought to learn to trust her a little more instead of trusting Arnold one-sidedly. She sat down on the couch casually and remained calm as she said, I did send it. Before Elliot had the chance to explode, she promptly said, I sent it before I made up with Elliot, so it doesn't matter now. I will keep working with Supreme Entertainment. With just a few simple words, she immediately calmed down Elliot. Arnold just knew it. However, he did not want to pass up on the perfect opportunity. Then why were you in touch with Mr. Woods? He was trying to fan the flames and agitate Elliot. Jennifer promptly replied, he was interested in signing my best friend, Bella. She has just joined his talent agency. Chapter 47 I Don't Deserve You. Arnold was particularly surprised. Are you sure? All you need to do is check, said Jennifer confidently. Arnold paused briefly. He was genuinely careless. In theory, he should not make such mistakes. It simply happened since he could not be bothered with Jennifer. He contemplated before he said, even then, I think we should stop working together. You can choose not to terminate the contract, but I won't be working with you from now on. Elliot, please hire some other talent agent for her. He had made plans for Jennifer, gave her resources, and patiently taught her about the industry. However, she was so mediocre that it was impossible to make her shine. Elliot's fury had subsided when Jennifer assured him that she did not want to stop working with Arnold. This meant she was going to stay. If she was willing to stay, it meant she would remain by his side. I will leave it up to Jennifer. Elliot's eyes looked calm as he gazed at Jennifer and waited for her to give her opinion. I kind of like him, said Jennifer. The moment she saw the angry look on Elliot's face, she promptly corrected herself. What I meant was, I like working with him, so I don't want to terminate my contract. Now it was Arnold's turn to look shocked. Was his entire career and future going to be bound with this useless woman? His voice sounded hoarse. Miss Walter, I don't deserve such great trust from you. You are too modest. You are a brilliant talent agent. Arnold was speechless. Jennifer was aware of his talent. He was good at planning and developing his celebrities' strengths. He did not use hype. Instead, his celebrities rose to the top using their talent. Also, he did not succumb to the industry's unwritten rules and force his celebrities to drink and sleep with powerful people. In her past life, he soared to even greater heights after dropping Jennifer, so she did not want to pass up on the chance to collaborate with him. Arnold, since we already know each other so well, we should continue working together. Arnold struggled. You are about to get kicked off, ultimate singer-songwriter, so you might no longer have any use for me. Who says I will get eliminated right away? Asked Jennifer as she looked at him. Arnold cleared his throat. He certainly knew Jennifer's antics well. She spent all her time on Robert and the only reason the production team kept her was for the sake of publicity. After the other contestants gained more popularity, they would kick Jennifer off the show. How much longer could she go on the program? How about this? If I come in the top 3 in the program, you will continue working with me, okay? Jennifer's eyes shone with confidence as she spoke. For a moment, Arnold almost believed her. She genuinely had a pair of beautiful eyes and she could express her emotions well with them. Since she talked big about making it into the top 3, Arnold decided to be blunt. I will give you a chance. If you make it into the top 5, I will continue working with you. She last ranked as the 15th contestant. Did she think she could suddenly come in 5th? Arnold smiled as he shook his head. Their collaboration might officially come to an end tonight. Jennifer picked up the remote control and turned on the television as she said, perfect timing. They are about to announce the ranking on the show. Arnold watched nonchalantly. Jennifer pulled Elliot to sit beside her and watch the show together. We have a real underdog this time. Let's check out the results, said the host. A very talented contestant shockingly got ousted from the lineup and came in the last 8. She is Jennifer. For those of you who feel sorry for me, who says I don't want to ditch Arnold. I only kept him around for my husband. He really trusts Arnold. If I fire him, who's going to pay for all the stuff my hubby will break? Chapter 48. How could she come in 3rd? Little Raindrop. Arnold was stunned. Bella was always a good singer-songwriter with great vocals. How could she do so badly? In that case, Jennifer had to fare even worse. The next contestant who has entered the elimination zone is Little Sailboat. Little Sailboat was Andy. Since Bella had ruined the performance during the second half of the song, Andy's ranking was fair. Arnold glanced at Jennifer. The contestant who came in first with overwhelming results is the talented singer-songwriter, Little Lily. In second, is Little Flag. Tiffany and Ivory had managed to maintain their previous results. They started counting down to announcing Jennifer's results. The film crew was keenly aware that Jennifer was the most controversial contestant, so they saved her results for the last. The host inhaled deeply when he saw her ranking before he said, "I can't believe that little Stone could have such results. She came in third." Robert's fans exploded with a lot of comments. "How can that be? This is a conspiracy. The program really has to stop sucking Robert's blood. How could she come in third?" Fortunately, some of the viewers spoke the truth. "But Little Stone's song was really good. I already heard it for the third time. Her vocals are excellent. I really hope she stands on her own 2 feet from now on. She will do even better without obsessing over Robert." However, comments from her real fans were quickly overwhelmed since there were simply too many anti-fans. Jennifer finally turned off the television after seeing Willow come in 5th. She turned her head sideways and saw Arnold looking at the television dejectedly with his mouth wide open for a long time. "Our deal still holds up, doesn't it?" Jennifer spoke with affirmation. Disappointment even emanated slightly from Arnold's slicked back hair. Arnold was a man of his word. Since he had already made a bet with Jennifer, he had to keep his word. However, he could not help feeling depressed about working with Jennifer long-term. He had always wanted Bella to sign with the talent agency. He had heard her creations and found them amazing, moving, and brimming with potential. Every time he heard her music, he could not help thinking about it for days. Bella's vocals needed improvement, so he was planning on helping to work on her singing after signing her. Since Bella was an incredible singer-songwriter, it was a matter of time before he turned her into a hit. However, he had not gotten around to doing it since he promised Elliot to only work with Jennifer. As for Jennifer's singing skills, there was nothing for Arnold to consider as it was non-existent. He recalled Jennifer telling him that Elliot helped to buy all the creations she had used. Sigh. "Of course," said Arnold before he stumbled out of Repulse Bay Villa. Jennifer smiled brightly at Elliot. "From now on, I will stay with Supreme Entertainment and work with Arnold." "Okay." Elliot watched as the young woman smiled while he nodded calmly. He liked seeing her smile, so he had to let her do things she liked and keep her that way. That was provided she did not leave him. Bella felt upset when she surprisingly came in the last 8. She could not blame Jennifer for it since William and Robert had both reminded her to practice a lot. Chapter 49, Injured. The contestants who came in the last 8 had one chance to remain on the program. So Bella had to work hard and stay on the program. For now, she did not have the time to come in between Jennifer and Elliot. If she did not perform well enough, Elliot would not look at her at all with or without Jennifer. She could not allow herself to get eliminated pathetically. The second chance was an important opportunity for all the people on the elimination list, so everyone had to be careful. Based on the competition rules, the last 8 contestants could select any singer who was in the safe zone to battle solo. If the contestants in the elimination zone won, they would get to trade places with their opponent from the safe zone. However, they would get completely struck off the program if they lost. After the contestants from the safe zone ended up in the elimination zone, they had one chance to battle a contestant in the safe zone as well. If they succeeded in surpassing their opponent, they could trade places. Same went, they would get eliminated completely if they lost this time. 8 contestants would definitely get eliminated from the program. The people in the safe zone were only temporarily safe, so to speak. Although it was going to be a solo battle, Willow stayed by Jennifer's side and shared the results of her practicing. "Jennifer, how does this line sound to you?" Jennifer lowered her head and shared her comments with Willow. The other contestants pursed their lips in contempt when they walked past Jennifer. Just like Robert's anti-fans, most of the contestants felt resentful of Jennifer's unexpected win. Jennifer was undedicated and lazy. How could a contestant like her rise through the ranks and come in third? Asher had told them Jennifer could get so far because she had a powerful backer. Who on earth was so blind to support her? Jennifer did not care about their rude stares. Instead, she focused on discussing music with Willow. All the participants of the program wanted to come in as the champion. Even slightly less talented contestants did their best in the hope of paving a career for themselves. Since none of them were Mother Teresa, no one could be bothered being nice to Jennifer. Jennifer and Willow were talking when Jennifer's phone rang. She picked it up right away. "Okay, I'm on my way out." She told Willow she had to leave, took leave for the day, and left immediately. Everyone watched in disdain as she walked out. She anxiously got into Elliot's car when she got out. Ashley had gotten into a traffic accident and her hand was hurt. Jennifer did not get into a heated argument in this life and make Ashley drive out in the middle of a storm to talk her into coming home, but Ashley still ended hurting her hand. Jennifer was dreadfully worried about her condition. She glanced sideways at Elliot to see him pursing his lips so tightly that even his chin was stiff. He was clearly stressed out about his sister's condition. She held Elliot's hand firmly as she whispered, "She will be fine." Even though her words sounded gentle, she sounded confident and determined. Elliot's tense face finally eased up a little. By the time they made it to the hospital, the doctors had just performed an operation on Ashley and she was resting in the hospital ward. Her husband, Merlin Gordon, was with her. She had already regained consciousness and cried until her eyes were swollen as she stammered, "Merlin, give it to me straight. Will I ever be able to play the piano again?" Merlin adjusted his spectacles and did his best to sound calm. "The doctor is hopeful, but you need to spend some time recuperating and can't get agitated." She did not believe him. She faintly heard the doctor saying her tendon was damaged when she was sent for operation. And she was keenly aware of what that meant even if no one told her. Chapter 50. I hate her. Tell her to leave. A renowned pianist had injured his hand before in an accident. Although he hired the best doctors, the surgery was deemed a success and he was able to retain motor function in his hand. It was impossible for him to ever perform again. Ashley quietly cried. Merlin was heartbroken that she got hurt, but there was nothing he could do. "Big sis," said Elliot with his powerful voice. Ashley watched him walk in with her eyes teary. She pouted and wanted to cry again. Merlin told Elliot about the situation. "I have already contacted the best surgeon in Europe and America to come over. He is already flying over." The moment Jennifer entered the room, she stared at Ashley's hand. She had already heard the doctor saying that Ashley's tendon was injured when he spoke to Elliot. Ashley had already undergone surgery conducted by their best doctor. If it were anyone else, it was definitely good enough to help retain motor function. However, Ashley was no ordinary woman. She was a world-class pianist and was the youngest woman ever to come in champion for the Chopin International Piano Competition. Her hands were nimbler than an average person. She needed her hands to be strong and nimble in order to play the piano well, so her motor functions had to be flawless. The doctors were unable to guarantee this, but Jennifer could do it. Jennifer happened to be an expert in the field in her past life. Before Jennifer could say a word, Ashley caught Jennifer staring at her and could not help saying angrily, "Jennifer, are you here to mock me?" "No, I'm not. I know you are. From the moment you walked in, you kept staring at my hand. Are you thinking you can finally have your way now that I am injured?" "You are too much," shouted Ashley harshly since she was upset. Merlin hurriedly pressed her down. "Calm down. The doctor said you have to stay calm." "How can I stay calm? I hate her. Tell her to get lost." Ashley was completely agitated. Jennifer knew Ashley hated her and did not want her to tear her wound, so she quickly left. Elliot's voice turned slightly colder. "Don't take it out on her." Ashley parted her lips and wanted to say more, but decided to stop. She knew Elliot well. If she continued shouting at Jennifer, he was bound to get upset. She watched as Elliot left and could only take her temper out on Merlin. "I hate you too." "Yes, it's all my fault," said Merlin indulgently. Jennifer sat down on a bench outside. She smiled when Elliot walked over. "It's okay. I get it. She is in a bad mood now. All patients get temperamental." "I'm sorry," apologized Elliot. Jennifer shook her head. "I'm sure she will be fine. She would definitely find some way to operate on Ashley." Elliot thought she was talking about the internationally renowned surgeon Merlin had called. It was impossible for Jennifer to work any magic on Ashley since their grudge was too deep. Considering Ashley's condition, it was impossible for them to set aside their differences, let alone expect them to get along and have a normal conversation. Also, why wouldn't Ashley choose a world-class doctor over her? Jennifer had to wait for the world-class doctor to come before she could find a chance to help Ashley. Fortunately, Jennifer was sure her injuries could wait after seeing her medical report. Chapter 51, Lack of Interest. Jennifer quickly focused on the competition since Ashley did not require immediate medical attention. The elimination round was a live telecast as well and was split into 2 parts. Arnold did not pay attention to the competition and even uninstalled the application on his phone since he could not be bothered watching Jennifer. However, now that things had changed and he had promised to work with Jennifer, he had to learn more about her if they were to collaborate. Arnold had to sit among the audience and watch her perform. He wore a mask and sat in an inconspicuous corner to avoid getting recognized. All the contestants were standing on stage wearing masks. Those that came in ranking 1 to 22 were in the safe zone while the last 8 were placed in the elimination zone. Arnold spotted Jennifer in the crowd right away. She was tall, slim and always looked well poised, so she stood out from the crowd. It was no wonder Elliot was head over heels in love with her. The host announced the rules. The contestants in the elimination zone can pick anyone from the safe zone to battle. You can pick any song ever performed by any contestant on the program. That makes a total of 120 songs to choose from. Feel free to pick any song that suits you. William and Robert sat beneath the stage as they watched. The last 8 contestants were not lousy singer-songwriters. The instructors had already advised their teams which opponents to pick based on their strengths. It was going to be the battle of the best and an exciting night. A contestant said softly while the camera was pointing elsewhere, "I am so envious of little Lily. She keeps coming in first, so no one will pick her." In reality, the top 10 contestants are pretty safe. People like me who came in 20th are at greater risk, said Charlotte, also known as Little Leaf. In order to improve their odds, the contestants in the elimination zone would usually pick contestants that ranked 15th to 22nd to battle. If they picked someone strong, they might end up eliminated. The instructors took this into consideration when they came up with their game plans. Willow was now the 5th, but she remained anxious. After all, everyone knew she was unable to perform consistently. She was mentally prepared to get challenged and had even prepared a speech for her loss. She looked at Jennifer and hoped that Jennifer would go far on the program. All the viewers felt the same way as the contestants. Since it was unlikely that the best contestants would get challenged, they showed little interest in their performance. I don't think we will even get to see Little Stone perform, let alone even better contestants like Little Lily and Little Flag. Sigh. Now that a day has passed without scolding Little Stone, I am starting to feel bored. That's right. Things can get so boring when she isn't making trouble. The first contestant from the elimination zone had already stepped up on stage as the viewers commented. Her name was Isabella Kendall, also known as Little Pig. She had come in 30th this time. After walking up on stage, the host handed her the microphone and she said, "I want to challenge Little Stone." The crowd buzzed with commotion. Robert felt shocked as well. Isabella was on his team and he had suggested for her to battle Charlotte based on her strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 52 Elimination. Was Isabella going to challenge Jennifer? Arnold was resting his eyes, but opened them when he heard who Isabella wanted to compete with. Arnold could not help recalling Jennifer asking him to get Mark to give his employees a warning over something minor earlier. He scoffed in his mind right away. Jennifer must have a terrible relationship with everyone on the program if she had to resort to that. Only Isabella truly knew the reason she selected Jennifer to compete with. She was Robert's fan, so she took part in the competition solely for him. Hence, some of Robert's fans had become her supporters. She was already unhappy with the way Jennifer was using Robert's popularity. Now that she had made it into this round, she had to teach Jennifer a lesson. Even though Jennifer had performed well for her last 2 songs, Isabella had a ready fan base, so she was unafraid of picking Jennifer. The moment the show started, it hit a climax, so the audience could not help feeling excited. Well done, Little Pig. We will all call in and vote for you. We are all waiting for Little Pig to kick Little Stone off the show. Jennifer calmly took the microphone and stood up when she was picked. She already saw this coming. Isabella picked a ballad that suited her. It was Tiffany's previous creation, Love You. It was the perfect song for her singing style. It was a politically smart choice to pick from Tiffany's song archive. Tiffany was well known, so her songs were very popular with the audience. After Isabella was done singing, people kept singing her praises. Arnold sat below the stage as he quietly planned what to do with Jennifer's career after she got eliminated. Jennifer had picked Willow's song, I Want to Be Your Spring. Even though the lyrics were bright and positive, the song had a sorrowful air and was in Willow's singing style. Jennifer had sung it countless times, so she was confident about performing it. The moment she opened her mouth, her ethereal voice struck Arnold right away and made him sit up straight. He looked at the girl on stage in shock. It was inconceivable that she was capable of sounding like this. Jennifer's voice sounded smooth and consistent from behind the mask. In comparison to the sorrowful air in Willow's singing voice, it sounded sad but not completely heartbroken when Jennifer sang it. When spring is over, I hope I will still feel you like music. May the flowers bloom so that you can escape from the dark and sadness. After she was done singing, all the instructors reacted just like Arnold and straightened their backs. It had been a long time since they last felt so touched and triggered by a song. The voting had begun. Robert's fans were stunned briefly. They automatically wanted to vote for Little Pig when they snapped out of their daze. However, they paused as they touched the tears hanging from the corners of their eyes. Little Stone was the one who moved them so deeply that they cried. In an instant, they were in a dilemma. Jennifer had real fans out there, but they were scattered throughout the crowd in between Robert's fans and did not dare to say a word. However, voting was private. No one would know their vote, so Robert's fans could not come after them. The voting results kept rising until it finally came to a halt. The host looked at the results in disbelief. Little Pig had 280,000 votes while Little Stone had 500,000 votes. Since Little Pig was in the elimination zone, she will get kicked out altogether. Isabella opened her mouth wide and watched in shock. She could not believe what she was seeing. However, the truth was the truth. Despite their production team's equal surprise, they had to stick to the rules. Willow hurriedly pulled Jennifer's hand when Jennifer went back to her seat to congratulate her. Since they were wearing masks, she could not see Jennifer's face. However, she could tell from Jennifer's eyes that she was smiling. Chapter 53, Even Better If They Went at Each Other's Throats. Next up is Little Sailboat, announced the host. Andy was dragged down by Bella, so his ranking was even lower than hers. He was gravely defeated by his previous performance, so he was desperate to stay on the show. Robert was his instructor and he suggested that Andy pick a low-ranking contestant to challenge. Andy kept thinking in his heart that no matter who he picked, he risked elimination. He thought about picking Jennifer. There was no rule against picking a safe zone contestant who had already been challenged. Since Jennifer had just finished performing, she was probably physically and mentally exhausted and needed some time to recover. In that case, he would have greater odds of succeeding. I pick Little Stone, said Andy right away. The host was caught by surprise. Are you sure? If it's allowed on the show, then I pick her. The audience went into an uproar. The audience sitting right below the stage were all very happy with Jennifer's singing, so they were on her side. The moment they heard Andy's selection, they could not help feeling contemptuous about him. Arnold frowned. Despite Jennifer's terrible personality, it was so unmanly of Andy to pick on a girl. The instructors could not help shaking their heads disappointedly. However, his actions sparked a huge debate among the audience. Ever since the birth of media, the moment any discourse was sparked, it spread like wildfire at exponential speed. By the time Andy started to sing, the number of people watching the program exploded and the screen was bursting with comments. Now I really don't know what to say. Is Little Sailboat worse or Little Stone? There are always better troublemakers out there. I can't wait for them to fight it out. Even better if they go at each other's throats. Robert's fans were jubilant to see this. However, there were genuinely fewer people talking bad about Jennifer now. Since everyone respected talent, Jennifer's recent performances had struck a chord with them. Also, she had stopped trying to exploit Robert's popularity. Hence, they had no reason to criticize her. Andy clearly did better than his last performance after he sang. In comparison, he was very consistent. I choose to sing Little Dreams, Falling, said Jennifer. How could she pick that song? The crowd inhaled in surprise. Edmund, also known as Little Dreamer, almost got eliminated with Jennifer previously. After going through instructor selection, he made it to this episode. Since he sang mostly indie and old songs, he had a hard time making it here. His songs were hard to sing and his voice had a lot of range. He could go even lower than a professional baritone singer and he could hit higher notes than a woman, so his songs were hard to master. Jennifer opened her mouth to sing amid everyone's shock. All three instructors were won over at the first transition in the first line of the song. The only instructor who seemed unmoved was Robert. However, despite his straight face, he was filled with shock. Were Jennifer's vocals that powerful? As Jennifer went on, she could hit even higher notes. Her lovely resounding voice hit the highest note in the song before it went into portamento. Even if it cuts at the heart. Don't hide. Go all out. Let me change into fire. Burning as I crash. This song was on the indie rock side and was hard to learn to begin with. Moreover, Edmund had created this song based on his vocal characteristics, so it was hard for most other people to master it, especially women. Chapter 54. He had lost all dignity while he was at it. A lot of professional singers had spoken about the characteristics of the song and its difficulty to master when Edmund first sang it. Jennifer not only hit all the notes, she also had a powerful vocal delivery. Even though she performed the song in a completely different style from Edmund, it was impressive. The comments came to a halt and the screen went blank when she reached the climax, paused for a long time until she finally continued singing. The audience resumed their comments when she went on singing. Is that really Little Stone? Awesome. Her singing was marvelous. Even a singing major like me can't hit those high notes. More importantly, the notes were high and she sounded good. My ears are addicted to her singing. Don't ask me why, but I couldn't help kneeling when I heard her singing. Robert lowered his head as he contemplated. The lyrics of the song were about breaking out of one's past and entering a new stage in life. Was Jennifer really going to let go of her past? Even though Bella never once stopped to question Jennifer's abilities, she could not help reconsidering. Her heart felt constricted. Why did Jennifer suddenly improve so much? Elliot must have hired a professional singing instructor to help hone her skills. Even Bella was capable of improving in leaps and bounds with the help of a world-class voice instructor, let alone someone like Jennifer. The voting results were ready before long at the end of the battle. The host was unsurprised by the outcome when he got his hands on the results. Little Sailboat had 150,000 votes while Little Stone came in with 700,000 votes. Little Sailboat is eliminated from the show. There was a hint of joy in his voice when Andy got kicked out. Although he was not a fan of Jennifer's, Andy was an embarrassment, so he deserved these votes. Andy's face turned ashen under his mask. He desperately wanted to stay on the show. Andy had chosen to risk his reputation when he chose to challenge Jennifer, but he underestimated Jennifer. Not only had he lost, but he had also lost all dignity. After getting chased off the stage this way, his career was bound to get jeopardized. It was now time for the third contestant in the elimination zone to go on stage. She was Selena Hilton, also known as Little Lotus. She had already wanted to battle Jennifer from the start. The employee who lost his job because of Jennifer was her cousin and he had done a lot to help her during the competition. She had planned on using this opportunity to challenge Jennifer and kick her out of the program to help avenge her cousin, but 2 other contestants had already selected Jennifer. If she insisted on choosing to pit herself against Jennifer after she was already picked twice, it would seem unethical and she would get criticized by the public severely. However, it was the perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Jennifer's odds of coming out on top were minute. Why not take advantage of the loophole? It was not like she started it. I am impressed by Little Stone's talent, so I want to challenge her. All the instructors beneath the stage looked at each other. William anxiously spoke to the production team. If this goes on, Jennifer is bound to lose. Shouldn't you do something about it? Don't you have to stop the contestants from picking on her? It's not like Selena is breaking the rules. The director did not want to pass up on the opportunity. He could see viewership rising straight up while they sat backstage. It was mostly because everyone wanted to see people with bad sportsmanship challenging Jennifer. Now that the program was finally a hit, he was reluctant to stop the contestants from doing it. The director said firmly, "Also, this is a live telecast, so we can't randomly change things." He continued, "We believe in Jennifer. Also, she will stand to learn so much from this experience." Chapter 55, How Far Could She Go? William turned off his microphone altogether in fury. The audience was in an uproar. Robert's fans were no longer in control of the comments. Instead, the general public had taken over. Some of them felt that the contestants in the elimination zone wanted to make it into the safe zone by using shortcuts and resorted to underhanded methods in order to stay in the race. It was completely unscrupulous and unethical of them. The other half of the audience felt something must be wrong with Little Stone if so many people wanted to challenge her. Otherwise, why would everyone pick her? Was it not easier to compete with the contestant who came in 22nd? The greater the dispute, the more attention the show gained. Out of the top 10 hot searches on social media, 7 were about the program. There were posts about Little Stone getting bullied on the program, the elimination of Little Pig and Little Sailboat, Little Stone's jaw-dropping performance, and doubts about the program's regulations among others. Little Lotus and Little Stone got ready to compete as the audience argued. This time, Selena performed a ballad since she was good at it. Jennifer picked a fast song and completely outshone Selena. She surpassed Selena overwhelmingly when the results were announced. The audience was in a frenzy. Jennifer had defeated 3 contestants in the elimination zone, but was capable of giving her best performance throughout. It was simply inconceivable. Willow and William frowned so hard that their forehead hurt. How could these people do this to Little Stone? The contestants could have a short break when it was time for the advertisements to roll. Willow ran up to Jennifer and said, "This is so unfair for you. I am going to talk to the production team about it." "It's fine." Jennifer pulled her. Since the production team came up with the rules, they already knew this might happen. She had already overheard the employees' conversation and heard about viewership rising swiftly. The production team would never pass up on the opportunity to increase viewership. "How can we let them do this to you? What if more people want to challenge you?" asked Willow worriedly. Singing was a tiring affair. Most singers had to do a lot of workout in order to perform well on stage. Before a singer went on concerts, they had to prepare 2 to 3 months in advance until they were capable of singing just 10 songs on stage. It was undoubtedly a grueling feat to perform in a concert. And Jennifer had already performed thrice. Jennifer smiled. "It's okay. There are only 8 of them to begin with." She would just treat it like she was having a concert. In her past life, she had mastered all these songs when she had nothing better to do. Now was the time to check on the fruit of her labor and see how good she was. William got into a huge argument with the production team, but it was futile. Arnold said nothing. He really wanted to see exactly how far Jennifer could go. Was she worthy of his time and effort to groom? The break ended 5 minutes later. Everyone watched with anticipation as the 4th contestant went on stage. Ultimate Singer-Songwriter had become the hottest show on air. Even people who were not interested came online to take a look. Lucian, also known as Little Tail, was already standing on stage. He looked worried under his mask. The host proceeded to ask who he wanted to challenge. Little Tail, have you come to a decision? He had already decided on his opponent, but his talent agent called him during the break and told him to pick Jennifer so that he would win. Chapter 56. People must really hate her. Lucian did not want to hit Jennifer when she was down and wanted it to be a fair fight. However, his talent agent threatened him, if you lose because you didn't pick her, don't blame the company for giving up on you. Since it was already the fourth round, no one felt Jennifer could make it. He was in a dilemma. He wanted to become a singer using his singing abilities, but his talent agency signed an 8-year contract with him and had total control over his future. He contemplated for a long time before he struggled as he said, I choose Little Stone. The audience already saw this coming. Some viewers started to comment on the tough position Little Stone was in, so they could not help taking her side. Willow pulled Jennifer's hand and wanted to say something, but did not know what to say. Jennifer walked out from the safe zone. Even though she was wearing a mask, it failed to conceal her tall, slender body and long legs. She was dressed in a white shirt and an ordinary pair of jeans, but it was perfect on her and looked completely custom-made for her. They played a majestic and sad song in the background like she was readying herself for battle when she walked out. The audience could not help feeling sorry for her when they heard the music. Lucian removed the microphone and said softly, I'm sorry. Jennifer had overheard his conversation with his talent agent and knew a lot of celebrities did not have a choice. Even more so for people new to the industry who were still struggling and had yet to become a part of it. She moved her microphone away and replied, there are no sorries on stage. Just do your best. Lucian finally let go of his sense of guilt and his fighting spirit got reignited. Ashley lay sideways on the bed and was unable to sleep in the hospital. She was in a foul mood and her mind was in chaos. The foreign doctor had already examined her injury and found the local doctor's surgery and postoperative care well done. However, he did not feel confident she could recover so much that she could go back to playing piano professionally. He was one of the best surgeons in the world and only set aside his work to come over at the request of Elliot and Merlin, but he gave her a negative outcome. The nurse noticed Ashley was upset when she changed her dressing, so she comforted her gently and tried to distract her. Miss Turner, do you want to watch some entertainment programs? It's not good for your injury for you to feel sad. Why don't you pick one for me? Ashley wanted to stop feeling depressed as well. Why don't you watch Ultimate Singer-Songwriter? Tonight's episode looks really good. The nurse was an avid fan of watching talent programs and watched everything that was ever aired. The episode tonight is really exciting. A contestant called Little Stone was challenged 4 times in a row. Everyone targeted her to battle, but she took them out one by one and made it to the end. She is simply incredible. Since Ashley had investigated Jennifer, she knew Jennifer was Little Stone. She sneered, people must really hate her. The nurse hurriedly said, but she performed really well and has great vocals. Ashley sneered again nonchalantly. Elliot must have paid someone off to create hype for Jennifer. How could she challenge 4 contestants at one time? It was just hype. The nurse had already turned on the program and got absorbed by it in 3 seconds as she looked at Jennifer with her eyes starry. Jennifer was singing a saccharine song now. First, she did a ballad, then a fast track followed by rock, and now a sweet love song. She was showing great potential in all song categories. She was capable of singing an incredible range of notes, but she was surprisingly able to make a sweet song like this sound youthful and girly. Chapter 57, Her Again. This is just decadent music. Criticized Ashley harshly. Since she was the eldest daughter of the Turner family and started to shoulder family responsibilities early in life, she naturally had no interest in saccharine love songs. However, she glanced at the screen and realized the program was a live telecast. If the production team did not plan this in advance, Jennifer genuinely had great vocals. The nurse noticed Ashley did not like the music, so she hurriedly said, in that case, I shall not disturb you. Why don't you have some rest? The nurse wanted to take the opportunity to watch the program with her colleagues now that she had a bit of free time. Hang on. Ashley wanted to see what Jennifer was made of. Just watch it here so I can listen to it. Oh my god. She won. Little Stone won. The nurse smiled happily. I will never speak ill of Little Stone ever again. This time, Jennifer had a borderline win against Lucian. Before he got off the stage, he stepped forward and shook hands with Jennifer. Despite his exceptional performance, he lost to Jennifer. However, he had a clear conscience and was unafraid of the talent agency. He raised Jennifer's hand as everyone watched and gestured that she was the true winner. He hoped everyone could applaud her. Although it was unethical of him to challenge Jennifer, he was a real gentleman when he lost. He even told the audience to save the applause for the true winner. Little Tail was very good, but he met his match. It was too bad he was singing against Little Stone. Little Stone has really earned my respect tonight. I already became Little Stone's fan in the last round. Hey, I became her fan even earlier. Bella was up next and she was all set backstage. She wanted to discuss this with Jennifer and get Jennifer to help her make it through this round. However, there were cameras everywhere and time was tight, so she was unable to find the opportunity. She exhaled deeply. Golden Domain Entertainment suggested she challenge Jennifer as well. Despite how unethical it was, Bella was keenly aware Jennifer was her best bet. Jennifer genuinely treated Bella as her best friend, so Jennifer would let her win even without Bella asking. Moreover, Jennifer was already in the safe zone. Even if she lost a challenge, she had one more chance to save herself from elimination. Bella quickly went on stage. She contemplated for some time before she replied to the host, I came to this show so that I could learn from the best. Who would you like to challenge? Asked the host. Since I have to put up the best performance, I need to challenge an exceptional singer. In that case, I would like to challenge Little Stone. After Bella explained her choice, she announced it. Since she did not want to take the risk, she had to choose Jennifer. Little Stone again. She picked Little Stone again. The host felt excited. Little Stone, do you have anything to say? Little Raindrop and I have always been close friends. I'm happy to accept her challenge. I hope both of us can give our best performance, replied Jennifer. Bella felt Jennifer was giving her a hint. She heaved a sigh of relief before she signaled Jennifer with their secret sign. Jennifer caught it. Bella always cued Jennifer with the signal when Bella had something to ask of her. She nodded gently to indicate to Bella that she got it. Chapter 58. Her voice cracked. Bella instantly felt assured. She quickly selected one of her old songs, Miss You. This song was a fan favorite. Jennifer had written the song. It was also the song that cemented Bella's status as a talented singer-songwriter. By the time Jennifer was reborn, she had already given the song to Bella. Jennifer naturally did not care. She did not feel sorry for giving Bella the song since it was about her feelings for Robert. Even if she had the song, she would feel disgusted by it. However, there were a lot of tricky parts in the song. Jennifer was in the habit of writing songs set with traps. Just when the performer thought she had mastered the song, she could end up missing a transition and ruining the entire song. Bella did just that previously when she teamed up with Andy and performed badly. This time, Bella steered clear of the song out of fear she would make the same mistake. She had practiced Miss You countless times, so she was confident about singing it well. She quickly went on stage confidently and started to perform. Since everyone thought she was a talented singer-songwriter, they liked her a lot. The moment she went on stage, everyone showed their support. Jennifer quietly watched as Bella performed. In her past life, she would always cue Bella when she got to the tricky parts of the song and helped her to overcome them. This time, Bella might be able to finish singing the song without a hitch even if Jennifer did not remind her. However, she might end up embarrassing herself completely. It was all down to probability. Sure enough, Bella's worst dreams happened. When she sang the chorus a second time, she let down her guard after she finished singing the climax without a hitch. She simply assumed there was no way she could botch an easy part of this song. However, her voice cracked before she knew it. Not only did her voice cracked, but she also made a poor transition. Her voice cracked at an easy part of the song. Everyone was in shock. The audience was left dumbstruck by this rookie mistake. The viewers started to comment. Why did Little Raindrop perform so badly? I have to say I often get stuck at that part of the song when I sing. I thought the contestants would have it better than me, but she is shockingly just as bad at singing the song as I am. Little Raindrop's vocals really can't compare to her songwriting skills. Bella forced herself to finish singing the last 2 lines. However, even though the last 2 lines turned out well, the crack in the middle of the song made it impossible for anyone to notice her great performance later on. It was impossible for the audience to overlook the problem, especially since it appeared in an easy part of the song. All they could remember was her cracking voice. Bella's face lost all color. She did not see this coming. Was she going to get eliminated now? Or could Jennifer get her voice to crack somewhere as well? As long as Jennifer made a mistake, she could win. Bella stood by the side dejectedly and did not even know when Jennifer started to perform. How could she get eliminated? She had yet to show her true potential and get Elliot to fall for her and be with her. Bella knew Elliot liked music since she caught him listening to Jennifer's songs several times, so she deliberately honed her vocals and used Jennifer's music to try and get his attention. How could Bella get eliminated before she succeeded? Chapter 59. Worshipped good-looking people is true talent. No way Bella was going to lose. She was not ready to leave the show. Just as her mind was in chaos, she heard the host saying, "Now that Little Raindrop and Little Stone have given their dazzling performances, their fate is in your hands. Please cast your votes for your favorite singer. Are you ready? In 5 seconds, you can start to vote." 5, 4. Bella was instantly stunned. Was Jennifer done singing? How did she perform? Had her voice cracked? Had people hated her singing? How did she perform in comparison to her? Bella's mind went blank as she walked over towards Jennifer and stood beside her. Before long, it was time for the audience to vote. It was Bella's last chance to stay in the program. 3, 2, the host's voice sounded like a demonic chant. Bella suddenly pretended to lose balance and bumped into Jennifer. She grabbed Jennifer's mask as she stumbled. In a matter of seconds, Jennifer had already adjusted her mask without showing her face. However, the ghastly contorted scar on her lip was captured on camera. Even though the cameraman quickly moved away, the audience saw how ugly Jennifer was. Everyone saw Jennifer's hideous scar. Also, some of the audience were filming the show, so they kept replaying the footage to see. Little Stone had the perfect figure, but ended up so ugly. All attention turned to Jennifer's face instantly. Heavens! Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Is Little Stone really that ugly? Oh my god. I really can't bear looking at her. Although I feel bad about saying this, the sight of her makes me want to vomit my dinner. How could she sing such a sweet song with looks like that? I can't take it. I really can't take it. You people shouldn't only care about her face. What about her singing? My rationality tells me not to care about her face, but I can't stop myself from feeling repulsed. Ultimate singer-songwriter wanted to discover new talent for the entertainment industry and claimed their program was not about looks, so they kept marketing it as a part of their program. However, in today's society, everyone only worshipped good-looking people as true talent. Even though no one thought about the contestants' looks previously, the audience assumed they were at least average-looking or even gorgeous enough to be celebrities. If talent was a piece of chocolate, the wrapper should at least be normal. The chocolate certainly could not be wrapped with trash. Little Stone had become trash in their eyes. Even though Bella messed up her song, she won Jennifer marginally by 100 votes. She would now take over Jennifer's spot in the safe zone. The host announced the rules sadly. Since Little Stone has lost the challenge, she will now go into the elimination zone. However, she has one chance to challenge a contestant in the safe zone. Little Stone, you will be up next in the second half of the show. Jennifer did not expect Bella would do this to win. Jennifer did not perform as well in her past life, so she did not end up getting challenged repeatedly. Jennifer was caught by surprise when Bella pulled this tasteless stunt. She had accidentally let down her guard. She got off the stage calmly without saying an angry word as she contemplated what to do next. Chapter 60. Glad she has backbone. Jennifer lowered her head as she pondered. Willow was so worried that she was on the brink of tears. Since Jennifer did not talk about it, she did not dare to disturb Jennifer. William threw a temper. What is going on? Why do things like this keep happening to Jennifer? The production team might not care about Jennifer's opinion, but they were certainly concerned when William got angry. Someone from the production team was sent to calm him down. I am so sorry, Jennifer. My high heel shoes were too slippery, apologized Bella cautiously. However, it was impossible to ignore the smugness in her eyes. Jennifer glanced at her before she smiled and said, "Oh really? Then I suggest you stand firmly from now on." Have you decided who to challenge? Asked Bella. All the contestants who ranked between 15th to 22nd trembled. In theory, they were her best options. Any other day, they would not feel threatened about getting challenged by Jennifer. However, Jennifer had already gotten challenged 5 times but was in great shape. Also, she knew everyone's songs very well and had great vocal delivery. Everyone had instinctively started to see her as a tough opponent. Despite exposing Jennifer's horrifying scar, Bella only managed to surpass her by 100 votes. It was a close win. None of them were confident about outdoing Jennifer. Jennifer did not decide right away and simply said, "I haven't decided yet." William walked over and pulled Jennifer aside and whispered, "Jennifer, you have to pick a safe bet. Otherwise, you will get kicked out. Yihi, who came in 20th, and Aiden, who came in 22nd, do not perform consistently. Why don't you pick one of them?" Both these contestants came from other teams. William was genuinely making sound suggestions for Jennifer. She nodded and said, "I will think about it." William felt assured after seeing how much she had improved and the great performance she had put up. The nurse noticed Ashley's hate towards Little Stone and pulled her phone away from Ashley. "Bring that over." Ashley could not help reaching her head a little closer. Other contestants had challenged Jennifer 5 times in a row and she could not help feeling resentful. Do these people have no ethics? How could the 5 of them have the cheek to pit themselves against Little Stone? The nurse asked softly, "Didn't you hate Little Stone? This has nothing to do with whether I like her. I just don't like seeing people gang up to bully a woman." She took her phone and sent Charlie a text message right away. "What has your boss been doing? Did he do anything to help Jennifer to get more votes?" "Miss Walter told us to stay out of it," Charlie replied quickly. "I am glad she has a backbone. But Mr. Turner is throwing a temper tantrum while watching the show." Charlie was in a spot. Jennifer kept telling them to stay out of the program. However, Elliot was giving off a dangerous aura. "I am pissed off too." Ashley replied, "If Jennifer can't even take care of evil people like her, she can forget about being a part of the Turner clan." Even if Jennifer did, it would not change Ashley's opinion of her. Her hate for Jennifer had yet to disappear. "Miss Turner, Little Stone is going on stage," said the nurse. Ashley watched as Jennifer went on stage. A lot of people were commenting about Jennifer's ugly looks, but a lot of people spoke up for her as well. Chapter 61. We have every right to decide on our destiny. Everyone was trying to figure out Jennifer's strategy. "I think she will pick Little Lion, who came in 22nd. Maybe not. The guy who came in 21st isn't a great performer either. It's really up to Little Stone now. I am so curious about who she will challenge." Ashley glanced at the screen casually. Jennifer had already gone on stage. Bella took the microphone and apologized to Jennifer solemnly. "I am so sorry, Little Stone. I didn't mean to stumble onto you earlier. It was a complete accident. I hope you didn't get hurt and it won't affect your performance." No one was able to see Jennifer's eyes and expression behind the mask as she held the microphone. Her voice sounded clear and magnetic as she said, "I don't mind people seeing my face. Fortunately, I did not end up breaking the rules of the program by showing my face." She genuinely did not show her true face since it was covered by her scar. Everyone smiled knowingly and could not help feeling sad. She continued, I want to tell everyone, especially the girls watching me perform. Regardless of our appearance, we deserve to be chosen and loved. We should have self-love and self-respect. We deserve to lead brilliant lives and have a right to choose our paths. We have every right to decide on our destiny. The moment she said this, a lot of anti-fans scolded her for talking big and making a desperate move to save her dignity. However, a lot of other girls genuinely felt encouraged from hearing this. Plenty of people had looked down on them for being fat, ugly, or short. People kept holding them hostage using modern standards of beauty and demanding they eat moderately and lose weight. The moment they did not succeed, they would get accused of being lazy and undisciplined. It felt as though only girls taller than 165 centimeters who weighed less than 50 kilograms were worthy of having a good life. A lot of girls felt sad living in this world and even ended up feeling depressed. To begin with, everyone was built with different DNA, so it was sometimes hard to change their bodies. In an instant, many people started thinking about this and felt inspired by what Jennifer said. The host asked, "Then who do you want to challenge?" The contestants at the bottom of the ranking trembled as they awaited her response. A lot of the audience also made suggestions for Jennifer. Jennifer took the microphone and said calmly, "I want to overcome my failures. Since I was pushed into the elimination zone by Little Raindrop, it would be unfair for me to choose another contestant. Also, it would be a sign of disrespect against Little Raindrop. Even if she is my friend, I should pick Little Raindrop." William instantly frowned. Jennifer had made the wrong pick. It was too risky for her. Although Little Raindrop did not perform well twice, it did not mean the same thing would happen every time. The audience was waiting for a good show. What friends? They can't be real friends. How could they? Before you start bitching about Little Stone, let me remind you Little Raindrop was the one who wanted to challenge Little Stone first in the previous round. Precisely. Even if things sound pretentious, Little Raindrop was the one who started it. Little Raindrop wanted to challenge Little Stone even after she was challenged 5 times in a row. Ashley looked at the screen as she said, "That is a great choice." She would have done the same and challenged the person who attempted to kick her out of the show. If not for her longtime feud with Jennifer, she even wanted to be friends with Jennifer. Chapter 62 How Ugly is Little Stone? Bella instantly opened her eyes wide in shock when she heard Jennifer's final choice. Why was Jennifer choosing her? How could she? She decided Jennifer was probably planning on letting her win so that Jennifer could get eliminated and leave the show. Regardless of Jennifer's reason for this choice, Bella could no longer be careless. She cautiously picked one of her own songs. It was yet another song Jennifer had written for her in the past. This time, Bella performed relatively well and sang the song consistently from beginning to end. All in all, her performance was good. The anti-fans waited for Jennifer to get eliminated, while Jennifer's fans felt worried for her. Willow was on the brink of tears and kept forcing them back. "I want to pick a backup song I prepared called, I Believe." Jennifer quickly made her choice. The moment she started to sing, the audience was astonished. Although none of them had ever heard it before, it had a nice rhythm to it and its lyrics were genuinely inspiring. "I want to fly into the sky and be side by side with the sun. I'm biding my time waiting to change the world. I am not afraid of dreaming. I can fulfill my every wish here." The girls who were previously inspired by Jennifer's words ended up deeply roused when they heard the lyrics of the song. Jennifer's voice sounded absolutely explosive. It was also powerful and passionate, making it a beautiful song. William nodded. He had completely changed his opinion of Jennifer tonight. She was able to adjust her voice for every song she chose and become one with the music. William loved the song so much that he could not help singing along with Jennifer when she got to the second verse. "Throw aside your worries and be brave. I will stand at center stage. I will be whoever I want to be. I am the future." By the time he snapped out of his daze, he could hear the audience chiming in and singing along as well. Little did he know, a lot of the audience sitting in front of their screens watching, were also singing to the song, be it fast or slow, clearly or otherwise. Jennifer had already finished performing when he managed to compose himself. For the first time in their lives, the audience felt the song was too short and was over in 4 minutes before they had enough of it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I want to give Little Stone all my votes, said the nurse animatedly. She quickly voted for Jennifer on her phone. Ashley coughed gently and said, "Mind getting me a glass of water?" The nurse immediately stepped out to get her a drink. Ashley secretly tapped on the voting function and gave Jennifer 5 votes. That was the maximum amount of votes every viewer could cast. She convinced herself in her heart she was simply voting for Little Stone and it had nothing to do with Jennifer. She had no idea Little Stone was Jennifer. That was exactly it. The results were ready before long. Bella and Jennifer stood side by side at center stage. Bella felt she would definitely win after her flawless performance. Also, the song was a crowd favorite. As for Jennifer, she picked her backup song. Did she not know that listeners typically did not accept new songs easily the first time they heard them? Bella had been standing on stage all this time. Since she was standing closely with an ear monitor, she had trouble sensing the true power of the contestants singing. Moreover, Jennifer's scar was already revealed to the world. Bella checked her social media account during the break. A lot of people were talking about Jennifer's scar. Also, social media accounts came up with polls asking the audience how ugly they thought Little Stone was. Chapter 63 ruined Bella's entire life. The option for unbearable to look at came in first. Who would vote for an ugly woman? The host said a few words and held everyone in suspense before he finally announced the results. This contestant surpassed the next contestant by over 20,000 votes. She is none other than. Bella stepped forward excitedly. However, the moment she stepped forward, the host finally said, "Little Stone." Everyone applauded thunderously below the stage as they laughed. Bella went briefly stunned before she realized everyone was clapping for Jennifer and she was just a joke. She hurriedly stepped back as she burned in embarrassment and her heart turned icy cold. However, every action she made on the stage was magnified. Little Raindrop swiftly became a laughingstock. People even made gifs of her actions and added text for it. "I made it." Oh, wait. I heard wrongly. Jennifer's fans quickly gathered and created a fan club, set up a social media account, and opened it up to the fan club. They called themselves Jade to symbolize their hope for Little Stone. Little Stone was jade in the rough and would get polished in time and become a dazzling singer. Now that a fan club was formed, they swiftly bit back at the anti-fans. They made the lyrics of the song, "I will be whoever I want to be. I am the future," their motto for both Little Stone and them. They wanted to tell the people out there never to underestimate themselves. They had the perfect song to describe how they felt about Little Raindrop now, a million miles away, send you 1,000 miles away. Before Jennifer even got off the stage, she had gained 800,000 fans. Also, the numbers were climbing non-stop. Little Stone's singing skills became the hottest search on social media. It was truly a battle of ability and vocals. Ultimate Singer-Songwriter was genuinely a show about talent and not about looks in every sense. The rest of the show went on without any surprises. The last 3 contestants in the safe zone did not dare to challenge Jennifer. Instead, they took their instructors' advice and chose other suitable candidates. After the final results were announced, 8 contestants were kicked out of the show. After Jennifer got off the stage, William looked at her deeply and said, "Go back and have a good rest." She nodded and spoke to Willow before getting changed. Bella indignantly charged in with tears in her eyes as though Jennifer had ruined her entire life. "Jennifer, why did you do that to me?" shouted Bella as she cried. "Why? Feifei, what have I done? I picked a brand new song and even my scar got exposed." Bella knew what Jennifer was trying to say. Jennifer thought she was bound to lose. Despite the odds, Bella did not win. Who could she blame? Bella had only herself to blame. Jennifer swiftly defended herself and pushed all the blame on Bella. "You didn't have to perform it so well. Bella was beside herself with fury. Jennifer shrugged. If I don't do a good job, I will get it from my talent agent and the program. Bella could not refute what Jennifer said, so she turned to run out. After Jennifer got changed, Arnold came over. Jennifer detected a complicated emotion running through him even though he was wearing a mask. "Hi, Arnold," greeted Jennifer politely. We need to find time to discuss your schedule and projects." Jennifer's eyes looked smiley as she replied, "Okay." Chapter 64. He had to admit Jennifer was good. Arnold looked at Bella and contemplated. Jennifer knew that Arnold always had a strange obsession for Bella and his eyes would light up the moment he saw her. Since he had promised Elliot to only have one celebrity, he was unable to sign Bella. Judging from the way he looked, he was very upset about Bella's failure. He might even convince Elliot to let him sign Bella as his celebrity. Jennifer reminded him solemnly, "You shouldn't sign Bella. Why don't you give up already and focus on planning my career?" Arnold sneered, "Just because you won one round of the competition doesn't give you the right to poke your nose in my business." The moment he finished his sentence, he turned to leave. It was impossible for Jennifer to compare with Bella in terms of songwriting talent. Jennifer said, "I am not taking the huge van, so you can go ahead first." Arnold could not be bothered with her. He got into the huge van and told the driver to drive. Jennifer stood at the contestants' secret entrance for a while until a familiar Rolls-Royce pulled up beside her. Even without asking, she knew Elliot would watch the show. Since Elliot was not allowed to interfere, he must be very anxious, so it made sense that he would pick her up personally. The moment the car door opened, the air inside felt so cold that the secret entrance nearly froze over. Jennifer got onto the car and saw Charlie looking at her so desperately that he might kneel anytime, like she was his last ray of hope. Elliot was utterly cold as he pursed his lips and frowned impatiently. Jennifer got challenged repeatedly tonight. Although he did not smash anything, if there was a house in his heart, it would definitely be in chaos with everything in smithereens by now. After Jennifer got into the car, Elliot's expression finally changed a little. He reached his hand out to pull her into his arms. Jennifer's lips curved into a smile as she whispered, "Were you worried?" Elliot placed his chin on the top of her head. After being challenged repeatedly on the program tonight, her hair was already slightly disheveled, so the loose strands of hair left his cheek tickling. "They are nothing. Even without your help, I can destroy them all." It was true. Although Jennifer kept getting challenged, she ended up winning. Otherwise, Elliot would not have succeeded in holding his temper. "For the next few days, I won't be going for training. The program is so poorly planned that I can't stand it anymore." Elliot's tension eased up and his cold aura dissipated a little. "It is more important to spend time with my husband." Elliot's lips curved into a smile as he raised his brows. I think so too." Jennifer spoke softly to Elliot. Before long, his breathing became even and he fell asleep. He always slept irregularly and often suffered from insomnia, so he hardly had quality sleep at all. He would only completely relax and fall asleep with Jennifer around. Since Jennifer was busy recording the program, she was not home most of the time. During this time, he worked non-stop and did not remember to sleep at all. However, now he finally managed to relax. Charlie watched dumbstruck for some time. After working for him for almost a decade, he had never seen him sleeping in the car. He could not help feeling impressed by Jennifer. Chapter 65. Is it impossible to recover completely? Jennifer had survived the repeated challenges and gained a lot of fans. Although Arnold did not like her entirely, he was her talent agent, so he spoke to the production team to raise his displeasure about the problematic rules and bad planning. The production team promised never to do it again and would ensure the contestants were unable to take advantage of loopholes. It doesn't really matter if you can't fix the problems. After all, Little Stone is more than capable of handling the challengers. The director looked awkward. It was true that no other contestant could have handled it like her. Little Stone won't be joining your training sessions for the next few days. She needs her rest. The director agreed. Despite his disappointment, he could only give in. Jennifer was very popular right now and he wanted to do some extra filming of her doing interviews and other activities. Jennifer was ready to operate on Ashley's hands, but Jennifer visited with Elliot once and got driven out by Ashley. Since she was unable to even see Ashley in person, she could forget about operating on Ashley. She pondered and decided to show up in a disguise. She worked on her disguise and quickly changed her appearance. Her long black hair reaching down to her waist was hidden under a short bob wig. She also put on some androgynous clothes to conceal her lovely figure. It was not hard to change her appearance since makeup was already very advanced in this time and age. Jennifer had covered her scar and transformed into a slightly mature lady with short hair. She deliberately made herself look more mature so that she could gain Ashley's trust. She put on a white robe and the temporary employees passed before entering the hospital. Ashley sadly listened to the doctor talk. Standing before her was the world-class surgeon from America, Richard. He was usually a humorous man just like any other American, but he was speaking seriously as he explained the situation to Ashley. "Richard, is it impossible for the nerves in her hands to recover completely?" Merlin sounded anxious. "That's right. She won't be able to do things that require great accuracy. We were able to help regain her sense of touch and she is able to do basic movements." "It was the best possible outcome," said Richard candidly. The top surgeon in the country also agreed with his diagnosis. They had already done their utmost to save her hands. Ashley did not move as she sat in a daze. Merlin was terribly worried, but there was nothing he could do about it. Elliot stood by the side. "Is there anything else we can try?" "No, there isn't anything else you can do." Richard was an internationally acclaimed surgeon. If he said nothing else could be done, it was probably true. "Can you leave first?" said Ashley finally. Merlin was worried. "I will stay with you." He was worried his wife might do something foolish. She was born with everything she could want and was a proud woman, so he was afraid she might take the diagnosis badly. "I don't need your company. I just need some space." Ashley's face looked ashen and her voice was so hoarse that she could barely speak. All her hopes were dashed. She could not accept her fate. Ashley was in her early 30s and at the peak of her career. She had so many plans for the future. She wanted to participate in international competitions, become a judge, come in champion and perform piano. Everything was over for her. Just as Merlin was about to turn and leave, he noticed something glinting in her other hand. Chapter 66 It was a surgical knife. Merlin hurriedly turned and pressed Ashley's hand tightly. Blood gushed. No one knew whether it was Merlin or Ashley's blood. "Let me go. Let me go this instant," shouted Ashley. Elliot stepped forward to pull Merlin and Ashley apart and took the surgical knife. This time, Merlin was injured. Fortunately, the wounds were not particularly deep even though there was a lot of blood loss. "Ashley, cut it out." Elliot suppressed his voice and called his older sister's name in full. Ashley wailed. "I am as good as disabled. What is the point of staying alive?" She was always an optimistic woman and she did her best to remain positive and calm. However, people often collapsed after hearing too much false hope. Elliot and Merlin stood on each side of the bed quietly. What else could they do when even Richard said it was hopeless? Bam, bam, bam. Someone knocked on the hospital ward door. Merlin was a little annoyed. He wondered who it could be disturbing them at a time like this. "Come in." His voice sounded stern. The door opened and a short-haired woman in her 20s entered the room. Despite her somewhat mature appearance, it was impossible to hide her youth. Merlin spoke slightly more courteously when he noticed her wearing a white robe with a doctor's lanyard hanging over her chest. "Yes. I am here to examine Miss Turner and operate on her. My name is Jenny Smith." Since Jennifer was able to alter her singing voice at will, she was certainly able to do the same with her speaking voice. Merlin, Elliot, and Richard looked towards her in unison. Their eyes seemed to be saying in unison, "You." For most medical students, it would take at least 5 years of study to become doctors. By the time they became an attending physician, they would be at least in their 30s. Richard was a medical prodigy who made his name when he was young. After working in the medical trade for years, he was now over 50 years old but still considered young in the trade. However, the young woman before them was only in her 20s. How could she have the audacity to offer to examine Ashley and operate on her again? Merlin was in no mood to patronize her, so he replied calmly, "She doesn't need it. Please leave." Jennifer just knew this would happen. Fortunately, she came prepared. She pointed at her name tag and said, "Have you heard of Remy Gibson? I am his junior. I came especially to see Miss Turner." Remy. Merlin and Elliot looked at Jennifer quizzically. She veered her eyes out of fear Elliot would recognize her, but he kept looking at her as he contemplated. Richard could not help stepping forward in joy. "Are you talking about Remy, the person who made it into the National Institute of Health when he was 18? The man who is as celebrated as me?" "No, correction. He is even more distinguished than me." That's him." Jennifer nodded. "He is my senior, but our medical research differs slightly." Richard looked at her deeply. "Operations and research are completely different. You are so young. Doctors who are too young did not have enough experience with operations." Regardless of how knowledgeable she was, it was not enough. He shook his head and said, "I suggest that you avoid making promises about conducting operations. Even Dr. Gibson wouldn't dare to talk big about surgery." "Why don't you get out?" said Merlin coldly. He did not want to go on listening to the argument. Chapter 67 Little Ancestor. "Let me try." Ashley pushed Merlin aside and stood up. "Baby," said Merlin deeply as he reached his hands out to pull her. "Let me try." Ashley sounded determined as she said, "Dr. Smith, please operate on me immediately." Merlin shook his head. "You are at least able to use your hands now. If you have the operation, I'm worried that. I am not afraid. To me, I am already as good as disabled. Even if I let Dr. Smith give it a shot, how bad could it get?" Ashley was determined to go ahead with the surgery. Jennifer replied, "I will prep the theater." She walked out quickly. Since she had already gotten in touch with Remy, she had hospital approval for the surgery. Also, they had equipped her with an operating team. The moment she walked out of the hospital ward, she received a text from Remy, "Little ancestor, how are things going? Is everything okay? Remember to film the surgery and send it over so I can admire your skills. Little ancestor, are you there? Hello. Grandmaster, can you reply to me?" Jennifer had already put away her phone and changed into sterile surgeon robes and put on a pair of gloves before striding into the operating theater. This time, she wanted to use traditional Chinese medicine and help to unblock Ashley's meridians using acupuncture. Ashley's previous surgery was considered a success, but she was unable to recover to her tip-top condition as her meridians were blocked. Modern medicine had already taken over the world, and people doubted Chinese medicine. However, there was nothing wrong with Chinese medicine in theory. Instead, there was a problem in its learning process, and many people were incapable of mastering the true essence of Chinese medicine. Hence, no one was able to develop and promote it. After she performed acupuncture to unblock Ashley's meridians, she would have to redo a part of her previous operation. However, the section of the surgery that needed reworking was considered minor for Jennifer. Merlin and Elliot waited in the corridor expressionlessly. Merlin leaned against his gold-rimmed glasses without moving for a long time as though he was frozen. Elliot's long body left a shadow on the ground. He appeared to be in deep thought as though he was thinking hard. Only Richard remained excited. Even though he was not entirely confident that Dr. Smith could succeed in performing the operation, he bore hope. If she did, it would not be a wasted trip for him. The operating theater's signboard gave off a faint glow and flickered in the corridor. The hospital director and Ashley's previous surgeon, Dr. Nicholson, had hurried over. As her family members, how could you allow her to do this? That doctor doesn't even belong to our hospital. How could she operate? If anything goes wrong, who is going to take responsibility? Said the plump and fair hospital director in an officious tone. His secretary softly filled him in about Merlin and Elliot's identities. The hospital director went stiff and only calmed down moments later. Mr. Gordon, Mr. Turner, Miss Turner is an important person, so you can't let her undergo the operation. There is nothing we can do about it. The surgery has already started. Richard shrugged. The hospital director felt upset. Dr. Nicholson nodded in agreement with the hospital director. They had accidentally approved Dr. Smith's request for the right to conduct surgery in the hospital at Remy's recommendation. Chapter 68 Success. They only came to realize Dr. Smith was a girl in her 20s after they approved her request to operate in the hospital. The two of them rushed over before they even finished their meeting. Now that this had happened, neither of them wanted to be held accountable if something went wrong. However, it was impossible to blame important men like them for negligence. The hospital director was beside himself with worry. If a major medical incident were to happen, his career would be over. He was unable to catch his breath, so his secretary went over to get his inhaler and he kept breathing into it. Click. The operating theater light went off and the door opened. Jennifer appeared at the door standing against the light as everyone looked at her. It felt as though she was bathed in light. The hospital director shoved aside the inhaler and shouted, "How could you do this? This is absolute nonsense." Merlin rushed over. "Dr. Smith, how is she?" Although he did not harbor hope, he really wished God would take pity on Ashley and give them a second chance. How else could things have gone? The hospital director strode over and said, "Dr. Nicholson, check on the patient immediately and see if there are any problems with the surgery. Hurry up. Get to it this instant." Dr. Nicholson headed inside the operating theater immediately. It was against policy to barge into an operating theater while an operation was underway since it might aggravate Ashley's condition. Otherwise, they would have stormed in earlier to put an end to the debacle. How could the operation have turned out? All of them could imagine the outcome of the operation. How could a young, unknown doctor be capable of having any success with her surgery? Even Dr. Nicholson and Richard had concluded nothing else could be done to improve the patient's condition. Would this diagnosis change just because of this doctor? The hospital director almost wanted to redo Ashley's surgery and treatment right away. Jennifer stood by the side and looked at Merlin as she said, "Give her some time. I don't see any problem with her hands recovering to the level required for professional piano." Merlin was beside himself with joy. "Really?" The hospital director shook his head immediately. "How can that be?" The hospital director's asthma almost acted up again when he realized the doctor in question was even younger than he imagined. As a doctor, you have to be honest to your patient's family members. You can't talk big. Jennifer nodded. "You are absolutely right." The hospital director went speechless. The hospital director was so furious that he nearly had a heart attack. Dr. Nicholson and Richard entered the operating theater to examine Ashley's condition. Jennifer had a feeling Elliot kept looking at her. However, he happened to be looking elsewhere every time she turned to check, so Jennifer stopped thinking about it. The hospital director nagged non-stop, but she disregarded everything he said. Dr. Nicholson ran out as he shouted for the hospital director. The hospital director lost all hope and knew he was dead meat. He was the one who approved this surgery, so the medical incident had occurred on his watch. Now that this had happened to the Turner family's eldest daughter, his career was over. Also, he had offended two very important men. He could only quietly light himself a candle to mark his death. "Don't tell me. I understand." He walked out with his feet feeling heavy. "Did you already know her operation was a success?" "Huh, was it a success?" The hospital director opened his eyes wide instantly. He stopped walking, his heart stopped feeling constricted and his asthma abated. Dr. Nicholson said happily, "It was really a success. Miss Turner's two most delicate veins and tendons have been repaired. Judging from her stats, she ought to make a full recovery." Richard also agreed with Dr. Nicholson's conclusion. "It's true." Chapter 69. Well, it was you. The hospital director reveled in joy. "Where is Dr. Smith? Invite her over." Jennifer had already walked away. She was unafraid of the doctors and simply felt worried that Elliot might see through her act. Ashley needed time to recover. Also, Ashley needed to stay positive. It was a bad time for Jennifer's cover to get blown. In less than 2 minutes, Richard came chasing after her. Richard was the best surgeon in the world. His eyes glinted as he looked at Jennifer. However, he was not jealous the slightest bit. Instead, he was filled with admiration and respect for Jennifer. Dr. Smith. Since he was nervous, he mispronounced a little when he spoke in country's language. I was hoping we could have a little discussion so that I can learn from you. Before Jennifer had the chance to reply, he swiftly pulled out a stick from his pocket. He pulled a selfie stick and held it up before Jennifer caught on to what was going on. Also, mind if we take some pictures together? Can I have your autograph too? Jennifer could not help laughing. She peeled his hand from her shoulder. Sure thing, you don't have to be so overly enthusiastic though. Jennifer knew he meant no harm, so she did not take it to heart. Richard was genuinely exceptionally warm. Before long, he placed his hand on her shoulder again. Also, he took 10 pictures in a row, but it was not enough for him and he kept adjusting the angle of his phone and taking more. Jennifer had heard about him. In the past, she only knew about his reputation and enthusiasm. Now that she had finally met him in person, she learned he was even crazier than Remy. I want to take a picture with you. Elliot's voice came from behind. Elliot pulled Jennifer from Richard's grasp and saved her before standing next to Richard in front of his selfie stick. Richard promptly put his selfie stick away and said with a straight face, I have to check on some patients. See you around. Who would dare to take a picture with that icy cold man who was on the brink of exploding any moment? Elliot had such a powerful aura. Richard felt confident about fighting with the god of death as a doctor, but would he dare to take Jennifer from Elliot? Absolutely not. After Elliot drove Richard away, he lowered his eyes and looked at Jennifer quizzically. Jennifer said softly, Mr. Turner, shouldn't you be checking on your sister? Mr. Turner. Elliot raised his hand to her ear and pulled out a lock of her hair. Is that how you address your husband? Jennifer noticed him looking at her deeply. She could not resist teasing him, so she looked at him innocently as she said, Mr. Turner, I don't understand what you mean. The moment she finished her sentence, Elliot raised his hand, held her by her neck, and planted a kiss on her lips. Jennifer thought he was going to strangle her initially. He was surprisingly gentle when he held her. However, his kiss was poles apart as he bit her until her lips felt sore and looked red. It felt as though he was punishing her for hiding the truth. He was absolutely certain she was Jennifer the moment they kissed. Jennifer stopped acting and spoke with her usual voice, When did you realize it was me? From the moment I saw you. Jennifer was dumbfounded. No wonder it was impossible for her to escape him in her past life. No wonder he kept looking at her as he contemplated earlier. Then why didn't you stop me like the rest of the people? If Elliot had exposed her there and then, Ashley would never have agreed to take the operation. Some people might be slightly disbelieving of Dr. Jenny's medical skills, but they would definitely not believe she could do it if she was just Jennifer. Elliot lowered his eyes and looked at her as he spoke calmly, Well, it was you. Jennifer instantly sensed a twinge in her heart. He was so indulgent of her that he was ready to give her everything she wanted without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 70. The ugly woman is throwing herself at Robert again. Jennifer quickly changed into her regular clothing and left the hospital with Elliot. They could still hear the hospital director searching for Dr. Smith high and low when they left. You must find Dr. Smith. Hurry up. Tell me the moment you find her. Everyone in the hospital was searching for Jenny, but no one knew where she was. After Jennifer was done with Ashley's operation, she returned to the production team. Ever since she was challenged repeatedly during the last episode, she had gained a massive following. Despite all the talk about her being hopelessly ugly, her fans became increasingly loyal. They even created cute graphics of her. In the picture, she wore a mask with a deep line on the mask, but it was incapable of concealing her powerful aura. Be yourself became her fans' slogan. She was so popular that she even surpassed Robert's popularity. Robert was absolutely furious. Bella was eliminated from the program, and Jennifer was gradually cutting ties with him. Although he was a top celebrity, he could not even compare to the scar on Jennifer's mouth. All the lyrics in Jennifer's songs were about finding freedom and a new life. She was clearly trying to cut ties with him. Robert looked moody. He hurriedly walked over when he spotted Jennifer in the pantry. "Jennifer, what is the meaning of this?" "What do you mean?" Jennifer was holding a cup of coffee without a shred of warmth in her eyes. Jennifer was a complete stranger to him. Jennifer did not love him the slightest bit. Robert was unable to accept this. Even if he had moved on and chose to date Sandra, how could Jennifer give up so quickly? It deeply wounded his male ego. He could not take this lying down. "You know exactly what I am talking about." Robert's voice sounded deep and threatening. "My bad. I am too stupid to understand what you are saying." "Jennifer." Robert gritted his teeth. "How can you lower yourself to marry that ugly old man from the Turner family?" "An ugly old man," Jennifer pondered. From the looks of it, Bella did not tell anyone about Elliot's appearance. Perhaps Bella was afraid it would only bring about greater competition if she did. I like being married to him." Jennifer took her coffee and left without even looking at Robert from the corner of her eyes. Robert went back to the dressing room angrily. Teresa said angrily, "Jennifer used your popularity when the show first started. After leeching off you for so long, she wants to cut ties with you. She shouldn't have done that. Could she have survived on the show till this day on her own without you?" Robert went for an interview that evening. Robert was asked what type of girls he liked. Since it was a common question, Robert replied eloquently, "Looks aren't everything. I always think no matter how good-looking someone's face is, people can get sick of looking at it, but talent will always be in trend. In a relationship, it is like an everlasting light." Teresa sent copies of the interview to media platforms with a picture of Robert and Jennifer in a mask right on top. People automatically assumed he was talking about Jennifer. "Does this mean Little Stone is Robert's type?" asked someone quizzically. "How could it be? Even if he does not care about looks, she has to at least look normal." The ugly woman is simply throwing herself at Robert again. Robert is talented. Is there anything wrong for him to like talented women? "I'm taking Robert away. There is no way Little Stone can be with him." Chapter 71. Reinforce your status as the top celebrity. No matter how long it takes, Robert and the ugly woman can't be together. Although Jennifer's fans did not want her to have anything to do with Robert, the public felt Jennifer had sent copies of the interview to all the media platforms. Robert did not answer anything wrong in the interview, but Jennifer was wrong for being desperate by trying to be romantically linked to him. In an instant, Robert's fans went into a furor online while Little Stone's fans defended her and the public had a good time watching the fight. All the netizens quickly connected the dots and linked Jennifer and Robert together. For the time being, it was impossible to cut ties with him. A lot of netizens felt sorry for Robert and his popularity soared. Willow was beside herself with fury. "I used to like him a little. I can't believe he does this. Tooey. That scum. Shish." Jennifer gestured for Willow to keep it down. Most of the backstage employees were Robert's fans. Willow would get into trouble for dissing Robert. Willow hurriedly pursed her lips and did not dare to go on. Jennifer received a text notification on her phone. She took out her phone and stood outside to check the message and saw it was Remy. "Little ancestor, purple orchid is very rare. I heard it is extremely difficult to cultivate it. What do you want to use it for? This is usually used for calming effects and a lot of other Chinese herbs can be used for the same effect. Use something else. If the other medication worked for Elliot, he would not be in such bad shape." She felt his bipolar disorder played a big part in causing his bad temper. His symptoms were pure torture for the both of them, so Jennifer could not allow his condition to aggravate. After doing a lot of research, Jennifer decided to try using purple orchid. She had only previously come across this plant in an ancient Chinese medical text. However, she had never encountered it in modern times, so she asked Remy about it. Before Jennifer replied, Remy quickly replied smugly, "No matter how rare it is, I will hunt it down for you." I found out that a flower merchant from Holland entered the country with some flowers and plants, including purple orchid. Also, he plans on auctioning it off in a couple of days. You need to quickly register your interest in the auction. I think you are still in time to register for it. Before long, he sent her the address, date, and time for the auction. Jennifer glanced at the information before she checked her bank account and quietly contemplated how much money she had. She had roughly $5 million in her bank account. She had saved all her pocket money and earnings from performing minor roles all these years. Since she was not a big spender and great at managing money, she ended up with quite a bit of savings. In hindsight, she was a millionaire and had good looks. Why was she so blind in her past life to get so obsessed with Robert? She promptly registered to attend the auction. "Robert, you have to go for the auction," said Teresa. "Your fans always say you have a noble character, so they use orchids to represent you. This flower merchant from Holland happens to be auctioning off an orchid. I will make arrangements for someone to bid for the orchid and give it to you there and then. I will get the reporters to write about this. Take the opportunity to match the orchid's auction price and make a donation to some charity. If you have a good name, it will definitely help to reinforce your status as a top celebrity." Chapter 72, Noble Character. Robert agreed. "Then go ahead and take care of it." "Sure thing," replied Teresa. Although he was a celebrity with a massive following, great reputation, and high income, it was lonely at the top. The moment he got careless, he would come tumbling down. There were too many new idols breaking into the entertainment industry and threatening Robert's status, so it was not easy for Teresa to work as his talent agent. Sandra called Teresa while she was working on the auction. "I heard you are taking Robert to some event, right?" Sandra spoke in a gentle, pleasant voice. Teresa naturally knew about her relationship with Robert. She smiled as she told Sandra of her plans. This auction will be a real boon to Robert's image and status." Sandra said, "Then can I go to the auction? I can bid for the orchid and give it to Robert." Sandra was his fiancée and the daughter of the Walter family, so her request was reasonable. Teresa contemplated before she answered, "Sure thing. You can just come along with us." Sandra said thoughtfully, "I will wear a mask so as not to make trouble for Robert." "Got it. You were always so good to Robert," flattered Teresa. In comparison to Jennifer, this true daughter of the Walter family was far easier to handle. They were going to attend the auction, so Teresa got it out in the news and told everyone about the auction and the orchid. In the 3x3 photo spread intended for the orchids, she secretly added 2 pictures of Robert. Robert's fans were delighted by the news. Everyone kept saying how noble and dignified Robert looked. It felt as though these words were exclusive to Robert. She had done a good job with publicity. On the actual day of the auction, the venue bustled with activity. Jennifer was very low-key when she turned up and came dressed in a white shirt and black pants. She dressed minimally. Her mask and cap concealed her face completely. After she entered the venue, she sat in a corner and swiped through her phone as she quietly waited for the auction to commence. Moments later, she heard a familiar voice. "Robert." It was Sandra's gentle voice. Jennifer glanced around and caught sight of Sandra all geared up as she walked over to Robert and Teresa. The 3 of them were dressed discreetly, so it was impossible to get a clear look at their faces. However, Jennifer definitely heard Sandra's voice and quickly recognized Robert and Teresa. Robert greeted her softly and said, "Take a seat." Sandra was so happy that her joy could be sensed from behind her mask and it was impossible for Jennifer to ignore it. "My bad for being a little late. I was busy practicing piano and painting," said Sandra sheepishly. Robert's voice became gentle. "It's fine. It's not like the auction has started yet anyway." "Oh yes. How is your painting coming along? Also, when is your piano competition?" He was very patient with Sandra. Back in the day when he was young and insensible, he was equally gentle with Jennifer. He considered the time he spent with Jennifer a mistake he made when he was young and did not know better. After he became an idol, he learned that true love was worthless. Partners had to be useful if he wanted relationships to last long. Jennifer was only capable of giving him a brief period of hype. However, Sandra was different. Chapter 73. What was Jennifer doing? Robert was already a top celebrity. He might need hype, but he did not need a lot of it. Instead, he had to get his hands on top resources and ensure that his abilities and sophistication could rise to the next level. By doing that, he would be able to secure his popularity. Sandra was already a renowned Chinese brush painting artist. She was going to participate in a piano competition soon and stood a high chance of ending up competing at the international level and coming back with ranking. From now on, Sandra would give him that classiness he needed so badly. She would also help make his career path become smoother. Jennifer scoffed as she saw them looking into each other's eyes lovingly. She averted her eyes without looking at them anymore. Before long, Bella showed up as well. Ever since she was eliminated from Ultimate Singer-Songwriter, she had felt upset. Mr. Woods had yet to fulfill his promises, so she was not keen on dropping Robert. She found out Robert might be here today, so she came first thing in the morning. She searched high and low for Robert. She locked in on Robert and Jennifer to scrutinize them before she recognized them. Bella found it odd. Robert had good reason to be here. What was Jennifer doing here though? Was she unable to forget Robert? Was she just pretending to cut ties with him by performing those songs about freedom? Perhaps she was just trying to play hard to get. She took out her phone and tapped on Elliot's chat. Elliot had blacklisted her previously, but she refused to give up. All she had to do was change her phone number if she wanted to text Elliot. It was impossible for her to pass up this perfect opportunity. However, she had to find out what Jennifer was doing here first. Robert and Sandra stopped chatting with each other when the auction commenced. Although all the plants and flowers auctioned at the beginning were precious, Jennifer was not interested in them and did not get a single one. She merely took note of the auction price and noticed most of the items were auctioned for tens of thousands of dollars and none of them went above $100,000. She contemplated in her heart and felt she ought to have enough money to auction for the purple orchid. The only problem was, Robert loved being compared to the noble orchid so much that he wished he could own the copyright for those very words. Hence, she was unsure whether they would cause any trouble today. It was finally time for the purple orchid to get auctioned off, and it was the last item for auction tonight. The auctioneer stood on stage and introduced the purple orchid and explained how hard it was to cultivate before telling them the starting price. This purple orchid symbolizes purity and elegance. It starts at $200,000. There is no limit on each bid increment. It will go to the highest bidder. Is there anyone who would like to bid for it? People immediately bid for the flower one after another, but each bid was relatively small. A few minutes later, the auction price finally rose to $400,000. Sandra smiled gently and raised the paddle. $500,000. A lot of people turned to look at Sandra. After all, she was genuinely offering a lot considering it was just a flower. Ever since the auction started, Teresa, Robert, and Sandra had sat separately to avoid getting photographed by reporters. Jennifer raised her paddle. $600,000. Sandra did not anticipate someone to increase the bid by $100,000 just like her. From the sound of it, it was a girl. She automatically raised her paddle. $700,000. $1 million, said Jennifer. Robert and Teresa looked in Jennifer's direction as well. Chapter 74. She did not want to lose. Jennifer purposely disguised her voice so that neither of them could recognize it. Only someone with evil intent like Bella was capable of recognizing the both of them with one look. The moment Bella heard Jennifer and Sandra in a bidding war over the orchid, she was so excited that her hands trembled a little. Bella immediately sent Elliot a text message using her new phone number. Mr. Turner, this is about Jennifer. Robert wants to bid for the flower that his fan club picked to symbolize him, but Jennifer spent a bomb bidding for it. Jennifer must be buying it for Robert. After sending the text message, she put her phone away. She knew Elliot would not be bothered to reply to her, but he would not stand by and do nothing since it had something to do with Jennifer. This time, she had to cause some real damage between Jennifer and Elliot. The auction went into full swing. $2 million. Sandra had already offered to pay $2 million. It was already the highest bid for the day. She was really upset that someone was in a bidding war with her over the orchid. She wanted to give the orchid to Robert. However, there was nothing she could do to stop this unknown young woman from bidding against her, since it was completely her freedom. $3 million, said Jennifer decisively as she raised the price and could not be bothered to up the price in small increments anymore. Sandra trembled when she heard the young woman's voice. Everyone else had already dropped out of the race. Although the prices of precious flowers could get very high, it was not worth it. If the buyers were unable to cultivate the flower, they would lose everything if the plants died. Any rational person would refuse to spend that kind of money just to win the bid. Everyone watched as these young women went on bidding against each other, raising the price repeatedly. Robert and Teresa looked at each other. They did not expect a young woman to bid against Sandra. Sandra started to hesitate. Although she had returned to the Walter family for years and it was public knowledge she came from a rich family, she always acted loftily and disregarded money. Whenever anyone in the family offered her money, she acted like she did not care about material things. Over time, her family members would get her luxury items, but rarely gave her money out of fear she would find it insulting. Hence, she had very limited money. After all these years, she only had slightly over $3 million in savings. Initially, she thought the orchid might get auctioned for $1 million and it was well within her limits to pay for it. She was clearly caught by surprise. When someone bid against her for it, how could she approach her parents for money so that she could buy Robert an orchid? She looked at Robert and Teresa imploringly. Robert and Teresa were not going to auction for the flower on their own, since that would make them a laughingstock. Also, Teresa only had a budget of around $1 million to auction it. Even though it seemed as though celebrities made a lot of money and the top celebrities could get endorsement fees worth tens of millions, the talent agency needed to take a 50% cut, dozens of employees were waiting to get paid and lots of money had to go into marketing. They were here to promote Robert's good name and they would prefer to keep its cost as low as possible. In an instant, the atmosphere between the three of them became awkward. $3 million. Any other bidders? Asked the auctioneer excitedly. Sandra raised the paddle once more. $3,010,000. That was all the money she had. She did not want to lose the flower since she was getting it for her dear Robert. Bella got up and sat down next to Robert when she witnessed the scene. She said somewhat ingratiatingly, "Robert, Teresa, that woman who is bidding for the orchid is Jennifer." Chapter 75, Utterly Embarrass Her. Is it Jennifer? Both Robert and Teresa found this unfathomable. Why would Jennifer want to buy this orchid? In an instant, a thought rose in their hearts: was she bidding for it because of Robert? Bella was certain Jennifer was here to do just that. After all, she knew best how lousy her relationship with Elliot was. Teresa felt the same way. "Robert, what do you think? Do you think Jennifer is doing it for you?" Robert thought about the cold look in Jennifer's eyes before thinking about the way she implored him to go back to her previously. He nodded gently. Teresa understood what he was driving at. Robert could afford to buy the orchid. However, the hype it would bring if Jennifer was the one bidding for it and publicly giving it to Robert would be completely different. The effect might even be better than getting Sandra to do it. If Robert publicly rejected Jennifer, it would help repair the damage Jennifer's song, "Get Lost," had done to Robert's brand. There were a lot of reporters present, so the marketing would be even more effective. "Fei, go tell Sandra about it." Teresa contemplated before deciding to put her faith in Jennifer one more time. It was impossible for Jennifer to give the orchid to anyone other than Robert. Otherwise, why bother bidding for it at such a high price? Bella hurriedly went over to Sandra and spoke to her softly. Sandra clenched her fists tightly. "Are you going to get her to give the orchid to Robert? Isn't it a great idea to let her do it? That way, Robert can give her a slap in the face and embarrass her completely." Sandra pondered briefly, then again, that is true. After Jennifer gives up on Robert completely, she will finally have a clean break from him. Otherwise, everyone will just think of her when they talk about Robert. That would be absolutely disgusting. Even though they kept whispering to each other, time passed very quickly in reality. Jennifer knew just what they were saying. Since Bella was present, she was certain that Bella had recognized her. She stopped increasing the bid in huge increments. Instead, she simply outbid Sandra's offer marginally, $3,020,000. The bid has now reached $3,020,000. Does anyone want to make a bid? $3,020,000 going once, $3,020,000 going twice, $3,020,000 going thrice. Sold. Congratulations on winning the bid for the purple orchid, madam. The auctioneer pounded the hammer to close the auction of the purple orchid. Jennifer stood up and Robert, Teresa, Sandra, and Bella all turned to look at her intently. This time, she was bound to give the flower to Robert. Also, Robert would have the opportunity to reject her. Everything will be under Robert's control. Jennifer could forget about ever gaining hype using Robert ever again. Jennifer could keenly sense one more person looking at her intently in the crowd. Someone was looking at her coldly. Even without turning back to see, she could sense the powerful aura. Bella was around, so even without thinking hard, she was certain it was Elliot looking at her. Although she had already earned Elliot's trust during this time, his jealousy was only temporarily suppressed and was not eradicated at its root. Jennifer knew this well. She could empathize that after abusing him for years, these things couldn't change overnight. It was fine. Chapter 76. Fan. It was fine. It was the perfect opportunity for her to destroy Elliot's doubts in one fell swoop. She wanted to thank these lovely folks for working so hard to help pave the way and helping to accomplish what she had set out to do. The reporters around them stepped forward to ask Jennifer when Jennifer headed towards the stage, "Why did you spend so much money bidding for the purple orchid?" Jennifer looked at the reporter before taking off her sunglasses, keeping only her mask on. She spoke brightly using her real voice. "I bought the flower for a very important man. No, correction. I bought them for the most important man in my life. I will personally place the purple orchid in his hands when the time comes." "Then he must be very important to you," teased the reporter. "Of course. He means more than my life to me." Jennifer subtly glanced in Elliot's direction while she deliberately avoided his intimidating stares. This time, she was not going to explain and would let him find out on his own. Nothing would leave a greater impression on him when he personally investigated the matter and discovered his misjudgment. She hoped this would help eradicate all doubt in his heart so that he would stop having suspicions about her. Sandra held her breath. How could Jennifer continue to harbor fantasies about winning Robert's heart? How could she? Robert looked smug. He just knew Jennifer did not forget about him. She simply performed all those songs about freedom during the program to let off her steam. Bella furtively observed the man standing against the light. He seemed cold and distant and felt as intimidating as Satan as he gave off an imposing and threatening aura. Perfect. It felt as though everyone would get what they want today. Jennifer solemnly took the purple orchid from the auctioneer's hands. A reporter had just recognized her and said in surprise, "Are you Little Stone from Ultimate Singer-Songwriter?" "That's me," admitted Jennifer candidly. "Little Stone, that important man you were talking about, were you talking about Robert?" asked the reporter. Jennifer glanced at Robert coldly. No one noticed the contempt she had for Robert. Instead, everyone thought she fancied Robert. "I hear Robert is at the auction to do some charity work. Little Stone, this is the perfect time for you to give Robert the purple orchid. All of us can bear witness to this special moment. Orchids symbolize elegance and purity, so they are perfect for Robert. It was so thoughtful of you. You must have bought the orchid because you are his fan, right?" Since Teresa paid for the reporter to be here, he said nice things about Robert. A fan. Jennifer sneered in her heart. Perhaps on the day he died, she might offer him a pot of chrysanthemums. No one noticed the agitated man standing in the corner as fury capable of destroying the world boiled in his heart. His fury could even be capable of consuming them and sending Jennifer and him straight to hell. All these other people might get implicated as well. Robert had already stood up graciously. Robert had already come up with the words to use for rejecting Jennifer. He had to candidly reject her and be gentlemanly about it. "Little stone," said Robert gently. "You don't have to say anything," interrupted Jennifer decisively. She took out a pair of scissors as they glinted under the light. Chapter 77 Cut them. Snip. Jennifer swiftly wielded the scissors. The purple orchid was in full bloom. 3 white unsullied purple orchids fell from its stem gently. Just as the purple orchids were about to land on the ground, Jennifer swiftly held them. "What the hell are you doing?" Robert was in utter shock. He could not wrap his mind around what Jennifer was trying to do. She held the flowers firmly in her hand as she looked at Robert while he was in shock. "I told you. I want to give these flowers to the man I like. Sadly, it is not you." The moment she finished her sentence, she turned to leave with one hand holding the purple orchid and the other holding its pot. Everyone watched dumbfounded. Jennifer surprisingly did not give the flowers to Robert. Also, she even cut them off. That had set her back $3,020,000. How could she just snip them off? The orchids would be worthless after she cut the flowers off. Robert looked particularly awkward. He clenched his fists firmly with his hands hanging at this side of his body as he did his utmost to control his emotions. Now that Jennifer had cut all 3 flowers off, it was undoubtedly more embarrassing than giving him 3 slaps. The lights, props, and marketing were all in place. However, Jennifer surprisingly ended up doing this. What on earth was she thinking? Why did she do that? Teresa reached her hands out to stop the reporters and helped Robert to leave. "Stop taking pictures." Teresa would rather get her assistant to bid for the flower if she knew this would happen. Sandra did not dare to step forward and comfort Robert since the reporters were around. She could only watch as Robert left with Teresa. Teresa angrily glared at Bella before they left. If Bella did not tell them about Jennifer, they would not have committed such a huge mistake. Bella knew she had offended Robert and Teresa badly this time. She was shocked by the scene as well. Did Jennifer have a change of heart? Had she fallen for Elliot? No way. It was impossible. Why would Jennifer snip off its flowers if she genuinely wanted to give the purple orchid to Elliot? Jennifer purposely took the other exit when she left so that she would not run into Elliot. Elliot got a shock when he saw her snipping off the flowers and saying those things to Robert. He quickly ran in Jennifer's direction. By the time he caught up with Jennifer, she had already left in a car. In her hurry, she had left something behind. Elliot hurriedly went over, picked up the notebook, and opened it pensively. On the first page, she wrote something with her lovely handwriting. "Elliot didn't sleep well tonight. Charlie says normal medicine already doesn't work on him." On the second page, "I feel terrible seeing how lousy he feels." Initially, Elliot looked stern before his face gradually relaxed. By the time he got to the third page, his aura was completely different. His fury had disappeared and he seemed calm. On the third page, she wrote, "I finally came across a plant in ancient flower collection that resembles orchids but has different properties. It is particularly effective in calming and inducing sleep within patients. It is very effective for treating insomnia and manic depression. The plant existed in ancient times, but I am not sure if it can be cultivated now." After he was done reading the third page, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Jennifer had come to the auction to get the purple orchid for his sake. The most important man in her life that she mentioned was none other than him. Chapter 78 The Most Important Man. The moment the thought rose in Elliot's mind, he was overwhelmed by joy and also deeply regretted doubting Jennifer and for being so jealous. Jennifer had been good to him ever since she promised to spend her life with him. She never went against her word and was perfect. However, he kept keeping an eye on her even though he had promised to trust her. Elliot kept checking to see if she had fallen for Robert again. He kept tabs on everything she did and spoke. He also thought about every word she said and speculated what they truly meant. Every moment, he was trying to figure out how she felt about him without actually being completely honest with her and trusting her. He might have even hurt her in the process. He almost let her down once more. Elliot felt overwhelmed by his emotions. His fingers trembled slightly as he continued reading her notebook. I finally know where to get the plant. It's called the purple orchid. It got exported abroad a long time ago. Even though no one is able to cultivate it locally anymore, it is still being cultivated abroad. I have to buy it, extract its essence, and give it to Elliot. Her handwriting was just like her. It was beautiful and intelligent. He could almost hear her uttering every word he read. Elliot held the notebook tightly in his hand as he clenched his fist. A thought kept running through his mind. He was the most important man in her life. From now on, he would never trust rumors. Charlie ran over hurriedly with his head covered in sweat. Ever since Elliot strode out of the auction, he followed closely behind Elliot. He was worried something bad would happen. Charlie ran the wrong way, so it took him some time to catch up with Elliot. By the time he caught up with Elliot and gasped breathlessly, he noticed Elliot was not as agitated as he expected and seemed calm. However, there was an intimidating look in Elliot's eyes. "Mr. Turner?" asked Charlie cautiously. "Let's go home," said Elliot immediately. After the car pulled up, Charlie did not think too hard about today. After all, he genuinely did not know what happened. For the first half of the auction, he wanted to strangle Jennifer and ask her whether she had a conscience. For the second half of the auction, he was completely oblivious of what happened. Jennifer had already gone back to Repulse Bay Villa. She had deliberately left her notebook behind for Elliot. She certainly did not search for the purple orchid high and low because of Robert. She wondered if Elliot would read the notebook carefully. She had cut the purple orchid earlier so that she could use it on him immediately. The moment she got home, she placed the purple orchid petals in water and prepped them for use. As she understood, the stem could be used for something else. Just as she contemplated, she heard the butler shouting, "Welcome home, Mr. Turner." Jennifer sat up straight. Elliot gave off a cool, imposing aura. Charlie followed behind Elliot. He had a nagging feeling that Elliot was about to raze the villa to the ground any moment now. However, he didn't text Jennifer to warn her. If Jennifer had fallen for someone else, she deserved this. Elliot looked emotional as he approached her. Jennifer kept wondering in her heart if he had read the contents of her notebook as he approached her. If he had not read her notebook, she would have to spend some time explaining it to him. In an instant, Elliot pulled her up and drew her into his arms. Chapter 79, resolutely broke up with Robert. Elliot encircled her waist firmly with his powerful arms as he held her fine waist tightly and pressed her head onto his chest with one hand. He held onto Jennifer passionately yet tenderly as though she was a fragile treasure. Jennifer could keenly hear his heartbeat while she lay in his arms. He was also trembling gently. After he learned the truth, he realized he almost misunderstood her and accused her of disloyalty. If he did, he would have ended up losing her. Jennifer realized he must have seen her notebook and finally came to know of all her efforts. That meant, this auction was reduced to nothing but a minor episode. Elliot would probably stop doubting her altogether from now on. Jennifer said softly as she lay in Elliot's arms, "Elliot, can you let me go? I can't breathe." Elliot loosened his grip on her. It finally dawned on him that Jennifer was always distant and unapproachable to outsiders and tended to be taciturn. She would only show her adorable vulnerable side to him. Elliot reached his hand out to embrace Jennifer even harder just thinking about it. This time, he did not embrace Jennifer so hard so that she could breathe. Moments later, Elliot looked at the remnants of the purple orchid in the pot. He could not help feeling bad in his heart. Jennifer had broken off with Robert with resolution, but he ended up doubting her. There was a hint of regret and love in his voice. "What are you going to do with the orchids?" "I was just thinking about this. I want to plant them somewhere and cultivate them. The nutrients in the pot aren't enough to sustain them. Plant them in the garden." Elliot told Charlie, "Remove all the plants that are currently in the garden. Charlie was still reveling in shock by Elliot's reaction. He was wondering what Jennifer had done to win over Elliot. The moment he heard Elliot's orders, he instinctively replied, "Yes, Mr. Turner." However, all the plants in the garden were very expensive. Every single one of them was worth far more than the purple orchid that Jennifer bought off the auction tonight. It was such a waste of money just to rear the purple orchid. Jennifer stopped him. "It's okay. The earth in the garden isn't suitable for purple orchids. I have to find somewhere else to cultivate them." Charlie heaved a sigh of relief. All the plants and flowers worth an astronomical sum were saved. "What kind of earth do you need?" "We can change all the earth in the garden," asked Elliot softly as though he was afraid of causing her any disturbance. Jennifer smiled as she said, "This isn't the sort of thing that you can change overnight. Even if you do change all the earth in the garden, it might not work. We have to think of something else and find somewhere larger to cultivate the things that I need." She wanted to plant more. One purple orchid would not be enough. Elliot contemplated as he looked at her. She wanted to cultivate purple orchid for him. Just thinking about it put him in a good mood. He felt everything about today was perfect and life was good. He would give her anything in the world that she wanted. Elliot placed Jennifer's notebook in her bag at night. Elliot could not help smiling thinking about the way she generously bidded for the purple orchid for him. Although $3 million meant nothing to him, he remembered her efforts. Jennifer was writing and drawing in her notebook, so Elliot did not disturb her. He simply sat beside her and worked. Chapter 80, Little Stone's Independence. Elliot felt contented just quietly staying in the same room as her. Arnold sent Jennifer a text message, "Go and check social media." Jennifer hurriedly tapped into her social media account and saw the hottest post online, Little Stone's Independence. She tapped the post and saw it was about the auction. Everything had gone out of Teresa's control today, so she was furious. She paid off the reporters and told them not to utter a word about the things that happened to Robert today. Naturally, the reporters kept their mouths shut after taking her money. However, a video of the auction ended up getting released in the evening. The reporters were leading Jennifer on, trying to get her to admit she had bought the purple orchid at an astronomical price for the love of her life. Meanwhile, Robert was at the auction as well. Judging from the way Robert looked at Jennifer pitifully, he was about to reject her. However, before he managed to say a word, Jennifer looked at him and swiftly snipped the purple orchid off. She also said proudly, "I told you. I want to give these flowers to the man I like. Sadly, it is not you." Robert and Little Stone's fans were embroiled in verbal battle. Robert's fans scolded Little Stone. "Get lost, you ugly woman. She is just doing this for the hype. When are you going to stop sucking off Robert's popularity? The people that she likes have the worst luck in the world. I am on Robert's side." Little Stone's fans felt deeply satisfied by the outcome. How many times must Little Stone repeat herself? She already said she doesn't like Robert anymore. I got such a kick watching her cut the flowers off. I really wish the pair of scissors were aiming for his penis. He. Little Stone is independent now. Please tell the guy to stop throwing himself at her. If Jennifer was not a man, she would have sensed a draft in her nether regions. She asked Arnold, "Did you post this?" "Of course it was me. Who else would help you other than your talent agent?" "Naturally, I'm also doing this for Mr. Turner," replied Arnold proudly. He learned of the events that transpired at the auction and spent some money to get his hands on this video. Arnold was awestruck by Jennifer's performance when she was challenged repeatedly. After watching her performance, he felt confident in making Jennifer a big hit if she could start acting like a human rather than licking Robert's boots like a dog. If she wanted to become a hit using her talent, she could no longer be connected to Robert. She had to stop giving people the impression she was throwing herself at Robert. Now that the perfect opportunity had landed in his lap, he had to use the video. The video was a rare find. Even if he paid for it to be filmed, it was hard to get the same effect. Arnold felt happy with Jennifer's performance today. "Thanks," replied Jennifer. Jennifer felt that the video worked brilliantly. If she wanted to cut ties with Robert, it had to be a clean break. She was never the wishy-washy sort anyway. Even without showing her face, Little Stone was already the most popular contestant on the program. She had already surpassed Tiffany's popularity even though she came in first. She was overwhelmingly ahead of all the other contestants. She might be ugly or used hype to get attention, but no one could say she was unpopular. Robert and Teresa were furious when they saw the video. The fans naturally sensed Robert's anger. Chapter 81, A leopard could not change her spots. Regardless of how they dissed Jennifer, it was futile. It was impossible to change the fact that Little Stone cut the orchids there and then. It was a slap on Robert's fans' faces since they felt orchids symbolized Robert. Eventually, a fan suddenly made a breakthrough and made a long comment about Jennifer. I have done a lot of research. The purple orchid is a rare flower. It used to be available locally, but people stopped cultivating it. Now, it can only be found overseas. It is considered extremely hard to come by, so we should handle it carefully. Even though it is not deemed a nationally protected plant yet, I believe one day it will. How could Little Stone cut off the purple orchid after spending over $3 million on it? Do you know what this means? This means she does not value money or rare plants. She is a heartless girl. She wanted to get into the news by getting back at Robert and was willing to accomplish it at all costs. She is just a small-time celebrity now, but she disregards money and destroys rare plants. Do you have a conscience, Little Stone? How much easy money has she made? How many things does she intend on destroying just for some hype? She tagged Little Stone's account to her post and repeatedly questioned Jennifer's integrity for her actions. People had looked down on Little Stone once because of her scar. Now Robert's fans were attempting to convince the public to take their side. The public quickly started to doubt her. A lot of people kept talking about the way Little Stone destroyed such a precious plant. Some people even tagged Little Stone and dissed her. Apologize this instant. Just because you bought it, doesn't mean you have the right to destroy such a rare flower. Countless botanists have worked hard cultivating the plant. How could you throw away their hard work? Hee hee. Ugly people just love to do strange shit. Just look at how hard Robert works doing charity work to reach out to people. How could she trample the botanists' efforts so blindly? She had to admit that the fans were very good at using this information against her. Jennifer could not help feeling impressed when they were capable of twisting the meaning behind her actions. The post about Little Stone throwing her money around and trampling the purple orchid quickly became the hottest topic online. Teresa and Robert really wished this post could continue trending for just a little longer so that people would forget about the embarrassment Jennifer had caused Robert. Arnold frowned as he watched this transpire. He was equally surprised when Jennifer cut the flowers off. Even if it was her money, it was impossible for her to whitewash the fact that she had willfully spent $3 million on the flower before cutting it. He sent a text message to Jennifer, "Since you have already done it, you should apologize. We shouldn't try to hide the truth or twist it." Huh, apologize. Are you sure? Arnold smiled sadly. Jennifer was too green in the industry. He said solemnly, "If you want to have a long career in the industry, you have to admit to your mistakes. You need ethics to last long." Jennifer sent a smiley face emoticon. "It is such an honor to have you as my talent agent. I have already posted something online. Why don't you have a look at it?" Arnold was stunned. His eyelids twitched ominously. Had she already made a post on social media? Sure enough, a leopard could not change her spots and he could not trust her. Arnold frowned as he checked her social media account. He noticed that Little Stone had not only responded to the accusations, but had also reposted Robert's fans' comments. She was undoubtedly bold. Chapter 82, How did you know about this? Arnold felt apprehensive. Why was Jennifer such a troublemaker? Moments later, he finally composed himself and read her post. Little Stone said in response, "I applaud you for doing research, but it is equally important to do it more thoroughly. The purple orchid needs to be cut off while it is blooming. Otherwise, it will affect its lifespan. After cutting it off during its flowering season, I expected it to bloom 3 to 5 more times. I will post updates about the purple orchid in the future. She tagged Natural History magazine at the end of her post. Natural History magazine was the most important official group specializing in botany, so it was particularly reputable in the industry. It went to show how confident she was about her findings when she tagged Natural History magazine to her post. Arnold was stunned. He attempted to do some research about the purple orchid. However, there was too little information about it. It was simply too rare and barely anyone had experience cultivating it. It was impossible to come up with a decent amount of information about them. Arnold could only secretly pray Jennifer was right. He certainly hoped she would not end up eating her words. Otherwise, it would be a marketing nightmare. Sure enough, Robert's fans were unable to verify the authenticity of Little Stone's claims. They started saying she was just trying to pull a fast one on them. Hee hee. I have only heard of trimming orchid leaves, but nothing about cutting their flowers off. Some people might be terrible at everything, but they always come in first at lying. Is talking big a part of Little Stone's image? Oh God, look at all these lies. After some time, Natural History magazine finally responded, "My apologies for taking so long. I needed some time to do research. Little Stone is spot on. The purple orchid has slightly different characteristics, so it is advised to trim its flowers off during the blooming season. Also, if the purple orchid is cultivated in the perfect environment, it can live for over 10 years. If the blooms are not cut off in time, the entire plant will rot from the flower to the leaves down to its stem. In that case, it won't survive for more than a year. This is the main reason contributing to its rarity." Robert's fans went speechless the moment they saw Natural History magazine's response. Only some die-hard fanatics continued to insist Robert was framed. Anyone with some brains would know that Natural History magazine was a completely neutral party, was highly revered in the industry, and a trusted source. The fan who started it quietly removed the post. She logged off her social media account and did not dare to go on reading the comments. It took Teresa a lot of effort to get the fans under control and convince them to stop arguing with Little Stone's fans. Arnold went into a brief daze before he texted Jennifer and asked, "How did you know about this?" She had failed to graduate from high school after several tries and always had bad grades. Were her grades poor because she had been wasting her time learning all these strange things? However, he did not hear back from Jennifer. She had already gone to bed. This level of gossip was just a light drizzle to her. She had suffered more online abuse than this. Since she was a seasoned celebrity, she was undaunted by these little squabbles. Elliot was working when he raised his head and noticed Jennifer was asleep. Elliot strode over to lower his head and looked at her soft, flawless skin. Her skin was so fair that he could almost see the blood vessels under it. Elliot reached his hand out and placed it on her face before he rubbed it gently. Countless images flooded his mind. His previous self-restraint collapsed and his cool eyes started to look red. He pulled his tie and swallowed some saliva as he watched her. Chapter 83, Perfect for Elliot. Elliot did not do anything to her and simply quietly admired her. Jennifer only saw Arnold's text message when she woke up the next day and replied, "I randomly saw it." Arnold found this unbelievable. He had searched everywhere online and there was no such information. Also, Natural History magazine was not a one-man show. It consisted of a team of several professional botanists. Hence, it was deemed a reputable source. This was not something that could be found randomly online. How did Jennifer know about this? However, Arnold's lips curved into a smile. His job was finally starting to get interesting. Jennifer put on her short-haired wig and put on her disguise for Jenny. She had to visit the hospital and check on Ashley's recovery. Before long, she left the villa and headed straight for the hospital. Ashley was smiling as she chatted with the nurse. She kept looking at the hospital ward door every now and then. "Why isn't Dr. Smith here yet?" "I don't know either. She doesn't work for this hospital." The nurse shook her head. Ashley also knew Jenny did not work here. However, it did not change the fact that she had complete faith in Jenny. For 2 days, Dr. Nicholson and Richard had been checking on her repeatedly. They kept examining Jenny's work to figure out how she accomplished such a feat and kept trying to find out where she was. Ashley simply sent them on their way. She did not mind telling them more. The problem was, she had no idea who Jenny was. Moments later, she heard gentle footsteps at the door. Ashley instantly felt invigorated. "Is it Dr. Smith?" Jennifer could hear Ashley's voice inside, so she did not bother knocking and went right in. "I am here to examine your injury." "Sure." Ashley's voice sounded bright and powerful like it used to be. It was clear she was recovering well. However, Jennifer took her hands and examined her carefully just to be safe. Ashley was observing Jennifer as well. Although she was wearing a surgical mask, she had exquisite brows and her almond-shaped eyes were bright and beautiful. She gave off a cool vibe and seemed particularly poised. Her complexion was flawless and healthy. Also, she gave off an elegant aura. "Dr. Smith, how did you know about my injuries if you don't work in this hospital?" asked Ashley. My senior used to work here. I happened to be around collecting some data for him when I heard about your situation. Since I am a doctor, I had to help." Ashley nodded. She often heard doctors talking about professionalism, so she did not doubt Jennifer. Moments later, Jennifer was done examining her. She said softly, "You are recovering well. If you keep it up and stay calm, you can probably recover fully in about a month." "Brilliant." Ashley's eyes glinted in joy and turned a little red from the excitement. It felt more believable to hear it from her than any other doctor here. Ashley told the nurse to get Jennifer some coffee. Jennifer took the coffee and took off her mask. Since she had covered her scar with some makeup, her face looked flawless. Her features were exquisite and her eyes were bright. Also, she had a dainty face. She was such a beauty. She was perfect for Elliot. After Jennifer was almost done with her coffee, Ashley pulled her hand and asked in an unusually gentle tone, "Dr. Smith, how old are you?" Chapter 84, She Isn't Good Enough for Him. "I'm 25. Jennifer deliberately told Ashley she was 5 years older so as not to raise any suspicion. Ashley smiled right away. That was perfect. She was just slightly younger than Elliot. Ashley suddenly beamed, making Jennifer frown as she wondered what Ashley was up to. "Do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, can I introduce someone to you?" Jennifer almost choked on the coffee. Jennifer noticed Ashley looking at her non-stop, but she had no idea why she was doing it. "Yes, I do. Thanks for the offer though." Ashley was immediately disappointed, but she refused to give up and said, "Don't be so formal with me. You can call me by my first name. It doesn't matter even if you are dating someone. I have a little brother. Although he has a bad temper, he is a righteous man and looks just as good looking as you. I will introduce him to you and you can be friends." Jennifer's eyes twitched. How much did Ashley hate her? Why did she keep introducing other women to Elliot? Ashley noticed Jennifer's expression and hurriedly said, "Jenny, don't be upset. I have never introduced other women to my little brother. I was only doing it because you are kind and look right for each other." "Fine." Ashley even started calling her by her first name. "Does your little brother have a girlfriend?" reminded Jennifer. "Humph." The moment Jennifer brought up the subject, Ashley looked annoyed. "She isn't good enough for him." Jennifer lowered her face and pretended she knew nothing. Ashley was worried that Jennifer might misunderstand, so she explained, "That girl doesn't like my little brother at all. She is trying to leave all the time. Also, she is meeting some other guy behind my brother's back. It is only a matter of time before they break up." Ashley realized she unknowingly became a gossip monger. She felt somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly closed mouth. After Jennifer told her how to go about taking her medication and recuperate, she bade farewell to Ashley. "Can you give me your contact number so that I can," just as Ashley was about to say, "introduce her little brother," she swallowed her words and said, "so that I can ask you about my condition." This made sense. Jennifer happened to have a secondary WeChat account, so she activated it and shared it with Ashley. "Big Sis has added you as a friend. After Ashley added Jennifer to her WeChat, Jennifer touched her forehead when she saw the notification. She quickly accepted the invitation and added Ashley to her WeChat account. A long time after she left, Ashley continued to happily think about matchmaking her with Elliot. The nurse had never seen Ashley smile so brightly for a long time, so she said, "Miss Turner, you seem to be in a rather good mood." I recall you have a kid. Which kindergarten is better?" asked Ashley. After Jennifer left the hospital, she received a call from Elliot. "I'm waiting for you at the street corner." Jennifer looked up to see Elliot's low-profile yet luxurious Bentley parked on the street corner. She had urged Elliot not to divulge her true identity until Ashley's hands had recovered completely. From the looks of it, Elliot had remembered what she said. Jennifer's lips curved into a smile as she walked towards his car, and quickly got into it. Elliot was dressed in a suit with a tie worn snugly under his collar. His gorgeous face gave off an imposing and lofty aura, and his innate quality made him look even more lofty and proud. He seemed out of this world and simply seductive. Chapter 85, Legal Husband and Wife. Elliot put down his proud airs with Jennifer around and his expression became usually gentle. Jennifer could not help looking at him. Everyone appreciated beauty, and even Jennifer had no immunity to Elliot's good looks. "Elliot, does your older sister keep introducing women to you?" asked Jennifer right away. "Never." Elliot frowned. "What did she say?" "Nothing much. I just think you are so good looking that people must be introducing potential girlfriends to you all the time." Elliot narrowed his eyes before he said huskily, "Mrs. Turner, have you forgotten we are already married?" Jennifer laughed quietly. She and Elliot were already married. What was the point of introducing women to him? Ever since she was reborn, she had a cold and distant attitude towards outsiders. She was only bright and lively in front of Elliot and would even say sweet nothings to him. Jennifer embraced Elliot when he raised his brows. "How could I forget? We are legally married, so no one else can get in between us." Elliot looked at his woman gently as she appeased him. It was easy to see his mood. Since Jennifer could tell he was not angry anymore, she asked, "Where are we going?" "We are going home." His husky voice sounded a little electric and was particularly seductive. Jennifer hugged him and sat down. However, after driving for a while, she realized they were not heading back to Repulse Bay Villa. "Elliot, where are we going? Do you plan on selling me off?" Jennifer looked out the window. Elliot laughed gently out loud. It sounded deep and gentle as it came from his chest and sounded indulgent. The car pulled up outside of a villa. Jennifer raised her head after getting out of the car and saw that it was even larger and more luxurious than Repulse Bay Villa. "Go take a look." Elliot held her hand as they entered the villa. There was intricate design everywhere, and even the diamonds on the crystal chandeliers were real. Everything in the house was the best and came at exorbitant prices. Jennifer was not interested in the posh interior. Instead, she preferred Repulse Bay Villa. Elliot brought her to the backyard. For as far as the eye could see, there were no plants. However, the earth had already been loosened and it gave off a distinct fragrance. It was just waiting to get cultivated. Jennifer finally looked interested. She ran over and picked up the soil. It was perfect for cultivating the purple orchid and other herbs she needed. She did not even bat an eye at the astronomically priced objects. Instead, she smiled when she saw the soil. Elliot noticed it all. He just knew he made the right choice to buy this villa. He was also spot on about the soil in the compound. His woman did not like material things, all she cared about was him. "Are we staying here from now on?" asked Jennifer happily. "Do you like it?" asked Elliot with his eyes lowered. Chapter 86 Guest Performers. Jennifer nodded hard. She genuinely liked this compound, especially the earth. "Then I will go back and move my purple orchid over." Also, she had to move over some other herbs she had cultivated after she was reborn. Since it was hard to find the right soil for them, she had been growing them in pots and was only able to cultivate a small number of them. "I have already sent for them." Elliot pointed. Charlie and a few workers were in the middle of taking care of Jennifer's plants. "Watch out. Don't damage them. You can't even put a scratch on them. Charlie was holding a shovel as he instructed the workers who were moving the pots around. In reality, these people were as good as botanists. One of them even asked quizzically, "Mr. Foster, these new plants we are planting only cost a fraction of the price of those plants that we have just dug out. How could we destroy those plants for these?" Those people looked at the astronomically priced plants and trees they had just removed and could not help exclaiming in shock. Those plants combined cost as much as this villa. Why did Charlie tell them to replace them with these cheap plants? One of them was a plant with its flower snipped off, the other was some unrecognizable orchid, and there was some unknown weed. They seemed to have been dug out from the countryside or something, but Charlie moved them over like they were very important. "Just do what I tell you," ordered Charlie. He did not know what these plans were either. Jennifer was probably the only person who did. If Elliot wanted to indulge her, he could even raise this villa to the ground, so removing some expensive plans was nothing. Jennifer saw them working, so she retrieved a handful of seeds from her pocket and said, "Can you help me plant these as well?" After Charlie took the seeds, the workers glanced and noticed they were mint seeds. Mint only cost $5 a pot out there, and you could get a discount if they were purchased in bulk. The rich people must have nothing better to do. Since all the plants would get moved over, Jennifer and Elliot moved over as well. It happened that Repulse Bay Villa was full of sad memories for them, so a change of environment was good. Butler Addison came over with the servants and maids, so other than a change in the surrounding, everything went on as per normal. Ultimate Singer-Songwriter had already moved on to the next stage. There were 22 contestants left and 11 contestants would get eliminated. There were no second chances or challenges, and the ones who did not make the cut would get kicked off the show right away. The competition was intense. This time, the production team invited guests to perform with the contestants. "We have invited 22 guests today. All of them are very well-known singers," introduced the host. Jennifer raised her head for a look. Sure enough, most of the guests were renowned singers and idols. A small number of them were veteran singers with a low profile who had not performed in a long time. The program was certainly generous. "These guests will choose who they want to work with and perform with you to help you advance," introduced the host. However, the contestants do not get a voting right, and the choice lies in the guests alone. This meant the contestants had to prove themselves and convince the guests to select them. Chapter 87 Rejection. Most of the contestants wanted to pick idols or the more famous singers with great vocals. That way, it would make the performance better and help them advance. Veteran singers with a low profile were second choice. The guests had their concerns as well. They were not here for charity. Since they wanted to improve their popularity, they wanted to pick the most popular or well-known contestant. William called Ivory and Jennifer to the side and said, "Little Flag, Little Stone, I know some of these guest performers, so I will introduce you later. It is down to you to convince them to select you." Since Ivory and Jennifer were William's most important contestants, he naturally hoped they could last long on the program. First, he introduced one of the guests to Ivory before he introduced one to Jennifer. The moment Jennifer saw the guest in question, she instantly knew why William picked him. Elvis Waltz was an up-and-coming male singer and was extremely talented. He was a top-notch singer-songwriter. Since he liked fizzy drinks, he was often photographed with Coca-Cola or other sodas, so people called him the Prince of Soda. However, even though he adored unhealthy drinks, they did not affect his appearance. He remained slim and handsome. Also, it did not have a negative effect on his vocals. Every time he performed, people screamed excitedly. William felt his songs and vocals were the same as Jennifer's, so he wanted Elvis to collaborate with her. "Hi, Elvis," greeted William. "Hi, Mr. Ford." Elvis smiled and bowed respectfully when he saw William coming over. He reached his hand out and handed William a bottle of Sprite. "Long time no see. How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you." William took the Sprite and said, "Allow me to introduce you to my contestant. Little Stone, come over." The moment Elvis glanced at Jennifer, his eyes turned cold, but he continued smiling. Jennifer promptly detected his unwillingness to work with her. Sure enough, the moment William was done introducing her, Elvis said, "In theory, I should do you the favor of collaborating with her since you asked, but I have already selected Tiffany." Elvis and Robert were on good terms and he was acquainted with Bella. He saw great potential in Bella's songwriting skills, but they did not have the chance to hang out more. He had joined the program as a guest performer to help Bella. However, he realized that Bella was eliminated from the program when he finally made time by turning down a lot of projects. Also, the person who had gotten Bella kicked out was Jennifer. Elvis nearly lost it and wanted to break his agreement and refused to appear on the program. He only showed up after his talent agent kept convincing him. So he naturally did not like Jennifer. Jennifer already saw this coming and said, "It is okay." Elvis sneered. So what if she was well connected? Bella kept speaking ill of Jennifer every time she met Elvis, so he naturally disliked her. The moment William heard Elvis had made up his mind, he did not force him. He simply shook his head and said, "That's too bad." Chapter 88 Another rejection. Jennifer felt even though Bella had already gotten eliminated from the program, everyone still remembered her. Sure enough, she had worked hard leaving a good impression. However, this would not last long. Since William was not in the position to force Elvis to pick Jennifer, he headed towards Penelope. Penelope was a great artist and had good vocals, so she and Jennifer could have real chemistry. William had helped Penelope when she first joined the entertainment industry, so she was particularly respectful to him. "Hello, Mr. Ford." After catching up with William, she even gave him some local products from her hometown. "Mr. Ford, I wanted to visit you tonight. I ended up bumping into you ahead of time. You must accept this small gift from me." She was respectful to a fault. However, she seemed to be in a dilemma the moment William suggested she work with Jennifer. "Mr. Ford, I have already selected my contestant." Ever since she made a name for herself, she cared a lot about her reputation. Jennifer had a terrible reputation. She heard Jennifer kept making trouble and even plagiarized music. Just the thought of this annoyed her. After Penelope was invited to appear on the program, she added a clause to her contract indicating she would not work with Jennifer. She was not in the position to break her contract. William did not force her to do otherwise. Elvis had already walked up to Tiffany. Most of the other guests had surrounded Tiffany. Jennifer was not the only contestant who was unpopular. Little Lily has come in first throughout the program, so people naturally want to work with her, said a contestant softly. "If it were me, I would pick Little Lily too. She is a great songwriter with steady vocals. She never makes trouble and has a righteous personality. Also, I secretly looked at her face previously and she is very pretty. She wasn't even wearing makeup when I saw her," said a contestant with his voice suppressed. "Wow, I am so envious. I am sure she will get the best resources in the future." No wonder all the guest performers wanted to choose her. William comforted Jennifer, "No matter what, the program has to assign a guest performer for you." "I get it." Jennifer nodded. It was just that the guest performers who had to pick her would be equally unpopular. However, she did not mind. Instead, William felt sorry for her. Considering Jennifer's great talent, it would be such a pity if she could not make it to the end of the program. On the whole, she was almost as good as Tiffany, but she was plagued by scandal, so none of the guests wanted anything to do with her out of fear that she might pull the same stunt she did on Robert. Tiffany finally decided on the guest performer she would like to collaborate with 30 minutes later. It was none other than Elvis. She bowed as she thanked the other guests for taking an interest in her. "Thank you for your vote of faith. I hope we have the chance to work in the future." Everyone felt she was very well brought up and polite. Then those guest performers who did not get selected went to pick from the pool of remaining contestants. No one asked about Jennifer. After almost all the guests were done picking contestants, only Jennifer and an unpopular singer were left. The two of them made eye contact before walking towards each other. "Hi, Miss Sims," greeted Jennifer. Rachel Sims was a veteran female singer. She had written a lot of famous songs and was very popular 20 years ago, but she ended up disappearing from the limelight. Since artists and idols kept entering the entertainment industry and there was huge competition, she was unknown to the younger audience. Chapter 89, Love Talent. Rachel felt happy when Jennifer could recognize her. Why don't we work together? William checked out Jennifer's situation. Jennifer was considered lucky to perform with Rachel. She was far better than an idol singer. However, Rachel might not be able to catch up with Jennifer given her physical condition, so he was a little worried. Jennifer smiled as she reached her hand out. Miss Sims, I look forward to working with you. She handed the songs she had written for the performance to Rachel. Even though Rachel had not performed in years, she was still an artist. After glancing at the song, she could not help inhaling in surprise. Did you write this? Yes, I did. I don't mean to be rude, said Rachel hurriedly. I am just shocked by how good it is. Thanks. Since no one picked Jennifer, Rachel thought she had no talent, but the moment she saw Jennifer's song, her opinion changed. Let's go over and practice. She immediately wanted to work on the song. Jennifer went over with her. She had to admit that Rachel had great vocals. After trying a few times, Rachel proved her prowess by singing the song perfectly. In Jennifer's opinion, she had missed a few high notes and her vocals were not as good as before. Even then, Rachel was a whole lot better than the young singers out there. Rachel was shocked to find Jennifer had great vocals when they practiced together. From the looks of it, the things on the internet about Jennifer were lies. Ever since the internet became easily accessible, the paparazzi became even worse. Rachel could not help feeling moved by her talent and gave her a few pointers. It was a big help to Jennifer. Jennifer voluntarily made conversation when they were having a break. Your songs are great. I used to listen to them a lot, but you stopped releasing new music. Also, you haven't seen me appear on any programs either, right? Rachel shook her head and laughed. That's true. Ever since I gave birth to my child, I caught a case of rhinitis 1. Rhinitis is also called a stuffy nose, and can be chronic. Closing square bracket dot. I never fully recovered, so it acts up every now and then. Even though my performance might seem good today, I honestly have not performed so well in a long time. She said worriedly, if I did not have a child to raise and school fees to pay, I would not have taken the job. Little Stone, I will do my best to stay in tip-top condition, but if there are any problems with my singing, you have to help me. Jennifer nodded and smiled. Sure thing. She could already detect how nasally Rachel sounded when she spoke. For the sake of meeting her fans' expectations, Rachel refused to make a comeback. This time, she only appeared on the program to make a living. Strictly speaking, even though the rhinitis had affected her singing, it did not turn out bad. Rachel was just too demanding of herself. The old-time artists tended to be this way and had more pride and social responsibility. After chatting briefly, they continued to practice the song. Everyone felt envious of the other contestants who got the team up with the best guest performers. Tiffany had selected the most popular guest performer of the lot, Elvis. Ivory also did well and picked a popular male idol. Edmund and Julian also selected popular singers with great vocals. Even Willow's guest performer had just become a hit last year after joining a singing program. Chapter 90. It was clear what they were implying. After doing some practice, a lot of contestants went over to the veteran artists whom they recognized with their autograph books asking for autographs when it was break time. However, no one asked Rachel for her autograph. Every now and then, someone asked quizzically, "Who is she?" Rachel smiled in self-ridicule. Sure enough, she was forgotten after not singing in over 20 years. She is Rachel. Loving You Is Torture was one of her best works and used to be very popular. Huh, did she sing that song? I can't recognize her anymore. I think she is a perfect match for Little Stone. Even though no one explained why Rachel and Jennifer were perfect for each other, it was clear what they were implying. Tiffany also looked over when she heard what they said. However, she seemed calm and it was impossible to figure out how she felt about the conversation, so it was unclear whether she agreed. I saw the challenges you went through in the last episode. You were extraordinary. Rachel looked at Jennifer perplexedly. Why do they treat you like this even though you performed well? Jennifer smiled. Then did you check out my gossip? Rachel smiled and instantly caught her drift. Most of the contestants and employees were on Robert's side. In the entertainment industry, popularity meant power. People would pick a gorgeous man over an ugly woman any day. Rachel could empathize with their reaction now. Now Rachel was determined to perform well with Jennifer and kick the other contestants out of the program. Jennifer went out for a moment and came back with a leaf and handed it to Rachel. Sniff on this when you can. It will help with your rhinitis. Rachel smiled in surprise. Was this not mint? All these years, she had seen a lot of doctors and tried all sorts of medication, so she had already tried using mint, but it was useless. Despite all the doctors she had seen, her rhinitis acted up every now and then and did not improve. However, since Jennifer was just trying to be nice, she took the mint and said, "Thank you." At night, Jennifer stopped practicing and bade farewell. After Rachel got back to her lunch, her nose started to feel stuffy. She retrieved her medication and sprayed it into her nose. Even though it was able to clear her nose briefly, it made her giddy. Although this medicine was good for rhinitis, there were a lot of side effects for her brain. After using it long-term, she could feel her memory become poor. She had no choice but to use it since she had taken an assignment. Rachel did not want to quit halfway and hold up Jennifer. She sat down and rested briefly and did some vocal exercises before her nose became stuffy again. It was so stuffy that her head kept ringing. It was so awful that she simply had to sit down and rest. After placing the medicine back into her purse, she suddenly felt a cool leaf in her purse. She recalled the mint Jennifer had given her. She placed it by her nose without a thought and inhaled deeply. Her nose unexpectedly got unclogged and her head cleared up as well. Rachel scrutinized the leaf and confirmed it was genuinely mint. She had used it previously, but it was not as effective. She smelled it again and detected the faint scent of Chinese herbs along with mint. The smell of Chinese herbs made her feel good. Rachel managed to sleep peacefully all night, and after she woke up, she felt energetic. She looked at the mirror and noticed that the pallor was gone and she seemed a lot more youthful. Chapter 91, Birds of a Feather Flock Together. It was the first time she had such good sleep ever since she had rhinitis. She used to wake up the moment her nose felt stifled and remained restless all night. Even when she was able to get a good night's rest, she woke up feeling giddy, so she rarely felt energetic in the morning. She could not help smiling thinking about Jennifer. Jennifer was undoubtedly an intriguing girl. First thing in the morning, Rachel went on set to wait for Jennifer. Jennifer usually did not stay over on set if she did not need to work, but she was punctual. She arrived early today and saw Rachel standing in front of her energetically. "Hi, little stone." Rachel walked over. "Thanks for the mint. My nose hasn't felt so good in a long time. If you find it effective, I have more." Jennifer handed her a small clear plastic box with a few pieces of mint inside. "Before you go back, I will give you the entire plant so that you can take it with you." Since Rachel was from another city, she had to stay for a while to film the program. That would be perfect. Teresa overheard the conversation when she walked past them. Robert was putting on his makeup when Teresa got back. They were filming an introductory clip today, so it was very important. Sandra had secretly visited and was sitting backstage with him. Teresa told them about what she heard. Does Rachel genuinely think Jennifer's leaf can cure her rhinitis? Birds of a feather flock together. Sandra looked at Robert gently as she said, after all, Jennifer was from a small town. The small town she was from is famous for its plants. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked. Teresa recalled something. That's true. Is it considered a small town though? It is more like the countryside. Sandra recalled her life when she lived with old Master Smith in the small town. Even though it was inaccessible and did not have a lot of things, he always insisted on a good education no matter how poor they were. He even specially brought in teachers to give her drawing and piano lessons. How good could small-town teachers get? If not for her God-given talent and drive, she would not have survived long getting taught by them. It was great living with the Walter family. Since it was a reputable family and used the best, her painting and piano teachers were also top-notch. Teresa glanced at Sandra before she smiled and said, "You are such a kind soul. No matter where you live, you have the poise of a socialite." Even though Jennifer lived with the Walter family for years, she didn't learn anything from them. Instead, she ended up being so unscrupulous. If she gets kicked off the program now, she has to go back to school. Mom has already registered her and expects her to get into a university. She can't do without education. Otherwise, things will only get worse for her in the future, said Sandra thoughtfully. Teresa shook her head and sighed. You are such a sweet girl. After all the things she has done to you, I can't believe you and your mother would be so thoughtful. Sandra smiled shyly before she made eye contact with Robert in the mirror and looked at each other lovingly. Everyone felt certain Jennifer would get kicked out this time. Even though she managed to win after getting repeatedly challenged, it was impossible for her to be lucky all the time. Moreover, Rachel had not shown her face in ages and was just a housewife. Even if she performed with Jennifer, it was unlikely for them to have any breakthrough. Chapter 92, She Might Surpass Jennifer. The audience could not wait for the competition to begin. After the controversial episode where Little Stone was challenged repeatedly and the footage of her clipping the orchid went online, Ultimate Singer-Songwriter became a huge hit. Its popularity had skyrocketed so much that it had surpassed even a few weekend primetime programs by some major television networks. As usual, you can vote for your favorite contestant online. If you like them, vote for them and give them a chance to stay. The show started with the hosts' usual introductions. Jennifer was due to perform next. Tiffany, Ivory, and the other contestants were given primetime slots and scheduled to perform in the middle of the program. All their guest performers were popular or had a lot of fans, so they were capable of garnering a lot of attention. The guest performers also told their fans to vote for their teams. In reality, it was not just a question of ability, but how popular the contestant and the guest performer were. Rachel had not performed in years, so she did not have a strong fan base. And while Jennifer had loyal fans, and she was happy with the number, it could not compare with the other contestants. Jennifer was out of luck. As the show went on, more people talked about it online. All the performers had their own edge and problems. The audience sitting in front of the television and computer waited to vote for their favorite contestants. Since the voting channel was opened at the beginning of the show, the contestants performing at the end of the program were at a disadvantage. This meant they would end up receiving far fewer votes. Jennifer's fans were all waiting for her to perform. A lot of fans went on to watch other programs or play with their phones after seeing their favorite artists perform. All the viewers who continued watching were true music lovers. Even though they were small in number, they were far more demanding than average fans. Jennifer and Rachel got onto the stage. Rachel was dressed in black. Since she had rested well, she was in good shape. Jennifer was wearing a mask that concealed her face entirely. After an intensive and explosive interlude, the audience felt exhilarated. Rachel parted her lips and sang, leaving the audience in shock. People use words to tie us down. But we don't have to do as they say. The last word was bright and powerful. And the entire audience burst with excitement. She certainly lived up to her reputation as the queen of vocals. Even watching her from a screen, the audience could keenly sense her powerful vibes. Even if people want to talk, they can't deny my success. Rachel's singing got even better as she went on. The instructors were slightly worried. Rachel was an extremely explosive and experienced singer, so she was a force to be reckoned with. Now that she was in tip-top form, Jennifer might not be able to surpass her. Would Rachel end up stealing the show entirely? William frowned and felt especially worried. Perhaps Rachel felt an adrenaline rush after not performing in such a long time. However, she had made the atmosphere high and the audience reveled in her singing. Many people accessed the official web page and searched for her name so that they could vote for her later. The moment Rachel finished the first part of the song, Jennifer took over. William's heart was in his mouth. Chapter 93, You Are Too Kind. Robert kept smiling. He clearly did not feel that Jennifer could keep up with Rachel's singing. Sandra was watching this live. She kept her back straight as she sat and shook her head. From the looks of it, Jennifer will get kicked off the show soon. I am not sure if this teacher is here to help, or make trouble. However, an equally powerful voice rang in the air. I will be just like the sun god. I will stand guard over these everlasting flames. I will follow the path of Prometheus. And defend your precious dream. Her singing style differed from that of Rachel's. The only things that remained the same were their supremely explosive vocals and excellent control. Everyone who was listening automatically turned to look at her on this stage when they heard her voice. After the singing was over, they were startled to realize it was Little Stone. Both of their performances were on par with each other, even down to the power of their voice. The audience was blown away by this discovery as they watched. They were no one's fans and were simply here for the music. If they could get moved by their performance, they were happy to turn on the application and vote for the artists. They were keenly aware of one truth. If they did not speak up and defend what they liked, they would not have a choice over who they wanted to see perform. Everyone opened their application without hesitation. And Jennifer's fans started to vote for her wildly. Even though they were small in number, they were deeply loyal to Jennifer from the start. Jennifer and Rachel's voices blended into one as they stood on stage. Even if people want to talk, they can't deny my success. William was the first to clap. No matter who they were here for, all the fans present could not help applauding after the exhilarating performance. Sandra bit her lip gently and applauded with the crowd. After they got off the stage, Rachel reached her hand out and embraced Jennifer. That was brilliant. I haven't had such a great time singing in such a long time. You are a worthy opponent. Calling Jennifer her worthy opponent was the best praise Jennifer had ever received. Elvis glanced at Jennifer while waiting for the results. Did you really write that? Jennifer glanced at him and ignored him. It was impossible for her to answer this convincingly. She used to give her songs to Bella when she was stupid. She did not know how much of her music Bella had shown Elvis. Even a top talent agent like Arnold fell for Bella's ploys and was all praise for her. Bella undoubtedly put in a lot of effort to market herself. Jennifer could only wait for the perfect opportunity to show the world the truth. Rachel said to Elvis, "How could you talk to Little Stone like that? I helped her clean up the song, so I know best how talented she is." You are too kind. Elvis tilted his head back and had a sip of Sprite before he walked off, shaking his head. On the stage, they had started announcing the contestants who had made it. The contestants with the most popular guest performers such as Tiffany, Ivory, Julian, and Edmund had no problem staying. They went on announcing the rest of the contestants who made it. Coming in 10th is Little Peanut. Little Peanut was Willow, so Jennifer clapped happily. Chapter 94, I would knock on your door as well. Willow was terribly worried that Jennifer would get eliminated from the program, so she kept looking at Jennifer. The host went on to announce the contestant who came in 10th. All that remained was the last contestant who had advanced in the program. All the fans kept typing their idols' names in the comments. As for the last contestant, the host looked at Elvis. Let's invite Elvis to announce the results. He was clearly trying to use Elvis. Since he was the most popular guest performer, more people would watch if he announced the final surviving contestant. Elvis took the microphone. He glanced at the name list without saying a word before he said coolly, "It's Little Stone." The moment he finished uttering 3 words, his lips curved downwards. It was clear he did not like Little Stone. Elvis was always polite, mild, and thoughtful. No matter who it was, he treated people with respect. So even though Jennifer had advanced to the next level, people started gossiping about her online again thanks to Elvis's reaction. Everyone kept wondering how Little Stone had offended Elvis to make him react this way. Elvis's fans promptly said, "It must be Little Stone's fault. Just think about it. Elvis never treats people like that." In comparison, Little Stone offends people all the time. I agree. Why would Elvis hate her of all people? First Robert, now even Elvis hates her. She is just a troublemaker. Regardless of how their fans argued, a lot of fans felt relieved that Little Stone could stay. Some viewers who genuinely loved music felt Jennifer deserved to stay. They simply liked good music and did not care about gossip in the entertainment industry or Little Stone's appearance. They were happy to support all the good music out there. Jennifer trended online owing to all the controversy surrounding her. Even Rachel gained a lot of exposure as she trended online. A lot of people searched for some of her old songs only to realize they had known them all along. They simply did not recognize her in person. Rachel and Jennifer's partnership was a win-win situation. Even though they started out in a bad place, things turned out well. The song Jennifer and Rachel sang called "Immortal" was very well received. The music application in collaboration with Ultimate Singer-Songwriter experienced an increase in the number of people signing up for it. Most of them got into the application just to download this song. The most popular post showing under the song read, "When I first heard the song tonight, I was so moved that I couldn't sleep, so I decided to listen to it at night. In the end, my neighbor came knocking on my door. Just when I wanted to apologize for waking him up, he asked, 'Dude, can you tell me the name of this song?'" This comment left everyone laughing nonstop. Some people even replied, "If I heard it, I would have knocked on your door as well." The other guest performers felt regretful of their choices. Although they had appeared on the program and shown their faces, it ended up like any other performance for them and was completely ineffective in promoting themselves. Chapter 95, Broke Up. Little Stone wanted to perform with them, but they passed up on the opportunity. Penelope regretted it the most. Although she had been in the industry for years, she did not have memorable incidents or projects to her name. She was far from being a popular singer, and her vocals were not powerful enough to make her a world-class singer, so she desperately wanted this opportunity. She was already in her 40s. If she could not make any breakthrough now, she would only get even older. Initially, William wanted her to perform with Jennifer, but she single-handedly pushed the opportunity aside. Jennifer had just woken up when she received a phone call from Bella. She was exhausted when she got home last night, so she went to sleep right away and only woke up in the morning. "Jennifer, why aren't you at Repulse Bay Villa?" Bella had gone over to look for Jennifer several times but failed to find her. So she had no choice but to call and check. "I forgot to tell you that I already moved out." Jennifer got off the bed and opened the curtains as she gazed into the garden. Elliot had already renamed this villa as Lanting Residence. "Have you broken up with Elliot?" Bella sounded both shocked and slightly pleased. Her voice was so bright that it nearly gave her away. Jennifer thought about their marriage certificates and smiled. "You can say so." They had stopped dating and gotten married. Bella was beside herself with joy. It was almost impossible for her to contain her joy when she spoke to Jennifer. "That's terrible. Why did you call? Since you have broken up with Elliot, I'm sure you need some company," said Bella. "I am sure you feel awful. Maybe we should hang out and write some music. If you have something to occupy your time, you will feel better." In reality, she simply wanted Jennifer's music. Everything she had written came from Jennifer's hands. Even though she had met important singer-songwriters like Elvis thanks to Robert, she was incapable of writing as well, so she never chatted about music with them. She decided to work for Mr. Woods since he knew nothing about songwriting. Otherwise, her cover would get blown right away. However, now that she was working for Mr. Woods, she had to produce some work in order to show her worth, and Jennifer could give her more new songs. Jennifer already read her mind, and felt this was the perfect opportunity. She nodded. Sure thing. See you tonight. Bella really wished to meet right away, but it was not her place to rush her, so she could only wait until tonight. Jennifer put together a pile of original manuscripts. At night, she showed up to meet Bella slightly late. Bella was already waiting for her. The moment she saw Jennifer, she ran over eagerly and held her by the arm. Ever since she was kicked out of the program, she had never been so close to Jennifer. Now Bella seemed to have completely forgiven Jennifer. Jennifer placed her original manuscripts by the side. Jennifer, don't be sad. In any case, it's not like you like him. It is perfect now that you have broken up. Now you can be with Robert, comforted Bella as she glanced at Jennifer's original manuscripts. Jennifer nodded. I'm not sad. I have a lot of songs to work on. Chapter 96. Why did Jennifer have it all? Are these your original manuscripts? Asked Bella as she looked at them in envy. Jennifer nodded. I wrote them recently. Some of them are ready for use while others need some editing. Bella flipped through the music with admiration. Are you going to perform these? Did you only recently write these songs? Bella was green with envy. Bella and Jennifer started to learn about writing music at the same time. However, Bella could only produce a single song after several months, while Jennifer was like a machine. She pointed at a few pages and asked, why did you label these not for use yet? Oh, this. I have nowhere to use those songs yet, explained Jennifer briefly. I will save them for some other time. So many. Bella felt increasingly excited as she went through the music. Acknowledged Jennifer mildly with utter trust in Bella. I need to use the bathroom. Okay, said Bella. After Jennifer left, Bella promptly opened the folder and took pictures with her phone. Jennifer's lips curved upwards slightly as she lowered her eyes to conceal the light in them. In the past, she had given Bella a lot of music, but Bella had stolen most of her music from her room without her permission. She always claimed to take her original manuscripts so that she could show them to producers she knew and help people see Jennifer's talent. Look what happened in the end. All people ended up seeing was Bella's talent. It was the same for Arnold and Elvis. By the time Jennifer got back, Bella had finished taking photographs of her work using her phone. After the two of them chatted casually, Jennifer lost interest. The moment Jennifer wanted to go, Bella said, sure. See you around. Jennifer smiled before turning to leave. After Jennifer was gone, Bella promptly looked at the photographs she had just taken and scrutinized them closely. She had to admit Jennifer was a very talented songwriter no matter how stupid she was. All the songs she had written were easy to sing and catchy. A complicated emotion rose in Bella's heart as she looked at Jennifer's work. A sense of jealousy and pain ripped through her. Why was Jennifer so talented? Despite Jennifer's ugly looks, Elliot was head over heels in love with her. Why was she so gifted at songwriting? Why couldn't Bella compare to Jennifer? Why was she eliminated from the program? Now that she was kicked off the program, it was impossible for Elliot to see her. She thought things wouldn't be that bad after signing with Golden Domain Entertainment, but Mr. Woods was simply full of empty promises and did not provide her the resources they had agreed on. Mr. Woods kept feeling her up all the time. Last night, he even asked her to see him at his hotel room. Would she end up like this if Jennifer did not kick her off the program? Bella bit her lip hard as she clenched her fists. Jennifer has to pay back for everything I suffered. She picked a few songs from the ones labeled not ready for use before she copied them by hand entirely and called Teresa. I heard Robert is working on his new album. Chapter 97A set up. Teresa frowned. What about it? Robert naturally wanted to cut a new album, especially since Ultimate Singer-Songwriter was a sensation. If he could ride on the program's success and create an album now, it would help strengthen his foothold in the entertainment industry. I have a few songs available. Do you think Robert would want to use them? Asked Bella. Teresa felt Bella was always a good songwriter. It was the main reason Robert wanted to keep her close. However, they had fallen out when Bella attempted to use Robert's popularity. How could Bella think Robert would want anything to do with her now? The moment Teresa went quiet, Bella said, "If you are not interested, it is fine with me. I can always sell them to someone else. Since my songs were good, I decided to ask Robert first." "Show them to me," said Teresa. Robert genuinely needed new songs. Songwriting could not be done overnight. Inspiration and a lot of work was needed. The contestants of the program were able to perform so many original works only through years of songwriting. Moreover, Robert was caught up with work and was unable to focus on songwriting. If Bella's songs were good, there was no harm for Robert to use them. Bella said happily, "I will bring them over." Before long, Bella met up with Robert and Teresa. She handed her manuscript to them. She had previously copied Jennifer's manuscript in her own writing. Robert was a little nonchalant at first, but a look of shock quickly emerged on his face after he went through them. He gradually sat up straight. These songs were simply breathtaking. They were even better than the ones Bella had given him before. He hummed using the manuscript and found them particularly catchy. He could almost remember them with a single hum. Based on his professional knowledge, these songs would spread like wildfire the moment they were released. What was the most important thing an artist needed? Some people felt it was good looks while others felt it was the packaging. However, artists who relied only on either one of the two factors would not last long in the entertainment industry, so Robert always used his good looks and music. An artist could only have a share of the market with catchy, classic hits. Similarly, people thought about Elvis's amazing songs the moment he was brought up. And even though Rachel did not show her face in over 20 years, she could still use her old songs to make a comeback. Robert wanted to do just that. Sadly, he needed good songs. "Did you write these songs?" asked Robert. Bella immediately nodded. After I was eliminated from the program, I spent all my time writing songs. Robert, if you like them, feel free to use them." Robert genuinely liked her work and could appreciate their value. "I will definitely use them if I can," said Robert. "Thank you for offering them to me first. If I use them in my album, I want complete ownership of the songs." Despite Bella's reluctance, she nodded. "Sure, that's fine. Name your price." Robert did not want to take her work for nothing. "I want to go back to ultimate singer-songwriter," implored Bella. Ever since she started working for Golden Domain Entertainment, Mr. Woods simply used her for sex and had no interest in grooming her. Chapter 98. They were genuinely original. Even though Mr. Woods claimed he would let Bella appear in a lot of movies and dramas, nothing materialized. In her opinion, it did not matter to her whether she ended up cutting an album. She felt it was more important to salvage her relationship with Robert. Robert hesitated slightly. "Go back for now. I will get back to you." Bella knew he wanted to verify whether the songs were original and free of plagiarism. Also, he might want to communicate with the film crew. She had plenty of time to wait. As long as she could go back on the program, and back into Elliot's line of sight, she did not mind waiting. Robert handed the songs to Teresa. "Check these out. I will check the intellectual property platform and see if these songs are original," said Teresa. "If we can use these 5 songs, your album is halfway to success." It is easy as pie to give Bella a second chance for the program. Teresa quickly checked the songs and failed to find them on any intellectual property platform. This meant the songs were genuinely original. Teresa felt this was a good deal. She had undoubtedly underestimated Bella's songwriting ability. She used to think it was pure coincidence that Bella wrote those 2 previous songs. However, she was unexpectedly able to keep this up. If she had known how gifted Bella was, she would have been more polite. Even though Jennifer had set things in motion, nothing would happen to Bella in the short term. She was not anxious either. She stopped thinking about the matter and proceeded to pick a plant from her garden and carefully placed it in a pot. Rachel was leaving for home today and they made plans to meet up and eat. In just a matter of days, they became fast friends. Despite their age gap, they could chat about anything. So Jennifer wanted to give her the mint. Rachel and Jennifer happily chatted over dinner. Rachel was particularly happy when she received the mint. "Thanks so much, little stone. This little comeback of mine has been absolutely thrilling." Rachel hugged Jennifer and gave her a couple of kisses on her cheek. "I am very happy you could be my guest performer," said Jennifer solemnly as she looked into her eyes. "This is mint. Use cold water to water it daily so that it will flourish. You can clip them daily for use." "Okay. Got it." Ever since Rachel came to the capital, she had a good appetite and good rest, so her voice had recovered almost completely and she felt invigorated. It was all thanks to Jennifer. Also, she received a lot of assignments recently and even advertisement offers. She felt Jennifer was bringing her good fortune. After dinner, Rachel had to board the plane and leave. So Jennifer and Rachel got into the car and headed to the airport. On their way there, Rachel felt energized and chatted to Jennifer about singing. Several cars suddenly followed behind them with their car lights on when they got onto the expressway. "Do you think it's the paparazzi?" Rachel immediately said, "Why don't I drop you somewhere? Don't bother sending me to the airport." She was worried that the paparazzi might end up taking pictures of Jennifer because of her. Jennifer glanced at the cars behind her and quickly caught on. Were they not Elliot's subordinates? Chapter 99, Wait for my hubby to come home. Jennifer would not have realized it was them if she did not know Elliot's subordinates and their cars well. What was going on with Elliot? Jennifer said to Rachel, "Don't worry. It's fine." Rachel was disbelieving, but the cars genuinely did not chase them like paparazzi while they drove at a steady speed, so she could not help feeling relieved. Even though the cars did not chase after them, they drove unhurriedly and kept up with Jennifer's completely. It felt as though they were protecting her or keeping an eye on her. After the car arrived at the airport, Jennifer watched as Rachel boarded her flight before leaving the airport and going to the parking lot. Elliot's subordinates' cars were long gone as though they never existed. Jennifer glanced around. Sure enough, Elliot's personal car drove up in front of her moments later. The car windows rolled down to reveal Elliot's gorgeous profile and impeccable features. He reached his hand out to open the car door. Jennifer got into the car and smiled as she said, "What a coincidence. I happened to be nearby for business. I didn't expect to see you here," explained Elliot. He was taciturn by nature and only got chatty when he was anxious or helpless. Since he explained in such detail, he must be hiding something from her. Jennifer could even detect the emotion surging through his eyes earlier. "Oh wow. Considering how big the airport is, I can't believe you happened to bump into me." Elliot cleared his throat. "I agree. Something odd happened to me earlier. A lot of cars were following me, so I thought they were paparazzi." "Which paparazzi was it?" Elliot's eyes looked murderous. He simply refused to admit that he sent cars to follow Jennifer. Jennifer could not resist laughing. She did not expect the cool, proud Elliot to have such a childish side. "Mr. Turner, do you know what I did earlier?" asked Jennifer. Elliot clearly looked anxious as he clenched his fists gently. He should not have arranged for Jennifer to be followed. Since he said he trusted her, he should not have doubted her actions. Elliot was so touched by Jennifer's efforts to obtain the purple orchid that he swore never to doubt her. However, he nearly flipped the table over at the hotel's private room when he saw Rachel kissing Jennifer left and right. He vaguely recalled Jennifer saying she would rather date the woman than him. She also said she would leave him one day. He was overwhelmed by desperation and felt so suffocated that he had to send men to follow Jennifer. After he regained reason moments later, he personally called and told his subordinates to leave before driving into the airport. He promised to trust her, so he had to do it. Elliot could not help feeling awkward and anxious when Jennifer mentioned what a coincidence it was to see him. She had not dumped him. She genuinely wanted to stay with him. He was relieved that he managed to calm himself in time. What did you do? Elliot's voice sounded dry. A good friend of mine was leaving the capital, so I decided to see her off. After I was done sending her off, I wanted to go home and wait for my hubby to come home. Jennifer's voice sounded smiley and it seemed as though she was talking about something random yet important. Chapter 100. Do you think he's handsome? Elliot pulled Jennifer into his arms. He embraced her so hard that it seemed as though he wanted to become one with her. Jennifer smiled. She could tell how anxious Elliot was. It was all her fault for saying stupid things in the past. She claimed she preferred women and said she would leave him and fly off one day. Even though Jennifer ought to be angry, she could not bring herself to throw a temper since he had called his subordinates off and showed such a helpless side to him. Although he trusted her completely, it would take some time to nurse his sense of security back. His sense of security was still a tiny sapling now. However, she swore to cultivate it until it became a massive tree. On their way home, Jennifer told him everything about her and Rachel. The moment she brought this up, Elliot thought about Rachel kissing her on both cheeks. After the car pulled up at Lanting Residence's parking lot, Elliot raised her hands and pressed them against the window as he kissed her deeply. His cool lips kept moving over her exquisite face until they finally stopped on her cheek. He sealed her with kisses, especially on the spots Rachel had kissed her earlier. He seemed determined to eradicate all traces of Rachel on Jennifer or mark her for himself. Jennifer made a mental note never to let anyone else kiss her. Not even girls that are her best girlfriends. After getting back to Lanting Residence, Jennifer took a bath before sitting on the couch to play with her phone. Beep, beep, beep. A few notifications came continuously. They were all from Ashley. Jenny, I have been recovering well recently. See, I just changed my dressing and my hand can already move. Her text message was accompanied by footage of her hands and her getting their dressing changed. Jennifer replied, you can start doing some exercise to aid recovery. Don't overdo it and don't do it too vigorously. Go slow. Okay. Clench his fist. Ashley sent a string of emoticons energetically. Before Jennifer could reply, she sent a few more text messages. Jenny, my little brother visited me in the morning and I took pictures of him. Let me show you. Her text message was followed by 2 pictures of Elliot. She had clearly secretly taken those pictures. One of them was of Elliot standing in the corridor making a phone call. There were some shadows on his tall form and his features were particularly stunning. The second picture was captured as he looked sideways and spoke to the doctor with his impeccable profile showing. Jennifer smiled. Elliot probably did not even know about these pictures since they were clearly taken in a hurry. Before Jennifer could reply, Ashley asked, what do you think? Is he handsome? Jennifer replied, yes, he is. Ashley was glad she agreed. That was the first thing she needed to help give a good impression of her little brother. All that remained was to give them the perfect opportunity. During this time, Jennifer had proven to be a responsible doctor with excellent medical skills, so there was already a level of trust and friendship between them. Then I will take more for you. Ashley texted enthusiastically. Jennifer did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Since Ashley was still recovering, she had to keep her identity a secret for now. Just as she looked at her phone jokingly, she suddenly sensed someone looking at her. Chapter 101. Smell this. Jennifer instinctively raised her head and looked in his direction. She happened to make eye contact with Elliot's deep eyes. He had just come out of the shower and only had a towel wrapped around his waist. His bare chest was covered with some muscle and was well defined. Since he was not completely dry, water droplets came trickling down onto his towel. Jennifer's face instantly felt warm. She always knew Elliot had an excellent figure, but she did not know in detail. Even though she was not the sort to care about looks, she could not suppress thoughts of sex running through her head when she saw him. Jennifer immediately averted her eyes just thinking about it. Elliot pursed his lips as he casually put on a bathrobe and covered his body. He knew he was too anxious previously and had given her a bad memory. It was not his intention at all. He treasured her so much that he could not even bear to hurt a finger, but he ruined it for her. He should have slowed down and given her a better experience. Elliot sat down beside Jennifer. Jennifer. His voice sounded husky and gentle. Jennifer finally suppressed the thoughts in her head before she turned around and smiled as she said, I have something to give you. What? Elliot swallowed as his eyes landed on her red lips. You will find out in a minute. The moment Jennifer finished her sentence, someone knocked on the door. She got up to take the food trolley from outside and pushed it in front of Elliot. I'm sure you didn't have dinner, right? Let me eat with you. Elliot watched as she lifted up the silver food cover. It contained the food and drink she had eaten with Rachel tonight. Elliot narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression radiating from them before he sat down in front of her. Sure. Jennifer knew it was impossible for him to have any appetite or even work after he saw the things that transpired between her and Rachel. Since he wanted to get jealous of Rachel, Jennifer was not going to pass up on the opportunity to help increase his sense of security. As they were the same dishes Rachel had ordered, they were not entirely Elliot's favorites. He usually wouldn't even touch one of the dishes. However, Elliot quickly ate with grace after he sat down. He even finished the dish he hated. Jennifer could not help laughing. If she knew he would be so obedient, she would not have asked for the exact same dishes she ate with Rachel. Jennifer watched as Elliot reached for another mouthful of the dish he hated the most and smiled as she raised her right hand and said, also, this is for you. Elliot finally put down his chopsticks the moment she said this. Jennifer handed him an exquisite little bottle. Light reflected off the fluid inside. I extracted the purple orchid's essence. It will aid with sleep. Jennifer opened the cap and held Elliot's wrist before dabbing some on it. Her soft slender fingers landed on his wrist and dotted it. Elliot's heart skipped a beat and he had trouble breathing. He unknowingly straightened his back as he stared at her bright red lips. All done. Try it. Jennifer put the cap back on. Chapter 102, Don't be shy about using it. Elliot leaned towards her nose and kissed her lips before placing his hand behind her head. He kissed her deeply from across the table. Jennifer's ears instantly flushed red, but she did not push him away. Jennifer knew about all the sacrifices Elliot had made for her. He was even willing to save her at the cost of his life. She had already fallen for him by now. Her eyes gradually cleared up as she regained rationality after Elliot stopped kissing her. She placed the bottle in Elliot's hand. After Elliot came into contact with the cool bottle, he finally realized she was telling him to try the medicine and not asking for a kiss. It was all his imagination. He could not help stiffening his back once he realized his mistake. He finally raised his hand to smell the orchid extract only to realize it was the wrong hand. Elliot finally calmed down when he smelled the faint scent of the orchid. Jennifer pursed her lips and smiled as she noticed everything. In her past life, she never noticed him even after spending years with him. She shockingly never realized how helpless this powerful and intimidating man was in front of her. She had missed so much about him. It smells good. Elliot stared at her lips. This extract was fragrant and not overpowering. It gave off a refreshing, elegant fragrance and it felt relaxing to smell it. It was Jennifer's scent. Keep it. Don't be shy about using it. I will make it regularly from now on, reminded Jennifer. Elliot wrapped his hand around the precious little bottle. Ever since Arnold had decided to work with Jennifer wholeheartedly, he started working on her development. Jennifer was preparing for the next round of the competition when he walked up to Jennifer and placed a contract in front of her. Jennifer, I got you an advertising deal. Although none of the contestants showed their faces, a lot of brands had started reaching out to the most popular contestants. Even if she had to wear a mask when she filmed the advertisement, it was fine by them. The important thing was to utilize her current popularity and fan base. Also, they could collaborate with the contestants after they officially entered the entertainment industry. However, no one asked Jennifer to appear in any advertisement since it was public knowledge that she had a scar on her face. Jennifer flipped through the contract. Skincare. Make time to get the filming done. It shouldn't take more than 4 hours. Since she did not need hair or makeup for the advertisement, this ad ought to be a quick assignment and would not get in the way of her preparation. Jennifer touched the scar on her chin. Despite the scar on her face, Arnold was able to find her a skincare advertisement. He was undoubtedly the top talent agent in the industry. Jennifer's scar was gradually disappearing. It could recover faster without makeup. She had absolute confidence in herself. She would be in no way doing injustice to skin care. The moment she saw the brand, Jennifer frowned slightly. "Is there a problem?" asked Arnold. "I certainly hope you have no objections. I had to call in a favor to get you the assignment." Jennifer glanced at him. She recalled that its products caused severe allergies in her past life and ended up highly controversial. If she took up the advertising deal, she might be attracting trouble for herself. Since Arnold was kind enough to get her this opportunity to do the ad, Jennifer decided to help him. Chapter 103, Back on the Program. "Will I get to see the owner of the company?" asked Jennifer. Arnold looked at her deeply. He was clearly warning her to film the advertisement without making any trouble. Jennifer was determined and could not be bothered explaining the situation to him. On the filming day, Arnold brought Jennifer over first thing in the morning. "Hi, Arnold." The person in charge of the advertisement was particularly friendly to Arnold, but the moment he looked at Jennifer, all he had was contempt. Jennifer undeniably had great vocals and was a good songwriter. However, Allure was a cosmetics brand and needed an ambassador with good looks to promote the brand. Jennifer was filming the advertisement with a mask. Even if she did not need the most flawless complexion to be a brand ambassador, she ought to have relatively clear skin. However, everyone knew about Jennifer's ghastly scar on her chin. Arnold nodded. "Let's start filming." The person in charge smiled apologetically. "Arnold, I am so sorry. Some other artist is filming the ad." "What do you mean?" Arnold frowned. The person in charge smiled and said, "Another contestant will be doing it. I wanted to tell you about it, but you arrived before I could call you." Someone had clearly stolen Jennifer's assignment. "We will compensate you according to the agreement." The person in charge of the advertisement felt relieved that his superiors had the brains not to insist on giving Jennifer the project so that they could get on Arnold's good side. They would rather compensate Jennifer than use her for the advertisement. No consumer would be crazy enough to buy skincare from a disfigured brand ambassador. Arnold was particularly angry. Judging from his attitude, it was a done deal. He asked, "Who is replacing her?" "Little Raindrop." "Wasn't she eliminated from the program?" Arnold felt puzzled. Had Bella stolen the advertisement using a completely different name? The person in charge replied, "Don't you know? The viewers have voted for her to come back on the program. She will start filming in the next episode. My superior has such high hopes for her that he has personally visited the filming location." The person in charge was very happy with Bella's face. Although she could only film the advertisement with a mask on for now, Bella had a pretty face whether or not she continued working in the entertainment industry. He admired Bella's talent and inexplicably liked her. He even smiled when he learned she was back on the program. "Is she back?" The person in charge took out his phone and showed it to Arnold. The filming crew had added a new segment to the program. Viewers could vote to get an eliminated contestant back on the program. Bella naturally came in first. "Fine. In that case, we will accept the compensation." Arnold did not want to put up a fight. Jennifer saw everything. Initially, Arnold was furious, but he ended up accepting everything calmly. Jennifer did not want to film the advertisement to begin with, so she did not throw a temper. Just as Arnold was about to leave, she recalled the business she had with Allure and said, "I would like to see their boss." "Jennifer." Arnold halted in his footsteps. "I will find you a better project in the future. I still want to see him. Didn't you hear? He is here on set." Chapter 104, Who has greater commercial value? Arnold rubbed his brow and attempted to talk her out of it. "Jennifer, they already agreed to compensate for your loss, so can we drop it?" "What if I insist?" asked Jennifer. Arnold's heart skipped a beat when she looked at him with her clear, bright eyes. It was genuinely bad for her reputation if people could pull such stunts on an artist. If he did not stand firm and take Jennifer's side, everyone else would try to push her around when word got out. Arnold had to admit he softened up when he heard it was Bella who had stolen her assignment. He was genuinely impressed by her talent. However, since Jennifer was insistent, Arnold pulled a few strings so that she could see Allure's owner, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed was a man in his 30s. Although he was on the plump side, he was well dressed and looked like a refined man. Mr. Reed was sipping tea when he heard Jennifer wanted to talk to him about the advertisement. He decided to do Arnold a favor and asked for them to get sent in. He looked at the young woman standing behind Arnold. She was tall and lean and had a pair of beautiful eyes showing from above her mask. Sadly, she did not have the looks to go with her beautiful eyes. "Arnold, I will make arrangements for the compensation to be transferred to you right away. Allow me to buy you dinner to make up for it." Mr. Reed did not seem apologetic about changing the brand ambassador last minute. He was the one who personally asked for it to get changed to Little Raindrop. The marketing team loved Jennifer for her talent and beautiful eyes. Only Mr. Reed knew the true reason for the change. Mr. Woods thought highly of Little Raindrop and wanted to groom her. Also, she was closely linked to Robert and was about to get back onto the program. It was blatantly clear that Bella had far higher commercial value than Jennifer. Jennifer stood up and said mildly, "Mr. Reed, I have something to say to you." "You?" Mr. Reed laughed forcibly. "I suggest you leave. We don't want you to film it and we will be compensating you for it. Is it not better now that you can take the money without doing any real work? Allure is doing you a favor here. I am not here to talk about the advertisement. Even if you did not find someone else to do it, I wanted to terminate the contract." Jennifer told him about her objectives. The moment Mr. Reed heard this, he felt she was just trying to save face. Would she want to give up this opportunity? "Well, haven't we already terminated the contract? Do you have more requests for compensation?" Mr. Reed pursed his lips as he took a sip of tea. If he was not acquainted with Arnold, he could not be bothered talking to this young woman. Arnold stood by the side without interfering. Since he agreed to let Jennifer have the chance to talk to Mr. Reed, he would stick to his word. Jennifer quickly changed the subject. "I want to talk to you about your product's formula. In her past life, around this time next month, Allure's products would cause a large-scale skin sensitivity problem and the company would face deep public outcry. The owner of the company, Mr. Reed, personally stepped forward to see the victims who almost got disfigured and promised to take accountability for the situation. He worked diligently to solve the problem before the matter was finally resolved." Jennifer recalled Mr. Reed to be a responsible man. Since she had the chance to meet him today, she did not mind giving him some hints regarding the problems that were about to ensue. That way, she could help reduce the number of victims. The moment Arnold heard what Jennifer said, he reminded her, "Little Stone, that's enough." Chapter 105, Does He Deserve My Help? Product formula was a well-guarded secret since Allure was a skincare product company. The moment Jennifer brought this up, Arnold could no longer stay quiet. Jennifer continued, "Mr. Reed, there's something wrong with your product formula. If you make some changes." Mr. Reed chuckled out loud and interrupted her, "Arnold, where did you find this girl? She is simply intriguing. Enough. I will give you some transport allowance since you came all the way here." "Mr. Reed," Jennifer still wanted to go on. "I have a meeting to go to, so I can't stay and chat." Mr. Reed's expression was annoyed and his smile disappeared completely. The secretary took out some money. Even though he was smiling, his words sounded cold. "Here you go." It felt as though Jennifer came all the way here just to get this meager sum of money. Arnold was so angry that he pulled Jennifer and left without even taking it. Behind the door, the secretary kept looking at them in contempt as they left. Arnold said to Jennifer, "That's enough. I will take care of this, so you stay out of it." He did not throw a temper at Jennifer. After all, she was not at fault. Jennifer said softly, "There is something wrong with their product formula." It will set off allergic reactions on customers with special conditions. Are you for real? Even though Arnold phrased it like a question, he kind of believed her. Ever since the Purple Orchid incident, he instinctively trusted Jennifer when it came to obscure knowledge. He asked, "Since there is something wrong with the formula, you should have warned me about it so that we could come up with some way to convince Mr. Reed." Jennifer glanced at Arnold. She was clearly trying to say, if she had told him about it beforehand, would he believe her? He cleared his throat awkwardly. Jennifer said mildly, "I could have highlighted the problem to Mr. Reed using subtler methods, but do you think he deserves my help?" Arnold was speechless. Mr. Reed was all about money, so he was unworthy of Jennifer's help. He was not even apologetic about kicking Jennifer off the advertisement and simply kept throwing money at them. It was abundantly clear what kind of man he was. "Never mind. This is out of our control anyway." Although Arnold believed Jennifer, he felt it was none of their business. After Jennifer parted ways with Arnold, she surfed the internet on her phone to find out more about the Reed family. She discovered there were other people running the business and Mr. Reed was not the sole owner. The moment she saw their family photo, she recalled more details. In her past life, even though customers experienced allergic reactions on Mr. Reed's watch, he turned a blind eye, embezzled funds, and ran off without doing anything for the consumers. The man who stepped up and solved the problem was his cousin, Caleb Reed. Caleb received no support from the family all his life, so his talent was buried. After the incident occurred, he ended up selling all his property and took responsibility for the problem. Thanks to his actions, Jennifer did not want to stand by and wait for Allure to sink. Otherwise, she would have just left when she learned Bella was doing the advertisement. Jennifer made a list of the ingredients used in Allure's products and highlighted the problem before finding Caleb's contact information and sending it to him. Chapter 106, Implying Something. It was impossible for Jennifer to keep her hands out of the matter. Some of Jennifer's fans found out about the advertisement, so a lot of them left posts on her social media homepage. "Little Stone, are you doing an ad for Allure? I am holding my wallet waiting to snap up their products." "Aha, Little Stone, which product is the ad for? Since this is the first time you are appearing in a commercial, I'm going to dedicate all my breakfast money for a month to help support the products." Jennifer glanced through the comments before replying to a few of them. "I would much prefer if you took care of yourselves rather than support the products." She thought about Allure's problematic products and added one more post. "I'm not filming any ads for now. Even if I did, I hope none of you will buy products blindly. When it comes to skincare, you should always check its contents carefully and pick the right product for yourself. Otherwise, it would be terrible if you suffer any allergic reactions." The fans were impressed by how thoughtful Jennifer was and kept talking about it. Meanwhile, Bella was terribly furious after she was done filming the advertisement. "What is Jennifer trying to say?" asked Bella angrily. "Is she trying to tell people not to support me or Allure?" Mr. Woods was one of the reasons she had the opportunity to film this advertisement. After Robert had decided to use her songs, he also helped to speak on her behalf. Teresa even came to watch her film the advertisement today. She had stolen the opportunity to film the advertisement from Jennifer, so it meant a lot to both Bella and Robert. Now that Jennifer had made such implications online, Bella's high spirits instantly disappeared. Teresa glanced at the post and said, "She is just taking it out on you. Now that the ad is in your pocket and your popularity is rising, it is natural for her to be sour grapes." Bella felt slightly better after hearing this. She nodded and said, "Will Allure let Jennifer get away with the things she is implying?" Teresa did not know of Allure's plans and it was best for her to stay out of it, but she did her best to find out. Before long, she put down her phone as she smiled and said, "Allure isn't going to let Jennifer get away with this. They already made a post on their official social media account. Check this out." Bella took the phone, glanced at it, and instantly smiled. Allure's official announcement read, "We were trying to choose a brand ambassador between Little Stone and Little Raindrop. Owing to some publicly known facts, we ended up choosing Little Raindrop. Since there are plenty of other opportunities for us to collaborate in the future, we hope Little Stone won't get upset because of our decision. This post clearly sounded ambiguous and ended up implying Jennifer was trying to get back at Allure. People quickly read between the lines. That means Little Stone was just backup. If Allure isn't interested in her, it's only natural that she got dropped from the advertisement. Isn't it completely expected that Allure won't use her in their ad? How could she make a post implying Allure's products will cause allergies? She even warned her fans not to buy them. That's really too much. How could she do this? It was simply shameless of her to turn her fans against the products just because she did not get the ad. Don't we all know why she didn't get chosen? She is too ugly. Allure made the right choice to drop Little Stone. You are the best, Little Raindrop. All the best, Little Raindrop. Even if none of Little Stone's fans buy a single product, it won't cause a dent in the sales. Chapter 107, She Isn't Entirely Stupid. Bella smiled when she saw this. It seems Allure knows what they are doing. By doing this, everyone knows about their products now. Teresa said, "It is time for you to post something about the ad and do some promotion." Before long, Bella posted filming highlights on her social media account. Her post came accompanied with a message, "Choose the right product for yourself." Although Bella was wearing a mask, the advertisement was artistic and looked very tasteful. The moment her fans saw this, they flattered her non-stop on social media. Allure was just an ordinary brand with a decent reputation. In the past, no one talked about their brand ambassadors or their advertisements. However, thanks to Jennifer, people suddenly paid so much attention to their latest promotional efforts that it felt as though it was done by a superstar. Mr. Reed felt delighted by the effect. He felt deeply justified by his decision to pick Bella, and Bella garnered a lot of attention owing to the affair. They paid online social media account holders to talk about Little Stone's jealousy towards Little Raindrop online. Before long, thousands of people started talking about Jennifer throwing a temper online because she lost the job to Bella. Celebrities like her don't deserve to be in the entertainment industry. She needs a lesson in ethics. I really wonder what she looks like. She isn't even officially working in the entertainment industry yet, but she is already acting like this. Hee, Little Stone. She is just a stone from the cesspool. As the saying goes, rain can penetrate a rock with time. It is clear Little Raindrop will have the last laugh. Jennifer texted Arnold, "Don't bother trying to make them stop. Just leave them be." That was exactly what Arnold had planned on doing. Regardless of what Jennifer did, she was his celebrity. Since Jennifer insisted on not doing anything about the posts, he did not make them go away. To be honest, even though he was a lot more professional about Jennifer now, he had yet to start going all out for her. Bella used Jennifer as a stepping stone and gained attention, so more people found out that she was back on the program. Looks like she isn't entirely stupid. Robert was rather happy with Bella's performance. Teresa smiled as she flattered him, "After all, she is your cousin, so she can't be that stupid." Robert flipped through the manuscript and hummed gently. The songs were absolutely moving. Despite his songwriting talent, he had never composed anything as moving as Bella all these years. "We have to ensure complete secrecy regarding the new album," Robert reminded Teresa. He could not let anyone learn of the songs he had in his possession and give them the chance to steal them from him. He needed this album to secure his status in the entertainment industry. Teresa replied, "That goes without saying. Only core members of the production team have heard these songs and they have signed an NDA. Oh yes. Have you decided if you want to use Bella's songs?" Bella's request was easy to attain. She was willing to give Robert complete ownership of 5 of her songs at no other charge. However, she wanted to retain ownership of one song. She wanted to use the opportunity to help her stand firm in the industry. She also promised to continue supplying Robert with new songs in the future, so Robert and Teresa were very tempted to take up Bella's deal. Robert contemplated briefly before he said, "Let her keep a song." He went over the songs before finally picking the worst one for Bella. Chapter 108 Voting Fraud. It was still better than any other song Robert composed, even though it was the worst song of the 5 that Bella wrote. He had to keep Bella on his side. Bella was delighted when Robert agreed to her requests. Now that she could retain ownership of one song, she would have closer ties with Robert. From now on, she was one step closer to success. Teresa reminded her, "If you have any good songs, you have to save them for us from now on." "That goes without saying," replied Bella immediately. Bella was completely unworried about giving Robert new songs. As long as Jennifer was able to write, Bella had an endless supply of manuscripts. Bella was not even worried that Jennifer might find out. Was Jennifer going to pick a bone with Robert? Even though Jennifer seemed reluctant about being linked with Robert on the surface, Jennifer must be dying for Robert to use her songs. However, one thing was certain: Jennifer would never give up on Robert entirely. What would the public think even if Jennifer kicked a fuss and claimed she was the writer of those songs? No one would care about the plagiarism. They would simply think Jennifer was still obsessed with Robert and voluntarily wrote so many songs for Robert to use. Jennifer would just get labeled a desperate woman again. Jennifer was working hard getting ready backstage. The program was going to start becoming even more competitive. The remaining 11 contestants. No, correction. Now that Bella was back in the program, there were 12 contestants altogether. Half of them would get eliminated and only 6 of them would remain on the show. In her past life, Jennifer got kicked off the program at this stage. Even though she had caused a lot of trouble, Bella and Ivory were the main reason she got eliminated. In her past life, Bella did not get eliminated halfway and stayed on the program the entire time. However, the other contestants were simply too talented. Jennifer often performed well for the sake of Robert, so Bella and Ivory really felt the pressure. The two of them paid hackers to commit voting fraud and kept winning throughout the program. Even though Jennifer did not commit voting fraud, she performed phenomenally and outshone them overwhelmingly. Hence, they accused her of voting fraud and her anti-fans kept cursing her online. She was eliminated from the program. Robert struck her when she was down and the Walter family also made false accusations about her. She was surrounded by enemies on all fronts. This time, Jennifer was not going to let history repeat itself. "Little Stone, what's on your mind?" asked Willow softly. "Nothing. I need to go backstage." Willow did not know what Jennifer had to do, she simply watched as Jennifer went backstage. The film crew supervisor, Asher, opened his eyes wide. "Is someone committing voter fraud?" I hope something can be done to prevent the unauthorized votes from being included in the final count by means of tech." Jennifer handed him a thumb drive. It contained a program that could help identify and remove the unauthorized votes. Asher fired someone previously because of Jennifer, so he already felt Jennifer was a troublemaker. Now, he could not resist saying, "Little Stone, I know you are a good performer. Why don't you just focus on your performance?" He was trying to tell her to stay out of this. "Should I sit back and accept the results if there is voting fraud?" Asher assured her, "We will definitely ensure that everything is fair. Everything has been fine all along. Would you still be standing here if the voting system was unfair?" Chapter 109 Troublemaker. "Fine. In that case, forget it." Since Asher did not want to do anything about it, Jennifer did not bother arguing. She walked out holding the thumb drive. Asher could not help feeling terribly uneasy. He felt as though he had made the wrong decision on this. All he did was turn down Jennifer's unreasonable request. What could possibly go wrong? Just as he contemplated, the chief director, Gabriel Carter, walked over with a man. The moment Asher saw the man beside Gabriel, he promptly greeted, "Mr. Sanchez." Frank Sanchez was a young and promising man. He had well-chiseled features and a cool aura. His voice sounded as beautiful and clear as a broadcaster when he spoke. As the film crew in charge of taking care of voting fraud, Asher wiped the sweat from his brow. "Mr. Sanchez, what do you mean by voting fraud?" Gabriel glared at Asher before he said, "Mr. Sanchez, voting fraud happens all the time. Most of the time, there are just a handful of unauthorized votes, so it doesn't have much impact on the final results and fairness. Frank was the program's biggest investor and had absolute authority over it. When the program was first set up, he insisted on selecting promising singer-songwriters. Things like the contestant's height, appearance, and family background should not play a part in the selection. More importantly, only a talented singer-songwriter could be allowed to win. Gabriel and Asher both felt they had done their best to achieve this target. However, Frank was unexpectedly dissatisfied with the result. If Frank was unhappy with the program, this meant he would pull back his investment in the program. Since Gabriel was the chief director of the program, he was terribly worried about the situation. Asher stepped forward and said, "Mr. Sanchez, this isn't the only episode with voting fraud. After producing entertainment programs for years, there is always a degree of fraud if voting is involved. That includes the last few episodes. It is already open knowledge. I didn't take care of it previously because we wanted the votes to look decent. Secondly, we were unable to confirm the authenticity of the votes. Viewers are allowed to vote 5 times, but they can always get their friends and family to help vote. Is this considered voting fraud?" Frank narrowed his eyes as he looked at him sideways. What if someone ran a virtual application to cast tens of thousands of votes? Even though he spoke with perfect pronunciation, he sounded intimidating. Asher wiped the sweat from his brow and did not dare to speak. Even though things like this happened, the program was unable to take care of it. How could they stop a virtual application? Virtual applications were created by computer specialists and were capable of casting a large number of votes. How could they find the culprit? It required far more skills to investigate the matter than it did to cast a vote. Gabriel said nothing. Everyone knew of the problem, but they were incapable of tackling it. That was the crux. I didn't invest all that money so things like this could happen on your program. Frank spoke deeply as he reached his hands out to adjust his shirt before turning to leave. Wait, Mr. Sanchez. Gabriel followed behind him. Asher followed behind them as he whispered to Gabriel, "Don't tell me Jennifer told Mr. Sanchez about the voter fraud. The woman was simply a troublemaker. Asher absolutely abhorred her." Chapter 110, Give Me the Program. Frank halted in his steps suddenly and Asher almost walked into him. He turned to look at them with a fire in his eyes. "I found out myself. Not much voting fraud happened in the previous episodes. Even if the talent agencies bought votes, it came only in the thousands. However, the mere existence of such situations meant the program was unfair. Sometimes, all the contestants needed was one more vote to make a world's difference, so Frank decided to bring this up to the chief director. He could let go of the voting fraud in the previous episodes, but he had to ensure fairness for the rest of the episodes. Frank's eyes landed on Asher and Gabriel. What did Grandpa say when he invested in the program? He said the entertainment industry keeps supporting bad music and is all about looks these days. This has caused songwriters to have trouble surviving. Eventually, there won't be a single decent singer or songwriter in the country. That is the reason we keep losing international awards like the Grammys. Despite how big our country is, people only listen to foreign musicians or catchy tracks. People even despise local music." The moment Frank finished his sentence, Gabriel and Asher felt immense pressure. They wanted promising musicians to join the program as well, but it was not easy to find one. Frank raised his chin slightly and looked at them. "What did you promise my grandfather when you took our money?" Gabriel and Asher could not help blushing when they recalled the heroic things they said about swearing to promote a gifted musician who was capable of making a name internationally. Asher could not stand the intense pressure and quickly said, "Even though there are problems with the show, we found a lot of gifted musicians. Tiffany is a gifted singer-songwriter. Bella is also an excellent composer." Frank finally eased up a little. He had heard about these people as well. He had high hopes for them. The same went for the people in his grandfather's generation. They had high hopes for country's music scene as well. In that case, you must do your job in order to ensure they have the opportunity to win, right? asked Frank rhetorically. Asher sweated even more profusely. Mr. Sanchez, since voting fraud is a technical problem, we have a lot of trouble dealing with it. If it could genuinely be stopped easily, it would never have happened in the first place. I heard you talking about Jennifer. Who is she? Asked Frank. She is one of the contestants. Her nickname is Little Stone. She claimed there was voting fraud and told me to beware. She even gave me a program. And said it could help eradicate the problem, explained Asher candidly. Then give me the program, said Frank with resolution before turning to leave. Asher was stunned. She was just a small-time singer. Would her program work? Jennifer was practicing singing with Willow when Asher came to look for her. When Jennifer heard he was here for the program, she gave it to him right away. Jennifer had already heard about the biggest investor of the show visiting today. Asher might have changed his mind and came over to ask for the program because of the investor. Although a lot of problems existed in the show, Jennifer had to admit that the investor genuinely wanted to promote promising singer-songwriters. Chapter 111. The higher the contestant's rank, the better the resources. If Asher did not come to her, she would have gone to the investor about the voter fraud problem. After Asher took the program from Jennifer, he looked a little awkward as he whispered, Thanks, Little Stone." He hurriedly left. Ivory and Bella turned to look. Everyone knew that the biggest investor of the program was here, but they did not know the reason for his visit. Someone said softly, "I heard he wants to invest more in the program. All the contestants that he likes will get promoted heavily. I also heard about it. He promised to provide a lot of resources for the top 6 contestants. They will get to cut albums, go for professional courses and receive a lot of money. The higher the contestant's rank, the better the resources. Also, he promised funds to release at least 5 albums for the contestants who come in top 3. Everyone looked envious. A lot of reality television programs simply gave their contestants a hard time for the sake of publicity. A lot of contestants ended up losing their jobs the moment they entered the entertainment industry. They were often left with no resources and barely enough income to survive. Some contestants even had to fork out money for their outfits. Entertainment programs often discouraged people from poor families from joining the shows or the industry. All the so-called glory they received on the programs was fleeting and would disappear after the shows were over. Everyone was particularly enticed by the resources Ultimate Singer-Songwriter could offer. So it was no surprise the contestants would go all out just to stay on it. Ivory and Bella lowered their heads as they contemplated. Ivory always came in 3rd or 4th, but ever since Willow and Jennifer started to perform better, her results were not as good. She was under immense pressure. She used to be the most popular contestant after Tiffany and Bella, but she was rapidly losing popularity. Bella was under even more pressure than her. She was already eliminated from the program once. This time, she would get eliminated if she did not do well. The two of them happened to come up with the same idea before they suppressed the thought. They did not dare to show what they were thinking and let other people know about their idea. For the next stage of the program, 6 contestants would get eliminated out of the last 12. The audience waited for the episode to commence with great anticipation. All the contestants did their utmost to prepare. Even Willow, who was typically shy about performing, felt driven. Everyone felt excited when they learned that Frank was present. Frank sat beneath the stage. He recalled taking the program from Jennifer and automatically looked at the silhouette standing in the corner. Even though she was standing there casually with her head lowered thinking about something, she automatically stood out. Frank had already seen her name repeatedly on social media. The public kept gossiping about her non-stop. Even though she had a massive following, she had just as many anti-fans. Frank was particularly intrigued by her after she produced a program to curb voter fraud. Gabriel sat beside Frank as he said, "Mr. Sanchez, Tiffany, also known as Little Lily, has always been a good songwriter. Also, her vocals are great, so she always comes out on top. Do keep an eye out on her performance. Bella, also known as Little Raindrop, is also multi-talented. Her recent advertisement was also a hit. Gabriel was doing his best to make up for the voter fraud problem as he introduced the best contestants to Frank. "What about Little Stone?" asked Frank casually. Chapter 112 More Scandal Than Talent. She has more scandals than talent, said Gabriel candidly. In the earlier episodes, she wanted to use Robert's popularity. She never stopped making trouble and even offended Elvis. He genuinely wanted to say something nice about Jennifer. However, after some thought, he was unable to do it and decided to speak candidly about her. He did not want Frank to end up disappointed when he learned the truth. Frank veered his eyes without making any comment. Gabriel noticed Frank's non-reaction and felt the Sanchez family must hate people like Jennifer who used hype to win. He felt that even though Jennifer had a lot of votes, it was impossible for the Sanchez family to groom her. She only had herself to blame for repeatedly offending people on the show. Robert did not like her and he was not alone. She even managed to offend a huge star like Elvis. Gabriel did not know how she managed to do this repeatedly. The show had commenced on stage. Tiffany's performance was flawless. Sure enough, Frank's eyes lit up as he nodded his head. Before long, it was Bella's turn to sing. Although Bella's vocals were not as good, her song was excellent. Frank's eyes softened a little as he listened to her sing. For the rest of the show, Frank did not react. Gabriel was unsure how Frank felt about the contestants. Towards the end of the program, Asher came to report the voting situation to Frank. Using Jennifer's program, all the votes that were made using virtual computers or devices were listed by the side. The authentic votes were listed in another column. All the questionable votes could be identified easily. Although questionable votes existed for every contestant, they came in very small numbers and ranged in the hundreds, so their fans were probably behind them. Only Bella and Ivory's votes contained major discrepancies. The numbers were so huge that it made them come in second and third respectively. "Mr. Sanchez, please have a look at the votes," said Asher softly. "I wonder if Little Stone's program is any good." Gabriel really liked Bella and Ivory, so he felt bad about doing this to them. He quickly raised doubts about the program when he saw the numbers. Asher felt the same way about their results. He harbored doubts about the program itself. "I tested the program before," said Frank. He was particularly calm and confident as he cleared their doubts. Frank was not from the entertainment industry and was only here on behalf of his grandfather. Instead, he was in the IT trade. If there was anything wrong with the program, it would not escape his eyes. Gabriel even felt Jennifer might have deliberately committed voter fraud on her fellow contestants so that she could smear them for it later. After all, Jennifer was the one who brought up voter fraud, so it was natural for him to suspect her. However, he thought about how respectable Frank was in the IT world and decided to hold his tongue. If Jennifer wanted to commit voter fraud, Frank would definitely be able to catch her. Asher said, "Little Flag and Little Raindrop are very good singer-songwriters. Even after removing these unauthorized votes, they would still come in 5th and 6th. Their results happened to just make the cutoff to not get eliminated. They must have tried shortcuts due to the immense pressure they were under. In reality, they were very good. After all, they had managed to stay on the program for so long." Gabriel defended them as well. "In that case, just deduct the unauthorized votes to make it fairer." Chapter 113 Incredibly shaken about the loss. That way, Bella and Ivory could be saved. Frank finally broke his silence and said with flawless pronunciation, "They have committed voter fraud. How could you support them after they behaved dishonestly?" Gabriel and Asher promptly stopped talking. After the last contestant finished performing, the voting results appeared in front of everyone. Ivory and Bella's performance tonight was almost flawless. They also performed far better than their usual standards. Even their eyes were brimming with confidence from behind their masks. The voting results were announced one after another. As expected, Tiffany came in first. This was followed by Edmund aka Little Dream, Jennifer aka Little Stone, Willow aka Little Peanut, Julian aka Little Gold Bar, and Aiden aka Little Lion. Bella and Ivory came in last and were eliminated. They unexpectedly came in 11th and 12th. It was a completely unforeseen outcome. The fans were particularly shocked by the voting results. How could Little Raindrop and Little Flag have such poor results? The two of them clearly did not foresee this outcome either. Before the competition started, they even called to check with their voting fraud vendors. They replied confidently, "This is nothing. We even committed voting fraud for a major international competition. We did work for the contestants who came in top 3. It is impossible for the organizers to identify our work for such a small number of votes. They will look completely authentic, making it impossible to detect fraud." Then again, it was not entirely surprising for people to get caught for illegal activities. However, the cost of nabbing the culprit was simply too high. Entertainment programs did not have the kind of budget to hire IT professionals and ensure every single vote was legitimate. Since Ultimate Singer-Songwriter was just a singing competition, it was impossible for them to take it that far. They started out extremely confident about the outcome but ended up failing. They were out of luck and simply happened to encounter someone who went all out to prevent cheating. Ivory and Bella walked down the stage dejectedly and bumped into Jennifer and Willow chatting happily. The moment they made eye contact, the scent of gunpowder wafted in the air. Jennifer said first, "Let's go." Since Willow did everything Jennifer said, she followed behind Jennifer without hesitation. Bella clenched her fists tightly with her face contorted. She had finally made it back onto the program. How could she lose? The two of them decided to go backstage and look for Gabriel. "We want the voting results checked." Bella had just put on the best performance of her life. Allure's advertisement deal and Robert's help gave her immense confidence. As the saying went, popularity gave artists even more confidence and made them stand out from the crowd everywhere they went. She had given her best performance to date and even paid someone to cast fraudulent votes to be safe. How could she have come in last? Ivory felt the same way as well. Hence, the two of them insisted on an explanation. Gabriel was talking to Frank when they went over. Frank was dressed in a suit and looked stunning as he smiled ambiguously at them. He was particularly mesmerizing. Ivory and Bella were surprised to see him. He must be the mysterious investor everyone was talking about. They could not help feeling upset about getting eliminated and losing the opportunity to work with a powerful man like him. "Do you want to check your votes one by one or together?" asked Gabriel pensively. Chapter 114. Are you satisfied? Ivory and Bella felt guilty, so they decided to go one by one. Ivory left first. Bella stayed behind and said to Gabriel, "I can't believe my votes are that low. When I was called back to the show, I received a lot of votes as well." Although Robert was the one who helped her get back on the program, she managed to gain immense popularity by creating hype on social media and had a lot of fans. Robert's fans loved her. Elvis's fans liked her as well. Bella had made the best of all the advantages she possessed. "Here are your votes. We have used a program to eliminate unauthorized votes." Gabriel spoke candidly as he placed the results in front of her. Bella opened her eyes wide as she looked at the results. If the unauthorized votes were included, she would come in second. After deducting the unauthorized votes, she came in fifth. It was completely different from the ranking that was just announced. Her eyes turned teary as she said to Gabriel, "My fans might have cast unauthorized votes for me, but I should have come in fifth after deducting those votes. Why did I end up eliminated?" Gabriel glanced at Frank, who stayed quiet before he eventually said, "Are you sure your fans did it behind your back?" Of course. Bella felt it was impossible for them to learn the truth about her actions, so she spoke with confidence and indignance. She simply had to deny any voting fraud on her part. It was impossible for them to find the culprit. Gabriel felt stunned by her tone. She sounded as though she genuinely had no part in committing voting fraud. Gabriel realized he was wrong about Bella all this time. Since Gabriel said nothing, Bella felt even more confident about getting away with it. "Aren't you going to say something about this? I shouldn't get eliminated at all. By doing this, you are ruining my career." She took control of the situation and sounded persistent. Frank suddenly raised his head. Bella automatically trembled when she looked into his eyes. He spoke with his beautiful voice and perfect pronunciation. Miss Johnson, voting fraud has negative effects on all the contestants, so the production team is determined not to let this happen. Voting fraud committed for the sake of winning and gaining resources is deemed criminal. We have already reported this to the police and will work to eradicate all manner of cheating and capture the voting fraud vendors once and for all. I hope you find this outcome satisfactory. Bella automatically swallowed her saliva nervously after listening to Frank's powerful voice. She was terrified. She could sense that the man meant it. Frank was not going to check the numbers casually. He was genuinely going to investigate the matter with a fine-tooth comb. What if they learned the truth? She did not dare to imagine what would happen if they did. Yes, I'm happy with the outcome. I won't contest the votes. Bella lost all confidence. She did not expect Frank to offer to investigate the matter. She wanted to blame someone else for the voting fraud, but she had paid the voting fraud vendors with her personal bank account. If any investigation was done, it was impossible for her to deny it. Shortly after Bella left, Ivory walked in with her head held high. However, she left the room dejectedly and seemed pale. Their faces contorted in regret. If they did not commit voting fraud, they would have gotten promoted based on their existing voting results. They would have caught Frank's eye and gotten groomed by him. The two of them deeply regretted their actions. Chapter 115. Why did he feel as though he was caught red-handed committing adultery? If Ivory and Bella did not commit voting fraud, they would have gotten promoted to the next stage of the program. They would have ended up standing on the stage proudly as they accepted the glory. They really wanted to hack off their hand for hiring someone to cast fraudulent votes. However, it was too late to regret it. The moment Frank made up his mind, it was impossible to convince him otherwise. Also, they did not dare to tell anyone about their actions. They could only quietly pray and hope that the culprit would not get caught by the police and implicate them. The instructors and the other contestants were unaware of Bella and Ivory's actions, so they came over to console them. Contestants who were particularly close with them even cried. William felt bad about Ivory's loss as well. And Robert felt sorry for Bella. Elvis had recently appeared as a guest performer on the program and happened to be in town for some other event. He drove over to check on Bella when he found out she was eliminated. He was particularly concerned about Bella. After Jennifer said goodbye to Willow, she boarded the huge van. Arnold quickly put his phone away awkwardly when he saw Jennifer coming over. Jennifer pretended not to notice and looked out the window after getting into the vehicle. Arnold exhaled gently. Why did he feel as though he was caught red-handed committing adultery? Arnold simply comforted Bella a little. If Jennifer mocked Arnold for it, he might have felt a lot better. Yet, Jennifer did not seem to mind at all and acted completely unperturbed, making Arnold feel immensely uneasy. Teresa comforted Bella, "It doesn't matter that you got eliminated. Isn't your allure ad airing tonight? Just relax. You can still survive after getting eliminated from the show." Bella was not solely upset about getting kicked off the program. Frank's words still hung over her head like the sword of Damocles, and she did not know when she might get caught for cheating. Posts about the competition results naturally trended online. Topics about Bella's elimination and her unexpected loss kept trending on social media. Bella's fans kept consoling her. "Don't cry, little raindrop. It's okay. We will support your Allure product when the ad is released. It is just a contest, and doesn't mean anything. You will have an even brighter future. Sigh. I can't believe the likes of Little Stone could have won. This simply doesn't make sense. To be honest, Little Stone performed really well. How could you say that? Little Raindrop's performance was much better, okay." Bella and Jennifer's fans kept arguing online. A picture of Elvis visiting Bella suddenly appeared online. The picture quickly stole everyone's attention. Oh God, it's Elvis. Everyone simply loves Little Raindrop. I am green with envy. Sigh. So what if Little Raindrop got eliminated? Just look at the kind of attention she is receiving. Everyone made a comparison of a picture with Elvis rolling his eyes at Jennifer. Everyone felt Little Raindrop was a nice, sweet girl. Also, people questioned Little Stone for succeeding in moving on to the next stage. Teresa was naturally behind this. She was excellent at manipulating the fans. The fans reacted just the way she wanted and the effect came out good. Chapter 116, A Smart Move. Little Raindrop did not win on the program, but she ended up trending online. Bella's online news trailed only slightly behind Tiffany's. Arnold wanted to help Jennifer retaliate, but he pondered and decided against it since he liked Bella a lot. In any case, it was a legitimate win for Jennifer and Bella was simply trying to gain hype. That night, Bella's advertisement for Allure got aired and promptly trended online. Since her fans felt sorry for Bella's loss on the entertainment program, they kept buying the product to support her. The product sales were off to a good start. Her fans kept dissing Jennifer as they bought the products. Fortunately, Little Stone did not become the brand ambassador. Otherwise, the sales would end up terrible. I think so too. If Little Raindrop was the brand ambassador, I would pay attention to it. If Little Stone was the brand ambassador, I wouldn't have bothered. Allure's owner sure picked the right person for the job. Mr. Reed felt it was smart of him to pick Little Raindrop for the advertisement when he received reports of the sales figures. Even though she did not win, the effects of marketing turned out well. "I'm so glad we didn't pick Little Stone for the job," said Mr. Reed confidently as he smiled happily. How could she claim there was something wrong with the formula? Does she think she is some expert? Only Caleb continued trying to fix the problem. He reached out to the company technicians and asked them to change something in the ingredient list. "Mr. Weasley, you can't change the formula randomly. We spent years coming up with this formula. How could you change it willfully?" A 60-year-old technician shook his head and refused to make the change. "Nothing ever went wrong with the product. What makes you think something would happen now? You must do as I say and change it. The current formula has a high chance of causing allergies," said Caleb loudly. Ever since he received Jennifer's message about the formula, he kept thinking about it. However, he did not come to this decision on a whim. He only decided on changing the formula after doing a lot of research and testing. Now that he had confirmed there was something wrong with the formula, he had to change it and recall everything. The old technician said angrily, "What would you know? We are professionals here. What would you know about allergies? I have already tested the product." Caleb insisted on changing the formula. The old technician thought about how Caleb happened to receive some information and started to have doubts about the formula and could not help saying, "Young Master Weasley, you are simply naive. You don't even know who told you about it, yet you trusted an outsider fully and not us. Let me tell you, there is no way on earth we will change the formula. If you don't change the formula, then you can pack up and leave." Caleb did not have time to argue. He could not allow the company to sell such substandard products. He could not let their customers encounter allergic reactions from using the company's skincare products. "Fine." The old technician waved his hand angrily. A lot of other employees also felt Caleb was too green to interfere with their job and no longer wanted to work for him. Caleb turned to say to the secretary, "Since they want to quit, take good care of them. Recall all the products we have sold immediately." The secretary spoke with his voice quavering, "Young Master Weasley, the product is selling well now that Little Raindrop has become the brand ambassador. If we change the formula and recall all the products, it will be a major loss." Chapter 117, To Hell with the Stupid Entertainment Program. Do as I say. Even though Caleb had a scholarly air, he meant what he said and sounded confident. Now that he had made such a huge commotion, someone naturally reported it to Mr. Reed. The company was in chaos when Mr. Reed came over. He said sternly, "Caleb, are you nuts? Don't you know how well the product is selling after Little Raindrop became our brand ambassador? We can probably go global and get listed if this keeps up. Tomorrow, I will sign a 5-year ambassador deal with Little Raindrop. What on earth are you trying to do now?" Mr. Reed felt Little Raindrop was their lucky star. At a crucial time like this, he could not let anyone ruin his grand plans, let alone Caleb. Drag Caleb out. Mr. Reed never liked his cousin, and now was the perfect opportunity for him to drive him away. In an instant, a fight broke out. Bella finally felt a little better when she received a call from Mr. Reed's secretary informing her about the 5-year brand ambassador deal. From the looks of it, she was genuinely lucky. If she marketed the good luck she had with commercial products, a lot of people would come knocking on her door offering ambassador deals. In hindsight, it did not matter if she stayed on the entertainment program anymore. With fame and money, she had plenty of opportunities to see Elliot. All roads lead to Rome. Bella suddenly felt her career was finally looking up. Little raindrop brings good luck. Allure makes record sales. Before long, Teresa helped to make posts about Bella's good luck trend online. Bella's fans were delighted. "I just knew Little Raindrop is the best. To hell with the stupid entertainment program. It is far better for Little Raindrop to clinch ambassador deals. If you repost news about Little Raindrop, you will come in first for your exam tomorrow. Ha ha, I will repost it too. I hope to rub off Little Raindrop's good luck and find a new job tomorrow." In an instant, Bella stole the limelight. However, news about problems with Allure's products gradually emerged online. First, a female student used Allure's skincare products and had a lot of pustules on her face. It was so serious that her face swelled until she was unrecognizable, so she filed a complaint on social media. An office worker used Allure's skincare and suffered from the same allergic reaction. She also filed a complaint about the product on social media. Allure quickly spent money to remove the posts. As the number of complaints and doubts about Allure's products increased, the company was no longer able to silence the posts. The situation finally spun out of control when a pregnant lady used some Allure products that claimed to be safe for use by pregnant women and infants. The pregnant lady nearly suffered a miscarriage from the allergic reaction and had to get hospitalized. The pregnant lady's family was furious and demanded an explanation from Allure. The other victims whose posts got deleted on social media gathered outside the company demanding it to be held accountable as well. News about their doubts and threats to charge Allure went viral all over the internet. Bella was in a good mood when she learned of Allure's 5-year deal offer, so she took a few nice photos and posted them on social media. However, she did not receive the praise she expected. Instead, everyone kept cursing her. "How could you have the cheek to post selfies online? Don't you know what your product did? How could you post selfies at a time like this? I never suffered skin allergies in my life. I bought the product after seeing your advertisement. After only using it for one night, my face is ruined." Chapter 118, A Piece of Trash. Explain yourself, Little Raindrop. She should change her nickname from Little Raindrop to Zit Monster. What do you mean she symbolizes good luck? Do you really want to have the worst case of boils on your face? Bella was so terrified when she saw this that she turned off social media and called Mr. Reed's assistant. Mr. Reed was unable to even save himself, and his secretary was busy dealing with the problem. How could he have the time to entertain Bella? Allure was already seized by the government for investigation. Allure was unable to even protect its own reputation. How could anyone be bothered with saving Bella's skin at a time like this? Mr. Reed was terribly worried when the authorities came to seize the company. Only Caleb stepped up to deal with the problem by posting online, "In response to the problematic Allure products, allow me to update you about the situation. We have already started to recall some of the products with problems a few days ago. Also, we have changed the formula for the products in question. We will get in touch with the victims to handle the situation." Thanks to Caleb's efforts to solve the problem and his decision to recall the product, Allure was able to save its core operation and was not completely seized. Caleb quickly handled the problem by comforting the victims and their family members and did his utmost to save the company's reputation. As for Bella, she was having a really hard time. Mr. Reed couldn't be bothered helping Bella. And Caleb was unacquainted with Bella, so he did not offer to help. Since Bella was already trending online after using Jennifer, she was the first person who came to the public's mind when this happened. The moment something went wrong with Allure's products, the netizens promptly pushed the blame on Bella. No one knew how Allure was planning to solve the problem. They simply wanted someone to give them an explanation, so Bella promptly became their target. Pay up. You have to compensate us. Only a piece of trash would endorse a trashy product. You are a liar. How could you claim to bring good luck? Humph. You are more like a magnet for misfortune. I can't believe you had the cheek to say bad things about Little Stone. From the looks of it, Little Stone was simply speaking the truth. Little Stone was genuinely good to her fans. People kept scolding Bella on social media. Even Mr. Woods from Golden Domain Entertainment did not know what to do about Bella's situation. This time, Bella was standing at the center of attention when this incident happened, so she suffered a fall from a great height. Several brands wanted to get in touch with her about brand ambassador deals when news about her good luck trended online. However, the moment they saw this, they quietly changed their minds. Elvis stepped up and defended Bella and urged the netizens not to abuse her online. He reminded them the products belonged to Allure and it was not Bella's fault that they were suffering from allergies. Elvis was well liked throughout the country, so the public did not attack Bella as severely. From now on, before you choose your ambassador deals, you need to check more carefully, comforted Elvis over the phone. Bella finally felt slightly better. She had stolen Allure's brand ambassadorship from Jennifer, but she did not expect it to give her so much trouble. All the popularity she had painstakingly built instantly disappeared. Bella could not wrap her mind around it. Why did things come so easy for Jennifer? Why was it so hard for Bella to get what she wanted? Robert personally called Bella as well. I will help minimize the damage. Don't worry about it. My album will be released soon. When are you releasing your album? Bella held her phone tightly. Now that Allure's brand ambassador deal was in hot water, she pinned all hope on Robert's newest album. Chapter 119, had to make a comeback. The album will be released tomorrow. We will start marketing it tonight. Bella nodded. She really looked forward to it. I see. Please be sure to help promote me. She was talking about her song with her name on it in his album. Now that Allure's advertising deal was in hot water, Bella had to use Robert's album to make a comeback. Bella contemplated as she clenched her fists tightly. She must succeed in making a comeback. Robert agreed right away. He would help Bella now so that she would continue helping him to write more songs long-term. Despite all the things happening to Bella, Jennifer paid no attention. She was in the garden tending to the flowers when Arnold came over. She was wearing a white shirt, slim-fit jeans, and a pair of rain shoes with her long hair scattered behind her. It was afternoon, so the sun shone brightly over her. Her sharp chin could be seen from under her hair. She was even more radiant than the sun and looked absolutely gorgeous. Arnold went into a daze looking at her. He could finally see why Elliot loved her so much. Allure's allergy problem was still unfolding and Bella's career was badly hurt. If Jennifer had taken on Allure's endorsement deal, Arnold was not so sure if he could save her from the scandal unscathed. Arnold could not help feeling curious about this young woman. Hi, Arnold. Jennifer sensed his presence, so she stood up to greet him. The scar on her chin and lip was still very obvious and stood out on her perfect complexion. Arnold disregarded the scar and looked at her carefully. He found that her face and features were genuinely beautiful. Arnold cleared his throat. Now that this round is over, 3 more contestants will get eliminated from the remaining 6. Have you finished writing your song? He sounded a little hesitant when he asked. He recalled Jennifer saying Elliot bought songs for her. Despite Jennifer's brilliant performance, he did not take her seriously. Almost done, replied Jennifer. Mind if I take a look? Asked Arnold. He had unknowingly started to place close attention to Jennifer's performance on the program. In a minute. I am in the middle of something. Jennifer was taking care of the garden and her hands were full of dirt. Arnold had something to ask Jennifer, but he did not know how to start. He contemplated before saying, Jennifer, I heard the song that Bella wrote for Robert called Time. I must say it is very good. Jennifer raised her eyes to glance at him and smiled. Really? Can I ask if any of the songs you performed on the program were written by Bella as well? Asked Arnold. He was aware that Jennifer and Bella were close friends. Bella also did a lot to help Jennifer chase Robert in the past. Jennifer smiled and made no comment. Arnold continued, I was thinking of getting Bella to write you a song. Since he had made up his mind to groom Jennifer, he could not let Jennifer botch her performance on the show. He had to vet all her songs and activities from now on. This time, he had used his connections to get to listen to Robert's new song that was written by Bella prior to its release. He really liked what he heard. Also, he liked Bella's previous songs a lot as well. Do you want her to write a song for me? Asked Jennifer ambiguously as she looked at him. Chapter 120, I wrote it. Just a couple more songs for you. Even though Arnold knew this was cheating, it did not make a difference since Jennifer had already cheated in the past by buying her other songs. He could only do his best to help cover up Jennifer's lies. He contemplated before he said, after the show is over, I will talk to Mr. Turner and send you for professional music training. You have good vocals and a perfect pitch. In time, you will become an accomplished singer. As for your songwriting skills, you can always learn and master it in time. He was very sincere about what he said. Ever since Allure had problems with its products, his opinion of Jennifer changed once more. He was determined to help Jennifer and groom her so that everyone could see her true talent. In that case, the first thing he had to work on was to stop her from buying any more songs from unreliable sources. Jennifer could see how sincere Arnold was, but she did not say anything. Arnold thought about Robert's singing. He was very lucky to encounter a composer like Bella. For a singer, it was a good fortune to have good songs. Elvis was a songwriting genius. His innate talent was one in a million and one of a kind in the trade. Robert was capable of writing a song or two. Also, he had encountered a brilliant songwriter. He was already living the dream of other singers. Arnold, why don't you take a look at what I wrote first? After taking care of the garden, Jennifer washed her hands and handed her song to Arnold. Arnold was astounded by her work. How could this song be even more brilliant than the latest song he heard from Bella? He automatically asked, have you already asked Bella to help you? Otherwise, it was impossible for her to come up with such a good song. Jennifer saw how impressed he was and said, I wrote it. It's good. Arnold's voice turned cold. He clearly did not believe her. Vanity and dishonesty could destroy an artist. He did not reprimand Jennifer right away. From the looks of it, he had to have a good talk with Jennifer about her development. Jennifer did not expect him to believe her. She only had herself to blame. In the past, she wanted to terminate her contract with Supreme Entertainment, so she claimed Elliot spent money to buy songs for her. She deserved this distrust from Arnold. Her previous lies had destroyed her reputation, so she had to fix it step by step. Okay, let's use this for now. We can talk about professional music classes in the future, said Arnold. He turned to leave and listened to Robert's new song. Robert's new album was going to get released tonight. All the marketing had been done. He was going to release 5 samples of his new songs. Among them, 4 of them were his original work and 1 of them was Bella's song. His fans kept flattering him online. Robert is the best. He is a multi-talented singer-songwriter. They picked the right person to be an instructor on the show. Other than Elvis, who else can compare to Robert in the country? Are you joking? No one is as gifted as Robert in the world. He is dripping in talent and gorgeous. Little Raindrop also performed well. Ultimate singer-songwriter, was blind to drop such a good singer-songwriter. Little Raindrop's career will only continue to blossom no matter where she goes since she is a true talent. Chapter 121, I will groom her personally. Countless fans waited in front of their computers to sample songs from Robert's latest album. Elvis also sat in front of the computer and waited for its release. Elvis was the best songwriter in the country, so he wrote most of his songs and lyrics. It was unusual for him to sit in front of the computer waiting for someone else's album to get released like he did tonight. Elvis's talent agent teased him, "I heard Robert's latest album is very good, so it is just a matter of time before he catches up with you. Are you starting to feel the pressure? I am happy to have competition. Without competition, it is impossible to improve." Elvis opened a bottle of Sprite and drank it. "That's true. If Robert's attempt to compete with you can serve to inspire you, it's a good deal for fans like me." The talent agent sat cross-legged as he waited for Robert's album to drop. Elvis felt a little anxious. He had remained the best singer-songwriter in the country for a long time. Ultimate Singer-Songwriter was created to discover budding artists. After he performed on the program, he felt there was barely any decent talent on the show. Tiffany was pretty good, but the rest of the contestants were average. Only Bella's work impressed him. All her work was astonishingly good and made him want to keep listening to them. After hearing her music, Elvis felt as though he had encountered a soulmate. It felt as though her music could touch his soul and genuinely resonated with him. He heard that Bella also wrote Jennifer's songs. Hence, he thought highly of Bella and felt Jennifer was just a liar. Humph. It was a pure insult to let the likes of Jennifer perform Bella's songs. He was not keen on checking out Robert's songs tonight. Instead, he only wanted to listen to Bella's song. He was unimpressed by Robert's songs. He only wanted to check out Bella's latest work. His talent agent could see what Elvis was thinking. Elvis kept talking about Bella recently. "Elvis, do you want me to sign Bella? I can groom her personally." "Never mind." Elvis suddenly lost interest. Bella had already turned down his offer. Since Robert was her cousin, it was only natural for her to refuse him. Robert just released his new singles. The first song was composed by Bella, said the talent agent excitedly. Everyone was thrilled online. Robert was already a hit. His fame and his performance on Ultimate Singer-Songwriter only served to affirm his status in the industry. Since Robert was a renowned singer, everyone could not wait for the release of his new album. Also, Bella was even involved in one of the songs. His album was entitled Sing. He was marketed as a singer-songwriter as usual. The first song that got released was Time by Bella. He was gorgeous and had an unsullied voice. His fans were blown away by the song. It was great. Absolutely great. He was awesome. I love it. Oh my god. This song is so good that I can't stop listening to it. I feel like crying just listening to it. Robert, you rock. Little Raindrop did such an excellent job that I am officially a fan. Robert released samples of his 4 other songs, Love, Lingering Affection, Clear Skies, and Warm Sun in Winter, with great success. Chapter 122, Your album was very well received. Robert's fans were beside themselves with joy. Robert had not only affirmed his status in the industry with this album, he had also risen a level or two. This meant Robert would no longer be just a pretty face. From now on, Robert would be a step closer to Elvis's heights with such iconic work under his belt. His fans were naturally happy for him. Arnold quietly listened to Robert's new album and was very impressed by Bella's talent yet again. He quietly typed on the computer as he made plans for Jennifer's career. Jennifer has to study hard after the competition. I hope to help Jennifer reach Bella's level of accomplishment in 5 years. Although 5 years was a long time, it was hardly enough time for an untalented songwriter to reach Bella's level. Elvis sat dumbfounded in front of his computer as everyone kept talking about Robert's latest album, Sing. Moments later, he turned his head murderously. He looked at his talent agent questioningly in fury. He squeezed the empty can of Sprite in his hand with a snap and flattened it. His talent agent panicked and had already stood up to say, "What happened? Why do the new songs in Robert's album sound just like yours? I will investigate it immediately. I will find out right away." Robert's latest songs, Love, Lingering Affection, Clear Skies, and Warm Sun in Winter, were all written by Elvis. Even the titles were more or less identical. Elvis had planned on using these songs in his next album. Elvis had barely any competition at his level. No matter what songs he released, they were well received. Elvis did not need to worry about market share or creating hype. He was able to work at his pace and released albums at his liberty. This time, he planned on doing the same thing. After watching Bella's performance on Ultimate Singer-Songwriter, he was very inspired, so he wrote 5 songs altogether. He planned on cleaning them up before releasing them in a new album, but all his songs were now appearing in Robert's latest album. Robert's fans were blown away by his work. Robert and Bella's songs were a major hit, but Elvis felt as though someone had ripped his heart to shreds. Your album was very well received. Teresa picked up a glass of red wine and held it towards Robert and Bella. We have received over 500,000 copies in pre-order for the album in just a single night. Bella felt proud of this achievement as well. Other than your fans, a lot of music critics and non-fans have spoken highly of your album. Everyone forgot about Bella's Allure advertisement tonight. Instead, people kept talking about her talent and had forgotten about the allergic reaction Allure's products had caused. Teresa smiled and said, "Bella, here is a toast to you." Robert raised his wine glass and looked at Bella as well. After Bella finished a glass of wine, she saw her phone light up with Jennifer's name flashing on the screen. She quickly answered the phone and went over to a quiet corner to talk. "Hi, Jennifer. Did you help Robert with the new album?" asked Jennifer calmly. "Jennifer, let me explain," said Bella hurriedly. "Have you heard Robert's new album already? I can explain everything." Jennifer sat down on the couch calmly with her phone in hand. "Let's see what you have to say about this. I know they were your songs, but it's not like I gave it to some random guy. I only gave them to Robert." Chapter 123, Nothing to Do with Me. Bella sounded completely self-justified. "Jennifer, you painstakingly wrote all these songs for Robert. You like him, so you only want the best for him, right?" Jennifer said nothing. Bella thought Jennifer must be making silent admission. She secretly thought in her heart. Sure enough, she could not say no to Robert. As long as it had something to do with Robert, she would not kick a fuss about it. "Jennifer, Robert's status in the entertainment industry will get stabilized increasingly. He already has high status as it is. This is all thanks to you. You single-handedly turned him into an extraordinary singer-songwriter," said Bella resoundingly in an effort to move Jennifer. Jennifer smiled in contempt. She had put the call on speaker mode when she saw Elliot walking over. Jennifer did her utmost to make Elliot feel more secure. Despite knowing these were sheer lies from Bella, Elliot's calm expression inadvertently cracked. Elliot was holding a glass of juice. He held the glass tightly as he calmed himself. Jennifer stood up and walked over to Elliot barefooted before taking the juice from his hand. Even though she was aloof to outsiders, she was very lively in front of Elliot. She reached her hand out and pretended to take the glass from Elliot's hand. Her slender hand landed on the back of his hand as she moved it like she was playing the piano. Elliot held his breath as all his anger disappeared. Instead, he looked at Jennifer completely mesmerized as he thought about her sweet scent. Bella kept talking non-stop as Jennifer held her phone. "Jennifer, I was just trying to help you. In time, when Robert learns you have composed the songs, just think about the change in attitude he will have towards you." Jennifer gazed at Elliot deeply and smiled as she said to Bella, "You are in deep trouble. Jennifer, if you don't say anything, no one would know better, right? I will help you put in a good word with Robert. I am sure he will come back to you," implored Bella. Elliot's expression turned cold once more. Jennifer could tell that the man was angry, so she smiled as she said, "What did I tell you? I told you I only write songs for the man I love. Those songs have nothing to do with Robert." The moment she finished her sentence, the man in front of her was stunned and could not believe his ears. He could not help smiling when he saw that she meant it in her eyes. Not a single note or lyric in the songs Robert published in his album have anything to do with me. Even though Jennifer was talking to Bella, every word was intended for Elliot's ears. Elliot reached his hand out and held her hand along with her phone and hung it up abruptly. Elliot pulled Jennifer into his arms and kissed her on the lips, his bad mood melting away. He allowed Jennifer to gradually take his anger away. The glass of juice fell onto the ground unknowingly. Fortunately, there was a thick carpet on the ground, so they could not hear it at all as they hugged each other and kissed deeply. Bella was ecstatic to hear what Jennifer said. Chapter 124 Pretentious Woman. Bella knew Jennifer too well. Jennifer would never kick a fuss if it was about Robert. Sure enough, Jennifer did not get angry and made the right choice of admitting the songs had nothing to do with her. She must be beside herself with joy now that Robert wanted to use her songs. Bella mocked Jennifer in her heart, so what if you are a good songwriter? Didn't you end up manipulated by me at every turn all the same, just like an idiot? Jennifer packed her things and headed to the film location to rehearse the next day. The moment the film crew saw Jennifer on set so early for once, they pursed their lips and felt she must be here to see Robert and congratulate him on the success of his latest album. After all, Robert was officially releasing his new album today. Could Robert even be bothered with her? Robert got up early in the morning and came over to admire the fruits of his success. The film crew had decorated the set and arranged for flowers and red wine to celebrate Robert's album release. Bella and Sandra also arrived first thing in the morning. They decorated the film location with red roses, making the set particularly romantic and lively. Robert's new song by Bella was airing in the background. It was pleasing to the ear and people could not help feeling immersed in it. Sandra smiled gently as she said, "Your song is really good. Robert did a good job. His new album and songs were a total hit. We have you to thank for supporting him," flattered Bella. Gabriel and Asher also showed up. By choosing to release the album officially through the program, Robert was helping to boost ratings and doing them a favor, so they naturally had to show up to support him. The moment they saw Jennifer finally show up punctually for once, everyone knew exactly what she was doing there. Jennifer sat in the distance as she drank her coffee. After taking a small sip of coffee, she put down her coffee and put on her mask. She seemed particularly nonchalant and it was impossible to tell if she cared about what was going on at all. Sandra could not help cursing Jennifer for being pretentious in her heart. No matter how she pretended, Robert could not be bothered looking at her. Jennifer's beautiful eyes could be seen behind the mask as she waited for a good show to take place. Robert appeared with his hair professionally done, dressed in his custom-made casual outfit, making him gorgeous. He was immensely confident owing to his huge following. He seemed even more radiant than usual when he showed up and seemed to be dripping in gold light. "Robert, over here. Robert, oh my God, it's you. I feel like I am ready to die after seeing Robert. Oh my God." Robert looked at me. The fans outside kept shouting his name until they lost their voices. "Thank you for finding the time to attend the press conference for Robert's latest album, Sing." Teresa beamed as she gazed at all the guests. After doing the pre-release promotions last night, the pre-order has reached over 1 million copies. 1 million copies. That's just the pre-order alone, said a guest from below the stage in surprise. The local music industry has shrunk over the years. Streaming media is highly advanced and a lot of people listen to music online. Very few artists are capable of coming up with 1 million copies of album sales in a market like this. Even if an artist is capable of selling just over 500,000 copies, he can brag about it for a long time, let alone 1 million copies. Robert is probably going to catch up with Elvis in no time. Robert certainly lives up to his name. Little Raindrop is also very talented. It is such a pity that she got eliminated from the program. Chapter 125 Bound to steal the headlines. This is simply mind-blowing. Teresa smiled even more brightly when she heard everyone raving about the new album. Robert acted nonchalantly and looked even more mesmerizing. Sandra looked at her fiancé tenderly and couldn't help feeling touched that he was her man. Bella also clenched her fists tightly. After the press conference ended, Bella would talk to Teresa and get Teresa to sign her as her artist. She did not want to work for Mr. Woods anymore. In the past, she was not good enough for Teresa and Robert, so they were not interested in her. Instead, Elvis offered to take her under his wings. However, she did not dare to work for Elvis. Elvis was a renowned singer-songwriter, so he would probably learn the truth about her in just a matter of days. Bella felt even more confident thinking about the manuscripts she had taken from Jennifer. She could definitely live off them and spend a few years working for Robert easily. She simply needed to compose 2 to 3 more songs every year to boost the count. Thank you for supporting Robert. Now let's invite Robert to say a few words. Teresa gestured for Robert to speak. Robert got up on the stage and looked stunning as he said, "It is thanks to you that I was able to compose these new songs. Your love inspired me to write them." All the fans screamed at the top of their lungs. However, Robert looked at Sandra every now and then. Sandra gazed back at him lovingly. For the sake of Robert's career, they could not go public with their relationship for now. Instead of standing by his side, she could only appear at the event as a fan. However, Sandra was beside herself with joy when she heard what he said. These words were clearly intended just for her alone. Since Robert's new songs were all ballads, the reporters automatically asked, "Robert, do you have a girlfriend now? What is your type?" Robert smiled as he looked below the stage and Sandra smiled shyly as well. Just as Robert was about to answer the reporters, someone shouted softly in surprise, "Elvis is here." Oh my. Elvis even came with an entourage of people to celebrate Robert's latest album release. This really makes Robert look good. Even Elvis thinks highly of Robert's talent. This event is truly a gathering of gods today. Wow. Does this mean we can expect a collaboration from Elvis and Robert soon? Sandra immediately turned to look at Elvis and felt incredibly proud of Robert's achievement. Teresa was also caught by surprise. She felt deeply honored by Elvis's appearance and hurriedly greeted him, "Mr. Waltz, welcome to the press conference. We were not expecting you." Elvis was around the same age as Robert. He rarely appeared on any entertainment programs or used hype. However, Elvis already had untouchable status in the trade. Hence, Teresa automatically treated him with a great deal of respect. "Mr. Waltz, please take a seat in the first row," said Teresa as she smiled reverently. Elvis's appearance would undoubtedly make Robert a legend. "Thank you for supporting Robert's new album." Robert did his utmost to stand up as he contained his joy. In Robert's heart, Bella's value increased further when even Elvis thought highly of her songs. Today, he was undoubtedly going to steal the headlines in every single news media outlet. Teresa hurriedly took out a can of soda and gave it to Elvis. Elvis did not take the soda. Instead, he waved the can of Coca-Cola in his hand as he spoke mildly, "I didn't come today to congratulate you." Chapter 126. What? Teresa and Robert were both stunned to hear what Elvis said. The commotion instantly died down and everyone went into silence. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Instead of saying congratulations, what did Elvis just say? Teresa could detect a cold aura radiating from Elvis, so she smiled awkwardly as she asked, "Mr. Waltz, what is the meaning of this?" "My lawyers will let you know." Elvis crushed the can of Coke crisply, leaving soda spraying all over Robert. Robert was stunned. He disregarded the soda on his clothes as he looked at the entourage of men dressed in black suits standing behind Elvis solemnly. The entourage of people behind Elvis was none other than his legal team. Robert looked at Bella in disbelief. Bella looked back at Robert calmly. Jennifer had written those songs. Since Jennifer was not going to sue them, it was no use for Elvis to show up with his legal team. She was certain Elvis must be here for something else. The chief lawyer introduced himself and cut to the chase. "Mr. Gideon and Miss Ryder, the 5 songs you have used in your pre-release promotions in your album entitled Sing were identical to the songs written by my client, Mr. Waltz. Please cease all illegal distribution of your album, remove these songs from it and delete all the files you possess. Also, you have to apologize and compensate for my client's losses." After the lawyer said his piece, Robert was so shocked that he lost his cool and shouted, "What? You have plagiarized my client's work, so you have to cease all illegal distribution of the songs," said the lawyer suddenly once more. Everyone went into a ruckus when they heard this as all eyes gathered on Robert. Plagiarism. Oh God. How could that happen? Everyone gossiped as they looked at Robert before turning to look at Elvis. Elvis was an acclaimed singer-songwriter at the top of the food chain in the entertainment industry with a long history of producing original work. Robert was an idol singer with a massive following and a lot of airtime. It was clear who was the winner here. Before Elvis even showed any evidence, everyone took his side. After all, this was Elvis they were talking about here. Elvis was an unstoppable force in the songwriting trade. No wonder the songs sounded so good. Robert had plagiarized Elvis's work. I was wondering why there was such a huge change in style in Robert's latest album. Elvis certainly lives up to his name. These new songs are simply incredible. Robert could hear every word the crowd was saying. He was at a complete loss as his head buzzed incessantly. Moments later, he finally realized what had just transpired. How could this happen? Robert looked at Elvis as he spoke. Elvis looked unusually distant and cold. He had lost all his typical warmth. He was a gifted singer-songwriter and hated plagiarism with all his heart. Now that Robert had blatantly copied his work, he could not be bothered to even keep up a courteous smile. Robert looked at Bella once more. Bella's face was ghastly pale as she inhaled deeply and looked at Jennifer completely stupefied. What just happened? How could this happen? She had copied those songs from Jennifer when Jennifer was not looking. Also, she deliberately stole the songs that Jennifer was not planning to use in the short term. How could they be Elvis's songs? Jennifer looked at Bella calmly in pity. Chapter 127, Made an Epic Mistake. Bella had nowhere to hide now that she was exposed. Bella looked particularly shameless and repulsive to Jennifer. Bella's chest rose and fell as she inhaled deeply. She opened her mouth wide, but was incapable of uttering a word. Jennifer had set her up. Jennifer already laid a trap ages ago. She had stupidly fallen into Jennifer's trap. After the lawyer said his piece, Elvis left without lingering a moment. He paused when he went past Bella. Was it you? Even though Elvis asked quizzically, he was certain she was the culprit. He barely had any contact with Robert. Instead, he liked Bella a lot and even brought her to his studio a few times. She had ample time and plenty of opportunities to steal his music. Bella refused to admit her mistakes. No, I didn't do it. Mr. Waltz, I really didn't do it. She had stolen all these songs from Jennifer. This time, Elvis stopped looking at Bella. Since he used to admire her work a lot, he was terribly disappointed now. He simply hated her. Elvis abhorred her for stealing his work and hated himself for being blind about Bella. Someone suddenly caught his eye. He glanced to the side and saw Jennifer leaning against a bookshelf in the studio as she calmly looked straight in his direction. Elvis suddenly felt as though he had made an epic mistake. He looked at Jennifer deeply before he left. Bella wanted to run after Elvis, but he had already left under the company of his legal team and talent agent. Teresa slapped Bella on the face so hard that she fell onto the ground. Bella covered her swollen cheek and looked at Teresa indignantly. Teresa was so furious that she slapped Bella once more, making both sides of her face equally swollen. Robert left right away with Teresa and Sandra following behind him swiftly. "Robert, Teresa, wait up!" shouted Bella as she cried. She watched as they walked off with the reporters swarming towards them. Bella ran towards Jennifer and roared furiously, "Jennifer, you set me up. You schemed and plotted to ruin me. What are you saying?" "I don't understand what you are saying," said Jennifer mildly as she looked at her at a loss. "You did this to me. You deliberately hid Elvis's new songs among your own creations and tempted me to steal them. Now I have thoroughly embarrassed myself." Bella was beside herself with fury when she realized Jennifer was behind this. "You already saw this coming." Jennifer acknowledged softly before she continued, "Did you copy my manuscripts?" She acted as though she only just realized what Bella had done. Bella was dumbfounded. Bella was so furious that she was on the verge of exploding, but Jennifer talked about it so nonchalantly. The calmer Jennifer was, the more embarrassed Bella felt. Jennifer was lofty and untouchable while Bella was simply trash. Bella got her just desserts for stealing Jennifer's manuscripts. She should not have voluntarily given Robert Jennifer's songs. Jennifer did not do anything to actually hurt her or sabotage her. Jennifer simply did what was right. Bella had only herself to blame for being vain, greedy, and scheming. Bella was filled with resentment from her failure and was unable to accept this outcome, so she ran towards Jennifer. Chapter 128. Incredibly guilty. Bella wanted to strangle Jennifer by the neck to alleviate her anger. Jennifer had just played her, so Bella felt absolutely indignant about getting her reputation ruined. Bella felt absolutely miserable. She ran towards Jennifer like an angry lioness and wanted to strangle Jennifer with all her might. However, before she was able to come close to Jennifer, someone grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. She snapped out of her daze and realized it was none other than Jennifer's talent agent, Arnold. Arnold's hair was neatly combed and his eyes looked serious as usual. In the past, his eyes were filled with nothing but admiration. However, there was only repulsion and coldness in his eyes now. Bella could not help trembling when she noticed it. Arnold let go of Bella's hand and shoved her back. Bella tottered before falling squarely on the ground. "Leave," said Arnold utterly coldly in an airy tone. It sounded as though he was not talking to a human being, but a piece of trash. Bella contemplated what she could do to get back at him before changing her mind. Instead, she stood up indignantly and ran off. Jennifer did not speak the entire time. Her eyes above her mask were bright and beautiful and her eyelashes were long and curvy. Even though she was not wearing makeup, she did not need it. She lowered her eyes slightly and started to pack the things in front of her. Arnold had overheard Bella and Jennifer's conversation with his own ears. He was overwhelmed with astonishment. Bella had been using Jennifer's songs the entire time. The songs that he admired her for were Jennifer's creations. It was inconceivable, but it was true. "Jennifer," said Arnold somewhat hoarsely as he looked at her hesitantly. "I overheard everything you said." "So what? There is nothing for me to be ashamed of," replied Jennifer mildly. Jennifer felt there was nothing wrong with what she said. However, she could not say the same for Bella. Bella copied 5 songs from Elvis. "How did she end up getting them from you?" asked Arnold quizzically when he quickly noticed the connection. It was hard for Jennifer to answer his question. After all, she had used memories of her past life to write down Elvis's songs before giving them to Bella. Jennifer did not let Bella copy her own music. She knew Bella all too well. Bella was bound to use her work to ingratiate herself upon Robert. Jennifer did not want to have anything to do with Robert anymore. Also, she did not want Elliot to have any insecurities. Hence, she wrote down Elvis's songs beforehand and slipped them among her manuscripts. If Bella tried to do anything funny, she would be doomed. Nothing would happen if Bella did not pass Jennifer's work off as her own. As expected, nothing changed about Bella after Jennifer was reborn. Jennifer went quiet. Arnold felt he must have been such a great disappointment for Jennifer that she could not be bothered explaining this to him. The moment he thought about all the praise he lavished on Bella and how harsh he was on Jennifer, Arnold felt terribly guilty about it. He even told Jennifer to learn a thing or two from Bella. However, Bella had surprisingly stolen Jennifer's songs. "Jennifer," said Arnold softly in an attempt to apologize to her. Before Arnold could get to his point, Jennifer's phone happened to ring and she promptly answered it. Chapter 129. Please look out for your court summons. Arnold's heart palpitated nervously as he looked at Jennifer from behind when she answered the phone. He had so much to tell her, but did not know where to start. He felt incredibly restless as he contemplated. It was impossible for Robert and Teresa to make the problem go away now that Elvis was suing them for plagiarism. Even if Robert had the backing of the company, the Gideon and the Walter families, it was futile. Elvis could let a lot of things slide, but not plagiarism. Elvis had brought this up countless times. He always felt paternal about his songs and treated them like they were his children. How could Elvis sit back and allow someone to get away with abducting his children? Videos containing scenes of Elvis questioning Robert for plagiarism were uploaded online. Robert's fans were in disbelief. They blamed the reporters and even Elvis for making this up. How could Robert and Little Raindrop have copied Elvis's work? Robert, please explain what happened. We simply can't believe it. No way I would believe that. Elvis is just trying to use Robert for hype. Robert is the best. How could he do this? Smirk. How could Elvis abuse his status and bully Robert? I suggest that Elvis and the reporters apologize to Robert immediately. Elvis is just jealous about how well Robert's album was doing, so he made trouble. Humph. People do this all the time. I used to like Elvis quite a bit. This time, he has thoroughly disappointed me. From now on, I will boycott Elvis's songs. Even non-fans felt Elvis must have sufficient evidence to charge Robert with plagiarism since he dealt with it publicly. However, Robert's fans simply felt he could do no wrong and kept defending him blindly. Robert's fans even argued with Elvis's fans on social media under Elvis's announcement about charging Robert for plagiarism. Fortunately, Elvis was an upright man and rarely had transgressions. Otherwise, Robert's fans would have ended up digging up Elvis's scandals. Elvis was so annoyed that he nearly exploded. Elvis did not expect Robert to be such a coward who would resort to hiding behind his fans. In that case, Elvis certainly was not going to hold back. Elvis's lawyer sent an official post and tagged Robert altogether. Please look out for your court summons. Despite the fans' initial disbelief, they finally realized the plagiarism was true. Robert had genuinely stolen Elvis's work. The first time I heard the songs, I found their styles very familiar. It turned out that they were Elvis's songs. How could Robert and Little Raindrop plagiarize Elvis's work? Elvis used to like Little Raindrop a lot and even defended her when people blamed her for Allure's problematic products. Aha, Elvis clearly liked Little Raindrop and wanted to groom her. However, Elvis met with betrayal and things ended up just like the tale of the farmer and the viper. It is completely inconceivable for Robert to be guilty of plagiarism. All my fantasies have been dashed. I believe in Robert's innocence. He would never have done that. Elvis must want the hype very badly. He must be trying to use Robert. Some of the fans had resigned themselves to Robert's fate, but some of the fans persisted in fighting back. They refused to come to terms with the fact that their idol was capable of plagiarism. Chapter 130: A Public Apology. Elvis followed up after charging Robert with plagiarism. Firstly, he posted his copyright certificate on social media. They were registered in his hometown. Since he was from a small town, Teresa was unable to find them when she first verified whether the songs were original. Hence, Teresa and Robert felt it was safe to use those songs. Secondly, Elvis posted videos of him humming these songs on his secondary social media account. After he wrote the pieces, he did not release them right away in an album, but he wanted to share them with the public, so he hummed them on his secondary social media account without showing his face. Since very few people knew about his secondary account, the videos did not get a lot of attention and only a minority of people had heard it. Everyone could see that the videos were posted way before Ultimate Singer-Songwriter was even aired. Now that Elvis had proven ownership of the songs, Teresa quietly deactivated the comment function on Robert's social media account. She also removed all the links for his album. All the pre-orders for Sing were cancelled. Bella was badly affected by this incident. After painstakingly accumulating some popularity, everything was gone. However, it could not compare to the damage dealt on Robert. Robert had become a superstar owing to his good looks and had access to great resources. He had countless fans to begin with, so even after losing a lot of fans from the plagiarism incident, he continued to have a massive following of diehard fans. All he needed was good opportunities to stay at the top, but he lost everything overnight. They were hardly interested in learning the truth from Bella. Instead, they had to focus on maintaining his good image. The talent agency was unable to convince Elvis to change his mind about the lawsuit. Robert had no choice but to apologize publicly on social media. "I am sorry for disappointing you. I desperately wanted to produce good songs, but I was too busy, so I used 5 of Little Raindrop's pieces. I even made arrangements for 4 of those songs to be accredited with my name. I should not have taken a shortcut and abused your support and trust by claiming her work for my own. This is the first time I have done this, and I will make sure this is the last. I sincerely hope you can forgive me. From now on, I will cease to appear on any programs, including Ultimate Singer-Songwriter. I will go back and work hard on being a singer-songwriter and hone my skills so as not to disappoint you in the future. Robert's post was worded evasively and did not directly apologize to Elvis at all. He even pushed the blame to Bella and claimed it was his first time doing this. The moment he posted this so-called apology, his fans softened up on him. Despite his mistakes, he continued to have a massive following. It was so important to have good looks in the entertainment industry. His fans naturally kept shouting in support. Robert, don't be sad. Everyone makes mistakes. Robert, don't be hard on yourself. No one is perfect. Robert, you don't have to feel so guilty about it. It is never too late to change your ways. No way. I am sure Robert has done nothing wrong. The talent agency must have done this to him. It should be held accountable. I think so too. The talent agency must have done this to Robert. How could he have done it if the company did not force him? Chapter 131. Could it be her? Bella did not have the same kind of good luck. She was still new in the industry and did not have a lot of fans. People had already started to remember her after all the failed hype recently. Robert had pushed all the blame on her, so both Robert and Elvis's fans kept using her social media account to scold her. Everyone cursed her viciously as though she was the only person at fault for Robert's actions. However, even though Elvis's fans joined in, they seemed more civilized. Jennifer checked out social media and saw the fans reprimanding Bella online before quietly putting her phone away. Fortunately, she did not give Bella her own songs and let Robert end up using them. Otherwise, she would be the target of this online abuse. Fans could get unreasonable. Despite being the victim here, they would end up saying Jennifer was throwing herself at Robert by deliberately letting Robert use her songs. Robert would undoubtedly push the blame onto Jennifer without a second thought. For now, it was just a matter of Robert and Elvis's fans getting embroiled in an argument. After this incident occurred, Robert and Teresa severed ties with Bella completely. Regardless of how she explained Jennifer's part in the setup, Robert would hear nothing of it. "Do you think we are idiots?" said Robert particularly coldly. "Elvis always liked you, but he despises Jennifer so much that he doesn't even look at her. Other than you, no one else could have the opportunity to get close to Elvis and copy his work. How dare you deny it after causing so much trouble for Robert?" Teresa called the security guards to drag Bella out. Sandra gently comforted Robert by the side. She believed Robert was innocent just like his fans did. She did not think he plagiarized intentionally. The talent agency and Bella must be behind this and Robert had no part in it. Robert thought about how cold Jennifer was ever since the plagiarism incident occurred. In comparison, Sandra was kind and thoughtful. He finally affirmed he made the right choice. It was the right choice for him to dump Jennifer. If Bella was a copycat all along, who wrote those songs? Elvis tapped his fingers on the table as he drank a can of Coca-Cola. The cold drink put him at ease and kept his mind clear. His talent agent said, "Elvis, you have been thinking about this for days. Why shouldn't I? The person who wrote the songs was very gifted. Considering how uplifting those songs were, I am sure someone with integrity wrote them. Good songs aren't necessarily written by people with integrity." The moment the talent agent finished his sentence, he caught sight of Elvis glaring at him, so he hurriedly reworded himself. Yes, you are absolutely right." A calm, tall and slender silhouette with fair hands kept appearing in Elvis's mind. Was it her? Could it be her? If he wanted to know the truth, all he had to do was ask. However, Elvis used to despise her and refused to perform with her, so he did not have the cheek to ask. For the first time in his life, he felt apprehensive and nervous. The next round of Ultimate Singer-Songwriter had yet to air, but a lot of well-known big shots had already shown up backstage. Frank swung by to watch the contestants rehearse. Elvis also secretly came by to check out the situation even though he was not appearing on the show. And even though Arnold used to rarely show up, he removed his mask and came by several times. Chapter 132, Making Her Brilliant. Gabriel and Asher did not know whether to be happy or worried. Elvis and Arnold seemed to keep looking at Jennifer. She was sitting at the window with a manuscript as she practiced her new song. Sunlight came pouring through the window and scattered on her, making her brilliant. And some dust floated in the air against the light, giving her a worldly air. She lowered her eyes and looked ahead intently, thoroughly immersed in the song as she sang. Jennifer looked up when she got to a particular part of the song and seemed to stop and think. Elvis and Arnold were standing apart from each other, looking at Jennifer when she looked up. They did not dare to make eye contact with her and automatically looked at Tiffany as she sang and danced. Tiffany felt delighted when she noticed them looking at her, but she pretended not to know. Instead, she was particularly careful as she put on her best performance. However, Elvis and Arnold did not pay attention to her performance at all. Gabriel and Asher could tell that everyone was here to see Tiffany. After all, Tiffany was an unsullied girl. Even though she was uncompetitive in nature, she was always in tip-top condition to perform. Also, she did not have a talent agency and was an independent artist. Most of the other contestants have the backing of a talent agency helping them with promotion, hair, and makeup and setting up a fan club. Even though Tiffany relied only on herself throughout the program, she performed the best. She was never involved in any scandal and people loved her image. It was no wonder so many important men came over to watch her rehearse. They probably wanted to speak to her about signing her. After all, she was the best contestant to date. Gabriel especially called Tiffany over and said softly, "Little Lily, be sure to give it your all." Gabriel's words served to affirm Tiffany's speculation. She nodded hard. "Thanks, I will. Let me know if you need anything such as instruments, instructors, dancers, or accompaniment." Gabriel encouraged her sincerely, "Work hard." Tiffany already had the best resources on the program. Now that Gabriel had uttered these words, her status on the program undoubtedly rose. She felt even more joyful just thinking about it. Gabriel quickly announced the rules. All 6 contestants will perform 2 by 2 and the one with the lower number of votes will get eliminated. Each pair of contestants were determined by drawing lots. Based on the rules, the last 3 contestants would draw the lots. Aiden aka Little Lion was a dark horse who made it as the 6th contestant. He was first to draw lots and covered his mouth when he saw the name of his opponent. His opponent was Tiffany aka Little Lily. The film crew felt pleased with the outcome. The chances of Tiffany winning had just increased exponentially. Julian came in 5th and he was next to draw lots. A thought crossed his mind when he saw that his opponent was Little Stone. The 4th contestant was Willow and she did not have to draw lots since only Edmund was left. In any case, she did not care about winning. Chapter 133, Stop Packing. Willow had already surprisingly stayed on the show far longer than she expected, so she was extremely calm. She smiled at Jennifer. If not for Jennifer, she would never have overcome her lack of confidence and stood on the stage. Jennifer privately kept helping to clean up Willow's songs, rehearse with her, and got her to overcome her stage fright bit by bit. Willow never thought the day would ever come when she could stand on the stage confidently. It was an immense glory for Willow. More importantly, she could stand on the stage to face the audience fearlessly and be herself. "Okay, now that the lots are drawn, you can start preparing," said Gabriel as he glanced at Tiffany encouragingly. Tiffany smiled when Gabriel looked at her supportively. She genuinely felt a little nervous. All 6 remaining contestants were good singer-songwriters and were popular in their own right, so she had to perform even better. Willow saw how calm Jennifer was and felt this was the right way to go. Although people often smeared Jennifer, Willow felt Jennifer never got distracted. Instead, she focused on doing what she loved. Jennifer had set the perfect example for her. It made Willow realize that she had to focus entirely on her dreams if she wanted to make it in this complicated industry. Before the competition started, Jennifer wanted to visit Ashley at the hospital. She put on her doctor's robe and disguised herself as Jenny. When she got to the hospital ward entrance, she could hear Ashley talking to Merlin. "I don't want to see Jennifer, so make sure you tell Elliot not to bring her here." Merlin laughed softly. "Why can't you tell him on your own?" She was afraid of Elliot, so she did not dare bring it up on her own. Ashley laughed gently to conceal her awkwardness. "I just don't want to see her. Have you forgotten she was the one who broke the gift you gave me on our wedding day? The moment I see her, I feel so angry that I am breathless." Merlin comforted Ashley and promised to keep Jennifer from the hospital before Ashley gave him a peck on his face. Jennifer touched the doctor's robe she was dressed in and sighed. Fortunately, she came in disguise today. Ashley was instantly delighted to see Jennifer when she walked over. "Jenny." Merlin was particularly respectful to this young doctor. "Hi, Dr. Smith. Have a seat." Jennifer sat down and examined Ashley's hands. Ashley's surgery was a success and the post-surgery maintenance was well done. She had recovered well after staying in the hospital for about half a month. "When can I leave the hospital?" Ashley was an energetic person, so she was bored to her wits' end. If Merlin did not keep an eye on her, she would have run away from the hospital ages ago. "At this stage, it is usually fine for patients to go home," said Jennifer unhurriedly. Ashley said happily, "Merlin, pack my things." Jennifer continued unhurriedly, "Are you just some normal person? Do you still want to play piano and participate in competitions? Do you still want to teach students piano?" Ashley said miserably, "Fine. Stop packing." Merlin contained his laughter as he put down her things out of fear that his wife would scold him. He hurriedly went to buy her some food. "This cream is for you." Jennifer retrieved a bottle and handed it to Ashley. Chapter 134, Some of his fans are simply absurd. It is scar removal cream. If you use it regularly, it will ensure that your hands won't get scarred. Ashley felt absolutely touched as she held the bottle of scar removal cream tightly. All women wanted to be beautiful. Since she was a woman of high position, Ashley cared about her looks even more. She was a master at playing the piano. Her hands were long, slender and beautiful and could compare with world-class male pianists. Women typically had a slightly smaller physical build owing to genes, so their hands tended to be smaller than men. However, Ashley was surprisingly born with unusually long, slender fingers. She felt if her hands could recover fully, it did not matter if there was scarring. However, Jennifer had just told Ashley the best news on earth, which was that she did not have to live with scarred hands. "Jenny, you are awesome." Ashley was so thrilled that she almost wanted to kiss Jennifer. Jennifer quickly stopped her. Ashley and Elliot certainly reacted the same way when they were happy. Ashley held the bottle of cream in her hand like a treasure. Ashley suddenly recalled the ghastly scar on Jennifer's lips. She wondered if this cream would work on Jennifer as well. However, it was just a fleeting thought before she stopped thinking about Jennifer. It was none of her business that Jennifer's face was scarred. Jennifer was a pure ingrate. Why should she care about Jennifer? Jennifer noticed the low spirits Ashley was in and quickly reminded her, "You have to stay positive if you want to recover." "Jenny, I didn't mean to do it. I just suddenly remembered someone and felt a little annoyed. Do you want to talk to me about it?" Ashley said, sigh. "I was thinking about this stupid woman. Even though she has such a good and indulgent boyfriend who is willing to die for her, she cannot see it. Instead, she is head over heels in love with a scumbag. For the sake of the scumbag, she is willing to do anything." The moment Jennifer heard what Ashley said, she knew Ashley was talking about her. She pursed her lips slightly as her eyes twitched. Ashley made Jennifer sound more like a diehard fanatic who went too far. She suddenly felt a little guilty about Elliot. Even though she was a mindless fan, he indulged her. Ashley retrieved her phone and pointed at Robert's photo as she said, "See. This is the scum who plagiarized someone else's work. Even though he is not a good man, people out there are still willing to support him." Jennifer smiled. "I see. You were talking about his fans." Ashley did not want Jennifer to have a bad impression of Elliot, so she said, "Of course I was talking about his fans. Some of his fans are simply absurd." Recently, she read some news about Robert's plagiarism on social media and absolutely despised him for it. She thought Robert's fans would finally stop liking him, but they refused to wake up. It reminded Ashley of Jennifer. The moment Ashley thought about Jennifer, she felt annoyed. However, Elliot continued to defend Jennifer and did not allow anyone to utter a harsh word. He insisted on being with Jennifer and did everything she asked. Ashley did not even have the mood to recuperate in the hospital. "Some fans are too young to know better, but I am sure they will wake up one day," said Jennifer profoundly. Jennifer wanted to make up for what she had done. It was also a promise that she would never do it again. Ashley sneered gently. She certainly did not think anything would change. She looked at Jennifer with her eyes shining brightly. "Jenny, my little brother is coming over later. Why don't you have lunch with him?" It seemed she had not given up on matchmaking Jennifer and Elliot yet. Chapter 135 I didn't mean to. Don't leave just yet. Promise me you won't go. Ashley covered her hands. My hands hurt badly, so I am worried something might go wrong. Jenny, can you keep me company today? Ashley was clearly pretending, but Jennifer wanted to play safe with Ashley's hands, so she said, "In that case, I will wait outside until your pain subsides." Ashley felt happy to hear this. After Jennifer left the hospital ward, she hurriedly sent Elliot a text message. "Are you coming to see me at noon?" "Yes, I am." "Perfect. I am waiting for you." Ashley was delighted that her little brother was coming over. "Don't eat lunch on your own. Let's do lunch together." Ashley did not want to force them to date, but Jennifer kept hurting Elliot repeatedly. She kept lying to Elliot because of Robert. Even when Jennifer treated Elliot more decently, it was just a pretense so that she could go out and meet Robert. No one bought what she said. But Elliot continued to trust her. Ashley felt sorry for her little brother and kept hoping that he could meet the right woman. Dr. Smith clearly looked like the perfect woman for Elliot. Elliot kept looking at the second message from his older sister and could tell she was up to something. He replied. Ashley did not dare to answer out of fear that she might give herself away. If Elliot caught on to her plans, he would not come. Jennifer sat outside Ashley's VIP hospital ward as she read her manuscript. "Hi, Dr. Smith." A voice came from somewhere. Jennifer raised her head and recognized the man before her. He was one of the hospital director's sons and she had seen him a couple of times previously. Even though Jennifer came with Remy's recommendation, no one dared to approve Ashley's surgery. Director Addison Jr. looked into her eyes and felt blown away by her beauty. He promptly handed her request to the hospital director and got it approved. Each time she visited Ashley, Mr. Addison would eagerly follow behind her and clearly admired her. Jennifer had installed a privacy application on her phone. Otherwise, he would have called ages ago. Jennifer had already forgotten about him, but the moment he looked at her earnestly, she remembered who he was. He was extremely happy to see Jennifer and quickly sat down in front of her. "Dr. Smith, since it is almost lunchtime, let's go eat." Director Addison Jr. invited her for lunch enthusiastically. Jennifer was not wearing a mask, so her sharp chin could be seen. Since she had put on makeup, her face was simply exquisite. Although her eyes were a little cool, she had breathtaking good looks. Director Addison Jr. felt his heart palpitating uncontrollably. She was so mesmerizing that he was unable to finish what he wanted to say. "Sorry, I have plans for lunch." Jennifer turned him down immediately. Director Addison Jr. was so infatuated with Jennifer that he unknowingly reached his hand out to hold hers. Jennifer frowned as she evaded it. Director Addison Jr. finally caught on to his inappropriate gesture and hurriedly said, "I am so sorry." The moment he saw Jennifer reacting coldly, he hurriedly cried, "Dr. Smith, I didn't mean to." Director Addison Jr. was quite young and had yet to work. Since his father was a director on the hospital board, he was often at the hospital. However, now he simply resembled a nervous kid. Jennifer knew it was completely unintentional. Otherwise, she would not have allowed someone like him to keep showing up around her. Chapter 136, Willing to Die for Her. Jennifer stood up to leave. Director Addison Jr. swiftly stood up. Dr. Smith, let me buy you lunch. It's just lunch and nothing else. Although Director Addison Jr. was a few years older than Jennifer, Jennifer was reborn, so she was mentally older than him. Since Director Addison Jr. meant no harm and was simply young, so Jennifer did not want to hurt his feelings. Instead, she simply told him candidly, I am having lunch with my boyfriend. Director Addison Jr. instantly caught his breath and smiled. Dr. Smith, I know you are single. Miss Turner keeps saying that she wants to match you with her little brother. Jennifer went speechless. Ashley had blown her cover. Director Addison Jr. followed behind Jennifer. Dr. Smith, I don't smoke, drink or play video games. I am a straight guy who treats women with respect. I also don't have any bad habits. Why don't we have lunch? This was no lunch. It was clearly a blind date. Jennifer cleared her throat gently before she looked at Director Addison Jr. Director Addison Jr.'s heart throbbed as she looked at him, leaving him anxious as he waited for her response. Jennifer smiled. I already agreed to see Miss Turner's little brother. Director Addison Jr. was stunned. He quickly composed himself and said, That's impossible. Who was Ashley's little brother? Even though Director Addison Jr. did not know who he was, Ashley was a renowned international pianist and came from a powerful family. Director Addison Jr. had seen Ashley's little brother from a distance. He looked like a cold and distant man and certainly not the type to agree to matchmaking. However, Director Addison Jr. had to admit the girl in question was the most beautiful girl he had ever laid eyes on. Impossible. Mr. Turner seems hard to get along with. Even if you agreed to see him, he might not feel the same way. Director Addison Jr. could not bear for Jennifer to end up rejected. He has already agreed to be my boyfriend. Jennifer smiled as she looked at him. Director Addison Jr. was in disbelief. Dr. Smith, even if you don't want to have lunch with me, I can wait until you change your mind, but you don't have to lie to me. Director Addison Jr. followed behind Jennifer as she left. He was clearly implying that when Elliot rejected her, he would be here to comfort her. Jennifer turned to enter Ashley's hospital ward. Ashley was texting Elliot inside. Ashley had yet to respond to Elliot's question mark, so he detected something amiss and texted her, If you don't come clean, I won't come. Ashley did not dare to tell her little brother the truth. Considering Elliot's personality, he would probably have such a huge fit that he would blow up the entire hospital if Ashley told him to leave Jennifer. What had Jennifer done to make Elliot so in love with her that he was willing to die for her? Ashley did not dare to tell Elliot that she wanted to matchmake him with someone else. She simply wanted to let him get to know Dr. Smith better and learn how good she was in time. He could gradually distance himself from Jennifer and be with Dr. Smith. Just as she was thinking about what to say, Jennifer strode into the hospital ward. Jenny, perfect timing. Ashley hurriedly handed her phone to Jennifer. My little brother wants to buy you lunch to thank you for treating me. Why don't you talk to him about it directly? Chapter 137 Wait for me. Director Addison Jr. followed behind Jennifer. He was confident Elliot simply treated Jennifer as Ashley's doctor and nothing more. Jennifer reached her hand out to take the phone and composed an audio message. Elliot, shall we do lunch? We have known each other for so long, but we have never gone out on a date. Why don't we go on one? Ashley's eyes nearly popped from their sockets in shock. She did not see this coming. How could this elegant young woman end up so bold and direct? Jennifer was bold, decisive, and just her type. Ashley took the phone from Jennifer. She had a feeling Elliot would either pretend he did not receive the message or throw his temper at the lovely doctor. Naturally, it was more likely for the latter to happen. He would do anything Ashley asked, but he drew his boundary when it came to Jennifer, so it was impossible to convince him to break up with Jennifer. Now that Dr. Smith had boldly offered to go on a date with Elliot, he was bound to blow up. Ashley was genuinely worried. She reached her hand out and instinctively pulled Jennifer to her side protectively. Jenny, I will protect you. Jennifer felt puzzled by what Ashley said. Director Addison Jr. could detect the change in Ashley's mood. After all, Elliot was well known in the hospital for being a cold and serious man. He clenched his fists automatically. I am here for you as well. Jennifer was bewildered by his response. Beep. Ashley's phone vibrated when she received a notification for an audio message. It was from Elliot. She held her phone with her hands trembling. Although Elliot was her biological little brother, she did not dare to make him angry. Ashley's hand trembled and her phone quickly fell onto the ground. Director Addison Jr. quickly picked up the phone. Here you are, Miss Turner. Ashley felt as though her hands were injured. Even though it was just a phone, she was unable to hold it firmly. Jennifer reached her hand out to take it and glanced at the screen as she said, "Do you want to hear it?" Ashley swallowed nervously before she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Elliot was just going to get angry about this. Since it was her fault, she could not let Dr. Smith suffer for it. She suppressed the tremble in her voice and said, "Tap on it." It wasn't like Elliot would eat her alive. Jennifer reached her hand out, but Ashley stopped her. Hang on. Let me call Merlin first. Jennifer handed the phone to her. Ashley calmly tapped on Merlin's number and pressed dial. Her gorgeous face looked unrestrained and confident. After the call got through, Merlin's voice came from over the phone. Ashley pouted and said with a crying voice, "Hubby, come back now. I'm in big trouble." After making the call, she cleared her throat and said softly to Jennifer, "Let's see what Elliot has to say about lunch." Director Addison Jr. was in shock when he saw the major change in Ashley's mood. Jennifer smiled. She found Ashley incredibly adorable. In her past life, Jennifer found Ashley annoying, pretentious, and harsh. Jennifer only later realized Ashley had done it for the sake of Elliot. If Jennifer treated Elliot well, Ashley would be friends with her. Jennifer took the phone and tapped on Elliot's audio message. Elliot's voice sounded cool as usual. Even though he did not sound excited, it was a positive response. "Wait for me." Chapter 138 thought he had left. Ashley was dumbfounded by Elliot's reply. What was going on? She seemed to detect tenderness in Elliot's voice. He sounded a little indulgent. Also, he sounded a little happy and smug. "Jenny, can you play that again?" Ashley thought her ears were playing tricks on her. Jennifer tapped on the audio message once more. Ashley opened her eyes wide in shock when she heard it again. Merlin came back to the hospital ward after Ashley summoned him urgently. The moment he saw the scene in the room, he laughed and said, "Did you tell me to come back to see this?" Director Addison Jr. said, "Miss Turner, I think your brother did not say no to buying Dr. Smith some lunch since she is your doctor, but I don't think he will date her seriously." Director Addison Jr. had heard about Elliot being head over heels in love with a woman who did not love him. Ashley felt Director Addison Jr. was right. However, it was great that Elliot was open to having lunch with some other woman. It was undoubtedly a major improvement. She could not expect to see results overnight. As long as Elliot was willing to compromise, she was bound to succeed in time. Ashley smiled proudly as she said, "I think you are right. He cares about me a lot, so he will naturally be more polite to Dr. Smith since she is my physician. Jenny, you can go for lunch with peace of mind. Then I will go out to wait for him." Jennifer said goodbye to Ashley and left. She did not ask Elliot out on a date on a whim. She had known Elliot for a long time. He gave her his all in both lifetimes, but she did not even go out on a date with him once. She had to make up to him bit by bit. Director Addison Jr.'s appearance simply served as a reminder to Jennifer. Director Addison Jr. called her back as she strode out confidently. "Dr. Smith. Why are you still here?" Jennifer thought he had left when he heard she was going on a date with Elliot. "Let me come with you." Director Addison Jr. looked at Jennifer worriedly as he offered unflinchingly. "I heard Mr. Turner has eyes only for one woman. All the other women who attempted to ask him out, ended up rejected badly. Even though you are his older sister's doctor, there is no exception." Jennifer knew that no matter how she explained the situation, Director Addison Jr. would never believe her, so she replied, "Sure. Come if you want to." Since he was still young, he only trusted his own eyes. After Jennifer left the room, she found a quiet spot and sent her GPS location to Elliot. She lowered her eyes and looked at her phone to take down some fleeting inspiration she felt. Director Addison Jr. watched her infatuatedly as he sat in front of her. She was such an incredible and beautiful young woman. Every move she made was elegant. Even though she was simply sitting across Director Addison Jr. expressionlessly with some hair falling over her shoulder, he felt worried that her hair would distract her. Elliot had yet to show up. Since Jennifer was busy writing music, she did not realize how time flew. Director Addison Jr. kept looking at the gorgeous young woman and felt he could never grow tired or hungry as long as he watched her. They had agreed to have lunch, but it was past tea time and Elliot had yet to turn up. Director Addison Jr. finally realized how late it was and felt happy. He acted annoyed as he convinced Jennifer to leave. "Mr. Turner just doesn't care about meeting you. Even though he agreed to buy you lunch, he did not show up. He is clearly trying to wear your patience thin and get you to stop trying." Chapter 139. Next time. Jennifer knew Elliot would definitely show up. She had stood up Elliot countless times in both her lifetimes, but he always kept his word. "He will come," said Jennifer softly. "Dr. Smith, why don't you get it? Mr. Turner doesn't want to date you, but he did not want to make you upset, so he decided to stand you up." Director Addison Jr. felt bad for Jennifer. Jennifer was as beautiful as a fairy and Director Addison Jr. would rather die than break her heart. How could Elliot stand her up? He pointed at himself and said, "Dr. Smith, there is plenty of other fish in the sea. Don't bother wasting your time on him." Jennifer did not even look at Director Addison Jr. as she said, "Since you are in a hurry, you are free to leave." Director Addison Jr. refused to go. He wanted to stay with Jennifer and protect her. Director Addison Jr. suddenly got blinded briefly when he raised his head. The door opened and Elliot strode in. He was dressed in a couture suit that brought out his well-defined figure, making him absolutely captivating. He strode over to Jennifer. As he walked, his defined muscles and lines could be vaguely seen through his pants. Elliot had incredibly long legs and was even more attractive than a model. For a moment, even Director Addison Jr. was overwhelmed by his good looks. However, Elliot looked so cold that it was impossible for anyone to look him straight in the eye. "He's here. He's finally here." Director Addison Jr. nudged Jennifer. Director Addison Jr. was worried that Jennifer would end up embarrassed when Elliot walked over coldly to reject her advances, so he was even more anxious than Jennifer. Elliot glanced around before his eyes landed firmly on Jennifer. The girl stopped working and raised her head, still holding her phone. She took a random glance before her eyes lit up when she saw him. Elliot's expression instantly softened. It was his girl. He strode over briskly. Director Addison Jr. automatically stood up. Elliot walked past Director Addison Jr. and went over to Jennifer without so much as glancing at him. Director Addison Jr. finally realized Elliot was holding an exquisite lunchbox. Even though he was dressed in a couture suit, there was nothing off about it. Since he had the looks and body, he made the lunchbox appear like a piece of couture accessory. "Sorry, I'm late," said Elliot deeply. He sounded sincere as he awaited Jennifer's punishment. Director Addison Jr.'s mouth opened so wide that it could fit an egg. Jennifer felt touched when she caught his expression. She had stood him up and lied countless times, but he never threw a temper at her and always ended up saying nice things to her. Even though it was the first time he was late, he felt so bad about it. How could she bring herself to be mad? Elliot spoke with his voice trembling nervously when she did not answer. "Don't be angry." "I'm not angry." Jennifer felt touched. "Just don't do it next time." Elliot's eyes gleamed brightly in disbelief. Next time. He was already beside himself with joy when Jennifer asked him out today. Would she ask him out again? Chapter 140. He is here to watch us date. Would they get to go out more from now on? Was his girl going to keep going out with him? We can talk about it some other time. Let's focus on today. Jennifer smiled brightly. Director Addison Jr. was so blown away by her smile that he was completely stunned. She was already pretty to begin with. He did not expect her to become even more beautiful when she smiled. It was the kind of smile saved only for the man she loved. No matter how oblivious Director Addison Jr. was, he could tell Jennifer only beamed for Elliot. Elliot finally looked at Director Addison Jr. coldly. "Who are you?" Director Addison Jr. went quiet. It seemed as though Elliot did not notice him all this time. Jennifer introduced him. "His father is a director at the hospital where your sister was hospitalized. You can call him Director Addison Jr. He wanted to watch us date." Director Addison Jr. was still quiet. It seemed Jennifer did not even know his name. Elliot did not make things hard for Director Addison Jr. when he heard Director Addison Jr. was here to watch them date. He was out dating Jennifer and there was nothing for him to hide. Did Jennifer just say they were out on a date? Elliot swallowed nervously. Was this considered a serious date to her? He never dreamed of going on a date with Jennifer. Now that Jennifer brought it up, he could not help finding her absolutely adorable. He was so happy that it was impossible to conceal the smile on his face. Jennifer smiled as she looked straight into his eyes, making him look at her even more lovingly. He pursed his lips before he came close to Jennifer and kissed her gently. Jennifer did not dodge him and even came closer voluntarily. She smelled refreshing and elegant, just like the purple orchid essence she had given him. It felt as though his heart was palpitating so hard it might burst from his chest cavity. Elliot initially thought he was alone before he realized that her heart was throbbing hard as well. Elliot found it inconceivable. He shut his eyes as he did his utmost to suppress his desires. Director Addison Jr. saw firsthand how loving they were and staggered away in a daze. Elliot and Jennifer let go of each other. Jennifer finally recalled she had yet to have lunch. Elliot definitely would not have eaten without her, knowing she was hungry. The moment Elliot answered, it was just as she expected. "You idiot. What did I say? No matter how busy you are, you have to eat on time," said Jennifer angrily. She could not help sounding angry when she got anxious. Elliot detected how worried she was and liked hearing her talk to him in this tone. She had stopped treating him coldly and with utter disinterest. Instead, she was warm and caring. Charlie was standing with his back facing them when he finally broke his silence and said, "Miss Walter, you can't blame him. The moment you asked him out, he went to do research about first dates online so as not to disappoint you. He was home getting ready for the date." Jennifer looked at Elliot. He was genuinely well dressed. To begin with, he was an incredibly gorgeous man. Now that he had made an effort to dress up, everything about him looked so exquisite that he was glowing. "You look good today," said Jennifer softly. The moment Elliot heard what she said, he was ready to die for her, let alone spend some time preparing for their first date. Chapter 141 The best time for us to have bubble tea. Charlie did not stop there. Also, Mr. Turner checked online and saw guys cooking on their first date, so he personally cooked for you. He spent the entire time preparing food for you and didn't have time to eat. Charlie initially thought Elliot was preparing lunch for Dr. Jenny and felt relieved that Elliot had gotten over Jennifer. Elliot was thinking hard about Jennifer's food preferences when he told Charlie that Jenny was actually Jennifer. Sigh. Charlie slapped his thigh so hard from the shock that it almost got bruised. He was happy too soon. "Miss Walter, you can't blame Mr. Turner for being late. He was just trying to prepare lunch for you," said Charlie solemnly. "Charlie," interrupted Elliot. Charlie sounded too harsh. Elliot could not stand hearing him speaking to Jennifer rudely. So that was the reason Elliot was late. Jennifer gazed at Elliot. He probably did not even know where the kitchen was, but he surprisingly prepared lunch for her. No wonder he was so late. Elliot concealed his anxiety. He was genuinely clueless about what to do when he went on a date with a girl. This was the first official date he had with Jennifer. Although he came prepared with his homemade lunch, he was still worried that Jennifer would not like his cooking. He could not help moving the lunchbox behind him a little just thinking about it. Charlie was astonished to see Elliot's reaction. Elliot was a completely different man in front of Jennifer, and it blew Charlie's mind every time he witnessed it. Elliot was nothing like the decisive man who did not even bat an eye when he took over other businesses. Did he have to be so nervous when he simply made some lunch for Jennifer? Charlie could not bear watching. Charlie was not alone, and Jennifer naturally knew about this. She touched Elliot's hand, took the lunch box, and opened it. The food was arranged in a heart shape. Elliot even made a small rose for decoration using a carrot. Jennifer smiled brightly as she took the food out and took a big bite. "Elliot, thanks. I really like it." Elliot looked a little worried initially, but he instantly looked relieved and happy when he heard what she said. Ashley found it unbelievable. No matter how Director Addison Jr. tried to convince her, she did not believe a word he said. "I was so shocked that I forgot to take a video." Director Addison Jr. regretted his actions. Ashley said, "Okay, enough already. Thanks for trying to make me happy." She hoped with all her heart that this would come true. However, it was wishful thinking for Elliot to accept Dr. Jenny immediately. She would be happy enough for Dr. Jenny to slowly grow on Elliot. Jennifer and Elliot finished all the food before long. Elliot happily watched as Jennifer finished her food before she said, "Let's go for a stroll and have some bubble tea." Elliot immediately stood up. Okay. Even though Elliot was brought up by a woman like Ashley, he rarely went for walks and bubble tea, let alone with Jennifer. "Do I need to prepare anything?" asked Elliot anxiously. "Nope. You already look hot, so it's the best time for us to have bubble tea." Elliot followed behind Jennifer as he held her slender hand in his palm. It felt absolutely soft and supple. Her skin was so soft and flawless that he was reluctant to let her hand go, but he was also afraid of holding it too tightly. Chapter 142. This is unfair. People secretly looked at Elliot and Jennifer as they queued for milk tea. "Oh God. He is so gorgeous. Is he a superstar? The lady is also super pretty. I feel like taking pictures of them." Jennifer contemplated. She retrieved 2 masks and got Elliot to put one on. Elliot beamed when he saw how reluctant Jennifer was for the other people to see his face. She did not want others to see his face, and he only wanted to let her admire it. The people around them noticed that they did not want their pictures taken, so they scattered after taking a quick look. Moments later, Jennifer suddenly heard people talking. "Heavens. He is absolutely hot. Check this out, you guys." Jennifer turned around and saw someone looking at some pictures on the phone. Jennifer seemed to take an interest, so the lady showed her the picture. "Isn't he hot?" It was a picture of an unknown man. It was a well-taken picture with perfect lighting and just the right filter. Even though it appeared like a random shot, it seemed as though it was taken by a professional. The picture had succeeded in capturing the man's aura. Elliot poked Jennifer's palm with his finger jealously when he saw her admiring some other man's photo. After Jennifer turned her head back, someone continued saying, "He is Little Gold Bar from Ultimate Singer-Songwriter. Wow, I didn't expect him to be this hot." "Are you sure though? Everyone knows the contestants aren't allowed to show their faces if they want to join the show. A lot of news media outlets have confirmed this to be true." The paparazzi secretly took the pictures. Since Little Gold Bar didn't deliberately post the pictures, it isn't his fault. If anyone is to blame, it is the paparazzi for being so aggressive. Jennifer frowned slightly. Elliot swiftly detected her annoyance and remembered something. "Isn't Little Gold Bar your opponent in the next segment of the show?" Jennifer nodded. She did not want to doubt her opponent's integrity. However, it was hard for her not to think the worst when Little Gold Bar's handsome face suddenly appeared online. Out of the 6 remaining contestants, people kept picking on Jennifer for her looks. None of the other contestants had shown their faces yet. After Bella exposed Jennifer's scar, it made Jennifer's life very hard. People worship good-looking artists in the entertainment industry, so Jennifer did not come in first even though she was the most talented singer-songwriter on the show. She was genuinely held back by her ghastly scar. Her fans admired true talent and rarely cared about looks. This is unfair. Elliot promptly realized how this would work against Jennifer. A cold look swept through his eyes as he frowned angrily. Jennifer knew Elliot could not take it lying down when she got pushed around and would immediately do something about Little Gold Bar. She said promptly, "Let me handle the problems on the show." Elliot lowered his eyes and was clearly upset that Jennifer was treated so unfairly. Jennifer comforted him, "If I can't handle it, I will get my hubby to help. Since these people are just rookies, it is a waste to use an atomic bomb to take care of nobodies like them." Elliot's frown disappeared and he felt pleased to hear what she said. He also felt that his girl was capable of handling the problem. He loved her, so he had to let her do what she wanted. Chapter 143 Reincarnate into Ugly People. Backstage at the film set. Frank sat on the main seat. Arnold and William sat on his left. Julian's talent agent and Gabriel were sitting on the right. Every atom of Arnold's body was angry. From the start, the contestants were not allowed to show their faces. Now that Little Gold Bar's pictures are out there, it is very unfair for Little Stone. Julian's talent agent said, "We didn't mean to do it. How could we stop the paparazzi from publishing his picture?" "Are you so sure you didn't do it on purpose?" said Arnold bluntly. Julian's talent agent slammed the table and stood up. "Do you have evidence? You can't make such accusations without evidence." William pulled Arnold and made him sit down. Arnold sat down furiously, but he continued, "If they compete, it would be completely unfair. We have already contacted the people who posted the pictures and spent money to remove them." Julian's talent agent looked indignant and upset about spending the money. A forum discussing Little Gold Bar's good looks has already been set up. Hundreds of thousands of people are already following it. It was the first time Arnold ever fought so hard for Jennifer in his life. This was such a serious matter. Julian's picture was posted online in complete secrecy and it was impossible for them to point the finger at anyone. From the start, Jennifer was at a disadvantage since everyone already knew about her ghastly scar. Julian's talent agent laughed. "Is it my fault that Little Gold Bar is hot? Arnold wanted to slam the table this time. Should he get some work done to make himself a little uglier so that things are fair for Little Stone? Does it mean everyone has to get reincarnated into ugly people to make things fair for her?" Arnold wanted to jump over the table to beat him up, but William pulled him back. Gabriel waved his hand and said, "Since it has already happened, there is no point fighting about this. It's not like Little Gold Bar was behind it. Can't you just let it slide?" "How could you let it slide when it puts Little Stone at such a huge disadvantage?" Gabriel looked at Arnold powerlessly. Ever since Julian's face appeared online, Gabriel was very impressed and wanted to promote Julian. In this time and age, natural beauties that made good artists were already signed by talent agencies. Julian became such a hit online with just a few pictures, so Gabriel was dying to groom the young man. In his opinion, Jennifer was the least marketable contestant. Her face was scarred and people kept smearing her. The fans kept hating her for everything she did, so she was a magnet for trouble. Even though they were still debating the matter, Gabriel had already taken sides. "Why don't we get Mr. Sanchez to decide?" Gabriel pushed the matter to Frank. Frank contemplated before he broke his silence and said, "Since Little Gold Bar has already gained a lot of fans because of the picture, it is very unfair for Little Stone. I suggest automatically giving Little Stone 500,000 votes when they compete without announcing it to the public. What do you think?" Julian's talent agent disagreed. "That's simply too many votes. It is completely unfair." "Don't push your luck," said Frank deeply. Julian's talent agent immediately stopped talking. Frank's voice sounded deep and threatening. The talent agent was responsible for putting Julian's photo out there, so he lost confidence when he heard what Frank said. Even though no one discovered he was behind it for now, it did not mean he could keep it a secret forever. Chapter 144 How could he call himself a man and do this? Frank had given him a good offer, so he could not go on insisting for more. Although it was a far better outcome than Arnold expected, he was still furious. William comforted him, "Since it has already happened, there's no point in getting angry. You should focus on helping Jennifer perform better." Arnold recalled Jennifer's bright, beautiful eyes and felt he owed her a lot. If he had started paying attention to her sooner, perhaps things would be far easier for her. Jennifer was rehearsing with Willow without taking the incident to heart. After they finished rehearsing, Julian came to the filming location. Although Julian was still wearing a mask, a lot of employees swarmed over asking for autographs. "Little gold bar, I love you so much. Mind giving me an autograph? Can you take a picture with me?" Julian did everything they asked. In an instant, everyone backstage wanted a piece of him. Willow sneered, how could he call himself a man and do this? She hated herself for being an insignificant contestant and being incapable of protecting Jennifer. Even though Julian's pictures were already deleted from social media, everyone was already talking about it. Julian was simply gorgeous, so everyone started talking about how ugly Jennifer was again. Everyone kept comparing their appearances and people kept praising Julian sky high while they insulted her to no end. It was already criminal to be ugly in the entertainment industry, but Jennifer even had a ghastly scar on her face. "Hey, Jennifer." Willow came back with cake, milk tea, and some novelty items. "These are for you." She was not an expressive person, so she could only attempt to make Jennifer happy by giving her nice things. Jennifer smiled until her eyes curved slightly and her eyes looked warmer than usual. Regardless of what people said about her appearance, she did not care. The only people who could affect her mood were people she cared about. The moment Jennifer got onto the huge van, she started looking at her music manuscript group as Arnold sat beside her and told her about Frank's decision. "Are they going to give me so many votes at the get-go?" asked Jennifer rhetorically. Of course. Arnold felt sad for Jennifer when people kept talking about her appearance online. The talent agency must have put little gold bar's picture online to help him win. Mr. Sanchez simply helped to make the situation fairer. Jennifer raised her brow as she scrutinized Arnold. "Arnold, why are you so upset about this?" In the past, he could not be bothered asking her about the contest or her work. Arnold asked rhetorically in an awkward tone, "Am I?" Jennifer felt he was not only upset about it, but he was also reacting particularly strongly. She heard that ever since Julian's picture emerged online, Arnold immediately started working on getting them deleted. He even spoke to the film crew to do his utmost to ensure the results of the contest would not get affected by its contestants' appearances. However, she did not say much and simply replied, "In that case, I'll take it." Arnold was afraid she might refuse the votes. He felt it was all worth making a huge fuss with Frank when she accepted the votes right away. He wanted to say a few encouraging words to Jennifer, but he stopped when he noticed she was wearing earphones and was listening to music. However, he kept looking at her. Jennifer did not really care about those 500,000 votes. Chapter 145 It's Worth It. Jennifer entered Lanting residence and saw Elliot coming downstairs as she walked across the soft carpet. The man was particularly tall. He probably just came back from the office since he was still dressed in his suit. He looked as stunning as a god in it. Jennifer automatically looked at him warmly as she opened her arms at him. Elliot was caught by surprise before he got accustomed to her warmth. Everything that happened recently felt like a dream to him. It felt as surreal as walking on clouds. He finally felt a sense of security after he stepped forward and embraced the young woman. Jennifer felt she was starting to get used to his embrace as well and was starting to like it. She leaned against his chest and threw all her problems to the back of her head. She took off her mask and leaned against him from the front. Elliot lowered his eyes and saw the scar on Jennifer's lips. In the past, he never felt it was ugly. No matter how Jennifer looked, she was beautiful in every way to him. However, people kept talking about Jennifer's scar after Little Gold Bar's studio-quality pictures appeared online. Elliot finally caught on to how much pressure his girl must be under thanks to this. He placed his long slender fingers on her lips and felt bad for her. "Don't worry. Everything will work out soon enough," comforted Jennifer. "You know I have scar removal cream. Elliot replied deeply, If you use it with makeup, it won't be as effective. Jennifer always had to put on makeup when she treated Ashley, so the scar had yet to disappear. Otherwise, Little Gold Bar could never compare to Jennifer in terms of beauty. Elliot was a taciturn man and usually looked cold. In her past life, Jennifer could not be bothered trying to figure out what he was thinking, so they ended up having a lot of misunderstandings. After Jennifer was reborn, she was able to immediately understand what he was trying to say. It was almost like she could read his mind. She immediately detected how sorry he felt about her situation, so she smiled and said, "Well, it is just a slight delay and not forever. In any case, your sister is more important." The moment she finished her sentence, Elliot embraced her tightly as though he wanted to become one with her. Jennifer smiled even more brightly. "She is your family, so I think it's worth it." She could sense that Elliot's fragile sense of security was gradually flourishing. The next day, a lot of fans waited outside the filming location before the competition started. Most of them were holding banners and lights for Little Gold Bar. It was clear that good looks gave him an edge at winning fans over. Jennifer walked over quietly. Julian's talent agent smiled smugly as he glanced at Jennifer. His eyes were filled with so much contempt and cockiness that Willow almost went over to pummel him. Jennifer pulled her slender arm. Willow refused to let this slide. "They are too much. This is no different from selling sex." She was absolutely disappointed with the program. They insisted on grooming talent and disregard looks when they promoted the show. However, Julian ended up using his face. "Never mind. They are not fit for us to get angry over," said Jennifer. "How is your song coming along?" Chapter 146 Good Looks Sells. "I have a little bit more to go. I am going to get ready now." Willow focused on her performance. She was the weakest singer-songwriter among all the contestants, so she had to work extra hard. She took her music score and said to Jennifer solemnly, "Whatever the outcome, I have already won in life." "Thank you, Jennifer." Jennifer smiled when she saw Willow appearing so confident. It was great. Just as Willow said, no matter the outcome, she would have a better future now that she had overcome her weaknesses. She would have far better opportunities from now on. The next episode officially commenced. Robert was kicked out of the show as an instructor now that he was involved in plagiarizing Elvis's music. Gabriel was sent to replace him. Gabriel was the producer of Ultimate Singer-Songwriter. He started out by filming music videos and had produced a lot of albums for singers, so he had a lot of authority in the music industry. Other than Tiffany, he thought highly of Julian. Tiffany would probably get groomed by Frank and his family, but Gabriel had his eyes on Julian. Since he was a gorgeous young man, he could enter the market after working on this image a little. He would be able to win a lot of brand ambassadorship deals and had incredible commercial potential. As for the rest of the contestants, their fate depended mostly on their appearance, so Jennifer had no future in the industry. The public felt the same way as Gabriel more or less. Even the best singers had trouble carving their career without a pretty face. How much talent and good luck did Jennifer need to have to make up for her ugly face? The competition commenced. Aiden and Tiffany were the first to sing. The rules of the segment were simple. The contestants would stand side by side and sing the same song. They would both perform the same song using the same lyrics, accompaniment, lighting, and stage. Both the contestants had co-written the song, so it was impossible for anyone to play favorites or allow a third party to affect the final outcome. The contestant who was the most well-received would get to stay on the show and enter the finals. This time, both of them performed extraordinarily well. In the end, Tiffany won just as expected and would rise to the ranks as one of the top 3 contestants. Willow and Edmund came up next. Willow's performance was beyond expectation. The moment she thought about being on the same stage as Jennifer, she felt very confident and composed. Although she lost to Edmund, she did not look sad at all when she walked off the stage. Jennifer gave Willow a hug. Willow hugged her back and said, "Jennifer, I am sure you will win." Jennifer nodded. She changed her mask to the one for the performance and went on stage with Julian. As they went onto the stage, everyone kept shouting for Little Gold Bar in the comments. The fans at the show screamed at the top of their lungs. Little Gold Bar, I love you. I want to have your babies. Little Gold Bar, good luck. You rock. Little Gold Bar, over here. I am ready to vote. You have to be the champion. Arnold and William automatically frowned. The nature of the program had already changed. Fortunately, there were still contestants like Jennifer around. Jennifer picked up her microphone confidently. Julian also took his microphone. Chapter 147, Knockout Performance. Julian was tall and had long slender fingers. In the past, he was not a particularly outstanding contestant behind the mask. Ever since Julian's photos got leaked online, he did not admit it was him in the pictures, but everyone felt certain it was him and found him gorgeous. Now his fans felt his every movement seemed incredibly hot. With every slightest gesture he made, the fans screamed in unison. Even the fans watching in front of the monitor went insane watching him. It seemed as though the competition had transformed into his solo concert. The host was also aware of the photo leak. In total, he mentioned Julian's name 80% more than Jennifer. The cameraman also trained the camera on his long legs and fingers and gave him close-ups repeatedly. The competition officially commenced. Julian was the first to sing. Julian and Jennifer had composed the song for the competition. Each of them would sing 5 paragraphs. Julian's voice was gentle to begin with, so he sang like an idol singer from the entertainment industry. We have traveled the world together. We almost died for our dreams. We have walked these lonely streets together. We have supported each other's dreams no matter how hopeless. We swore to rise to the top together. All the evidence of our love out there is just a fraction of the truth. Out in some deserted corner lies even more romantic secrets. With every line he sang, the audience screamed. People also kept commenting online. Despite the mask on his face, everyone could envision his face while he sang. It felt moving to hear a gorgeous young man singing tenderly to them. The increase in television and online viewership was clear evidence of his huge popularity. People cared about looks, so everyone adored him when they found out how gorgeous he was. Arnold watched with his eyes narrowed. William crossed his arms. However, Elliot watched the live telecast expressionlessly. He only had eyes for Jennifer. He did not care about what he was singing. Instead, he glanced at the comments online. The moment he saw them, he turned cold and gave off a threatening aura. The moment Julian finished his performance, Jennifer started to sing. She held the microphone and started with the first line. We have traveled the world together. Her singing style was completely different from Julian. Julian sang in a gentle voice like an idol singer, but her voice was bright and powerful, so everyone went into a daze when they heard it. Even though they were using the same accompaniment, her singing was worlds apart from Julian. Everyone was undoubtedly blown away when she started singing. She sounded like an unrestrained wild animal. At the same time, she was as mesmerizing as a fairy. Despite her simple outfit, her voice sounded absolutely explosive. We almost died for our dreams. Her voice sounded like a pair of hands pulling you in and making you listen up. After hearing her sing, no one else wanted to listen to anything but her. Everyone who heard her sing would get captivated by her voice. William could not resist slapping the chair armrest. This was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He just knew that Jennifer was capable of pulling this off. In the acting trade, there was such a thing as knockout performance. Most of the time, the acting went 2 ways. However, if one of the actresses were able to deliver a knockout performance, her fellow actor would be incapable of keeping up and end up performing poorly. Chapter 148 Defeat him fair and square. The same applied to lip singing. If the better singer of the group wanted to show off, she could have utter control of the singing style and steal the limelight entirely. Jennifer was doing just that. Her voice had a lot of potential. She was capable of performing both gentle and powerful songs, high and low notes, so she had a lot of room for performance. Now that she was giving off such a powerful aura on stage, even if she was singing together with Julian, his stage presence would get swallowed entirely. Jennifer had never done this before in the program. Gabriel also noticed this change in Jennifer and could not help frowning. Then again, this was a competition and not a collaboration, so it made entire sense for Jennifer to do this. The audience and viewers at home were initially attracted to Julian's good looks. However, they were now completely immersed in Jennifer's voice. It felt as though her voice was taking them through time and space as they experienced all the emotions of love within the song. Some of the viewers simply liked good music, so they felt a singer like Jennifer was a rare treasure and wanted to hear more. Even some of Julian's fans had to admit that Jennifer's performance was brilliant. Other than the scar on her lip, they had no complaints about her. Some of the fans spoke excitedly. People say she throws herself at Robert, but she also severed ties with Robert quickly. She single-handedly took on 5 to 6 challengers previously. She was cautious about the Allure products and told us to choose skincare products carefully, so we managed to avoid getting skin allergies. She is a good songwriter and never causes trouble. She is worthy of our love. As Jennifer performed, some people finally cut through hordes of Julian's fans and defended her. After Jennifer was done singing this part, it was Julian's turn to sing. He had to admit that he was shocked by her performance. He had studied Jennifer's singing previously. He also purposely changed his singing style to match hers. However, Jennifer's singing tonight was so creative and different that it was far better than all her previous performances. She had undoubtedly surpassed his singing. For a moment, he almost wanted to sing in unison with Jennifer and do backup singing for her. Her voice was so magnetic that she stole all the attention the moment she opened her mouth. He automatically wanted to sing backup for her. Julian held his microphone as he contemplated. Thankfully, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, everyone would realize how unconfident he was now. I have already made plans to spend the rest of my life with her. Julian acted composed when it was his turn to sing. His youth-like voice sounded good, but any professional could see how afraid he was. Jennifer had surpassed him overwhelmingly. Now that they had performed side by side, only Julian's diehard fans were able to brainwash themselves that Julian was the best. As for the rest of the viewers, they were already so mesmerized by Jennifer's singing that they could not wait for her to start and were already trying to vote for her. Jennifer used this performance to show the world what she was made of. She used her skills and defeated Julian on the same stage using honest methods. She did not need any marketing or gimmicks. The cold aura around Elliot dissipated as a look of joy spread across his face. Chapter 149 10 million. Ashley could not resist secretly voting for Jennifer. Sigh. Everything about Jennifer was brilliant. Other than her disloyalty towards Elliot, she was almost perfect. If Elliot was less scary, Ashley really wanted to convince him to let go of Jennifer so that she could seek out her interests. A woman like her belonged in the vast ocean. After Jennifer and Julian were done singing, the voting results continued changing on the screen behind them. The votes kept changing and increasing. Julian's talent agent initially looked confident that Julian would outdo Jennifer. However, halfway through the performance, he started to feel uncertain and was overwhelmed with anxiety now. Jennifer's performance was far better than he expected. Since Frank had given her 500,000 votes, she might just beat Julian this time. Julian's talent agent kept staring at the voting results in the host's hand after the voting came to an end. It is impossible for Jennifer to have more votes than Julian. The talent agent kept consoling himself inside. That's right. She can't possibly have more votes than Julian. The talent agent looked at his phone anxiously before looking at the stage. He hurriedly contacted marketing to inform them to spread the word. The competition was unfair. Frank wants to groom Little Stone, so he gave her 500,000 extra votes. After he was done sending the message, he put his phone away. If Julian ended up winning, Jennifer's extra votes did not matter and her overwhelming defeat would only serve to make her a laughingstock. If Julian lost to Jennifer, he was not going to take it lying down. Regardless of the outcome, he could already anticipate Jennifer getting cursed to no end by the public. The host was ready to announce the voting results. He started with the last single digit, followed by the 10th, and worked his way up all the way to the 10,000th digit. Both Jennifer and Julian's voting results differed. However, the last few digits of their voting results were not the most important part of the number. And now for the 100,000th number. Julian came in with, the host paused as he unveiled Julian's 100,000th digit. 9. This means Little Gold Bar has over 980,000 votes. He is the contestant with the greatest number of votes to date, said the host in shock. These votes were far better than expected. The last contestant with the greatest number of votes was Tiffany aka Little Lily. Even with just over 800,000 votes, it was a record. Julian had unexpectedly broken the record so quickly. Julian did not expect himself to get so many votes either. In that case, he was bound to win tonight. He was particularly excited. He was shockingly able to survive and win after Jennifer's outstanding performance. From the looks of it, it was a good idea to post his picture online. The talent agent was right about it. Now let's invite Little Stone to unveil the 100,000th number for her voting results, said the host. Jennifer reached her hand out and revealed the 100,000th number casually. 7, said the host sadly. People watching the show looked sad when they saw the results on the screen. Her voting results were over 200,000 votes lower than Julian. It was impossible for her to win. Julian clenched his fists. It was a genuinely tough fight this time. It was awesome that he had around 200,000 more votes than Jennifer. His talent agent released his tightly clenched fists and his face went back to looking smug. He even glanced at Arnold proudly as though to say that regardless of all the superstars Arnold had groomed, Arnold could not compare to him. An online viewer commented, "It appears it is hard to get ahead with just talent alone." Just as the host was about to announce the results, he heard the director's voice from over his earpiece. A look of shock emerged on his face before he said, "Little Stone, there is one more card for you to unveil. Your votes come up to tens of millions. Chapter 150 The Underdog Wins. You people will live to regret your choice to eliminate a true singer. One day when you can't hear good music, you are simply getting your just desserts. Creativity is dead. This show is completely pointless. You are making it sound as though Little Stone is the only singer around. Little Gold Bar is also an excellent singer, okay? That's right. It is not as though only disfigured people are fit to sing. Little Stone's fans are so stupid." The online comments exploded as Jennifer and Julian's fans kept arguing with each other. Neither party would give up. Just as the host was about to announce the results, he heard the director's voice from over his earpiece. A look of shock emerged on his face before he said, "Little Stone, there is one more card for you to unveil. Your votes come up to tens of millions." Viewers started to doubt themselves. 10 millionth. Were my ears playing tricks on me? What? Did she get over 10 million votes? Heavens. This is such an incredible number of votes. I can't believe she has over 10 million votes. What about Little Gold Bar's 10 millionth number? The host placed the card containing the 10 millionth vote in front of Jennifer. This time, she unveiled it nonchalantly as well. 1. Little Stone's 10 millionth number is 1. The host got excited. She is the first person to have over 10 million votes on the show. Since Jennifer had brought up fraudulent voting previously, the program cleaned up the voting system to eradicate the problem. All the other contestants and talent agents knew about what Bella and Ivory had done and would never commit voting fraud, so the votes were legitimate. This meant every single vote Jennifer received was authorized and genuinely came from the audience. Little Stone has 17,983,460. Announced the host excitedly. Julian and his talent agent were stupefied by the results. If not for the mask on Julian's face, everyone could see the look of shock on his face. The online comments exploded with the announcement. Haha, I didn't realize she had over 10 million votes. Little Stone rocks. I am honestly impressed by her singing. What about Little Gold Bar's 10 millionth number? Please announce Little Gold Bar's 10 millionth number. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. Begging isn't going to help. Sob, sob, sob. This is impossible. I gave all my votes to Little Gold Bar. However, the facts were the facts. Jennifer had received overwhelmingly more votes and had defeated Julian. She had crushed him. The underdog had won. Julian was sadly eliminated and did not come in top 3. His talent agent wanted to immediately stop the marketing department, but they had already posted it online. Frank gave Little Stone 500,000 more votes. The show was fixed. The moment the post with a sensational headline was sent out, he expected the public to ridicule Jennifer for it. However, it had the opposite effect intended of Julian's talent agent. Oh my god. 500,000 votes. Was he trying to mock Little Stone or Little Gold Bar? Little Stone had over 800,000 more votes than Little Gold Bar. The investor has to give more votes than that to make any difference. After all, Little Stone's votes are twice that of Little Gold Bar's. It was human nature to worship good looks, but Julian's leaked photo caused such a commotion that some non-fans of the program found him annoying. If Julian had won, it would have shut the public's mouths for good, but he ended up suffering defeat and it was overwhelming no less. Julian already lost to Jennifer, but he paid for a smear campaign against her and made himself the biggest joke of the year. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe for more videos.